else that was sort of to it that made sure the guys were locking in. Anyway, not going to break down a whole bunch of the All-Star game yesterday. Rymack got, he was pinch hitting towards the end of the game, got in at bat, 0 for 1. Last year was kind of fun because you had Elias Diaz, who ended up being the All-Star game MVP and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm not going to sit here and break down the All-Star game for you today, especially when I think there's a couple things that were really interesting that went down yesterday. One of them being the belly getting paid. So Quinn Miners has been somebody I think even nationally has flown under the radar for how talented he is as an interior offensive lineman. And I've been kind of pounding the desk about this all offseason. Once the draft wrapped up, you realize that you got a rookie quarterback that I would hope is going to start week 1. You need to protect him. And Quinn Miners got paid, like really paid, to the tune of 4 years, $80 million. That puts him tied as the third highest paid guard in football right now. The only guys with more money, Landon Dickerson is making $21 million a year. Chris Lindstrom is making $20.5 million. So he is tied with probably the most famous guard in the league by name is Quentin Nelson out of Indianapolis. He's getting $20 million. Robert Hunt is getting $20 million. And now Quinn Miners. And I think it's really smart. Like, Quinn Miners is a really good player, and he's got a really cool story, too. D3 school, they didn't have his senior season because of COVID. He got an invite to, it was either the Combine or the Senior Bowl. I can't remember which one, but he got an invite to one of those because somebody backed out last second. And so he steps in, impresses people enough to become a mid-round draft pick, and has now parlayed that into 39 starts in his first few years in the league. And a 4-year, $80 million contract with $45 million of that guaranteed. He's going in the final year of his rookie contract. He's a really good player. He is somebody that absolutely, no matter where you're at in this rebuild, you hope that, hopefully 2 years down the line, but even 3 years down the line, if this team turns into a playoff contending, championship viable type roster, he's going to be a core piece of it. You have literally no concerns. With the offensive line, it was weird last year. The Broncos were incredibly fortunate last season, offensive line-wise, to have their entire offensive line intact and playing for virtually the entire year. The exception came, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Nelly, but I think it was either the last week of the season or maybe the last 2 weeks of the season where McGlinchey, I think, missed a couple of starts. Outside of that, they had an entire year of the starting five intact, which is insane. Never happens in football. And even with that, you had moments like Garrett Bowles. We know his career has been up and down. He's been a lot more solid the last few years. At left guard, you signed Ben Powers. He was a little bit of a roller coaster last year, but fine. The center position is one that I will keep an eye on during training camp because losing Cushenberry hurts, and you got to have somebody you trust that's calling out all the checks on the offensive line from a center spot. And whether that's Forsyth, whether that's Mustapher, I don't know who that's going to be. Last year was Cushenberry, obviously solid enough to get the highest guaranteed contract for a center in NFL history. And then at right tackle, McGlinchey was sort of up and down. Like, Quinn Miners was your guy every night. You know what you're getting. And those guys deserve to be paid. Guards help multiple people. Guards help the center. Guards help the tackle. Having a guy who's solid, especially if you've been iffy on your right tackle spot, McGlinchey, he seems to be a pretty good leader on this team. But obviously had some challenges last year. The guy next to him can really help. So it's an important thing to get done. I'm glad they did. He's totally worth the money. And just looking straight cash-wise, this is how $20 million contracts per year, as far as averages. So if you're averaging $20 million a year, here's how that is divvied up by position in the NFL. So he has become a top 80 paid player in this league. So if you're one of the people that typically you think money correlates to talent and skill, then you got a top 80 player in the league with a few guys still on rookie contracts. But here's how $20 million a year is divvied up by position. 18 quarterbacks are making $20 million a year in the NFL right now. No running backs, no tight ends, which is actually really surprising. 21 wide receivers are getting $20 million a year. 8 offensive tackles. McGlinchey is one of 5 guards. No centers. 13 interior defensive linemen, 12 edge guys, 1 linebacker, 3 cornerbacks, and 1 safety. That's where the payment is going. And I always think it's interesting when you look at this stuff because it shows you what is the most valued positions in the league. And right now, here's what they're telling you. Obviously, they value quarterbacks. The NFL is really valuing wide receivers. They're really valuing defensive linemen and really valuing offensive linemen. That's where it's at. It's quarterbacks, it's receivers, and it's trenches. And that is how the Broncos should be trying to build. That is why paying Quinn Meinerz $20 million a year is important. And they spent a ton of money on that offensive line. Garrett Bowles is not cheap. McGlinchey, not cheap. Ben Powers, not cheap. Meinerz, not cheap. Like, they have spent money, big-time money, at 4 of the 5 spots in the offensive line. At least that part of it has been done correctly. And this is where I'm telling you what a proper rebuild looks like. Offensive line, you've invested in it. You now have a quarterback that you've invested a high-end draft pick in. You have a defensive line that they have paid a lot of people money on. Having guys like DJ Jones, having guys like John Franklin Myers that you got in that draft trade from the Jets. They have options at edge, guys with high-end potential. Dudes like Baron Browning and Nick Benito, Jonathan Cooper. I think all of them have potential to be some problems for opposing offenses. And then here's the thing. That number right now that says only 3 corners are making $20 million a year. Well, Surtain's going to reset that market. And I think they'd be foolish not to pay him too. The guys who should be getting contracts on this team as far as where they're at right now, so these new contracts that are given out by the Broncos, those should all be players that you see 2-3 years down the line. They are core pieces of what you believe are a team that's on the rise. So, parlay that with a couple of good drafts, you could be doing just fine. I love this. I love this signing. Texter says, Broncos spent all that money on the offensive line, and they still suck. Quinn is highly overrated and now overpaid. I disagree on both counts. I'm not going to sit here and tell you the Broncos' offensive line is great. I think they're in the top half of the NFL. And I think it was really tough to see last year. Here's the thing. It depends on what you believe. Do you believe that Russell Wilson made that offensive line look worse? Because if you do, then you have to take that into account. I do think he ran himself into a handful of sacks last year. I do think that having a guy who can read and process the offense faster and quicker and get the ball out quicker than Russell Wilson did is really going to make a difference in the way that offensive line looks. The big beef that I had last year was there were games where it felt like the Broncos were running the football well, and they just didn't commit to it. Let me see the team stats here. And maybe this is where I'm incorrect. They ran the ball for 4 yards a carry. Typically, that's not good enough. But as far as total rushes, especially if you remove like Russell Wilson's rushing numbers, the rushing attempts were just down. They didn't get a chance to really establish a rushing game. I mean, in total, if I remove Russell Wilson's numbers, so he carried the ball 80 times. The Broncos overall last year ran 451 times. So 451 minus 80, that's 371. And I know that it also factors in with the other teams. They had quarterbacks who can run, whatever. So 371 would be the second least rushing attempts in the NFL last year. The only team that ran the ball less was Washington. I think with a rookie quarterback, they're going to commit more to a running game. They have now a stable of guys that they're going to choose from, like somebody who we thought is going to make this roster is going to get cut. I don't know if that's Javonte. I don't know if that's Samaje Perine. I don't know if that's Jaleel McLaughlin. My guess is it probably wouldn't be your fifth-rounder, Audric Estime, but it's on the table. They just need to commit to a running game this year, and it could really help on a couple of fronts. But it gets the offensive line more involved in the game. It gets them moving forward instead of backwards, and it helps out your quarterback. It helps out your play action. It helps out everything. So commit more to that, and you should be pretty good. A lot of these teams that we considered good football teams last year, I mean, just look at the top of the list. With a couple exceptions, here's the teams. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, here's your top 10 rushing teams as far as attempts in the NFL last year. Baltimore is number 1. Pretty good team. Chicago is 2. They were not, but they're a lot better at the end of the year. A lot of that's Justin Fields, by the way, taking off and scrambling. Number 3 was the Falcons. They stunk. But then you get to these. Cleveland Browns. The only reason they were able to hang around last year is because they ran the football well. That's it. After that, it's Buffalo. Pretty damn good. After that, Philly. Good team. After that, Detroit. Good team. After that, San Fran. Good team. After that, Steelers. Another winning season. Typically, if you run the football and you commit to it, you're going to be a difficult team to stop. So 303-504-0925. I love this signing. I think it's smart. He is 100% a guy I consider a core piece of this team. And hope is when you get maybe a year or two down the line, couple of more drafts, couple of more free agency periods where you have more money to work with, maybe you got a playoff viable football team, he is certainly going to be a piece of the core of that. So 303-504-0925. Shump Mazda text line. If you guys want in, somebody says, check your math, buddy. Did I get that wrong? Russell Wilson ran the ball 80 times last year. If I remove 80 from 451, I said 371. That's correct. I've gotten really good at the subtracting around those numbers games because I've been playing a lot of darts, a lot of 301, a lot of 501. Got to do that math quickly in your head. Those ones I can get.
By the way, did you actually get a buddy? It said do the math, buddy. You got a Canadian teacher texting you or something?
Did he drop a... He did. He dropped a check your math, buddy.
Oh, geez, Brett.
See, you check your math. You said 481 minus 80. I said 451 minus 80. Check your ears, buddy. You have one job, and that's to listen. I might have said that incorrectly. I don't know. 303-504-0925. A lot more Broncos I want to get to today, especially with some of the news that broke yesterday about a certain guy that's reportedly trying to be available. So we'll get to that. But Summer League last night, I got exactly what I wanted to see out of it. Exactly what I wanted. I was tuning in for one thing yesterday. We got it. We'll discuss next. Nelly, you will begin to realize something. I guess I have this habit of trying to do math in the appetizer, and I get it wrong a lot. This time I was right, though. I was correct on this. I did my math. 451 minus 80. Like I said, this is something did we talk about this like 3 weeks ago or something? The idea of how people do math was really interesting. Have I discussed this with you? Because I play, like, once a week, I play darts with these dudes. It's not like a league. We just go out and have a couple drinks, throw some darts. God, that sounded really old when I said that. Me and my buddies, we meet for coffee every Saturday morning. That's kind of what it is, except beers. But we play 301, Nelly. And watching everybody do math in their heads when it's like, all right, I'm at 247. I just got 74. And trying to see them do the math is a really interesting watch. Now, I've said the way that I do my math, I take the nearest round number. So give me, Nelly, give me a set of numbers. So let's say my number's at 252. What did I get on this last dart throw?
19.
Oh, that one's easy. You got to make it a little bit more difficult. Let's say I got 64. What did I say my number was? 252.
Wait, what kind of darts are you playing where you're getting 64 on top of 252?
No, 252 is my total score. I'm subtracting 64 from it.
Okay, gotcha.
So let's say I got a double 20 and, whatever else. So what I go is I take 252, so I subtract 52 from 64. That leaves me at 12, and then I go 200 minus 12, which is 188. That's how I do the math. I go to the nearest round number that I can and subtract from that. But I can do that quickly. Some other guys, like some of these dudes, we have like this dry erase board. Literally, they're doing the math like they're in grade school. They're doing 252 minus this, carry the one over, like they're doing that. And I always think it's funny how we've all been taught math and we all do our own things differently. It's bizarre.
Oh, yeah. And you know who's actually great at really quick arithmetic is Jason Kosmiski, the voice of your Nuggets, because he likes to say the difference in the score. Jamal Murray for 3.
Right.
Now the Nuggets have a 12-point lead.
Yep.
And he knows that instantly. And I'll look at the score and I'll go, how did he do that so fast?
It's some people are really good and really quick at it. The issue is, Nelly, when it's 6 o'clock in the morning, my brain doesn't work that well. And so I do things incorrectly a lot. But last night, I'm watching Nuggets Summer League game. And I wanted one thing. We don't care about the scores. We don't care about wins and losses in Summer League. That doesn't matter. So they lost 80-66 to the Hornets. Who cares? Here's the big thing. Could you give me another Trey Alexander game? And you did. And I know it's Summer League, but I got, you get some good vibes from that guy, don't you? Another night where he scores 18 points. As a point guard, he's grabbing 8 boards, only turned the ball over 3 times. He struggled sort of later in the game, but for a guy who's his size playing that position to grab 8 boards is really nice to see. And the guy can get buckets. He can score. And he does it, efficiently. And you're still kind of, I think this is almost a given thing. And I'm trying to read the tea leaves here. Gary Trent Jr. was another guy that was sort of rumored to be that final roster spot sort of contender for the Nuggets. He just signed a contract with Milwaukee yesterday. I think it's because the Nuggets know they're getting Russell Westbrook one way or the other. And so they're not interested. They probably have a deal already, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, wrapped up. So I'm not overly concerned about that. If you told me that Russell Westbrook is not, if he goes and signs with the Rockets or something like that, then yeah, I would be kind of panicking. But I feel like this is kind of put together. Trey Alexander, though, looks great. for a guy who wasn't a drafted pick. He was just sort of sign on two-way contract, see what this guy's got. He's playing really well. As far as the other guys, the guy that he's competing with is Jalen Pickett, and Jalen Pickett struggled again. Inefficient from the floor, only 8 points, 3 boards, 3 assists last night. He was someone that I thought for a thicker kind of guard could use his body a lot better than he is right now. And it's the difference, I guess, between maybe a more physical and sturdy body than what Trey Alexander has, which is just I'm able to create space. I can get to the rim. Pretty athletic, like that sort of thing. But that's all I wanted to see. As far as other guys, Hunter Tyson, he had 20 points, but he took a whole bunch of shots to get there. If your point total is the same thing as your field goal attempts, and it was pretty close for that Hunter Tyson yesterday, then I'm just going to kind of give that a shoulder shrug. He's pretty good from 3. But I didn't see anybody else that was on the floor last night because they did sit Julian Strawther, and they sat P.J. Hall, which I thought was interesting. Strawther, we discussed this before the show ended yesterday. We've seen what we need to from Julian Strawther. He doesn't need to play another minute. Okay, he had 2 games, 25 points, and then 32 points. P.J. Hall has played well this summer league too. I wonder, with an open roster spot, is that something where they're like, we saw some pretty good stuff from P.J. Hall. Maybe we want to see this guy in the regular season. Perhaps. But I was looking for a Trey Alexander game. I wanted him to put another one together, and he did. And the guy has really surprised people. Now, you got to be careful. It's only summer league. I understand all this stuff. It doesn't necessarily translate. Hunter Tyson last year was really good in summer league. Didn't mean anything when the regular season rolled around. But finding a gem like that and somebody that if you needed to in a pinch could play him in the regular season if a couple injuries happen, like that's a nice thing to have in your back pocket. Like you got a little bit of confidence in a younger player. So like that, 303-504-0925. The other thing, there's been some allegations, by the way. I don't buy into these, but it is sort of fun to play around with. So who is Gary Trent Jr.'s agent? It is Rich Paul. The allegation here is that perhaps Gary Trent Jr. and Chris Paul decided to sign with the Milwaukee Bucks because it makes LeBron's path in the West easier if he's not there. I don't buy that. Gary Trent Jr. is not that kind of player. I think it's more like the Nuggets could only sign him for the minimum, and he didn't want to do that. Now, I don't know what this one-year deal is with Milwaukee. Oh, I'm telling you, that's a hell of a conspiracy theory. But we got a couple of audio clips here, and take this with a gigantic, I mean, whatever word you want to use, take it with a massive grain of salt. This is Enes, the artist formerly known as Enes Kanter, who is now Enes Freedom. And he's on with Dan Dockich talking about LeBron. Here's what he said.
He is not a good teammate. Obviously, he runs the media pretty much, and he tries to control his narrative. But if we actually go and have a conversation with inside of the NBA and have a conversation with the players, nobody wants to play with him. Listen, my whole life, I actually, I'm fighting against dictators. So when I see a dictator, I know it. LeBron is literally like the dictator of the NBA. He controls the media. He controls his narrative. If you go against his agenda, you will get traded, and everybody knows it, So he's pretty much like the dictator of the NBA.
So that is, again, the artist formerly known as Enes Kanter, now known as Enes Freedom. A lot of what he said isn't wrong. Like, LeBron does shape and shift a lot of narratives in the league, and if you go against his wishes, you will be out. Ask any coach who has who has coached for him throughout his 2 decades in the league. We all know when the trade deadline comes around, whatever team he's on, everybody's kind of on pins and needles, waiting to see if you're one of the people that's got to head to the gallows. But I don't think LeBron is going to the extent of, hey, role player who's going to be like the 6th, 7th, 8th guy off the bench. I can't have you in my conference. I can't have you against one of the teams I'm contending with. I don't think he's doing that. Now, would he pull the strings for like bigger name players? Maybe. But I haven't heard this yet, and I want to hear it because I love Petros Papadakis. He used to have a show on Fox Sports Radio. He's in L.A. He does a lot of, he did a lot of Pac-12 games. I wonder what he's going to be doing now when football season rolls around.
Well, he's a USC guy, so I wonder if he's going to follow them to the new conference.
To the Big Ten?
Yeah, maybe.
Perhaps. But here's Petros. So he was, when Kreckman and Mike Sanford were in Vegas last week, he jumped on with him, and he was talking about LeBron. Here's what he said.
Remember American Beauty, that movie?
Sure.
Where the wife starts cheating on with the king of real estate, and they're in the hotel room, and he's going, "You like getting nailed by the king?" That's us. That is all of us in Los Angeles.
Annette Bening.
We are Annette Bening. We are just getting nailed by the king constantly. We are just the king, LeBron. The Lakers' leadership.
Oh my gosh.
Since Dr. Bus passed is so weak that LeBron and his people have been able to go in and basically run a coup.
Petros is so damn funny. When Petros screams, I laugh every time. There's something about his voice.
And shout out Springer. He has this on the Kreckman and Lindahl soundboard, just ready to go at any second.
You like getting nailed by the king?
Oh, God. That is what's happening, though. It's just, he's running that. Think about this. Think about the power you would wield had you been. You signed on to play for what is the most prestigious team in the sport. Okay? We're talking about the Lakers are the alpha and the omega of basketball. They are the peak team. They are the Dallas Cowboys. They are Manchester United. They are the peak of the sport. He walks in and immediately owns everybody. Immediately. And he gets no pushback from anybody else. I mean, Papadakis went on to say that.
What really bothers me about it is that there's like at least 20, 30 high-ranking members of the sports media, I guess if you'd call it, engagement farming, that just carry water for him. And that's the part of it that's really gross. I mean, Bronny James is 6'1". He wasn't first-team all-league in his league.
He averaged 4 points a game.
No, in high school.
Oh, in high school, yeah.
He wasn't first-team all-league.
And we're not
And
talking
they put
about
him in a McDonald's All-American game.
And we're not talking about D.C.,
this is
New York City.
This is a crime. No, what's happening is a crime.
I mean, all of what he's saying is true. But it's incredible that you wield no power against this guy despite being the peak of the sport. You know, we discussed a lot yesterday about Bronny and Vic and Moj were kind of doing this sympathy thing, like, oh, LeBron's putting him in a tough position. There is no doubt that LeBron, it's another feather in the cap for him. It's another notch in the belt for him to bring his kid to the league and add to his ever-growing resume. And the kid doesn't seem to be ready. If you've been watching him in Summer League, he doesn't look like somebody who is totally prepared for this level of basketball. You know, I just saw JJ Redick, and this is how I know that JJ Redick, who I think is he's a really smart guy, and I have a lot of appreciation for JJ, especially when he was on ESPN. I thought he was one of the only sane people discussing basketball on that network. But when he comes out and says, I think Bronny James can be Lou Dort? No, he can't. Do you know how good Lou Dort is? Like the ultimate 3-and-D guy? Not to mention Lou Dort is like 6'4", and Bronny is. They got him listed at like 6'3". Nonsense. I'm taller than Bronny James. I am. But Lou Dort's incredibly good. And I'm like, JJ Redick has to say that. Because he's coaching LeBron. And Jaylen Brown, who whispers to a couple of WNBA players at Summer League the other day, who says, I don't think he's a pro, talking about Bronny, has to go out and apologize, essentially, on Twitter the next day. And he's not even his teammate. They're in a different conference. It's insane. But 303-504...
You like getting nailed by the king.
303-504-0925. Join Altitude Sports Radio and Circus Sports Colorado this Saturday for Wingapalooza at number 38 from 4 to 7. Come watch the Colorado football offensive and defensive line compete to see who dominates the line of scrimmage of chicken wings. That's at number 38. It's Circus Sports Colorado will be there giving away 4 trips to Circus Sportsbook with airfare included. So go check them out this Saturday from 4 to 7 at number 38. Back after this. All right, listen. I know that Vic Lombardi gets to claim North Denver, West Side, every part of Denver. Fine. Vic gets Denver. But I have owned Aurora since I've been here, okay? That's my town. A-Town is my town. In fact, I was just trying to get Nelly to stay at my house. He goes, it's way too far away. And I go, you know what? Good. Stay out of my town then. Here's the deal. You know what A-Town is doing sometime soon? Philip Morris to open a $600 million plant in Aurora to meet the surging demand for Zyn nicotine pouches. That's right. You come to my town, bringing the good stuff, bringing that pouched gold.
Did Mike Sanford put in a call to the Aurora government? Is that how this happened?
See, this is what I'm telling you. This is what my town does. It just gives the people what they want. And the plant operations are expected to begin by 2025, according to the New York Post. And it will create 500 jobs for the state. Bring in a whole bunch of cash. That's my town. Let's give it up, please, for Aurora, Colorado, my town. Bringing some of the best to the state of Colorado.
You're are you somebody who observes the Zyn? Do you pray at the Church of Zyn?
Do I pray at the Church of Zyn? Come on, no,
Okay.
Nelly.
Hey, I knew
in
that.
the pocket.
I knew that you were a chewer. I didn't know if you were a Zyn guy.
It's in the lip right now.
Right now, you got a lip pillow in as we speak. Okay.
I do.
All right. See, Kane, I've only been. It feels like we've been friends forever, but I've really only been doing this show for like 7 weeks. I still have
true.
Still have a lot to learn about.
I know. I got to keep that in mind. All right. So here's the situation. There's a lot that is sort of in the ether right now in the NFL on a couple of different fronts. And this is going to be a basic question, okay? Brandon Ayuk has officially requested a trade. Now, I thought this happened like 4 months ago, but I guess I don't know. They were in on each other, and then they thought they're going to get a deal done, and then San Francisco said, we don't have the money. Like, that's the main thing. San Fran knows they got a payment to Brock Purdy that's coming down soon. They can't be continuing to spend money the way they did 2-3 years ago. People have to be cut in order to make room for that, and they have decided that Brandon Ayuk is a piece that they can let go. Which begs the question of this. I heard Mike Sanford talking about this yesterday, and it's a good sort of discussion on where you think this team is at and where you think their quarterback is at. Now, it's sight unseen, so it's really hard to predict. But just on the surface, here's what you got. If Brandon Ayuk is available for, let's be honest, a team with no real star power on offense, and you want to give your rookie quarterback a weapon, it would be a really good idea to make a phone call and see what it would take. Here's my problem, though. For as good as Brandon Ayuk is as a wide receiver, and for as good as it would be to have somebody like that on the roster that is an actual threat for a rookie quarterback, I'm not paying the price of what I think it's going to be, and I'm not talking about the contract. I'm talking about it's going to be at least a first and maybe two to get Brandon Ayuk in a trade. That's what I'm not willing to part with. This team needs to build through the draft, and they cannot give away high-end draft capital, especially given this fact. If you're on my page and you don't think the Broncos are going to be very good this year, then that is going to be a highly valued first-round pick. I think at minimum top 10 and possibly like a top 5, top 3 pick. I'm not giving that up for a wide receiver. Sorry, not doing it. I'm finding somebody that I will consider a franchise cornerstone with a pick like that. somebody who's going to be here for 10 years. And Ayuk is somebody that would stick around for a while and be a very good weapon, but it's not worth that. Not to me. And plus, if they're probably going to ask for another first on top of that, can't do it. Now, as this continues to drag out, let's say the price goes down a little bit more. Let's say it drops to, like a second-round pick. Totally in that ballpark, sure. But I can't, especially with the unknown of where that first-round draft pick is going to last. If you're a team that's competing for division championships and Super Bowls already, then you would totally be willing to part with a first-round pick for it. Totally. This team is not in that position. They're in, top 5 pick position. It's just not worth what you'd have to give up. And the Niners aren't looking for players. Because if you were to trade players in return, it would either have to be the elite of the elite, or it would be guys that they're going to have to pay anyway, and that's the whole thing. They can't pay them. So they're just looking for draft picks. They're looking for cheaper labor that they can throw out in the football field. And I'm not willing to part with that stuff. I'm not. As good of a player as he is, I just don't think that's not the smart way to go about trying to help certain spots on your football roster. How to build the team the right way. 303-504-0925. Shunt Mazda text line. Did you see the numbers for the NCAA football game that came out yesterday? Did you see what that pulled?
It's got to be a gazillion dollars.
They made in that first day, listen to what I'm going to tell you. That new, I guess it's called College Football 25. It made $70 million in a day. It had last night.
Oh, good God!
700,000 people playing the game online at the same time. You want to talk about hand over fist type of money? Did you play golf yesterday, Moj? Get a job.
I didn't play. I was working.
You weren't working yesterday at 3 p.m. Get the hell out of here.
Working around the house, not playing video games, my teeth in my mouth.
You're watching Band of Brothers then. $70 million in a day for a video game release? Are you joking? Almost 1 million people playing at once. Even if you thought this game was highly anticipated, I knew a whole bunch of my friends were ready for it. I found out I couldn't get the game because I don't have the newest console, so I couldn't get it.
That's how they get you.
That is how they get me.
You gotta go. You gotta go
guess what,
spend another
Moj?
$3
I'm thinking about doing that just to get the game. I'm not kidding. I'm thinking about doing
it's
it.
honestly, it's pretty amazing. I mean, I saw some graphics, dude. It looks like real to me.
It's really cool.
I mean, it looks. I don't know if it looks real to you, but it looks real. Like little dudes running around out there.
It's
crazy.
It trips up my wife sometimes. Like I played, I get the NBA 2K game a while back, like when basketball season just started. And she goes downstairs. She goes, "The Nuggets are playing," and I go, "Babe, I got the controller in my hand. Come on, you can't." But it does. It looks really realistic.
So you're playing with your little remote control?
I was playing with my little remote. I was. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. If you guys want in, one price, one person, 1 hour. So a lot to discuss today. The Belly got paid. Summer League last night. Another good game from Trey Alexander. Something that we thought would happen, which is Julian Strother did not play. That also went down. And look, I got a lot of football stuff today. A lot of it. So a whole bunch to break down. Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
Clase's 0-2 is fouled into the glove for strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night to the National League. The AL's back on top with a 10th win in the last 11 All-Star games.
Fox on the call. Wasn't into it. Couldn't do it last night. All-Star games. I'm just out on like all of them now. I'm just kind of out. Ohtani hitting a bomb was cool. You know what's weird is that this is probably going to piss off Mosier. I know how stupid this was. I fully understand it. It made no sense. But I kind of liked when the All-Star game meant home field advantage for the World Series. I kind of liked it. Because it put something on the line when I was watching the game. That's why.
Me too.
There
Me
shouldn't
too.
be anything on the line, you idiots, especially something as
No.
important as that. Now you're idiots.
Oh, whatever.
You know what? I'm out of here. What time is it?
It's
I'm done.
7:02.
It literally took you 38 seconds to get me done. Both of you. You
Mosier.
stupid whaler shirt. Don't even look at me, man.
Mosier, let me raise a topic.
I'm
I almost
I'm gonna
just
raise
wanted
the
to do that
topic.
just to piss him off this early in the show.
I don't care. I'm more ashamed of myself. I watched the majority of the All-Star game. I did. I watched it, and I was trying to get into it. I was hoping to get into it. I was sitting there going, get me into it. Somebody get me into this.
Can't.
And all it is what baseball has become today. Guys throwing 100, dudes swinging as hard as they can, and just a lot of inactivity in between. That's all it is.
Yeah.
I mean, tell me I'm wrong. That's what baseball is.
Mhm.
It's guys throwing 100, guys swinging as hard as they can, and dudes wearing weird uniforms. I don't know what else to say about what baseball has become.
You know, last year
Because
was
that's exactly what it is.
Last year was kind of fun because Diaz was the All-Star Game MVP, hit a bomb. Like, that was fun to watch. Rymack got a pinch hit late in the game, struck out, whatever.
It's over the top, dude.
First of all, like, this is the easiest thing that you can do. And I know they're trying to sell merch. Let the guys wear their own uniforms. Wasn't that the coolest thing when you'd go out in the field and it's like everybody's wearing their own unis, but it's an all-star game? Like, that's one thing. Secondly, I know, Moj, it pissed you off, but it was a way that kind of got you into the game and had it be, like, competitive.
The other thing that
Turn your microphone on.
It is on. It was the dumbest thing ever, and it was an invention by Bud Selig because he was so embarrassed the year that they had a tie. And so he overreacted entirely. To have a team have a 110-win season, but to not have home field advantage in the World Series because other guys from other teams did something that they couldn't win an all-star game is just dumb. You don't penalize a team for a 115-win season and make them go on the road for game one against a 91-win team because some dillholes from other squads who aren't even in the postseason cost them. It was just a stupid concept. Maybe for you it floated your boat. Maybe it got you off.
I liked it.
Good. Well, then then you're stupid. That's what it is. You're a moron. If you liked it, you're dumb. Good for you for liking it. You can like whatever you want, but I'm entitled to my opinion that you're an idiot.
Do you know what they should have done?
for you, bud.
I would say the crowd last night really failed the moment. Once Paul Skeens pitched his one inning to start the game, they should have given him a standing O. If the crowd was smart, they would have known. Yes, exactly, Nelly. Let's all do it now because the crowd missed their moment. Give Paul Skeens a standing O.
It's like you all got together last night, Vic. I know you did. You guys probably have some sort of text thread that I'm not a part of where you say, let's just do all we
Little
can.
side chat.
At 7:02 in the morning to piss Mosier off. Yes, of
Mosier,
course
did
I
you-
watched.
you watched the game? So
It
so
was
let me ask
on,
you.
and I was doing things, but it was on, and
But you watched the game.
I'm in and out.
So let me ask you this question. This is a fundamental question. Everybody listening, I want you to answer this question truthfully. Because this is where I was ashamed. I was embarrassed at myself. I hit myself. I hit myself several times. I was embarrassed. Punched myself, slapped myself. I was embarrassed at how few players I recognized. And how many names were like, who? This is the All-Star game. This is the best of the best. These are the best players in Major League Baseball. And I'm sitting there watching this game going, huh?
Who'd you not know? Like, who's an example?
The MVP of the game. I didn't know who he was. I don't know him. Did you know him? Moj, did you know who he was?
Not really. I mean, I recognize...
Nelly, did you know who the MVP of the game was?
But his name was like Jared Duran or something.
Duran.
But do you know who is he like? Does anybody know who he is?
I'd never heard of him. No.
We're being truthful. Now, you're a seam head. Brett, you're a seam head.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the common sports fan. We host a sports talk, and it's our fault. Everybody's going to chime in now and send us text. Well, that's on you. You're in it. But I'm just telling you, that's where baseball has gone in my world. That's where it's gone to where the MVP of the All-Star game, no idea who the hell this guy is. And he plays for a prominent team.
Yeah.
Plays for the Red Sox.
Yeah, he does.
Well, I tell you this. What I thought was really funny when I was watching last night was that one of the starters in that game was Jurickson Profar, who you might remember was a Rocky
Yeah.
last year.
Hoffman was in that game, too. He's a former Rocky.
just going to say that. I'm like,
Yep.
that's former Rocky right there. There's a guy right there.
Anyway, not gonna sit
I
here.
mean, you go down the roster, and you'll find a bunch of names. Who? What?
There's a few last night. I will admit there's a few. I knew almost all the guys though. At least heard of all these guys.
Now, can you say that about other All-Star games?
No. Well, I mean, I'm sure people could say it about the NHL.
Yeah,
people
but
don't follow the National
NHL.
Hockey League, but obviously I know every single dude.
Sure. Pro Bowl,
I'm a-
football,
but I'm
Pro
a-
Bowl,
I'm a-
more
I'm a
players.
puckhead.
You know every single player in the Pro Bowl. You do.
Yeah, but those
Except maybe some linemen.
those games they get millions upon millions of views each time they hit the field.
But where are we in the scope of baseball and its popularity, where in 2024 you trot out an All-Star game and we don't know who the MVP is?
Well, I think that
That's on us. That's on us. And I get it. Everybody listening right now, that's on me. I get it. But it's not on me.
I bet you a lot of people would have felt the same way about Elias Diaz last year.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're a
100%.
Rockies
I'm sure a
fan,
lot of
I
people
bet a
felt
whole
that
bunch of
way.
people had
100%.
no idea what Diaz was.
Yes, and that's a problem.
Well,
Well, maybe it isn't a problem. Maybe that's just where we are. That's maybe it's become a regional sport.
it's kind of always been that, at least recently.
No, it hasn't.
Recently,
No, it
recently it has been.
Yeah, recently. I grew up with baseball. I knew everybody in every team,
I was gonna say-
everywhere.
I was gonna say-
that was not the case.
In most of my life, Vic, it's pretty much been a regional sport. Like you couldn't name, if you're a Rockies fan, you couldn't name the starting 9 for the Mariners in 2005.
Probably not. But listen, I couldn't name the starting defense of the Carolina Panthers either.
Right. But here's the difference. Baseball, like hockey, Moj, it's not a sport that you turn on your TV in the morning they're discussing every day. That's not.
Correct.
So that's a part of it. The other part is when you're watching baseball games, you're watching just your team. And I think that applies mostly in hockey too. Unless you're a really hardcore baseball or hockey fan, if there's a random game that does not involve your team, you aren't watching. You know what I do on Sundays? I watch Sunday Night Football whether my team's playing or not. I watch it. In basketball.
That's true.
In basketball, you will watch, TNT occasionally because it's what they talk about every day on TV.
Watch Vic's face when he watches. Hey, Vic. When you were a kid, did you watch the Baseball Bunch?
Huh?
The
What
hell
is
is
that?
the baseball bunch?
Johnny Bench and the Baseball Bunch. Did you ever
I didn't
watch?
watch that.
All right.
No, you know what show I missed?
Take
is
that L on the way out.
Baseball Tonight. That's where they messed up. Once ESPN took that away in my web gems, I got really upset. Why are you throwing headphones over? Does anybody know the baseball? I have no idea what you're talking about here. And now he's having a full
8981 says, if I wasn't a Boston fan, I wouldn't know who Duran is either. Duran, whatever. I know lots of other players, but and this is where we are, and maybe that's why the fascination of the game wasn't where it needed to be, because I'm watching this game saying, yeah, that's great. Who's that guy that just threw a $104? That dude for the A's who came in and hit 104?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Isn't that?
Who is that guy?
I still marvel at this. You know what I was watching the other day? I was just flipping through the channels. What was on TV? It was Major League. And do you remember the opening scene? So they're in spring training. And,
Right, they're at High Corbett, actually, where the Rockies used to be.
And Wild Thing Vaughn takes the bump for the first time. He's got the prison haircut. He's got the sleeves cut off.
He's just throwing. He's just
throwing heat.
Right, just throwing heat.
And they got the radar gun behind there. They clock it. They go, whoo. It's nice velocity. You know what the radar gun said? 96.
Yeah.
I'm like, if you don't throw 96, you aren't allowed in the MLB anymore.
No, there are guys who throw in the upper 80s. With a lot
Who
of
is
junk.
that dude for the A's that hit 104 last night? He's a reliever. And he made it look easy.
See this.
Good legs. Good set of legs to push off.
I mean, really. Of course, that's the first thing you go to.
Well, I mean,
Mason Miller, is that what you're talking
yes.
about?
Yeah, that guy. I mean, he
Pumps.
struck out Ohtani. He made Ohtani look foolish. I mean, he threw 104 and then 88 slider. And it's like, what are you going to do? Where do you go?
Yeah. I was just kind of watching, by the way, to see, and it's I don't know how you go about this. You're a manager of the team. You want to get everybody in the game. I was like, can we just get Rymack in so I can kind of check out? I just want to see one at bat from this guy.
Right.
Then he strikes out. You're
Do you
like,
remember?
all right, great.
Do you remember Chris Sabo?
Yeah.
Okay. The game was in Cincinnati one time, and they got this thing now where everybody has to get in the game.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't used to be that way.
Sabo had some ridiculous specs on his face.
He was like Secret Squirrel.
Thick
yeah,
boys.
absolutely. So he's in the dugout, and the crowd there. It's getting into the late innings, and the crowd is chanting his name because he hadn't been in the game yet. And now everybody pitches an inning.
Everybody gets a taste.
Everybody gets a taste. Hey, give the A's boy a taste, man. 104. Whoopee loopy. So you guys are just so. You're making me so mad. Look at the box. Look at the box score. Here's how many guys hit last night for the AL. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20 different guys went to the plate.
Well, what do you
have orange slice all over the...
What do you want them to do, Moj? So hang on a second. So Moj is upset because I said...
Because every team has to have a guy, and he's got to get an at-bat, and everybody's got to throw an inning. Everybody's got to throw at least one hitter.
So Moj is
so
upset
stupid.
when I said, hey, I kind of liked when it...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 pitchers for the AL. The NL had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So again,
It's stupid. It's stupid.
Moj is upset because at the beginning of this, I said, you know what? I know that it's stupid, but I kind of liked when it decided home field advantage for the World Series because the game had a little bit more meaning to it. It had some stakes on the line. And now you're saying, well, this is dumb because nobody cares about it. Look how many guys got in.
I've
So
got a
which
new
one
rule.
is it, Moj?
I've got a
Which
new
one
rule.
is it?
You're in a mood this morning. And
I've
it's quite
got a rule.
bothersome.
I've got a new rule, Vic. Yeah, you know why? Because the Nuggets summer league team sucks. I'm sorry. They can't score.
Moj, they just benched their best player.
Okay.
Two of their best
Well,
players.
I'm
from
having-
Sunday.
I do have
I'm
to.
having a
I do have to
morning.
tell him this. We broadcast the game last night. I sat there for pregame, during the game, and postgame. It was the worst basketball game I've witnessed in 25 years.
Okay, so that being said, Brett, I say the new rule is from now on, you can't do the anthem. You're not allowed to do the anthem unless you are hammered. That's the new rule. You want me? You want to entertain me?
That's it. That's
Neil,
the rule.
Get a drunk 80-year-old Neil Diamond out there. You got my attention, mother trucker.
Or
I
who was
do feel a little bit of vindication for all of us who gave her some criticism, like, well, how dare you critique her? Well, now we know she wasn't herself.
Well,
Yeah.
dude, I've heard her sing. She can really sing.
And I hope she gets better. She
I do too.
said she's checking into a facility.
Good. Hope so,
Obviously,
too.
there was something up there. Because we
Right.
were all like, there's no way somebody who's nominated for 4 Grammys sounds like that during the anthem. And now it makes a little bit more sense. So hopefully she gets the help she needs and she's all
I
right.
certainly hope so. She's a Colorado gal, and you hope that she's okay. I've heard her sing. I told you.
Yeah.
I've heard some of her songs. I've certainly listened to the duet with Sam Hunt, and she can really sing. That was not her.
Mosier, was that Brett Hull for the Blues who was absolutely plastered singing Gloria when they won the cup? It was
Yes.
like Gloria.
No, but I guess if he's working for the team, he didn't play, obviously.
I mean, when they were celebrating
Yeah,
afterwards.
that
So
was
my,
him.
my point is that's the vibe you want from every anthem. It's just
100%.
hammered Brett Hull.
100%.
When we come back, I do want to get into the Nuggets summer game, only because of the people who did not play and what they need to do from here on out, because I've seen enough to give you a final opinion on something. But guys, I had to live through 4 hours of that. Again, pregame, the game, and postgame.
Nobody can shoot.
It was quite possibly the worst basketball game. And I'm going to put in there youth games that I coached, like 3rd grade, 4th grade games. It was the worst basketball game I've ever seen. It was so bad. It was so bad. It was how people pay to watch that. It was so bad. I was mad it was so bad. I was angry. It was like torture to watch that. I had to watch that. I want to pay. I'm telling right now, tell my bosses, I want to be paid double time.
What's time and a half?
We are going to get Katie on today, so she can add to it.
Allegedly.
No, she said.
Are you sure?
She promised me yesterday that
Allegedly.
she would be on at 9:20. She promised
How could you be so sure?
because she told me she was going to be.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
Gloria! Gloria!
This weekend, I know you're going to be having a barbecue. You're having friends over, your family, and you're going to want to be a hero. And so to do that, you've got to go to centennialcuts.com and get you some of the most amazing beef you've ever had in your entire life. The different cuts of beef are there. Go check it out. Go look at it. You'll be like, oh, my God. But then you realize you can bundle. The summer sausage is unbelievable, and they've got so many different flavors of glorious beef jerky that you're never going to go back. Trust me when I tell you that. This is a Colorado company. You probably don't even know where the beef you get now comes from, right? Could be from anywhere. Yeah, what do you know? But I'm here to tell you, Centennial Cuts is all Colorado, and they're finished on locally grown grains, the beef. It's delicious. The best part, though, it's delivered right to your door. No hassle. You can find the kiosks all around town, including over at DIA. Get yourself some good stuff before you hit the plane, talking about the jerky. But you can get individual cuts. You can order a bundle. Just try it out. And at your next cookout, you are going to be an absolute rock star. Trust me when I tell you. Make it the best summer barbecue season ever. Just get to centennialcuts.com.
This sounds like the lamest show ever. What was this show? What is this?
It was Johnny Bench every single week. And they also had This Week in Baseball with Mel Allen. Did you watch that, Vic? This Week in Baseball?
Yeah, I watched Mel Allen, but I didn't watch this. I don't watch cartoons.
So anyway, it taught you the fundamental. Johnny Bench was the host, taught you the fundamentals of the game. Tommy Lasorda always came on, and they had the San Diego Chicken on. Okay, so that was, and then a bunch of kids, and they teach you the fundamentals of the game. It was. I mean, America's pastime then, so it was a bigger deal. I was just a little kid.
All right, kids, now listen. This is how you throw a giant red man in your cheek. Yeah. You take a pinch, throw it in some bubble gum.
Here's a lip pillow for you, son.
Garagiola wouldn't have done that. Garagiola was anti that.
Hey, speaking of, Vic, I know you get to claim every piece of Denver that you want to, except for South Denver. You don't like South.
By the way, I was playing Home Run Derby in Dunk Hoop. I wasn't watching cartoons.
Vic gets to claim North Denver. He gets to claim West Side. Moj, you get Parker. I've always said I get Aurora. A-Town's mine. You know what's coming to A-Town next year? A $600 million Zinn facility. How about that?
Saw that.
How about that? My town.
That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Zinn. Well, Zinn is a controversial topic because.
Is it? What's the controversy? I mean, I know nicotine is addictive, but.
Not really good for you in the grand scheme of things, but it's better than, I guess it's better than the alternative. It's better than what I did for 22 years.
Exactly right. And I know a whole bunch of people, including myself, where it's helped you get off the alternative because I just couldn't do it. I'm mentally weak in that category. So these really help.
It's sort of like but I know people that have tried to get off the Zinn. It's harder to get off the Zinn than it was to get off the chew.
Yeah, totally. But again, better than the alternative. Whatever. I think it's pretty cool. A-Town getting a $600 million facility. How about that?
That's pretty cool.
How does Zinn stack up in terms of beverages you could accidentally drink with Moj?
Well, you don't spit Zinn.
Yeah. You just gut it.
Okay,
I
you don't have to
spit
spit it.
No, it's just a lot of gutting going on.
Got it. So
I don't want that stuff. I don't want that trash in my mouth, so I spit it.
Okay, speaking of, the Nuggets spit the bit last night. Hunter Tyson finally had some points, last night, but he wasn't efficient from the floor, and neither was Trey Alexander. So nobody could shoot the basketball. What's going on, Vic? Talk to me.
Well, Trey Alexander, in my opinion, has won himself a spot on this team, and they got a big decision to make. But before we get into
he wasn't great last night. He pulled down, but I mean, I like the fact that he's rebounding.
He wasn't great, but you got to know basketball. He wasn't great because the guys around him weren't great.
Yeah, you're okay. Okay. Well, he didn't shoot well either.
Well, he's the only one who wanted to shoot at one point.
He was 50%.
Nobody else wanted to shoot.
He was 2 of 4 from three-point range, but inside it was a little bit inefficient for me. Go ahead.
This is a game. All right, I'm going to tell you how bad this game was.
All right.
And why Summer League, the longer it goes, the worse it gets. Because what happens is teams start pulling the better players. They don't want them to get hurt. They don't want to risk any injury at all. So last night, Julian Strother did not play. He's been nursing a bad ankle to begin with, so they weren't going to put him out there. P.J. Hall, the undrafted rookie, did not play. He's been banged up. So they took those two guys off the roster and
PJ's
said,
played pretty well, by the way, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. And what it led to in a game between Denver and Charlotte, 80-66, Charlotte wins the game. Charlotte shot 33%. Denver shot 30%. In that game combined, just how bad this game was, there were, when you combine shots, threes, and free throws, all shots, all shot making, there were last night 110 missed shots. 110 times, I added it up, the ball went in the air and off and clanked off the rim. 110 missed shots in one basketball game. That is an atrocity. That just set the game back 50 years. I want those two teams to run laps. Seriously, get out there, run laps. The fact we had to watch that was pathetic.
Also,
that was
Vic,
terrible.
The Wizards' number 2 overall pick, the Alex Sarr, the European kid, right?
Yeah.
See what he did last night?
No.
He went 0 for 15 from the floor.
Yeah.
Dude, I want you to go play basketball right now.
Exactly.
110 missed shots in one game. An abbreviated game, mind you. These games are abbreviated.
Gonna say.
They're shorter than normal.
Yeah.
I don't know what to
That's
say.
unbelievable.
I don't know what to say.
Can we get back to what I think is the main thing, though, is that
You might have a guy. I know it's just Summer League, but Trey Alexander might be somebody that you're comfortable putting on the bench for this team. It could be. And yesterday,
Well, we're
especially
looking for a
with
gem,
this,
right? Could he be a gem? That's
he
it.
could be.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the decision they need to make, and I'm not sure how you make it, but it's one that management and ownership has to get together. They promised Jalen Pickett a guaranteed contract.
Mhm.
He's got a guaranteed deal. He has got a roster spot. I don't know how you move him out and move Trey Alexander up, who's on a two-way, without just saying goodbye to the contract.
So hang on a second. They technically have 2 roster spots open, right? Because Deron Holmes is not going to be on there.
If it's deemed a season long, I'm not sure how they do that. It's not official yet that it's a season long injury. He could feasibly return,
Okay.
and you can't take up a roster spot if a guy feasibly can return. That's why you have 2 ways. That's why a guy like PJ Hall would take. He would probably occupy said roster spot until he returns.
Then what? Then off to the G?
Yeah. So
What if he's good?
So I
what if the kid
consider
can
that
actually?
one.
What if the kid can actually play? Then what?
Well, then that's a great thing. Now you're seeing that Trey Alexander can actually play. See, the hang up on Alexander, he didn't have the greatest 3-point percentage. It was okay, but he's proven he could score at all 3 levels. He's proven that he's not afraid of the moment. He's proven all that. Now he's doing it in Summer League. Let's see him in the preseason, okay? Let's see him against NBA players, because most of the guys you saw last night are not NBA players. They're just not. They're not NBA players. So let's see them in NBA competition. I know this. If they have to make that decision, it's going to be a financial decision. They're going to have to eat that contract. Look up how much money's left on Pickett's contract.
You mean Pickett's contract? Gotcha.
Yeah.
I think it's
They're going to have to eat
probably
it because
4
there's no
years.
way they can move it.
Isn't it like 4 years and $8 million or something? What is it?
Yeah,
I believe so.
4 years,
Guaranteed.
8.2.
Yeah, 4 years, 8.2. There you go.
5.8 is guaranteed of that contract, though.
Okay. Well, then there it is. I mean, that's one of those things where do you even chew up a roster spot? Will you even get that low on your roster? Will you even have to go there? Will Alexander even have to be played? Last night they interviewed both Michael Malone and Calvin Booth. Both interviewed. What else do you need on this team? And they both referenced backcourt. Michael Malone took it a step further and said, we're looking for a backup point guard. Calvin's on it. We all know who it is. We all know who they're identifying. It's not a secret anymore. They can't mention his name because it would be tampering, but it is Russell Westbrook. And if Russell Westbrook does end up in Denver, then that third point guard becomes, whatever.
Well,
right? It doesn't become as important.
Especially after yesterday, the other guy that I guess was mentioned alongside Russell Westbrook was Gary Trent Jr. He just signed a contract, a 1-year deal with Milwaukee. It's pretty clear and obvious that they're getting Russ to me. Because I'll tell you what happens. If Russell Westbrook ends up being like a Rocket, then I'm going to panic because I'm going to be like, what the hell's going on here?
Sure.
Why would he want to be a Rocket
other
than the money?
I'm just saying, I didn't mean like he's rumored to go there. I picked the team. I'm just saying, like, if he signed somewhere else, then I'd just be like,
The danger is if he gets cut by the Clippers, as we all expect, the danger is that somebody else can offer him more money. And if he decided to take a little more money, he could go elsewhere.
Vic, he's also 35 years old. He's never won. I mean, I think once a guy sees the end of the rainbow, right? You're not at the end of the rainbow, but you see the end of the rainbow, and you're like, man, I don't have much rainbow left, and I don't have a championship. I don't have a ring. I'd like to give it maybe one more shot. Russ isn't going to play till he's 40, is he? I mean, time. His biological clock is ticking like this.
Somebody on the text or on the Twitch says, Vic, explain to me why the Bucks signed Trent Jr., Gary Trent, in the second apron, and they can't sign any free agent to more than a minimum. I'm not sure what that means. They signed the Trent Jr. to the minimum. They got him. They are in the second apron. The Bucks are much like the Nuggets right now, handcuffed. And Trent had the option to come here. He wanted to go to Milwaukee because I think he had a chance to compete for a starting spot there. There's a chance to compete for more action in Milwaukee. Here, he would have been a bona fide second teamer, and that's just a better fit for him. I think Russell Westbrook's a better fit here. It's all about fit. I don't know. I don't know if Gary Trent Jr. would have been the answer, just like I don't know if Russell Westbrook is the answer. As much as I want Westbrook here, this could be the way I explained it last night, talking to Dempsey and Chris Marlowe while we're doing that show of 110 missed shots, I said this could be one of the greatest signings of all time or one of the worst. I don't think there's an in-between. Russell Westbrook, the polarization of the way he plays, this could be a great idea, an absolute home run, or it could be a crap show. Because
explain how it could be a crap show.
Well, okay, here's why. First of all, I'm pro Russell Westbrook. I want this deal to happen because I think it could be a home run. I think they need that attitude more than anything. I like his attitude. I like his compete level. I like him challenging teammates. All right? Challenging teammates at practice. I like it. What I don't like is his inability to shoot the basketball. He had the worst true shooting percentage in the playoffs last year. The worst.
Yeah.
The worst. But, only 4 spots behind him was Jamal Murray, by the way, if you looked at the list. He didn't shoot much better. So, how do you reconcile his shooting with what he does positively? Well, you put him on a second unit and you have him push the ball up the court and you surround him with shooters. That's why Julian Strawther, his development becomes much more important.
Mm-hmm.
You got to shoot the ball. You got to have shooters around him. You play him alongside Joker at times. Give him time with the starting unit. They can shoot. That's where you play him. So best case scenario for Russell Westbrook is he gives you that air, that dog, and he pushes the pace, and he plays that role, and he doesn't shoot you into oblivion. Worst case scenario is he starts shooting and missing and then complaining about shooting and missing, and it causes a fraction in the locker room. And then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose.
He's never been, at least from what I understand, maybe you know differently than I do, Vic, I never thought that he was the complaining type. He always seemed to accept roles that he had on teams. He was always second
he
fiddle.
accepts roles, but you never know what goes on behind
I got
closed
you.
doors.
I suppose, but he's got to know coming in, Vic, that it's the big fella's team.
Oh,
I mean,
this
is
beyond that. It's not just Joker's team. He's going to be a second unit guy.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. But I mean, it's in terms of listen. I like the dog nature that you're talking about, Vic. You're like, hold guys accountable. All that I believe is true. But this is Joker and Jamal Murray's squad, man. That's it. That's all there is to it. So he's got to know that coming in, and I wouldn't anticipate that at 35 years of age he's going to rock any boats or be angry about anything. I think that it's going to be, hey, man, just do whatever you can to try to help this team win because you've never won before.
Let me read this text because I
seems
don't
like.
disagree, and yet I want people to answer the question for me. Tino writes in, we should be pissed. The Nuggets haven't done anything. They lost key pieces. You really think Westbrook will complete this team? I don't think he's going to complete the team, but I love the addition. I'm going to ask Tino right now, and I'll wait for your text. What would you have done? Tino. So let me get this straight. For everybody who says the Nuggets dropped the ball in the offseason, and listen, I am not disagreeing with you. This team is not as good as the team we just saw. It can be. It can be. I think with Westbrook on the roster, it's a deeper team. Losing Deron Holmes certainly doesn't help. That sucks. But let me ask you, Tino. Let me ask all of you who keep saying that. What would you have done? Paint the picture for me. When you're in the second apron, show me what you know about basketball in the CBA. What would you have done? Go ahead.
Yeah, your only option is you say you keep KCP and then you try and find guys at the minimum.
If you keep KCP, you perhaps don't get Dario Saric. You perhaps don't. You
Right.
don't do what you can. You don't get those guys. You don't have the capacity to go get those guys now. You cannot do that. Do you understand?
No,
If you're in the second apron, you don't have the same ability to sign veteran minimums. Pull up second apron and what it restricts you from doing.
I'm not. I know it's restrictive. I'm not looking up at any CBA stuff. Maybe Tino can. I'm not going to do it, and I don't. I'm tired of listening to this second apron stuff, dude. I'm sick of
All
it.
right, here's one. Denver Jayhawk writes in, and this is where I agreed. All right, so tell me who you would trade and how, though, Denver Jayhawk, because saying you would trade somebody is not the answer. Say, oh, you just trade this guy. Who's going to – here's his thought. Nuggets knew what the cap situation was. They had choices. You could go into the second apron or you could trade MPJ or Murray. Tough choices, but you can do that. Okay, those are great choices.
Those are terrible
I think we
choices,
outlined
actually.
it yesterday. I thought we outlined it yesterday.
That doesn't sound so
Saying
good.
you could trade MPJs, that's easy to say. Who's taking that contract on? Who? with the injury history? Who? Tell me.
Not to mention,
Who?
it's just, can we ask the basic question of, do you feel like you have to do that? I mean, I know that one gets lost in everybody's mind, but it's like, do you have to blow this thing up for a team that lost a Game 7?
It's still a really good basketball
Yeah.
team, man.
Like, people react sometimes
me-
like this team, like, lost a playing game last year. And I'm like,
I'm going to say this one more time. A very tired basketball team blew a 20-point lead in a Game 7. They don't do that. There's no doubt in my mind they're getting past Dallas, and they're playing Boston for the championship. Now, does that mean they beat the Celtics? I would have probably given the Celtics a little bit of an edge in that series. But that's what they would have done. I mean,
Yeah.
let's not freak here, man. Let's not
But-
freak. Tino,
But, you know,
Jayhawk, beer guy. Let's not. All you freaky freaks out there that are freaking the freak, don't freak. Goodness
Beer guy,
gracious.
I'm with you. Of all the max contracts, of the 3 max contracts, I thought MPJ was the most tradable until I did my research on this, until I did my homework on this, okay? He played in 81 of 82 games, so the injury didn't hurt him. You will not trade that contract. I explained it yesterday. As soon as another team doctor gets in there, as soon as he gets in there and verifies what's taking place, that deal will blow up right in your face, and you're going to look like an
Okay,
idiot.
so I'm going to disagree with you there because I think that if the team still wants the player, okay, the player, and MPJ when he's on is worth every penny that he's getting, by the way. A team can talk to the doctor and say, we're still going for it. We're still going with it. They don't
Really,
automatically
the
have to.
Clippers wanted him out of the draft, and
they
the
don't
team
have to
doctor
reject-
talked him out of it.
Okay, fine. Well, they don't have to reject the trade just because he's got this back situation.
Here-
It
but
may
I know how
be
the NBA
worth
works.
the risk to them.
I know how the NBA works, Mosier. Here's what would have happened. This trade gets out there. Shams reports it. It's out on the streets. And then all of a sudden, Memphis says, look at the x-rays. Look at this. If you really want us to take this on, you've got to sweeten the pot. And then by then, you can't back out.
right.
Then you're screwed. They'll use it against you. They'll manipulate the trade. It happens all the time.
I don't want to trade him anyway, so let's just get off it.
303-504-0925.
Hear me, Vic? Do you hear me, Jayhawk? Do you hear me, Tino, beer guy?
Now,
Get off it.
what you can't say is where I agree with you. Did you have to re-sign Zeke Naji to that deal?
No,
Did you
no, you didn't. No.
That
Did
one
you have
hurts.
to commit yourself to Reggie Jackson for 2 years?
That one hurts.
Did you have to really commit yourself to Jalen Pickett without seeing what you got?
That one
I
hurts.
guess you do. That one's a rookie. That one doesn't bother me as much. But yeah, there have been some. But those aren't huge. You can get past those. Those aren't landmines.
You can join Altitude Sports Radio and Circus Sports Colorado this Saturday for Wingapalooza at number 38 from 4 to 7 p.m. Come watch the Colorado football O-line and D-line compete to see who dominates the line of scrimmage of chicken wings. It's number 38 in Circus Sports. We'll be giving away 4 trips to Circa with airfare included, so go check them out. That's Saturday from 4 to 7 at number 38. Okay. If you guys missed it yesterday, the Belly got paid. And he should have, by the way. Quinn Miners, 4 years, $80 million contract. I forgot the guarantee. It's 45, I think, if I remember correctly.
45.
Hey, that ain't bad work for a Wisconsin Whitewater kid with a tummy tum.
Well, guess what? He is now tied as the third highest paid guard in the league, making $20 million a year. The number one guy is Landon Dickerson. He's making $21 million a year. Just for context, probably the most name-recognizable guard in the NFL is Quentin Nelson out of Indianapolis.
He's very recognizable.
He also makes $20 million a year. And I've said this before. I think that guys that you would consider the core of this team as of right now, as far as you've seen them play, they're good enough to be on this roster long-term, it's Surtain and Miners. And I don't know who comes after that, but those are the top two.
Yeah, can I make the argument that Quinn Miners is your best offensive player?
I think you'd be correct in that. Like you'd be right.
Guard.
Yep.
Yeah, a guard is your best offensive player. It's not a skill position.
Look, and it's good to have.
Quarterback.
Here's the thing, and I started thinking about this. Think about the O-line right now. Garrett Bowles is well paid.
Certainly is.
Left guard, Ben Powers, well paid.
Oh, yeah.
Quinn Miners, well paid at right guard.
Yeah.
Mike McGlinchey, well paid at right tackle.
They better be better then. They better. And who's going to be in the middle?
It's either going to be Forsyth or Mustafa, probably. One of those two.
Probably most. It's not. Wattenberg has no shot, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. So let's just call it Mustafa.
The point is,
he has
though.
no shot. He played a lot last year in spot duty.
Well, we'll see.
He did.
Let's call it Mustafa. Your Notre Dame kid, Vic. He better play well. That O-line better play well. Everybody's getting paid now. They better play well. They went on out and got the guard and the tackle last year. You better protect this young kid.
Say what you want. They've invested in offensive line play. And here's the allegation from last year. Was the offensive line great last year? No, they were like middle of the road. But Sean Payton's going to tell you that the offensive line is better than what they looked last year because Russell Wilson ran into a whole bunch of sacks. That's what he's going to maybe not say it in those explicit terms, but that's the hint, right? Is that he thought Russell Wilson ran himself into sacks and bad plays, which made the offensive line look worse. The one thing I would challenge Sean Payton to do, Sean Payton needs to commit to the run more. He has to. They never, remember those games last year would be like 8 rushing attempts between their running backs, and you're like, it was a close game. Why did you not commit to the run more? And it seemed like they ran the ball at least okay last season.
They were middle of the pack in running the football last year. I think they were somewhere in the upper teens. Well, so to me, that's middle of the pack. Somewhere in the upper teens of rushing the football.
I did the math this morning.
You figure it out. You tell me.
The Broncos last year had 451 rushing attempts on the season. If I subtract the 80 rushing attempts from Russell Wilson last year, that number goes to 371. That is second least in the NFL. The only team with less rushing attempts was Washington at 359. They just didn't commit to it at all. And I think they're going to this year. They have basically 4 running backs, and I doubt all of them are going to make the team. But they should. Get the offensive line moving forward, get them some confidence, and you know what? Establish a run for your rookie quarterback that might need some of that to help him out play action-wise.
So if we're talking about not all making the team, Estime is in, right? Or does he not?
I would imagine a 5th-round pick is probably going to make the roster.
We'll see.
Safe.
Okay, well, then that means Javonte or Samaji or Jaleel. Jaleel's not going anywhere, the little guy, is he? So
He's
that means
your only sort of change
so
of
then,
pace guy.
Then what you're telling me is
the
that
more I
P.
think
Reiner,
about it-
Javonte Williams is out. That's what you're telling me.
They
And
could
I find that hard to
feasibly
believe.
keep 4 running backs. They could keep 4 running backs.
They could. Not a lot of teams do. But
they could put one of them on the practice squad.
Well, I think that would be the plan. But if you do that, then you're risking that guy getting picked up somewhere else.
Yeah, Estime could be taken by somebody else if
Now-
you decide to do that.
Here's the thing. Little trivia question for you guys. So Quinn Miners is on a 4-year, $80 million deal now. That is the 5th highest total value contract in Broncos history. What are the top 4?
Russell Wilson's number 1, and he doesn't play for the team.
He's one. Well, it's not right now. I'm saying in Broncos history, highest total value contracts given
Talk
out.
about the $80 million.
So Quinn Miners is 5th. Russell is 1st. Who's 2, 3, and 4? Can you name them?
Von Miller's up there.
Von Miller is 2nd. $114 million deal.
Demarius Thomas has to be up there.
Nope.
DT's total
Okay.
package wasn't worth more than 80?
Nope.
Wow.
Wait, is this relative terms in terms of the value of the current salary cap and the past salary cap and all
Just
that business?
total millions of dollars given out over the course of the contract. Like they signed,
Okay,
like
is McGlinchey up there?
McGlinchey is 4th. Who's the last one you're missing?
It's not the new guard, is it? Is he still on the team?
It's Peyton.
Peyton Manning?
Peyton Manning, yeah. He's 3rd. He had a $96 million deal.
Yeah, but then he took less at the end.
But it's something else that I saw on this too is
Somebody says Juwan James. Oh, my God.
he
That's
got paid a
amazing
lot.
that the number one player average value is no longer on the team and still being paid. When you think of it that way, still being paid by the team, but not on the team.
Yeah.
We're paying you not to play for the team. I mean, that just blows me. We're paying. Listen, Mosier, we're going to pay you not to show up. A lot of money.
Sounds good. Sounds like another guy that in town that I know.
We're going to pay you some serious coin.
A certain First Jason.
Yeah.
We're going to pay you a lot of money
A certain First
go to the
Jason who's
airport.
in and out her whole on all of us.
to walk through TSA, go to customs, and have them tell you cannot go to Spain. We're going to pay you to do that.
By the way, you think I'm over it, don't you? You think you can just throw all these little jokersons out there because I'm over it. I'm here to tell you, I ain't over it, Vic. I am not over it. And I don't know when I will be over it. Ever.
So listen to this. I think this is interesting. So this is the total number of players by position in the NFL that get paid on average over $20 million a year.
Can I say this about Chris Bryant, though?
Quickly.
You know he's hitting like $150 at home, right? This year when he's playing.
Uh-huh.
You
Yeah, it's really
realize
bad.
that, right?
Yeah, it's really bad. Okay, moving on. Here are, by position, the number of players making $20 million a year or more on average. There are 18 quarterbacks that make $20 million or more a year.
That's a given.
There are no running backs that get that money. There are no tight ends that get that money.
Wait, Kittle's not there?
Nope.
Kelsey's not there?
Nope.
Wow.
There are 21 wide receivers who do get that money. 8 offensive tackles, 5 guards, now including Quinn Miners, no centers, 13 interior defensive linemen, 12 edge rushers, 1 linebacker, 3 corners, and 1 safety.
Wow.
That's where the money goes. So you want to see where they value the highest positions. Obviously, quarterback is 1. Wide receiver with 21 guys. And then offensive and defensive line. Trenches, receivers, quarterbacks. That's where they think you're winning and losing football games. That's the guys who get paid.
And you pretty much are. I would agree.
By the way, 3 corners make over 20. It's going to be 4.
It's going to be 4 as soon as Pat, as soon as he's ready.
He's
to
going to reset the market on that
Yep.
damn thing. And they should pay him, by the way. Absolutely no question. Before that even starts, should you pay? Yes, you should pay Patrick Surtain every dollar he wants. That's what you should do.
Does this current ownership group have any issues paying big money up front, taking care of bonuses? None.
No, of
You
course
shouldn't
not.
have to worry about that.
They're totally fine with that.
But I'm happy for the belly. Really cool story, right? D3 guy, his senior year was wiped out because of COVID. He didn't have a senior season. I think he only got an invite. I can't remember if it was the Combine or the Senior Bowl. He only got an invite because somebody got hurt right before it and backed out. Then he impressed people so much he turned it into a 3rd-round pick, and now is, one of the highest paid guys in the league at his
And
position.
then he had that workout video that was all the rage during COVID where he was in the wilderness knocking down trees and all that
Right.
business.
Yeah. Tackling trees. 303-504-0925. I got to play this.
Dude's only appeared in 24 games this year.
Okay, enough with Chris Bryant. We know he's bad.
I can't
Enough.
get off it. I don't know what to say.
I got to play this audio for you. If you guys missed this, so
bad guy, I don't
Sanford and Kreckman were in Vegas last week for Media Days, Mountain West, Big 12, all that stuff, right? They had a chance to talk to, you guys know Petros Papadakis?
Sure, of course.
I love Petros. I think he's hilarious.
Great dude.
He's also, really interesting hearing him call games. I don't know what he's doing now for college football because he called Pac-12 games.
Well, he played at USC.
Yeah, but he called Pac-12 games.
You see a guy that talks like this?
No, he doesn't sound
doesn't
like,
sound like
the
that.
hillbilly from The Waterboy. He doesn't sound like
Yeah,
him.
he talks, but he does have a voice like this.
He's got a
talks
weird
like this
voice.
a little bit.
He's got a weird voice. You sounded like the guy who couldn't talk on Waterboy, though. He doesn't sound like him.
Farmer Fran.
Farmer Fran, yes, or Ed Orgeron. No, it's not that kind of voice. You got to hear what he says about LeBron, though. He was talking to Sanford and Kreckman last week in Vegas. You got to hear this next. It's a great tune. I don't know any other song that they've made, The Darkness, but I like this one. This is a good one. Told you guys, Petros Papadakis was talking to Sanford and Kreckman last week in Vegas, and they were discussing a multitude of things, but they got on the subject of LeBron. Now, Petros has a show in L.A., a radio show that he does every day. He used to be on Fox Sports National. Petros in Money, right?
Yeah.
I love this guy. He's hilarious. But he was talking about the way the media reacts to LeBron James in L.A. Here's what he said.
What really bothers me about it is that there's like at least 20, 30 high-ranking members of the sports media, I guess if you'd call it, engagement farming, that just carry water for him. And that's the part of it that's really gross. I mean, Bronny James is 6'1". He wasn't first-team all-league in his league.
He averaged 4 points a game.
No, in high school.
Oh, in high school, yeah.
He wasn't first-team all-league.
And we're not
And
talking
they put
about
him in a McDonald's All-American game.
And we're not talking about D.C.,
This is
New York City.
This is a crime. No, what's happening is a crime.
It would be like, the more I think about it, if LeBron was a Denver Nugget and this was all happening, you would just be like, what is going on here?
Yeah, we would absolutely be thinking
What the hell
that,
is
yes.
going on? Like, we're just accepting this because, the Lakers are the most prestigious basketball team that exists, right? Like, they are the Dallas Cowboys. They are Manchester United. They are, like, the peak of the sport as far as a team goes. And LeBron supersedes that. He walks in, he goes, what I say goes.
I didn't think of it that way when he mentions all league. Like, if you're any sort of basketball player making all league, I mean, you have what, 10 teams in your league?
Yeah.
8 teams in your league? These are the surrounding schools that you play every year, and you're not all league, and yet you're in the McDonald's All-Star game somehow? So that alone was the first leap, right? Going from not being all league to you're in the McDonald's All-Star game to you've got a college scholarship to USC to NBA. I mean, the leaps that were made, when he puts it that way, wow. That's crazy.
Here's
and he's right. Let me tell you. Let me take it a step further. Because you've heard me say this on the radio show.
Everybody except your good friend named?
Huh?
In L.A., your very good friend that works in L.A., he's not?
Yeah, what's his name, Vic?
He's not carrying
Kurt
LeBron's
Sandoval?
water? Kurt Sandoval. Nice job.
No.
Kurt Sandoval does not carry LeBron's water.
He does
Well,
not.
listen, somebody can come in and say, hey, there are a bunch of media types in Denver that carry Nikola Jokic's water. And they'd be right. Correct?
Well, but he's not.
They'd be right.
He's not.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
Well, yeah, he's an MVP.
Answer the question. Do we carry Nikola Jokic's water?
He's good. I don't. What is carrying
I understand.
water?
But local media.
Like, what's an
this is what
example?
we do.
Yeah,
What's an example?
Name anything that he's done to manipulate things like LeBron has done. Name one thing.
What?
I'm not trying to paint a picture that Nikola Jokic is at all similar to LeBron James. I'm just saying local markets obviously are going to adapt to the local players.
Fair.
That's what they do. So when he says that they're carrying LeBron's water, they're going to do whatever they can to stay in LeBron's favor. Okay? Do we carry Deion Sanders' water? He's a local market. Do we carry his water?
We do not.
We've criticized the hell out of Deion Sanders on this show.
Yeah.
Now, are there people in this market who carry water for him?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Happens everywhere, right?
Yep.
It's just the way it is. I'll say this, though, about LeBron James. It's not just the LA market. ESPN carries his water.
Yes.
In a big, splashy pool. They fear him.
Well, okay.
They fear him.
Petros talked about how he said something else about LeBron. Listen.
Remember American Beauty, that movie?
Sure.
Where the wife starts cheating on with the king of real estate, and they're in the hotel room, and he's going, "You like getting nailed by the king?" That's us. That is all of us in Los Angeles.
Annette Bening.
We are Annette Bening. We are just getting nailed by the king constantly. We are just the LeBron. The Lakers leadership.
Oh my gosh.
Since Dr. Buss passed, is so weak that LeBron and his people have been able to go in and basically run a coup.
It's so true. He does what he wants there.
You know, I love
Like
hearing
get
this from
nailed
the
by the
inside
king.
out. I love hearing this because we have this impression from afar that, man, this smells. And yet, when it comes from inside LA, from the people who see it every day, how bad it smells, how bad it really is, how this guy has single-handedly taken over a franchise and run it into the ground, because that's what's happening right now. He has taken over ownership. He has taken over GM duties, coaching duties. He has taken over even media duties. Did you see the most recent remarks by who's the former Celtic, the guy from Turkey, the player
Enes
from Turkey?
Kanter.
Enes Kanter.
I sent, in
who
fact,
calls,
I sent that. Nelly, do you
We
have
got
that?
we got it.
Okay,
We got
good.
it. You want to
Good,
hear
good.
it?
yes.
This is the artist formerly known as Enes Kanter, now known as Enes Freedom. Remember,
Correct.
This is what he said.
He is not a good teammate. Obviously, he runs the media pretty much, and he tries to control his narrative. But if we actually go and have a conversation with inside of the the NBA and have a conversation with the players, nobody wants to play with him. Listen, my whole life, I actually, I'm fighting against dictators. So when I see a dictator, I know it. LeBron is literally like the dictator of the NBA. He controls the media. He controls his narrative. If you go against his agenda, you will get traded, and everybody knows it, So he's pretty much like the dictator of the NBA.
So that was on Dan Dockich's show, and I don't disagree with anything that he said, but I will also tell you guys take that with a huge grain of salt because he does not like LeBron, and he has
Correct.
criticized him forever, and it has to do with like China stuff. But yes,
Yeah, but I mean, it's important to know that this criticism, though, not Enes Kanter, the stuff that's coming from Petros and a lot of those folks in the LA media, they're tired of him. They're tired of his song and dance. They're tired of him making this all about him. And the Bronny stuff, sadly, it's not about Bronny James. It never has been. He is using his child as a pawn, which is sad. That's the saddest thing you can do as a father, in my opinion. When he makes this remark, oh, man, look at what Bronny's done. He could be playing video games. Instead, he's working so hard. Working so hard for what? For what? To make you look good, to make your legacy complete, to make you and Bronny, oh, you're playing on the same team. Who's that for? That's for you. That's for you, LeBron. I don't think your kid really cares as much as you do. It's always been about you. That's the truth.
It absolutely has been, and it's really sad. I sent you guys that LeBron quote from a little over a year ago March, where he said, man, watching League Pass, Bronny's better than most of these guys right now. And I'm like, dude, what? Listen.
it could also just be a little bit of a delusional father too, couldn't it?
It could be. You know what?
Look, my kid's too. I can't really overestimate her athletic abilities at this moment, but I would imagine that most parents probably have a higher sense of what their kid is than other people.
I don't. Well, you talk your kid up pretty good.
She's just an easy kid.
Okay. Oh, and she's a great kid. Don't get me wrong. No, but I'm saying is that.
What are you trying to say, Moshe? Say something about my kid.
No,
Go ahead.
there's a natural reaction, I think, to want to do that if you're a father. But golly, he's just. This will be the last time we talk about it. I hope. I mean, until we get into the season, I feel bad for the kid because he's not an NBA player at this point, and he's going to be in the NBA. And maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he's not embarrassed at all. But I'll tell you what. If you're in that room with LeBron James and Freedom says nobody wants to play with LeBron, maybe he's right because he can't get guys there anymore.
Well,
we'll see. Anyway, the point is that if you're inside that room, though,
Klay Thompson didn't want to play there.
No,
Klay Thompson chose Dallas.
You're inside that room, and you've got a kid. The nepotism is taking away a roster spot from maybe somebody that could actually help the basketball team because Bronny is not going to be able to help the basketball team do anything. He's there as a hood ornament for LeBron. That's it. And that's sad for the kid. He knows he doesn't belong. He has to know. I mean, he's averaging 4 points a game and 0 of 15 from three-point range in summer league against chumps. Against chumps who won't even be in the league. It's stupid. It's just dumb.
For the sake of fairness, this isn't something that's totally unique to LeBron. The son thing is, but Giannis's brother's on the Bucks roster, and he's terrible, and nobody really cares. I mean, was J.R. Smith's brother here or in New York?
You're so right
Not
about
here.
Giannis. Giannis, because he has a different attitude, he's not as, I don't know, he's not as controversial as LeBron, clearly, but Giannis is sort of the good guy. Giannis gets away with a lot.
Yeah.
Giannis got 2 coaches fired. Giannis demanded Damian Lillard or he would leave. He demanded it. He said he would leave after his contract. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Remember he sent those messages out?
Sure.
Giannis demands to play with his brother. Giannis demands a lot of things. What is Giannis? I mean, he's won a championship, clearly. But
No, you're right.
Giannis is every bit what LeBron is. And then some. Joker's not Giannis. When people compare Giannis to Joker, Joker's not that. He's not that at all. He's not. He's not close. I'm going to tell you something. I've had a theory, and this is an opinion. I don't know this to be fact. Because deep inside, Joker has a competitive fire that is hard to extinguish. And I really believe the reason why the Denver Nuggets have owned the LA Lakers the last 2 years, the reason, what is it, 11 of 12, 12 of 13? What's the number?
12 or 13.
Where
I
are we
think.
at? Okay. The very reason why that number lives and the very reason why the Nuggets get up to play the Lakers is because of this. Because deep down, Nikola Jokic feels disrespected by LeBron James. He's still disrespected at the All-Star game for being picked last. He feels disrespected in that setting. I've seen it. I've been to the All-Star games. I've seen it and heard it with my own eyes. He'll never admit it. He'll never say it. He's too nice of a human. He'll never say anything bad about him, but deep inside, he wants to beat his ass.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
And he
sure
has.
I'm sure he does. I'm sure it feels good every single time he does. Every single time he does do it, and he's done it now 2 postseasons in a row, it's got to feel great.
He'll
Has to.
never say anything about it. He notices when LeBron walks off the court and doesn't. He notices that stuff. He notices at the All-Star game how LeBron treats him. He notices. He doesn't say anything. But he knows it.
Do you think when they play against the Lakers next year, Jokic will say this to him?
You like getting nailed by the king?
I don't think I won't ever not laugh at that. There's something about Petros' voice, by the way, when he screams like that, it's an immediate laugh from me, and I don't know why that is. But you're right, Vic, because he's got a unique voice.
Yeah. It's a 8 packs of Marlboro.
Yeah, something like that. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line if you guys want in. By the way,
did he play? I mean, he played. He was a running back. You know that, right?
Oh, yeah, he
Petros,
played
yes.
a lot at USC. I remember watching Petros play.
Yeah.
Go back and look at Petros' video at USC.
He was a running back, if I'm not mistaken.
He's
right?
a tailback.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, big game this weekend for our Rapids, who are
Hold
God,
on a
they
second.
look
Hold
good
on a
this year.
second. I love Vic. I love that you use the word tailback.
I was uncomfortable with it.
I know you. No.
No, there's nothing like good tailback, bro.
Dude,
There's
especially
nothing like good tailback.
Let me try to educate some of the youngins out there.
Walter Payton was a tailback.
Correct. Marcus Allen was a tailback. But
Tailback.
when you're talking about USC,
When did it go to halfback?
You shut your face on the halfback.
Shut it on the
Rob
halfback.
Lytle was
There
a
was a
halfback.
tailback, there was a halfback, and then it went to running back.
and fullback? Okay.
Well, fullback was a different position.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that
Don't even get me into scat back.
What, a wingback? One of those?
listen, there's something about USC was known for years as tailback U. Okay, but there's something mystical about tailback because it's not just a running back. A tailback is Vic, it conjures up a different image in your mind, does it not?
Swift. Swift.
Yeah, like let me put it this way. Emmitt Smith was a running back.
Yeah.
Marcus Allen was a tailback.
Tailback.
There's a bruiser.
Well, Emmitt Smith wasn't a bruiser, but the term tailback conjures up a mystical
one.
beast.
What was Barry Sanders? Was he a tailback?
No, he was a running back.
He was a running back.
I don't
he was a running
understand
back.
this at all. I don't get this.
You know what? I know
get it.
you wouldn't.
You don't
I
know.
know
No,
I
I don't.
wouldn't understand it.
You don't know. Hey, Ricky Waters.
Where's Coach? Where's Coach Sanford right now?
Moshe, Ricky Waters was a tailback.
Ricky Waters
That's
was a tailback.
Okay, hang on.
Don't you understand the difference?
So like Steve Largent was a split end.
All right, shut up. We're trying to conjure up great tailbacks.
But Jerry Rice was a wide receiver? Is that kind of what you're getting at here?
I suppose it's something like that. But tailback. You don't understand the mystical nature of this beast. It
was the most ballyhooed position on the football field.
You dropped the tailback and said ballyhooed. I've never heard an older
Yeah, let's
sentence in my
get
life.
Weird.
23 Skidoo, see? No, listen, Vic, I'm going to give you all kinds of credit in the world.
Let me tell you guys something. The tailback position was the most ballyhooed spot.
don't get it.
We got
football team.
Coach Sanford, he's got to know exactly what we're talking about, does he not, Vic?
Okay,
He's got to know.
Now that we're
Where is he?
here,
Where's
He
Coach?
might be too young. I think Coach Sanford is too young to know what a great tailback is.
hang on. I'm going to give you a list, okay? I'm going to give you a list. You tell me, is this a tailback? Is this a halfback? Or is this a running back? Okay?
All right.
So let's go with Larry Zonka.
Don't be stupid. That's a freaking fullback. I almost cursed again. You almost made me curse on the air. It's a
How
running
about-
back, fullback. That's a bruiser back.
Jerome Bettis.
Bruiser back. Shut up.
Yeah, jeez.
Wait, a bruiser back? I gave you one of three options. You can't add one in there. What is
That's
it?
not a tailback. You're being obvious.
Thurman
Don't be so-
Thomas.
That's a running back.
Jim Brown.
Running back.
He's a full running back.
Adrian Peterson.
Running back.
Totally.
Curtis Martin.
Running back.
Yeah. It's right on the cusp.
Tony
That's a running back.
Dorsett.
Tony Dorsett. Now you're starting
That's
to
a
get
tailback.
No,
That's a tailback.
What is that?
I know
That's a tailback.
I know, Brett. I know you can't.
You just don't get it.
I know you
don't
can't
get it. You
understand.
don't know.
I know you can't
Okay,
understand.
just football-wise, OJ.
Tailback.
Tailback.
OJ was a tailback?
Yes.
Yeah. Tailback.
Earl Campbell.
Running back.
Herschel Walker.
Running
Running
back.
Eric Dickerson.
Tailback.
What is the distinction that we're making? What is the difference?
He's a hybrid because he looks like a tailback at times, but he runs like a running
Dale Sayers.
back. Tailback.
Tailback.
Pride of Omaha, Nebraska, by the way.
Absolutely. Brian Piccolo, running back.
Walter Payton.
Yes, big difference. Tailback. Walter Payton's a tailback.
Walter Payton's a
Okay,
tailback.
can you give me a
He's the preeminent tailback.
Is there a tailback that's existed in the last 20 years?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Todd Gurley was a tailback.
Yeah, at times he was.
Explain why.
Brett,
Guys, I'm asking for knowledge. I want to play this game with you. I
It's
just
like
don't understand
explaining-
the
You don't
rules.
need to know.
It's like this.
You don't need to know.
Brett, it's like this. I can't explain to you what pornography is.
Yes,
but
you
I know
can.
it when
You
I
very
see it.
obviously can do it.
No,
Very obviously you can.
You'll know it. You know it when you see it. That's what we're trying to get at here. That doesn't matter. You'll never.
Marshall Falk.
Marshall Falk was a running back.
That's a tough one for me.
Okay.
None of these people are
Yeah.
halfbacks, by the way? No halfbacks?
No. Frank Gifford was a halfback.
Rob Lytle was a halfback.
Rocky Blyer was a
Wait,
halfback.
Peyton Hillis.
Fullback.
Yeah.
But he wasn't a fullback. Mike Ulstott was a fullback.
Close enough.
Let me tell you a great tailback, and he didn't play in a tailback offense because they ran the flex and the option, but J.J. Flanagan would have been a great tailback. You
Yes,
put
he
him
would
back
have.
there to dot the I. Put him back there to dot that I with J.J. and let me see what happens. Dot it right now.
Where's CJ? I'm gonna text CJ. I'm texting CJ. I'm texting him right now.
This. I don't understand the rule at all. I don't know what makes a tailback, a running
You know
back,
what
a
it is?
half.
Here's what it is. 19 pitch right. Run the pitch to the right side. Run the sweep and pitch it out to the tailback and then talk to me and then tell me what happens.
And by the way, a tailback never, ever in the history of mankind has ever put his hand in the dirt. Ever. Not one time.
Ever. It'd be considered, like, if you ask me, here's what a tailback does. I'm going to show you what a tailback
Barry
does. Let me
Sanders
show
never
you.
did that, and he
I
said
know,
he's a running back.
Understood.
here's
I'm
the
trying
tailback.
to.
Here's the tailback. Right here. Hands on the knees. Hands on the knees. Wait for the snap it. Snap the damn ball.
Hike.
Yes. Hands on the knees. I'm going to go one way or the other. You're going to pitch it to me, and I'm taking it to the house. That's a tailback.
Okay. I feel like that's everybody's job. to
No,
play
it's
that
not.
Shut up.
No, it's not. You
All
don't
right.
understand.
Back after this. You know what I love about the Circus Sportsbook is they got some wild things that you can throw some props down on. And here's something I just stumbled across. They have 17-0 and 0-17 props for the NFL season. If you want to bet on the Broncos to go 17-0, $100 gets you $220,000. If you want to bet on them to go 0-17, $100 gets you $4,000. That's where the odds stand, and it's that and so much more with the Circus Sportsbook and that brand new Circus Sports Colorado app. And don't forget, they're going to be at number 38 this Saturday from 4 to 7 in the Chicken Wing, the Wing-a-Palooza competition with the Colorado football offensive and defensive line. So go see them 4 to 7 at number 38 this Saturday. But whole bunch of props, middle of baseball season, second half of the season about to tip off. So go check it out on the Circus Sportsbook. Download that app or go to circusports.com.
Yeah.
Little in the middle,
You
but
know-
you got tail back.
The other great attribute that every tailback possessed, somebody mentioned this on the text line. Mosier, you got to wear a half jersey, half shirt. I got to
100%.
see your insert.
You got to be
see
Shania Twain. You got to be
crop
Shania.
topping?
You got to be Shania Twain. Ricky Waters was an ideal example of that.
100%.
So good. Yep. That's That's exactly
I have to
right.
see your navel. If I don't see your
100%.
navel, you're not a tailback.
Right. You get that belly button out there.
So Quinn Miners, that's tailback.
Pretty much.
All right, so a couple things here. Can I ask just a general question? I mean, this is the slowest time in the sports calendar right now. We're the day after the All-Star game, little break in the baseball schedule, nothing going on. So let me ask you a general question about the Avs here, Moj. First of all, Joe Pavelski retired yesterday.
Which is amazing because Joe Pavelski, to me, is an ageless wonder. I mean, this guy he played
Did you watch him play
forever.
golf over the weekend? Did you see him play golf in Reno?
I knew he was there, but I did not see it, no.
He played well. He was in contention down the stretch.
Yeah,
he played very well.
He's a good player.
But
he didn't wear his bottom teeth. That bothered me. Like the entire time they kept showing him, and he's missing his entire bottom row of teeth.
Really? I
Yeah.
didn't see that.
Who was the guy who was up and down with the Avs for a while that had a wild mouth? Brad
Ian
Hunt.
LePerriere?
Oh, Brad Hunt.
No.
Brad Hunt.
Yeah.
Like he had like little pieces sticking out in some places, and
Brad Hunt's a great dude.
yeah, super
and
cool guy.
and just like EJ and everybody else, nobody is going to get their chiclets fixed. I wonder if Cogs will now. I wonder if he'll get some permanence in there.
Did Gabe get some, or is he rocking just the little mouthpiece?
Well, it's like it's like a retainer.
Yeah.
With a tooth on it.
Yeah. But here's my question. I know that none of the moves that they've made this offseason, whether it's draft or, this trade from a couple days ago or whatever with the goalie stuff, it doesn't affect Georgie. But what's really interesting about that, we entered the postseason for the Avs going, no confidence in the goaltender. None. And he was kind of up and down all year. Georgie would have those stretches of like 2-3 weeks. He would be amazing. And then 2-3 weeks he'd be like, what the hell's going on?
It's so funny you say that because I remember the conversation we had getting ready for that series.
The Winnipeg series.
Correct. I remember looking out of my hotel rooms in Winnipeg, looking across the street and just staring at another building as we had this. I can tell you exactly what room I was in, for crying out loud, because this conversation.
I mean, you remember what building you were staring at during this conversation? Wow. What a rich life you live.
This conversation was, and I remember exactly what I said. I said, well, guys, he's going to win sometime.
Okay, but
I hope it's tonight. But I mean, he's not going to give up 7 a game forever. I mean,
here's what I'm getting. Here's
with
what I'm
the
getting at, though.
program.
Hang on. And maybe this is a question more for Vic, because Vic, you were very much like, I was very leaky in confidence with Georgie. You had like none entering the postseason. And I'm not saying it was not unfounded. Like there were serious reasons to look at that and be like, I don't feel good about this. But
No, 100%.
for where we sit right now, I just find it weird that this entire offseason, maybe because it's bigger stories, it's Gabe and it's Val and the unknowns of those two. Where are we at with Georgie?
I don't know. You're so true and so right, and we have to hold ourselves accountable. I raised my hand and said, you can't play this guy anymore. He's lost all confidence. He's found the yips, whatever. You got the shanks. You can't put him out there. And they put him out there, and he proved us all wrong. They were right. We were wrong. Jared Bednar knows his team better than we do. End of story. He was right. We were wrong. Sounded like idiots. He ended up being one of their better players in that Dallas series. They lost the Dallas series not because of their goaltending. They lost because they forgot how to score.
Yeah. And I asked this question, Moj, because we're entering a season with two giant unknowns that have giant impacts on how good the team can be. Again, in ideal world, Val comes back. He stays out of all the bad stuff that he's been involved with the last couple of years. Team embraces him, and he's playing for you. That's ideal scenario. That's what makes the team the best they can be, because he's a very good player. But let's say that doesn't happen for whatever reason, that he doesn't play for the Avs. Let's say that Landeskog, he's not the same as before, and he can't go. The surgery didn't take, and his career's done. The only way you make that up, because they don't have the cap room to do it, is by getting really good goaltending play.
100%.
Do you have confidence that he's capable of doing that for you?
I do.
Can he be an elevator for you?
I do. I don't know that he has to be because they do score a lot of goals. They just had that power outage, as you guys talked about. They're going to have – listen, if Val's not playing for the Colorado Avalanche, they're going to have his money. That's all there is. I mean, they're going to have it. If Gabe Landeskog is not playing for the Colorado Avalanche, they're going to have his money.
Mm-hmm.
So that right there is almost $14 million, or that's it's over 13 that you're going to have free to go do whatever it is you want to do. So keep that in mind, because I mean, if Val is reinstated, that means he's playing. If he slips up again, that means he's indefinitely gone, and they can use his bread.
Okay.
So look. How good can he be? How good does he have to be? I don't know. His goals against average and his save percentage were not ideal. Talking about Georgie. His wins were ideal.
Sure.
You realize he led the National Hockey League in wins, right?
Can I make this?
Did you know that? Though?
Yes.
Number 2 was Connor Hellebuck.
Can I make this
Your
easy?
Vezina. What? Yeah.
Let me just do it this way. And let's do the versions that they were with the Avs. Would you take Georgie or would you take Darcy? Vic, you're involved in this game too.
In some of the instances, they're kind of the same at times.
Sure.
Because you didn't need Darcy to be Vasilevsky.
That's not an answer. Darcy or Georgie?
I'm going.
Darcy won a cup, but he had some help along the way.
I'll take Georgie.
It's always hard
I'll take
to go
Georgie.
against guys
I'll
who
take
won
Georgie.
it all.
Yeah, I'll take Georgie. I have full confidence in it, to be honest with you.
Georgie
I'll
or
take
Grubauer?
Georgie too. I thought Georgie made the most. I think he made more amazing saves than Darcy.
Talking about Georgie or
Darcy-
Gruby.
Georgie or Grubauer?
I'm taking Georgie.
Vic?
I'll take Georgie.
Georgie or Varley?
You know what I'm taking?
Was Varley the Varley that was injury prone or the Varley that was healthy?
Yeah,
you guys choose.
This is hard because let me explain though. Varley, Vic, I can't get the four 1-goal leads out of my head, and it's not all his fault.
Yeah.
But that Game 7 against Minnesota has kind of scarred me for life. I'm sorry.
I'll take Georgie.
They staked him to a 1-goal lead, a lead 4 different times in that Game 7, and he gave them all up.
So you guys would take Georgie. You think Georgie's the best of the bunch out of all the goalies they've ran through the last 5, 6, 7 years?
None of them have been ultra special, Brett. Let's be honest about it. And I love Varley.
And none of them have been terrible either.
At times, Varley was great. Okay? So was Craig Anderson, for God's sake. At times, they were great. I sounded like, what's his face? The Tiger. Tony the Tiger. Yeah. At times, they were great. At times, Georgie's been great. But they're not overall regarded as... Varley was nominated for the Vezina, didn't win. I thought he should have won that one year. He was unbelievably talented, unbelievably good. None of these guys are that guy. None of these guys are Shesterkin. They're not Hellebuck. They're not Vasilevsky when he's really on top of his game. They're not Ottinger when he's on top of his game. They're not these guys. They're not Bob. Bob, you can look at Bob too and say.
I think what you're trying to say is this. When you're describing the Colorado Avalanche, you're not describing the goaltender as a cornerstone piece like you would some of these other goaltenders in their franchises.
That is correct.
So you're saying, all right, Colorado Avalanche, who you got? McKinnon, Makar. Take a pick on other offensive players.
Mikko,
you don't get to the goalie.
When you talk New York Rangers, what's the first name that comes out of your mouth?
She's twerking.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I mean,
and that's
Igor Shesterkin has got to be right there at the top.
The old Avalanche, Sakic, Forsberg, Wah.
Yeah.
Foot. Hey, dude.
It's just, it was just something that hit me the other day where I'm just, we're talking about these off seasons, how the teams look, and we really haven't talked about goaltending at all. And I know that we know who the goalie's going to be for the Avs next year, but it was Juice?
It's got to be Juice, yeah.
But I was only saying that to just be like, where we were confidence-wise heading into the postseason, as opposed to this offseason has gone on and we've barely talked about goaltending at all.
Well, because I think his performance in the postseason, I think it settled a lot of nerves, is what I think.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it just calmed people down. Overall, I think it did anyway. I mean, his numbers in the playoffs were his goals against average. It's still a little high for me. If it was over 3 in the regular season, I know that, and I think for the postseason, it's in the upper 2s, and the save percentage has got to be above 900. You got to have a save percentage above I mean, ideally, it would be like, I don't know, 9:12.
9:15.
9:20 would be friggin' awesome.
Yeah.
But I mean, like in the 9 teens, like if you get me into the 9 teens
Yeah.
with a GAA of 2.53, I'll live with that all day, all night, twice on Tuesdays.
303-504-0925 can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app that is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. So I heard Sanford throw something out yesterday, and it's a matter of perspective. Brandon Ayuk has officially requested a trade from the Niners. Here's what Sanford said. If you believe Bo Nix is a great quarterback, and he's talking about, Sean Payton, George Payton, those guys. If you believe, and you should if you're investing a 12th overall pick in him, that he is going to be very good, shouldn't you get involved in something like this to get him a weapon for a team that is starved for some offensive studs? I want to talk about that next.
Get it, Tico.
All right. Heard Sanford talking about this. So the official trade request from Brandon Ayuk yesterday, I thought this was like 4 months ago. I guess they were still working on contract stuff. That's not going to happen because San Francisco is going to have to pay Brock Purdy, and they can't afford all these guys anymore.
I have something really smart to say about this.
Well,
really smart.
Just to set this up.
So I'm going to, real quick, I'm going to encourage everybody, Brett, I'm sorry, to get on Twitch right now. Get on your radio, pull over, as Vic would say, on the freeway. Whatever it is you got to do, I got something to say in a minute.
So what Sanford was saying was, if you have belief that Bo Nix is your franchise quarterback, and they obviously should if you draft him number 12 overall, he said do anything you can to get this guy here because he's going to be a bona fide weapon for a rookie quarterback to have a go-to guy. Because right now that guy is Cortland Sutton, who I think we all agree is a good wide receiver, but shouldn't be your number one wide receiver on a team. So with that said, Moshe, go ahead.
The only way, first of all, the Niners say they're not going to trade him. They could be bluffing. I don't know. We'll see. But the only way you pursue this, the only way is if you are ready to give him one of these fat cat contracts, one of these wide-out diva contracts that everybody is getting because, number one, that's what he wants. Okay? And you may not think that these guys deserve it, but the price of doing business for wideouts is going up, and everybody wants a brand new deal, right?
The money should not be a hindrance to this at all. You're going to have money with a rookie quarterback contract.
And that's the only thing. You better be prepared to pay him and pay him like one of the top wideouts in the league because otherwise he is going you're inheriting a big stinking mess is what you're doing. And the way to spray Febreze on that big stinking mess is to pay him the big fat contract, and that is it. So if you're willing to do that and you want to do that and you're ready to go with it and say, you know what, we think this guy is worth top 5 wideout money in the league, at least top 10, but probably top 5, then you pursue it. Otherwise, don't even think about it. And that's it.
I'd say this. The price, Moshe, is not the contract. I'm not worried about that at all. If that's all it took, if he was a free agent, I'd say sign him. Whatever he wants, go ahead. The thing I'm worried about is the price of the trade.
Well, that's correct. We haven't even talked about what the compensation is going to be. That's the only reason you pursue him is if you're willing to pay him. Now, what's the compensation?
You get no first-round picks from me. None. You want to know why? I think this team's going to be bad, and that first-round pick is going to be valuable, really valuable, like top 10 minimum, top 5-ish valuable.
You can't continue to give away first-round picks.
Exactly.
Give them away for Russ. Give them away for Sean Payton. Stop.
Yep.
Stop doing it. Stop giving those away.
That's where I disagree.
You have to value those.
That's why I disagree with the bigger football brain than me, which is Mike Sanford. I don't think you do anything it takes. No, I'm not giving away any first-round picks. Like, this is how you're trying to build this team back to get better. You can't keep giving them away, as Vic said. Can't. If it was, Moshe, if it was just the contract, totally in. Go ahead. But I can't do it with the trade stuff.
I don't necessarily disagree with you. Vic, you're so correct. You just cannot keep giving away. Leggy will lay it out for you. I mean, you know, you got to draft and develop. You have to. And first-round picks are incredibly valuable in that regard. I mean, obviously.
I have a different impression on this than Coach. I just think this is a year where I want to see how your young quarterback adapts. And adaptation to a new league, you can do it with or without Brandon Ayuk.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see how you play. It's not about wins and losses. It really isn't. For me, I want to see what you do, how you react, how you look, how you shine. You know, you could tell. You guys have been around long enough. You're watching a player. You could tell if the player's going to be really good, if he has it. There are moments of brilliance, and perhaps there are some unforeseen circumstances that don't allow him to shine. But you know that when given those opportunities, he will shine. You've shown me enough. You can watch it when you evaluate summer league and basketball. You see it, guys.
Yeah.
You know what it is. You know what it is. I don't know how to define it, but you know what it is.
It reminds me of Josh Allen's rookie year in Buffalo. Go and look at his numbers his rookie year. They weren't good.
Allen?
They weren't. Like, if you just went straight box score, he had this many touchdowns, that's it, and he had that many turnovers. But if you watched Bills games, you would see plays that he makes where you go, yeah, that guy's going to be totally fine.
Let me give
that's what I want from Bo Nix this year. That's all I want.
Coach Sanford texted me and he said his trade proposal was PS2 and Cortland Sutton for Ayuk and San Francisco's first rounder in the 25 draft.
I don't. But if they're trying, if this is the only reason they're getting rid of him is a salary thing, they aren't going to be able to afford Surtain. So I don't even know why that would make sense for them.
Surtain's going to be re-signed to a killer deal.
And he's not going to be paid that much less than Ayuk.
Yeah. If you give San Francisco Surtain and Cortland Sutton, you might as well hand him the Super Bowl.
I think so, too. Hey, the 0184, let me give credit to the 0184. I don't know who this is. Put your name at the end of your text, please. Vic would say. Always wanted us to pull over for that. That's a good point. Yeah, I guess you probably didn't need to pull over for that.
Yeah, you could have kept it on cruise.
Yeah, you could have kept it on. Yeah, probably so. or pushed it up to 80, something like that. Just listen. He's a very tantalizing guy because I know how good he is. He knows how good he is. Everybody knows how good he is. He's still under contract, okay? The Niners he's got one more year on his rookie deal. He wants the extension. He wants to tear that last year up and get a fatty. That's what he wants. And the Niners like, well, we can't do that right now. I don't know that they will trade him. Maybe they'll make him play on his final year, and he's going to be an unhappy camper all year long and sabotage. I don't know. But I wouldn't want to get into that kind of brain damage unless I was willing to pay him whatever he wanted right now.
303-504-0925. So, something else here just real quick. I know, Vic, you don't do cartoons. Did you see that football, the NCAA football game that came out yesterday that's been gone for 11 years? $70 million in a day? 700,000 people were playing that game at the same time last night on day one.
So, help me out. Again, I'm not into the cartoon world.
Yeah.
How do you order it? Is it like ordering a movie?
Yeah, like think about it like ordering an on-demand movie, or it's like going to Netflix, right? Except once you hit the movie, you have to hit pay, that sort of thing.
Okay, so you don't. It's not like going to Blockbuster and getting the video or getting the game.
Well,
you can order all online.
You download it, right? You download it. Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't have to actually have like the CD thing anymore, right?
No, there used to be like if this was like 20 years ago, you would drive by those video game stores and there'd be a line around the block sort of thing, like that 20 years ago. But now it's just, you download it. I knew this game was going to be popular. Imagine releasing something in $70 million in a day. In a day is what you get off it.
Well, what did we get when we dropped Step Back Jay Kabloom? How much did that do?
I think 5 downloads. 6 and counting now.
So,
pretty much.
So let me... I don't live in this world, so I'm going to sound like an idiot.
This is my tailback and running back discussion. Go ahead. I'm your guy.
I'm going to sound like a complete buffoon to some of you. What is the difference between this game and like last year's version? What's the big deal?
They didn't have last year's version. It's been
gone for the first time in over a decade.
So back, what would it be?
Why?
2013?
Well, they made them stop it because the players weren't getting any compensation for it.
There was a few players who sued this EA Sports or the NCAA or somebody, because here's what they did before, Vic. They didn't put their name in it, but everything that it would be like starting quarterback, for example, if this was the Buffs, starting quarterback is number 4, who has all the dimensions of Shedeur, but his name is QB number 4. It's very obviously they were using the actual players, but not using their name. And so the players got together, they sued them, saying you can't do that.
So now you get to play pretend football with your favorite college football team. Look at me pretending. All right, so you're pretending you're on your video game, you're pushing buttons with your thumbs.
Yep.
Look at me pretend to score, and I'm pretending to drop a play, and I beat you. Look at me pretending.
Yep.
Okay, so what's the difference between pretending your college football and just pretending an NFL game? What's like last year's NFL version of this?
Because people like college football too.
But you're playing a game where you're trying to win the game, right? So what does it matter which players you use to win the game?
Because you want to play with your team. Why is this a hard concept?
What do you mean your team? It's your thumbs. Your thumbs are your team.
Yes.
Your fingers are your team.
Yeah.
Your thumbs and fingers are your team. They're the ones pushing the buttons.
When you play NBA 2K, you want to play with the Nuggets. You want to play with Joker. You want to play with Michael Porter and Jamal.
You can give me the most stacked team ever, but if my thumb and finger doesn't work, I'm going to lose the game, correct?
I don't know how to explain this to you. I don't know how to.
Moj, help me. Moj, you're in the same boat. We played. We had.
Sorry, I said number 4 for Shedeur. I meant number 2. My bad.
I was going to ask you Hey Vic, what number is Shedeur Sanders?
My bad. Number 2. Sorry.
Listen, Vic. I guess I'm between a rock and a hard place because I've seen. I won't play because again. Why won't I play, Brett?
Because you can't. Because there's a kid in Wichita that's going to own
that's
you
correct.
and then talk trash.
There's a kid in Wichita. It's going to own me, and he's going to say bad things about my mother.
Hold on a second.
And these snot-nosed little jerk-faced brats, being no parents, right?
Hold on a second. We got the coach on the horn right now.
Hold on, Coach. Ryan Roth writes in, man, Vic, you must be fun at parties. Yes, because every party I go to, we're holding our controllers playing video games.
People just like things. Why can't people like things?
I understand, but don't say that I just don't get it because I don't know how to play it. I'm not judgmental. I'm just telling you I don't know what I'm doing.
No, you were being very judgmental. There was a lot of judgment in the judgmentals.
Right. Because you use this voice.
That's judgmental voice.
I'm touching my little controller. Hi.
Mike Sanford on the horn with us. Hello, Coach.
How we doing, fellas? Talking a little NCAA football. 25.
Yeah. Are you into that? Are you a gamer or no? Are you with Vic?
No. So when I became a coach, I gave up the sticks. I was a huge gamer, and over the course of the last 48 hours, I picked the sticks back up. To play with my 7 and 9-year-olds. Talked all kinds of crap. My 9-year-old, a real gamer, he beat me in the opener of my career in NCAA 25.
Oh, man.
Really? How's the game? Is the game fun?
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. You know what? My claim to fame is the NCAA football 2004 game.
Oh, yeah.
I was starting quarterback. I was QB number 2 for the Boise State.
Let's go.
Love it.
Hey, are you expecting royalty checks? I mean, they owe you something, don't they?
Yeah, I think I think I'm good. I think the game of college football has done enough for me. I'm good.
All right, so help me understand something. Coach, help me understand. All right, this is where my obviously don't know anything about this stuff. So what's the difference if you play with yourself at quarterback versus like I don't know, give me a Patrick Mahomes at quarterback. You perform differently with your hands and your thumbs? I mean, what's the difference?
Well, the big difference is I play to my strengths, right? Which is was my 4.4 speed, my 6'4", 222-pound frame. I take the gimmies when they're there, and so as a play caller, I just play to my strengths a little bit more than I would say with Patrick Mahomes. Right? Where I just want to yell at the screen if I'm playing with Patrick Mahomes, call bad plays and get mad at him.
See, here's what Vic doesn't get is Patrick Mahomes. His overall ratings are higher. It makes it easier for you to succeed with that guy than if you're playing with a bad quarterback.
It's built into the software of the video game that Mahomes is better than everybody else.
Does it push the buttons for you?
No. But if you're trying to hit somebody 40 yards downfield, you got Mahomes. That throw's probably going to be on the money. If you got the other guy, you got to really time it right. It's more difficult.
You're accurate. Yeah, I was playing against my son yesterday in Madden, and he was Lamar Jackson. It was stupid how you can't tackle that guy. It was dumb. Wasn't even realistic.
Hey, Coach, before we let you go here at the top, do you know the difference when Vic and I say there's a difference between a running back and a tailback? Do you know what we're talking about?
Yeah, I listened to you guys' conversation. I agree. Did you guys talk about the Audi mouthpiece? I think that makes the tailback.
Yeah. When you got that mouthpiece that surrounds your lips.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yes.
That's another trait that I think.
And connected to the bottom of the face mask, right? Yeah.
You bet. Bottom of the face mask. The other thing you guys omitted was the halfback.
That's what
you just can't forget about the halfback.
Well,
anybody who played in the option system. And it was 5 yards behind the quarterback in a 3-point stance. That guy was a halfback.
Yeah, halfbacks had their hand in the dirt. Tailbacks did not.
All right, quick test before I let you go. Mike Sanford, Warwick Dunn is a what?
He's a running back.
Yep.
Because he does have the external mouthpiece, but he doesn't meet all the other requirements being a tailback.
Natrone Means.
Don't be stupid.
Come on.
You're being stupid now. You're being stupid.
Business.
Hey, by the way, Coach, there's something like I don't even.
LaDainian Tomlinson.
LT. He's a running back.
Yeah, he's a running back. Coach, but there's something when you say the word tailback, right? There's something just like esoteric about it. You know what I mean? It's like it's more.
Know what it is,
a tailback is a more magical beast than a running back. Yes.
Tall and lean. Tall and
Like
lean.
Marcus Allen. I mean, picture Marcus
Total
Allen in your
tailback.
picture Marcus Allen in
Tall,
your brain.
lean,
Okay,
and
hang on,
that's
hang on.
it.
Guy recently for the Broncos then, tall and lean. What if I hit you with Latavius Murray? He's 6'4".
No, he's a running back.
Nah,
Yeah, he ran him
he's a
inside.
guy. He's a jag. He's a jag, just a guy.
Always appreciate the insight, Mike. Very
Thanks,
insightful.
Coach.
Thanks, Coach. See you.
Appreciate
Um,
A lot of people just jumping me. Stop with this bit, Vic. This bit on the video. It's not a bit. I don't play. It's not a bit. I wish I understood your world. I wish I could. It's like not understanding another world. I wish I could be a part of your world, but I don't have the time to invest in it. Like
I don't either.
People that don't play golf, they don't want to invest the time to play because it takes too long. I don't want to take all that time to catch up. I went my entire adult life without playing video games. Why would I start now?
Hang on.
So
Quick.
I'd rather just make fun of it.
Two things, Brett, as we go. Vic is in that regard. It would take me way too much time to
Exactly.
get
Sure,
good.
sure.
And number two, it really is a factor when a 13-year-old kid
No, I know. Yeah, in
says
Wichita,
says bad things to you, if foul language, and then talks about your mother. It's not fun, dude. It's not good.
Marcus Dupree.
Running back. Oh gosh, I don't know.
He was a little too big to be
Yeah,
a
he was
tailback.
he was thick at Oklahoma, dude. He
a
was
little too
thick.
All right, back after this. Katie Winchie's going to join us in 15 minutes to discuss what Vic has called the worst basketball game he's ever seen.
Are you sure?
I've never witnessed anything like
Allegedly.
it. I am not.
Vic, hold on.
I'll challenge
Wait,
anybody
hold on,
to
hold
find
on.
me a.
Reset for a second, because people come into the program all the time. Some people out there probably did not hear what you said in the 7 o'clock hour. Please go back to the beginning and lay it out.
The Denver Nuggets rookie team lost a game last night, 80-66. Now, granted, the Nuggets were missing Julian Strawther, P.J. Hall. They sat a couple of guys out. But Charlotte wasn't much better. Charlotte, they won the game by 14 points. They shot 33%. The Nuggets shot 30%. Combined, when you combine threes, twos, and free throws, combined, that game featured 110 missed shots. 110 times the ball was thrust toward the rim and it fell off the rim. 110 times. In an abbreviated game, not as long as a regular NBA game, abbreviated. It was not quite possibly the worst semblance of basketball I've ever witnessed.
I'm trying to figure out what's the most missed shots by in a basketball game ever in the NBA. And as I'm looking for that,
when you look at the numbers from this game, I mean, nobody could make anything.
Who was this guy? Okay, hang on a second. So it's giving me the list of the players with the most misses in a game. Okay?
Okay.
So third ever is Wilt Chamberlain. He had 37 misses in a game in 1962.
Shots.
So he was 23 of 60. Okay? George Mikan was 8 of 43 in a game. He had 35 misses.
He's the king of the big men, original big
The
man.
hook wasn't working.
In the 1940s, for Philadelphia, there was a player by the name of Joe Fulks, Fulks.
Looking him up right now, Joe.
He is responsible for 4 of the top 6 games with the most missed field goals. He had 42 misses in a single basketball game.
He looks like Vic. I'm not even kidding you.
Hey, you missed the ball. You missed a shot. You missed a shot or two. Okay. You missed 42 of them. At what point does the coach say, hey, come sit by me?
Okay, but listen here.
Look, who does that look like?
Nelly, pull up a picture of Joe Fulks, Fulks. Pull it up on Twitch.
Hey, be careful.
I'm
You put the L in there, right?
L.
Okay.
L. He was 13 of 55 in a game against Providence in 1948.
That's awful.
Also in 1948, 12 days later, he was 8 of 46 in a game against St. Louis.
Yeah, go ahead and sit down right here, Joe. Right here. Come watch.
In 1947, he was 12 of 47 from the field. And in 1946, he was 16 of 50. Who the hell did this guy think he was?
Did this guy start in Hoosiers? I mean, look at that basketball. That looked like a brick.
Yeah. Hang on a second. Let me look up this guy's. Let me look up his full
forearms,
numbers.
Too. Shave your forearms, dude.
Yeah,
That's disgusting.
goodness. But his shoulders and tricep area is bare.
It's like a prize fighter shorts too. It looks like he's getting into the ring with Joe Frazier.
Vic, if you go back and watch Hoosiers again, I mean, they're wearing those satin shorts. You know,
Hold on a second. Our boy Joe here.
A good pair of satin shorts.
Our boy Joe. He shot for a career 30% from the field, and he played for 8 years. What was going on back in the 40s?
Because his dad, LeBron Fulks, wanted him to play in the league.
So hang on.
Was his old man on the team too?
In 1950 to 1951, that season, the 50-51 season, he shot 31.5% from the field. He averaged 19 points and 8 boards a game.
Dude, look at those knee pads go to work.
He was an all-star that year for shooting 31.5% from the field.
Hey, the game has changed, buddy. The game is different now. It's a different game.
Seriously, that guy was a guard, obviously. He was a guard. I want Joe Fulks to try to stop Anthony Edwards right now.
What have I always told you guys? Look, I am not a great basketball player. I would dunk on anybody from 1920, though.
What year is
work
this?
them.
What are the dimensions of Joe Fulks? Give me his dimensions.
6'5",
Wait. He was 6'5"?
6'5", 190 is what I got.
Wow.
His nicknames were Jumpin' Joe and the Cuttawa Clipper.
Jumpin' Joe and the Cuttawa Clipper.
Yes.
Well, he would have fit in nicely with the NBA Nuggets Summer League team last night because what they showed me is, oh my God, can somebody shoot the basketball? Just gunning, shooting, not making.
Jeepers. Sorry, I'm reading more about our Jumpin' Joe here. Upon his retirement, he returned to Marshall County, Kentucky, where he lived the remainder of his life. He worked at the Kentucky State Penitentiary as a prison recreation director. He was shot and killed by the son of his girlfriend during an argument over a handgun.
Wow.
Goodness. Jumpin' Joe.
What year was that? What year did that happen?
That was 1976.
Okay, so he was born in 21, so he was
54.
54 years old, yeah. Wow.
Happens. You go to the state pen.
He was sometimes
organize a little rec
called,
league.
quote, the first of the high-scoring forwards. He was posthumously enshrined in the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame in 1978. This guy, 31.5% from the field's a Hall of Famer? What world do we live in?
Different game back in the day. The rim was smaller.
So you're telling me if I was playing hoop in 1950 and I jumped on the floor and took 30 shots a game and made 6 of them, I'm a Hall of Famer?
Seems like it.
Hey, Brett, these dudes weren't they didn't go to basketball camp. They didn't get paid like they do today. They didn't have trainers.
Dude, could you imagine if I went up to Jumpin' Joe and I hit him with one of these? Buckets!
You know what he'd do? They'd whistle you for carrying right now.
Yeah, probably so. But, I mean, look at Vic, though. Look at him. Vic he's going to go full Doc Brown. Because Vic Lombardi's thinking to himself, God, I could have played.
I know. Vic, that's all.
Look, I know. He's like, he wants to go full
But he's
on.
right. Moshe, he's right. If Vic took, even now, Vic, you're double nickel. But if you took your skill set currently to 1950, best player in the league.
Dude, 100%
right now.
When this show
Best
is
player in the
done,
league.
100% when this show's done, Vic is going to go to eBay Motors and he's going to buy a DeLorean. 100%.
I could safely
he's
say,
going to go, it's worth a shot.
I could safely say that if you gave me in my elite status, when I was my athletically prime, 38 years old, when I was at my height of my athleticism, if you took that player and moved him to 1934 or whatever, 42, I'd be in the NBA.
I don't think there's any doubt in my mind that you would be.
Like,
to be honest with you, I'm dead serious.
Vic, we would be the owner of so many ankles in 1950. Like, so many. Just snapping legs every time we step on the floor. One cross. If I hit them, think about this. If I hit Jumpin' Joe with a Euro step at the rim, he'd poop his pants.
Dude, I want to do this. Let's get okay, Vic. You're in the driver's
seat. If I hit him
seat.
just with a
Okay.
I mean, done for.
Vic, you're in the driver's seat. Okay, fine. Then you put white chocolate. What's his name?
Jason Williams.
Jason Williams. You take.
Hold on. Bring the professor.
Hold
They
on.
blow their minds.
You take Jason Williams.
When were the Salem witch trials? Like,
Exactly.
they throw him right there on the stake.
You take Jason Williams and Allen Iverson with you, Vic. They can sit on each other's laps in the passenger seat. You get in that DeLorean, show up in 1947, dude. You guys, they probably would burn. Yeah, that's right. They would burn them at the stake.
Yep.
That's what they would do. Because you guys are all witches. They think you came from another planet, right?
Yeah, but different rules, boys. Today, you watch any game, any basketball game, the ball's being carried all the time.
Yeah.
Back then, they really enforced the rule of dribbling with your hand down, hand facing down. If you even tried, like, I want you to watch Halliburton when he dribbles. Watch Halliburton. Just watch. He puts his hand under the basketball and carries it every single time. They never call it.
Mhm.
Ever. Ever. He carries it every time. And that's the modern game. Now, those are enforced rules back in the day. They don't call travel like they did back in the day. Of course,
Are we
there
sure
weren't
they
guys that were
called
6'1"
travels?
living above the rim back in the day either.
Are we sure they called travels? Like, we sure about that? Or is that just something that people say?
Yeah, I didn't watch. I wasn't. You're talking about 30 years before I was born?
The problem with genetics, and this is where I bark at genetics, and I don't like it. I don't like where genetics is going, where it's been. We're getting too big, too fast, too good for our own good. Is the size, the largesse, the athleticism of the human today. It shrinks the basketball court. And right now, you put those kind of physical bodies on a basketball court, and it makes it look tiny.
By the way,
we're in years past where you had so much more room to maneuver, right? People could drive the rim, not worry about it. There's no room to go anymore because these guys are so big.
I want you to expand on that in this regard, too. I didn't mean to cut you off there. The National Hockey League is getting the same way. Guys are so fast now.
Yeah.
And they can get from point A to point B. The ice shrinks. You know what I mean? It's remarkable. And the court shrinking, you're not going to change the dimensions of a National Hockey League rink. You're not going to change the dimensions of an NBA floor. But man, oh man, the guys take up more space quickly than they ever have in the history of any sport.
We'll talk to Katie Winge in a second. Just quick, do I have this right? Is U.S. playing Serbia in one of those exhibition games today?
Yeah. That's right after our show.
All right, get a nice little look at Jokic versus the U.S.
Joker,
team.
since they played yesterday. Serbia played yesterday, got upset by Australia. Would you play Joker second game of a back-to-back against a team you're going to face in the Rio Olympics?
Load management day. Do that.
You say Serbia lost to Australia? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Upset by Australia.
Well, Australia almost beat the U.S. You know that too, right? In game one.
Yeah, I watched the game. Mm-hmm.
303-504-0925. Let's get an update on Summer League action with Katie Winge, who is allegedly joining us next. That music can only mean one thing. We've been out scouring, almost like SEAL Team 6. We've been trying to figure out how to locate somebody, and we finally did. Used all of our resources available to us.
I'm not sure I believe this is really happening. I can't really believe it's happening.
So let's head out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Katie?
Fellas.
Oh, my God. Hey! All right.
Wow. Thanks for ditching us the last 2 days.
Yesterday was entirely Mosier's fault. I will take full responsibility for Monday or whatever day that was.
Oh, now our phone's going to cut out on us. Now the phone's going to cut out. I mean, I heard
this
her.
is not meant to be, I don't think.
The one thing that I heard was she did say she took responsibility.
She blamed yesterday on me, but
that is true.
We gave her plenty of time.
I mean, I feel like she's just messing with us now.
I do too. I feel like, Vic, is she punking us?
She may have just hung up.
What if it's intentional and she was just going, like I wouldn't put it past her. Katie, are you messing with us right now? Are you messing with us?
I feel like you're messing with me.
Mm-mm.
I feel like you're doing that on purpose.
Are you still in Vegas?
No, I just got back. I got back at 1 a.m. last night.
Oh, well, thank you for getting up then. We appreciate that very much.
Katie, and I know you're nice. You're a nicer human being than I am. You would never go here, but I just I'm a little more blunt. That was the worst basketball game I've witnessed in my life last night. That was one of the worst events I've ever been a part of. I cannot express to you how painful it was to watch that basketball game. Do you have the same
feelings? The defense was okay. Basketball is not very fun to watch when there's not a lot of shots being made. So that really hindered the excitement behind that game 3. It hurts, though, too, when you don't have Julian Strawther, who's been playing phenomenal, when you don't have, P.J. Hall, who's a big body that can help you rebound, and you don't have Deron Holmes, who should have been a big producer, too. So tough little run in Vegas for the Nuggets.
If I ask you, Katie, look, I know it's Summer League, okay? I know you don't get over your skis over things done in Summer League. Trey Alexander looks like a player, though. What do you think his prospects are of actually making the roster?
Well, I think, he's a two-way guy already for the Nuggets, so he is on the roster, which is great news. But I've been so impressed. I talked to Calvin Booth yesterday, and I asked him, is this what you expected with Trey Alexander? And he was like, oh, no, he's ahead of schedule compared to what I expected. And, for him to just outwardly say that, I thought it said a lot about the way that Trey Alexander's been playing. And Trey saying, too, during training camp and kind of his first couple of practices with the Nuggets that, Jamal Murray is somebody that he's watched film of before he even knew that he was going to the Nuggets because he likes his versatility. He likes the way he plays in pick and rolls. He likes the way he can score at all 3 levels. You could see little glimmers of Jamal Murray's game within Trey Alexander's game at Summer League. And Tanner, you're absolutely correct. Let's not get carried away. This is Summer League at the end of the day. However, I think there's a lot of really good potential for Trey Alexander to grow and to figure out, especially within the Nuggets system, what his NBA player role looks like. And the most exciting thing to me watching him play was the confidence, number one, but number two, the inability to look sped up. Usually it takes players a while to adjust to NBA speed, and we'll see if that's the case, when he starts playing with current NBA players as opposed to Summer League players. But he just looked so composed and poised when he was out there and was in his bag the whole time he was playing.
K-Dub, when you're in the second apron and you're close to it and you're hampered by what you can and cannot do, I think it's always important that, golly, can you just maybe get a little bit lucky? You know what I mean? And maybe with this undrafted kid, obviously they scouted him, but maybe you get a little lucky, and maybe as Calvin Booth says, he's ahead of schedule, and maybe he becomes a guy that actually does get some second rotation minutes at some point. I guess I'm trying to look ahead a little bit here, and I don't want to do too much of that, but I want to be excited about something with a guy because I'm not super excited about Jalen right now, right? I guess I'm excited about Julian. I'm certainly not excited about Zeke, but I need some young kid to do something.
Yeah, and I think, too, the way that we've seen kind of Jalen Pickett struggle at Summer League, it's reassuring to see a player like Trey Alexander kind of seamlessly come in and be like, okay, well, I'll pick you up if you're not playing at the level we know that you're capable of. So it's nice to know that you at least have some options. And I think you're right, Moj. Like being lucky is like, wait, did we just find something here? Like, let's wait and see how this goes. And again, we're not like jumping to any broad conclusions because it is just summer league. However, he has, some really great skills that I'm excited to see how they transfer.
Yeah, and I also remember, Katie, real quick,
on Murray.
I want you to think about this. I also remember being excited about Emmanuel Mudiay. I was very excited. And so maybe I'm scarred a little bit,
Well, I mean, all of us are. Everybody's had hits and everybody's had misses. And I think being a Nuggets fan, you want every single player to hit. And unfortunately, that's just like not the case. That doesn't always happen. So we'll see. I mean, also talking to Calvin Booth, he said he still wants to add a high-level guard. So they're not putting all this pressure on Jalen Pickett and Trey Alexander to come in and be, the saving grace, I don't think, in that backup point guard spot. I think there are still, plans in the works to try and fill out the roster spots in a way that helps the Nuggets.
Do you remember, was it a couple years ago, we were in the Vegas Summer League session and there was an earthquake? Anything crazy happened this year while you were there?
I don't know if I can say this, but I guess I'll say it. The Joe Biden is in Las Vegas right now giving speeches and doing rallies, and he is actually staying at the same hotel as the Nuggets are. And so we had Secret Service all over the place. It took us yes. Can you believe it?
At the Orleans, Vic. Yes, at the Orleans. Yep. At the Hooters.
Yes. Yes.
That's pretty wild. Yeah,
so
that's crazy.
It's taken us a while to get around. Usually everything in Vegas is usually very close together, and we've had some streets blocked off, and we've had to go through a little bit of extra safety protocol. So that was the craziest thing that happened this year.
Were you ever told, get on the ground? Did that ever happen?
Thankfully, no.
Oh, good. You know what, Katie, just a basic question. As we sit right now, the Nuggets, this version of the Nuggets so far, better or worse than last year?
That's a great question. And I think for me, are we assuming that everybody's healthy? Because if everybody's healthy, then I think they might be the same.
Okay.
Honestly,
what if I add this? How about this?
You have to say worse.
How about this? I tell you they add Russell Westbrook. Now what's your answer?
If they're healthy, I'm better, I guess.
Yeah.
It's very hard for me to look at a roster on paper.
Your pause gave me pause. Your pause, I think, pretty much indicates what it is. It really is. And they're not as good until they prove it. Let me ask you this. Did you get a chance to talk to KCP while he was out there?
I didn't, no. I saw him from afar, and then he was gone before I could get over to talk to him. But I did see him from afar watching the Orlando Magic, and it did make my heart very sad.
I have this feeling that the KCP decision was made long before his deal was up. I mean, don't you? I mean, because players talk, players know, players gather. Don't you get the feeling that he knew that the Nuggets were not going to re-sign him because he knew he was going to get more on the open market?
Yeah, I think it was a similar situation to Bruce, in all honesty. And I don't think Bruce knew that he was going to get as much as he got. I think both of them probably genuinely hoped that there would be a chance that they could stay. But with the way that, money works now in the NBA, I think there was probably more belief that they could get more somewhere else. And it kind of seemed like, even listening to Calvin Booth early on talking about, what happens if KCP doesn't stay. And that was when still conversations were still very much up in the air. And it seemed like Cal had definitely had those conversations and those thoughts, at least. And I think if you're very set as the decision maker on keeping a player, you don't necessarily share, well, we'll be fine, we'll be okay because I believe in Christian Braun if we don't have KCP. You know what I mean? Like, if you're set on keeping that guy, you say, I'm set on keeping that guy.
Yeah, sure. I get it. Hey, you did some wonderful pieces while you were there. The sit down with Julian Strother, the sit down with Walter Ellis and his father, LaFonso Ellis, really good stuff. I have to ask you, when you saw Aaron Gordon, and there's always a time and place, right? And clearly what happened, the tragedy with his brother right after the playoffs, man, I hate even discussing it. But when I saw him holding his nephew, oh, my God. What went through your mind when you saw that? And when's the right time to even talk about it?
So I won't lie to you guys. I teared up. I cried when they walked into the gym. It just is one of those things where he's the three boys, his nephews, that I'm sure he now feels, obligated to be. And I don't want to speak for him, but knowing what I know about Aaron, I'm sure he knows the presence that he now is going to try to be in their lives. And seeing, his sister-in-law and his sister and the crew that they just rolled in with, and a couple of the boys sitting right next to him and his sister courtside, and the baby sleeping on his sister-in-law's lap. It just was very surreal to see a family that had been through something so tragic and so awful come together with such love. And obviously I'm sure that they are still hurting immensely, but it was so great just to see them out together, smiling and being a family. But yeah, Vic, I watched kind of this transpire, and I was thinking about, do I try and I know Nuggets fans would love to hear from him. But I thought about it, and I just was like, I just don't think it's worth asking for an interview at this point. People are going to see that people are going to see that he's here. People are going to see him with his nephews. When he went out and was shooting at halftime with them, I just was like, this is everything I think everybody needed to see just through his actions.
You did the right thing. That's for another day.
Yeah, I went up and gave him a big hug and just told him that I've been thinking about him, and I hugged his sister. And it seems like everyone within the Nuggets organization kind of did a similar thing. I know a lot of coaches and players went out to Portland for his brother's celebration of life. I was kind of talking to Coach Malone about that before AG even got there. So he's definitely been, surrounded by people that love him and care about him and are trying to support him in any way that they can.
Gosh. Yeah, I think it's the right call. Not the time or place, but
just to let him know that we're thinking about him, I think was kind of the most important part of that interaction. So
for sure. Before I let you go, Katie, just a couple more Summer League questions.
Yeah.
What was the biggest story around Vegas? What was the most interesting thing, maybe nationally, NBA wise?
Bronny.
Was it Bronny?
Yeah, it was Bronny. It was so surreal and so strange. And you guys, I was thinking about this, the timing of it and it being an Olympic summer. I cannot imagine what the stories would have been like if LeBron would have been able to attend Summer League. If he was sitting courtside and was watching Bronny and sitting with Rob Pelinka or sitting with JJ Redick and what would have come out of that, because there was so much that came out of Bronny just being there by himself.
Yeah, but at the same time, Katie, I think his father and Rich Paul, I think he've done the kid a tremendous disservice. I feel bad for him. I really do. He's not that guy.
He's in a very tough position. That's for sure. Very tough position. And we'll see kind of what they decide. I don't know. Are they willing to have, difficult conversations? Are they willing to take a look at the film that they're seeing at Summer League and be real with it and say, we're going to make a decision that's right for Bronny's development and not for the story around the Lakers or for him to be, around LeBron as much as possible. I think the bottom line is probably they're going to do whatever LeBron wants them to do.
Katie, if he's on that team, it's so embarrassing for the kid. And again, maybe he can get a lot better. I mean, he's still a very young guy. I'm just saying, if he takes up a roster spot on the LA Lakers, that's incredibly embarrassing for Bronny James. I can't believe any father would put him in that position.
Well, I would assume the only way that happens, Mo, is if LeBron is like, no, I want to work him out every day. I want him to be in my gym with me every single day and be going through what we go through every single day, and me to essentially be his personal coach would be my guess. That's the only thing that, justifies it is the wrong word. If I'm sitting here and I'm going, make it make sense, and that's the only excuse I can find to provide some sense to a situation that is not making much.
Well, what's weird is, this isn't totally unique. The son part is, but having the nepotism thing is not a unique thing in the NBA. I mean, just look at the Bucks. Like Giannis's brother stinks, and he's on the roster. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
That's true. That's true.
Katie,
don't-
let's talk about.
yeah,
Forget that. Let's talk about what's really important. If you inserted me in my athletic prime and put me in 1941, do you think I would be an NBA basketball player in 1941 in my athletic prime?
No.
Vic.
I was
she
like
had-
very
hold on,
long
hold on,
dramatic
hold on, hold
pauses,
on.
by the way.
Vic, you said the long pause told you a lot earlier in the interview. How did that one? What did that one tell you right there?
Let me tell you something about radio. Let me tell you something about radio, kid. You better learn something right now. Long pauses of not being on the air, that doesn't work.
It builds suspense, Vic.
Hold on, Katie.
Builds suspense.
My athletic prime, 1941. I'm 6'3". Am I playing in the league?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But if you drop Brett, the college baseball player that he is, if I dropped you into the bigs in 1941, you are not making the big leagues. Not a chance.
Oh, I
I
think
don't
I could.
think
You
that
could
big
not
guy
hit.
is the ball.
You
No.
couldn't hit Bob
Yeah.
Feller.
No, you
no,
couldn't.
you could not.
Yes.
No, you
No.
Those guys
You're
throwing
not Joe
85.
DiMaggio.
You kidding me? That's
no, you're
high
not.
school.
Shit.
That's high
No.
school, bro.
You're a loser.
Dude, Bob Feller
This
threw
was-
100. You're out of your mind.
Katie, this was a waste of 15 minutes.
You guys are so kind to me. Thank you so much. Honestly, I could be still sleeping, so you're right. It was.
All right. Well, Katie, thanks for the time. Always appreciate it.
Okay, what's your
Also, I loved all the messages I got on Twitter yesterday that said, "Who do you think you are?"
Don't cross us again.
Answer the question, Katie. Who do you think you
To
are?
which I responded, "I am."
Yes.
I love it.
Perfect.
Can't wait till you blow us off next time, K-Dub. Thank you so much.
It's becoming a part of my brand, you guys.
Sweet.
Have to stay true to it. Thank you so much.
See you soon, buddy.
Katie Wingy joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline.
I loved how she said, well, there's some defense.
There's a lot of pregnant pauses in
I
that
know,
one.
yeah.
I've never heard so many I mean, as if this was like a test being taken.
Ask me a question, Mosher. Any question.
Hey, Brett, you think you're going to go shoot 80 tomorrow?
No.
Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. Oh, that gave me.
It gives you the radio willies. It's the radio
Freaks me
willies.
out,
is what
man.
Yeah, it's the radio willies.
It really does.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
it.
I don't know why she started talking like William Shatner.
Yeah. The pregnant pause is good. I need to start using that more. I need to really doesn't it make you sound like almost more intelligent? It's like, I'm really thinking on this answer. This answer is going to be good. You get a pause in there. Yeah.
Well, it's also like when somebody, like they have their glasses on, right? Let me put my shades on so you guys can see me. And then ask me a question.
Moj, why do you look like such a nerd?
Well, let me think. Let's see.
No, now you look like more of a nerd.
I don't know.
Yep. Now it's more.
No, when you take your glasses off and like you put like maybe one of the ends on your two, like you think a little bit, it makes you look sophisticated, like you really know what the heck you're doing.
Let's go to break.
Let's talk about what's really important. If you inserted me in my athletic prime and put me in 1941, do you think I would be an NBA basketball player in 1941 in my athletic prime?
No.
Vic.
I was
she
like,
had-
hold on.
I actually love that answer. I love that. Texture says, I'm listening on the app. Enough with the pauses. Every time you do it, I think the app is frozen. Make it stop. No, I kind of like these now.
We're going to start talking in staccato from now.
By the way, that pause, literally 4.5 seconds.
And
she took to answer.
I see it on the text line, especially if you listen to the appetizer. When I'm doing the hour by myself, there's a few more pauses because I'm trying to collect my thoughts and nobody can fill. So, yes, they're going to happen. They're going to happen occasionally. I'm telling you, I like them. I think it makes you focus.
Think about this. That pause by Katie was longer than some of the fastest 40-yard dash times at the NFL Combine.
Wait a minute. Do it again, Nelly. Let me hear it again. So this is like, okay.
We can't do this again. No, we cannot can't just go without talking.
It's a great point, though. Like Xavier Worthy, what did he run, a 4.22 in this last combine, the first-round pick from the Chiefs? I think it was a 4.22. So hang on. I'm going to do this, and I want to time this out exactly.
I got a stopwatch.
Yep. So, Nelly, do it again.
Do you think I would be an NBA basketball player in 1941 in my athletic prime?
No.
Oh, my God. Xavier Worthy would have beat that.
Yep.
The time it took her to answer the question, Worthy would have been 40 yards downfield.
I got 4.74, but it was really like 4.56.
Yeah. That's crazy. All right.
And Brett, by the way, that's the one thing that always trips me out when you listen to baseball on the radio. In every other sport, you're supposed to be talking the whole time. But in baseball, they'll just go 0-2 count to Kane.
Well, because the play stops. There's nothing else to talk about. I mean,
a little bit outside.
Yeah. At least they got some ambient noise where you're like, okay, nothing cut out. I bet you, man, if you listened, I'm trying to remember if I did. I imagine I would have. During the COVID year, when there was no fans allowed and you're calling a baseball game on the radio, that had to be trippy, right?
Moj, you know what I want to do with you? So I've done basketball games. I've done football games.
Vic, what do you want to do with me? I'm not going to come over and touch your little remote control.
Nice.
If you're listening, Altitude Executives, if you're listening, here's what I want to do with Mosier. And I think it would be awesome if we all got included in this. I want to, before I go down to the ground and stay in the ground, before we stay in the ground, all right, I want to call a golf tournament. Anyone. I want to call a golf tournament, and I want to call it with you, Moj. And I want to be on the course.
By the way, did you talk to Jim Nantz yesterday? What did he say?
He said, no, you cannot call a golf tournament with him.
Did you tell Jim Nantz, Mag and Gene?
He looked at me like I was a freak show. I'm all seriousness, because we've done it all, right?
Yeah,
Every
but
sport,
are we going to do it?
You've done motor racing.
Are we going to do it like Jim, or are we going to do it our way?
Whatever, our way. We're going to do our way.
I've done.
We're not going to do it somebody else's way.
I did golf on the radio about 30 years ago. I did, and it was really fun, to be honest with you.
Can it be just a mess around tournament? Because I want to be the guy who follows the people or is parked at a couple holes.
Yeah.
And I want to shout my answers, though. I don't want to say, he's 160. I don't want to do that. I'll be like, he's got a 4-iron.
Right in mid-swing.
Yep.
The hell was that?
He's 220 out. He's got a 4.
No, I'm dead serious, dude. I am 100% serious. You know the guy that's
Can
taking
we rip people
Instagram by
apart, too?
storm?
This is why, Vic, it's got to be like a scramble of like just a mess around thing. Because I just want to be like, oh, he shanked that one. That was terrible.
Exactly. And then interview him right afterwards.
Yeah.
What the hell was that? Hey, who is that guy that's all over Instagram that does the play-by-play of golf? He goes,
Eric Lottery?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so funny. So good. I want that.
I think
want to do it.
I think it would be fun, to be honest with you. I'd like to do it too, but I don't know how that's even feasible. I mean, listen, the amount of effort and equipment that goes into broadcasting a golf tournament is insane. The amount of cameras, handheld, stationaries, it's off the charts complicated.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah, it really is.
And he topped it. What a loser.
No, I would love to go. What
He's lining
is
up. He's
taking
50,
so long?
56 out
the
from the
ball.
green. 56 out from the green. This is definitely going to be a duff.
Yeah, you
just
like to- you like to
see
be
it
like-
in this guy's eyes. He's got fear everywhere.
He's got a
Look at
30.
him.
He's got a 30-footer uphill, and it's going to go to the left a little bit. He's got absolutely no shot in hell.
Here's Mark Mosher. He's going to want a mulligan after this one again.
A little mully.
Just right off the tee. Whoosh. Oh, you're going to have to. That's a
Reload.
provisional, bro.
Reload.
Provisional. Put it back down.
And there
It was
are
terrible.
the Lombardi brothers coming out of the woods at number 1 with 17 golf balls in hand.
I'll never forget that. Just playing out at Sanctuary, and Vic and his brother have spent 8 minutes in the middle of the woods when we're trying to
Pregnant
hit.
pause.
And all I hear from Vic is, "Oh, there's another one. There's another one." Like he's 5.
That's so good. The Avs have
intoxicating.
The Avs have announced that Danny Heinold is going to be an associate coach with the Eagles. So that's really cool. We haven't talked about that yet, but we got an inclination from JML about that, and it's cool. Danny Heinold's back with the Avs. I'm happy about that.
Who is JML's source?
Probably Danny Heinold.
I was going to say, of course, it's Danny Heinold.
Would be funny. Like, I always wonder that. Like, those are the best ones, aren't they? Like, source, the guy I'm talking about told me. That's the one.
Well, I'll never forget the story that emerged when Jay Cutler, at the time I was doing the Jay Cutler show. We were doing the Broncos stuff. I was doing the Jay Cutler television show. And when Jay Cutler was removed from his job as the Denver Broncos quarterback and traded, I went on the air on Channel 4 that night, and I reported that Jay Cutler is seeking a trade, and Jay Cutler will get traded. Blah, blah, blah. And he was like, oh, who's your source? And I couldn't say who my source was, but I felt like Jay Cutler's my freaking source.
Yeah. The guy.
Jay Cutler is my source.
The dude is. 303-504-0925. Fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, here's a compilation of every dramatic pause that Katie Wingy had in that interview. Their lengths are about 3.9 seconds, 4.1, and then 4.6 seconds.
As we sit right now, the Nuggets, this version of the Nuggets so far, better or worse than last year?
That's a great question.
I tell you, they add Russell Westbrook. Now what's your answer?
If they're healthy, I mean, I'm better, I guess.
You inserted me in my athletic prime and put me in 1941. Do you think I would be an NBA basketball player in 1941 in my athletic prime?
No.
That one's crazy.
So let's
That
see.
one's crazy.
That's about 12 or 13 total seconds of silence across those 3 questions.
Awesome. Just awesome.
If we did that, like, would we be paid if you had that much?
Somebody say something. I can't do this, man. Why are you doing this to me?
My producer's
I
spidey
was playing a
senses are
game-
just tingling right now.
I was playing a game right there, Moj. We call that Radio Chicken. Who's going to be the first one?
I can't handle it. I'm sorry. Don't do it.
Who's going to be the first one?
Thank goodness our boss is out of town right now. Otherwise, we'd be getting fired for this stunt.
Man. All right. So 303-504-0925, the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. I think there's a lot to look. We're going to be at camp in what? 10 days? 10 days is when Broncos? No,
the
9 days
26th.
is when it starts.
26th.
9 days away from camp, and I'm starting. Vic, you were talking about this a couple days ago. I'm getting that itch.
Well, hey, dude,
I'm getting the itch right now.
Doesn't the Open Championship start tonight, like at 1 a.m.? Dude, we're there. Dude, we're at golf. Vic, go to bed like at 5 o'clock and wake up early.
I will absolutely not be doing that. 1,000% not doing that
I might.
at all.
I might consider it.
Moshe, you wake up at 1 o'clock in the morning to watch golf, and you're a mess on the show the next day. I'm going to pummel you. Okay? Priorities.
I would be.
By the way, keep this in mind, guys. Saturday, your fourth place in the Western Conference, Colorado Rapids take on RSL. Tickets available at coloradorapids.com.
Got to beat those guys. Got to beat them.
How about the Pids this year, huh? Crushing it with new coach Chris Armas. So go and check that out. Obviously, rivalry game, a lot on the line. Go out to DSG this weekend, taking some soccer for your boys who are playing well this year. coloradorapids.com is where you can find the tickets. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great day, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
What up, Denver? It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company's the program. Demps out on vacation for the rest of the week. I told you it's going to be me the entirety of the week. Alex Ryan Emmy, you guys know me better as Raj with KJ Granderson on the ones and twos behind the glass. And Kimberly Joe Becker. Woman, what is up?
What's going on? We got another KJ. KJ,
is-
you and I have the same initials. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
There you go.
We got KJ.
Learning something new every
and
day on the
AJ.
show.
My mom tried to call me AJ for years.
What's your middle name, Raj?
Joseph.
Oh, so yeah. We got all the
Boom,
J's.
there you go.
KJs and AJs and all types of
so-
Js.
So, like my middle name is Jerron.
We have all the
There you go.
J's. The Nuggets don't have any J's. They can't hit a shot in Summer League.
It's not fun to watch. It's really not.
Shot. Yeah, great show on tap for you guys today. Historically, the slowest sports day of the year. We're coming off the All-Star game. We've got Patrick Saunders, who's going to join us at 10:45, talk about the Rockies. And listen, we don't typically say really nice things about the Rockies. Kreckman and Lindahl have a segment famously called Let's Try and Say Nice Things About the Rockies. They had a good week, a really good draft. Ryan McMahon wasn't great in the All-Star game last night, but we will talk to Patrick about what they can do in the second half if they're going to trade some of their veteran players, namely Ryan McMahon, Elias Diaz in there with conversations of catcher-needy teams. We've got NFL Notes coming up at 11:15. Colin Cowherd ranked the top NFL coaches. Where does Sean Payton rank in that top 10? We'll find out in about an hour from right now. But before we get into all of that, did you watch any of the All-Star game last night?
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I did not.
Okay.
I did a little recap. You know, I followed along on Twitter, but I didn't watch it.
I'm famously a fan of All-Star festivities, and I've done a very nerdy thing for a handful of years. I've played in the same fantasy baseball league since I was 14 years old. And we've had one player move out of this 8-team league in 16 years. And it's a very tragic situation. We lost him to a car accident.
Oh.
I don't mean that to dampen the mood, but I would be remiss not to mention my buddy Jeff Coral. All 8 of us, however, have stayed together for 16 years. And we get together for the draft, and what we've done over many seasons is now we have gotten together during the All-Star game, and our trade deadline is the final out of the All-Star game. So we go to like a Buffalo Wild Wings, we order a billion wings, a bunch of beers, and a bunch of whiskey shots, and we try and undermine each other for 3.5 hours and try and steal players from one another. I look forward to it every single year. And as a result, I'm the annoying, I love the All-Star game guy.
I think that's amazing.
It's a
I
blast.
love that story. And that's what sports is all about. I think sometimes we forget, especially in this very slow summer season here, what sports is about. But you guys are making it about what it should be. And that's so fun. And I will say, I'm not a fan of the All-Star festivities, because you called them festivities. I like the home run derby. I like to see them all show up on the red carpet, because that's what I watched last night was the clips of everybody showing up on the red
Dunn
carpet.
and Paul Skeens?
Yeah. Well, no, even Shohei Ohtani. He looks sharp.
Shohei had a 405-foot bomb
He
last
had a great,
night.
he had a fun game there. But yeah, it's all that stuff leading up to it that, I mean, the game is still fun. And I do think that the All-Star game for baseball is probably one of the more popular games, I'd say, when you look at all of the other leagues, don't you think?
It's the purest form of an All-Star game that you can get in the Major Four. And hey, like Cody Johnson gave us a good
Yes.
anthem. Gave us a good anthem. And I will rip into bad anthems as we see Mark Bertinoli, beautiful silver-haired fox, come into the studio, my guy.
Did you rip into Ingrid yesterday?
I kind of felt bad because I
felt
get it.
so bad.
We were ripping into her, and it was objectively a horrible anthem.
It was, but I talked to some of the guys yesterday because we were just discussing it, behind the scenes, whatever. And I was like, you guys, something was wrong. This was before she posted on her Instagram and said that, she's got a problem that she's going to check herself into a facility to take care of. But as someone who we don't need to hear, we don't need to run it back.
For the love of God,
Turn
KJ.
it off. We're good. Yep, it's tie a bow on it. We're done. But watching her sing that anthem, I was like, something is wrong. I thought she was sick because the way she tried to hit the high notes and then come down with it all, it just wasn't working. So I thought she was sick. So I said yesterday, I was like, you guys, she's either really sick or she's really nervous. I'm not going to say anything negative because I don't know what's going on. And then that came out and I was like, oh, that's even worse.
You get guys I heard Moj talking about, it's a really difficult song to sing. And I've heard that from so many people.
Is Mosier a singer? How does he know
It's
that?
not a hard song to sing. It's not a good. I love the national anthem. I'll say that with my hand
I do
raised.
too. America.
But if you listen to other anthems, in terms of a song, it's not a great song, but it's not hard to sing. It's a very simple tune to go out there. Maybe you can get tripped up on words, but it's an easy song to sing. So when I hear a bad anthem, I go, guys, I can walk out and do that. Come on.
I mean, that's how you know, right, Raj? So you had to know something was wrong with her. Anyway.
That was one thing I hid. I can't believe I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going to
Okay,
tell.
let's go.
I'm gonna
Are you a
tell the
singer?
people.
Shut up. Are you really?
I hid.
A soprano? You hit the high notes?
The male version of a soprano is a tenor.
Yes.
I hid this from my hockey teammates for years.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm gonna sound so soft right now. In the state of Colorado, if you sing in choirs in high school, you can try out for all-state choir in your junior and your senior years. So you can do it twice.
Okay.
I was a 2-time all-state choir member.
Hey!
And none of my hockey teammates knew it was a thing. I hid it from because growing up as a 14, 15, 16-year-old, what you think of is like, yeah, I'm an athlete. I'm a big, strong, tough guy. Really tough guy.
Especially hockey.
I hid it from my teammates up until I was like 18, and they're like, we didn't know you did that. Got to college, all the guys wanted to come out and see you perform.
Let's hear it. No. Come on. hit it. Come on, Raj.
no.
Come on. You put yourself on the spot here.
Can't do it.
Oh my
Can't do it.
gosh.
You won't
I was
get
in a
it.
middle
Maybe
school
one day.
tryout choir, and I was a soprano at Powell Middle School, but I didn't do it in high school. Did you go to Powell?
Super high notes. No, I didn't.
Oh,
I went to a small high school here in the area. But yeah, I hit it from all my buddies, and then in college, all of your teammates want to be around you and support you. So I didn't understand like what that support system was like. It was the coolest thing in the world.
Totally.
And to the point where if you had, this was amazing. If you had a thesis that needed to be defended orally, you could go at Syracuse in a public forum, like you just go to an auditorium, and the hockey teammate would, the hockey team would go to these
And support you?
Yeah, no, not me. I didn't have to defend my
But
thesis
whoever it was?
verbally, but we had teammates that had to give verbal thesis, and we would go and
All for one. I love
cheer
this.
for you when you were done.
Again, what sports is all about. We're really getting into what the whole reason that we are even interested in sports and follow along on this nice off-season slow sports Wednesday.
Cody says I need to sing and Demps needs to break dance. Did you know that Demps is a break dancer?
Well, I just learned this a few weeks ago, and yeah, we've tried to get him to do it, and he won't. And then that was when we got into a whole conversation about whether or not every sport in the Olympics is actually a sport, because then he said breakdancing is in the Olympics. I said, yeah, you have to be an athlete to breakdance. You have to be coordinated.
I agree. Breakdancing, you have to be athletic and in shape. I disagree with your stance, though, that every sport
here
in
we
the
go.
Olympics
Am I gonna have to
is
defend this
deserving.
again,
Yeah,
KJ?
you might have to.
I think you will. All
'Cause
right, give me one that you don't think is a sport, Rush.
Ping pong. You can be so it's impressive, but you can be so out of shape and still be good at ping pong.
Okay, so now you're saying that anyone that is considered an athlete has to be in shape?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's
What
why I had a tough
about-
time looking at like Babe Ruth in the 20s being like, yeah, that dude was an athlete. He knew how to swing a bat better than anyone in the 20s.
There's a lot of baseball players who I wouldn't say are necessarily in shape, quote unquote,
No,
but they're still
Bartolo
good. They
Colon
got
wasn't.
strong arms. They can catch a ball. Here's the thing with ping pong. Your hand-eye coordination has to be tip-top shape. Not everybody has natural hand-eye coordination. It's mostly athletic people, I will say, or someone who has dedicated their life to the sport that they love. And those that have dedicated their life to ping pong and made it to the Olympic team are athletes in my eyes, and I don't think you can convince me otherwise.
Curling.
Yeah, absolutely. Again,
Defend
a lot of
curling.
strategy, okay? A lot of strategy, a lot of practice. You can't go out there, just pick it up and start to shake the little broom thing and get it right.
But you're someone that grew up and was an elite level performer on the ice.
Thank you.
And now you're looking at a sport in which you're stepping on the ice without a blade on your foot. That doesn't rub you the wrong way.
No, it doesn't rub me the wrong way because they're just using it in a different way.
Because like I shuffle across the ice when I have to go when we're at bad rinks, and I'm done with my coaching days. But when we were at bad rinks and you would have to take the walk of death across wet ice, I've shuffled like Olympic curlers across the ice. It's not that hard.
Okay, but while you've also got a broom in your hand and you've got a big
No
rock
broom, but
that's
I've got
coming towards you,
I've
and
got
you have
2
to.
racks of waters. I've got 35 pounds of pucks on my back. I've got the team medical bag.
Cool, good for you. You want a cookie? I still think curling is a sport. Like, oh, I'm sorry. And you know what? Maybe I have a soft spot for this conversation because, again, I had asked all these college football players whether or not they think figure skating is a sport, and like 75% of them told me no. And I was like, why? And they're like, it's a hobby. It's whatever. And I said, it's a sport in the Olympics. And their argument was not every sport in the Olympics is an actual sport. And so that's how this started. But maybe I have a soft spot for all sports because I was so offended when they told me figure skating was not a sport.
You'll always have me in your your corner with figure skating. I grew up with a figure skater and my twin sister in my household. That's very, very difficult to do. And if you guys know I'm the hockey guy here. Many NHL hockey players take their power skating lessons from figure skaters.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't know that, like professional figure skaters come in and they can skate on either skates with toe picks on them with figure skaters or a regular, it's not inline, but I'll call it an inline hockey skate. They're the dudes who teach guys like Cale Makar to skate.
Yep.
They're the girls that teach guys like Cale Makar how to skate.
And I know a couple hockey players who had some pretty big injuries, and then coming back from those injuries, they took lessons with some figure skating coaches at DU so that they could get their feet back underneath them and kind of give that foundation of skating, which is exactly what Gabe Landeskog has said he's had to do over the last few months, was basically relearn the fundamentals of ice skating.
David goes, Raj doing a lot of gum flapping without proving he can do any of these things. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us in the Shop Mazda text line today. One price, one person, and 1 hour. It's a shout out Wednesday. We'll get into those at 11:45. So anyone that you want to shout out here on Dempsey and Company with Alex Ryanemi and Kim Becker sitting in today, please do so. Again, 303-504-0925. We'll get to those at 10:45. On the other side, NFL executives have come out with their rankings of the best 10 players in each position on the gridiron. There's no Broncos on them. We'll get into that next. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. You can take us wherever you go on iOS or on Android. Also, you should join us and our friends at Circus Sports Colorado this Saturday for Wingapalooza at number 38 in Denver from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Come watch the Colorado football offensive line and D-line compete to see who dominates the line of scrimmage in chicken wings. I tried last night. I would get absolutely roasted by those dudes if I tried to sit down in an eating competition. Number 38 in Circus Sports Colorado. They're going to be giving away 4 trips to Circa Las Vegas, airfare included. And by the way, those flights, they're not giving away tickets to the game, but those flights happen to coincide with the weekend of Sunday, November 24th. And if you guys are very in tune with the Denver football schedule, there's a certain Denver football team that's going to be in Vegas playing the Las Vegas football team. So go to Wingapalooza, go hang out with everyone, and maybe you can win some free flights.
Did you know that the Denver Broncos have never beaten the Las Vegas Raiders?
Yeah, it
never.
Sucks.
Literally never since they moved to Vegas.
Does it happen this year with Bo Nix at the helm? That's
Honestly,
the question.
Someone asked me what I thought a successful year for the Denver Broncos was, and I'm not even lying. The first thing that popped into my head was just beat the Raiders. Like, can they just beat the Raiders once?
Can you split with the Raiders? Can you split with the Chargers and not get your doors blown off by Kansas City? But the good news about playing Kansas City twice this year is that the final game of the season is against KC, and you would assume that their big guns are sitting down. So there's a war. If you can split with everyone in the division, I'd be over the moon.
Well, especially this year with who the Broncos have on their roster. I mean, again, expectations are on the lower side for most of us. So yeah, if they can split with all of their AFC West opponents,
over the moon if they can find a way to split with both or with all 3 of those teams. As I mentioned, ESPN is going through their summer studies of executives and coaches, and they rank the top 10 at every single position. And we've gotten through every position group but cornerback, and that comes out tomorrow. It's the reason why I say there's not a Bronco on any of these lists right now. Tomorrow, Pat Surtain will either be at number 1 or number 2 on that list in terms of top corners. But they don't have anyone. There's not an edge rusher. There isn't a safety. There's an honorable mention safety, but he's a free agent right now in Justin Simmons, who is here for forever and is assumedly going to a team like Baltimore or Miami, something like that, a true contender where he can actually play meaningful playoff games. There's not a tight end. There's not an interior offensive lineman, although Quinn Miners, fresh off of a 4-year, $80 million extension that makes him the 3rd highest paid guard in the league. Yeah, no doubt. It's a really good deal. He's an honorable mention there, so it shows up, but not in the top 10. May very well crack that next season if he continues career trajectory. Not a bad signing for the Broncos. Like, typically when guys like that are going into their first big extension, and you feel as though that they haven't reached their peak quite yet, but they're well on their way, you kind of have to reset the market with them. They didn't have to reset the market.
No, they got Quinn Miners at a pretty darn good deal. And I think when you look at everything else that was going on with their cap hit and the money that they have, this was a great sign, because that was another concern, I'd say, for the Broncos, right? Some of the guys in the trenches there. To sign Quinn Miners, who has been with the team, who knows a little bit about what Sean Payton wants and what's going on, I think it's a great addition. And honestly, like, probably the best case scenario with what he could have gotten.
So you pay him. He's top 3 now. I wonder what that means for Surtain's extension. We talked a little bit yesterday, and I know the morning show picked it up after Coach Sanford and I were touching on the Brandon Ayuk situation. Like, would you trade Pat Surtain essentially straight up for Ayuk? And Sanford was thinking, yeah, you could go Surtain and a guy like Courtland Sutton, which gives the Niners a true red zone threat, which is something that they don't really have. Like, you've got Kittle in the middle of the field, but like, you're not going to run him out on fade routes and just essentially throw jump balls to him. You can do that with a guy like Sutton. The Niners don't have that right now. If they did want to move on from Ayuk because they just can't fit him in financially, Coach was saying, yeah, you move on from your bona fide number 1 corner, because there's a chance that if you retain that first round pick next year, you can get another corner like him next season. and you'll be just fine. But you bring in the one thing that the Broncos don't have as we continue down this list of top 10 players that the Broncos just simply don't have on the roster, wide receiver included. You would fix that issue. You'd remove the fact that you have the number one corner in the league, but with a young quarterback coming in, you would give him a 28-year-old toy and safety blanket that we haven't seen a true number one here since the 2013, 2014 version of Demaryius Thomas, right? That's a decade.
So coach was willing to give both Surtain and Sutton up because, I mean, yeah, you're getting Ayuk, who is the wide receiver, like you said, the weapon that they could use, but you're also giving away Sutton, and like technically Sutton could still be one of those weapons.
Ayuk comes in on this list at number 10.
Okay.
The
so
highest he's
10.
ever been is 3. He was unranked last season. That's the lowest he's been is unranked.
And you're okay with taking him even if he's unranked last year and then 10 this year.
1,300 yards, 7 touchdowns. That doesn't grow on trees.
But that was also with the 49ers, who have the most talent out of any team in the league.
True. And when we get into to Collinsworth's top 10 NFL coaches and where Sean Payton sits in there, if you have the outlook on Sean Payton and his offensive abilities, his way to make guys like Darren Sproles into all-pro type of players, to find guys like Michael Thomas, and to utilize guys like Jimmy Graham to their best of their abilities, which I know the Broncos don't have a receiving tight end like Jimmy Graham in his heyday, but if you believe in Sean Payton, he's in the same ilk as a Kyle Shanahan, right? Like if you think Sean Payton's the guy, he and Kyle Shanahan, in terms of their ability to manufacture offense from nothing, should be in the same sentence.
Okay.
If you're looking at Brock Purdy, Bo Nix, like if he's Brock Purdy, it's a good draft pick, right? Right? That's kind of what it's what he profiles to be. Yeah. We don't know yet. We won't know until he plays a bunch of games this year what he actually is. But as it stands right now, 6th quarterback taken off the board, a guy who spent a ton of time in college, although found great success on the bookends of it. First year at Auburn, really good. Then a bunch of like meh seasons, and then a really good final season at Oregon that turns him into a first-round pick. If you put the right weapons around him, he can be pretty darn effective, right? Like Sean just wants him to be a yes man and to get the ball out of his damn hand and make the right reads. And if he can do that, he just needs guys that can break the play open. They don't have that on the roster. And the only way to do that is to either give up draft picks or give up current NFL talent. And I'm Mr. Horde draft picks. Like I don't want to give those things up. If you don't want to give up Surtain, and I know the cap situation is an issue too, Kim. I get that. If you don't want to give up Surtain, I'd be willing to give up the first-round pick this year for him.
Wow, really? Just the first-round pick?
Yeah.
And Cortland Sutton?
No, just the first.
Just the first. Okay.
I don't know how the money
No, right. This is all hypothetical.
The money likely would not work.
Well, I do have faith in Sean Payton, okay? I will say this. After everything that the Broncos went through last year, I didn't understand why Russell Wilson was being benched at the end of the year, but I did understand and maybe talked myself into the fact that Sean Payton had some kind of plan, right? There was some kind of strategy behind closed doors that was going on, and that's why Wilson was benched, and that's why we saw Bo Nix taken at number 12, first round, because we understand that was Sean Payton's guy, right? And so, yes, I totally agree with you, Raj. Build around Bo Nix here. Get him some weapons so that we can see if he can actually play to the caliber that he probably can with good talent around him. Now, Cortland Sutton has only had 1 year with Sean Payton, as is everybody else on the Broncos roster. So I guess I just think that Cortland Sutton could have a good year this year. So I'm not like really ready to jump on getting rid of him and Pat Surtain for Brandon Ayuk. But I will say you guys have a good argument. And yeah, if we're looking at this year right now, you know, apparently we think they might have a chance to go to the playoffs. I don't know about that one, but what would your goal by getting Brandon Ayuk this year be for the future of the Broncos?
Sign him to a long-term extension. Know that you're not going to compete for a playoff spot this year, likely because of the depth of the roster. Who knows? Maybe Bo Nix is CJ Stroud, and if that happens, that's awesome. All bets are off, and then you can sneak into the playoffs, and you're this year's Houston Texans. Like, that can happen. And if Marvin Mims does the glow up like the Texans wide receiver core did last year, we could be talking about it, but that is best case scenario. I don't foresee that happening. I'm not Nostradamus, but like not many people do. sign him to a long-term extension where you are getting him into, top 6 type of money. So he's in the conversation with Cooper Kupp and Devontae Adams and Jalen Waddle in terms of average salary, somewhere between $26.5 million to, at the high end, Tyreek Hill at 30, which is the Tyreek is the player that Ayuk is quoted being like, yeah, I want to be in that stratosphere. So if you can get him around 28 to 30, I think that's solid. And I see the text messages coming in here. If the Niners don't have the money to sign Ayuk, how will they have the money to pay Patrick Surtain II? The difference between Pat Surtain II and Ayuk making $30 million is your average salary for the number 1 paid corner in the league. It's 21 right now.
Yeah, a lot
So
lower.
you're going to be looking at paying Pat Surtain if he wants to be the number 1 paid corner in the league at $21.5 or $22 million in terms of average salary. Now you can make that work with contract guarantees and you can bring that average down, but they're saving $8 million right off the top. Like, it helps them. It helps the Niners cap situation to move on from Ayuk and bring in another elite player that would be their number 1 corner without a doubt and help them win a Super Bowl. It makes sense. I still think it's a pipe dream.
Sure.
I would certainly do it. Rob says he would trade Sutton in a second, a third next year. Cody said he would trade Sutton in a second and a fifth for Ayuk.
Yeah, I would trade all those things too, but I don't think that the 49ers would take that.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So here's my hang-up with that deal. If you trade Surtain, where does that leave the 49ers? And here's why I say that. The 49ers are getting prepared to trade Brock Purdy. Pay Brock Purdy, which is why they're struggling with paying Brandon Ayuk, quote unquote. So if you know you got to pay Patrick Surtain when you trade for him, why would you trade for him?
But I think that's what Raj was saying. It would be a lower amount, right? So it's not like he's going to get the same amount as Brandon Ayuk because he's a corner. Corners get paid a lot less than the wide receivers. But that's something to think about too, which is why.
For sure. The highest paid corner, I think, is $21 million. It's Jair Alexander.
Yeah.
So what would Surtain get? What,
22, 23 at the most.
Yeah, max.
And if a guy like Ayuk wants to be Tyreek Hill, that's $30 million. So you're saving $7 million. Granted, it's a different player, different position. The Purdy situation muddies the water, right? Because he's under contract for $1 million cap hit this year, and then 1.1 the season after before he goes into his UFA year at age 27 in the 2026 season. Are you sure they're getting ready to pay him?
Who do they even have as their backup? Brandon Allen. That's their quarterback backup?
Are you sure that the 49ers would look at him and go, yeah, I think we can break the bank and pay you, $50 million a year, right? Because if the Niners win a Super Bowl, that's what he'd be able to demand. Or would John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan go back to the drawing board and find another guy in the draft and go, yeah, we did it with you. You were Mr. Irrelevant. I can do it with a second rounder next year.
I don't think they'll do that to Brock Purdy. I really don't. I would be really surprised. And again, I mean, there's smoke screens everywhere in the NFL, but just the way that they talked about Purdy last year and with what he's done for the team, God, that would be a slap in the face, Raj, if they did that.
It is, but it's a cutthroat business.
I know.
It's a cutthroat league.
But they got to the NFC Championship. I mean, they got far. The 49ers did with Purdy.
I'm not saying they can't do it. They can do it. They can win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. And I was the guy that was the first half of the season, I go, this isn't going to work. Like, this is a flash in the pan, and he's going to come back down to earth, and he's just not going to be the guy. But we know Kyle Shanahan loves his toys. He loves the fact that he gets Deebo Samuel to be this Swiss Army knife wide receiver / running back, and he has another elite one in Christian McCaffrey. He's got a top 3 wide receiver, or tight end rather, in the league in George Kittle. He had a top 10, or currently has because he's still under contract, top 10 wide receiver in Brandon Ayuk as well. He likes his ability to go out and not only have his toys, but pay those toys. And the only reason why he can do it is because he's a cheap freaking quarterback that he's only paying $1 million a year. As soon as you pay that quarterback, the toys go away. And unless you have Patrick Mahomes, the toys matter, right? Like that surrounding cast matters unless you have an elite thrower of the football. Do they believe Brock Purdy's that guy? Is he? I don't know. I don't know if they believe it. And in this league where you're as good as your dollar amount and you're as good as your last play, I don't think it's crazy to look at them and go, they might play this Brock Purdy situation out for 2 years and go,
See ya. We'll get
go make your money with someone else. We'll do it with some
cheap rookie,
with the second or a third rounder where we don't have to pay a crazy amount of money.
Keep the other weapons.
Is Brock Purdy a top 10 quarterback right now?
I'll tell you what ESPN says.
I'd have to see a list.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
ESPN has Mahomes at number 1, Burrow at 2, Allen at 3, Lamar Jackson at 4, Stafford at 5, Justin Herbert at 6, CJ Stroud at 7, Aaron Rodgers at 8, Jared Goff at 9, Dak
Herbert?
Prescott at 10. Herbert
Where'd
at
you say
6.
Herbert? Oh, 6. Okay.
Your
Goff was 9?
So they got a guy that he's beaten twice ahead of him. That's crazy.
The first honorable mention, however, Brock Purdy.
Okay.
So he's knocking on the door, and this is executives polled by ESPN.
That's like where he lives his life in honorable mention, Mr. Irrelevant, third string quarterback, like barely gets to the NFC Championship, can't get him out. That's where he lives his life.
Maybe
lives
good
with a
enough, maybe
roommate.
not.
Yeah.
Other honorable mentions in that list: Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts.
Oh wow, Jalen Hurts. Yeah, I didn't make that list.
Tua.
Oh.
Kirk Cousins. Trevor Lawrence, and players receiving votes were Kyler Murray and Baker Mayfield.
Kyler Murray?
There's a pretty.
This wasn't just based off of last year, I take it.
It's top 10 going into next season. So last year has a very serious implication in that list, but it's not everything. Like Aaron Rodgers is still in the top 10,
but he didn't
play
okay.
last year.
No Dak Prescott in an honorable mention.
Prescott's at 10.
Oh, he was
and
at 10.
And that's I would look at Prescott and I go, is he really there? Like the regular season's really nice, but like as KJ said, bunch of dudes that he's beaten in playoff games. Like I could argue that you put Purdy at 10.
Yeah. I could too.
Over him.
The reason I asked that question is I don't know when the last time San Francisco had a top 10 quarterback. They've done a great job with just having guys take them to the promised land.
Mm-hmm.
None of those Alex Smith years, you don't think?
Top 10 in that year?
That singular Colin Kaepernick season?
No, he was way too inconsistent, man.
All right.
So
you got to go back to like the Steve Young days?
Well, Raj, I think that's a great argument for what you just said because they've obviously made their way with quarterbacks that didn't have to make the top 10. So you actually might be onto something here. They could get rid of Brock Purdy. I didn't think, when you said it, I was like, no chance. But now that you say that, I'm like, oh.
I'd still kick the tires. I don't think the Broncos are going to be able to make it happen, but I would certainly kick the tires. All-Star game was last night. Ryan McMahon struck out on 5 pitches, so we didn't get back-to-back Broncos All-Star game MVPs. However, as a result of this most recent MLB draft, the Rockies they're being talked about in national circles of like, are they doing the right things? Are they actually bringing in legit top-end major league talent? It seems like they had a really good draft. Will they have the foresight to trade some of their veteran talent? And it all comes around a week where we get Todd Helton inducted into the Hall of Fame this weekend. Patrick Saunders joins us next.
Man, it's incredible. You know, what he does year in and year out, and then you think about this year where he's recovering from Tommy John surgery, and he's hitting 316, 30 homers. It's just incredible.
It's a Spahar way back to right field. Soto doesn't even move. Ohtani has homered in the All-Star game.
Shohei with fireworks early on, courtesy of Fox Television. Aaron Judge was speaking right there when Shohei goes yard. He was the star of the show, did not win MVP. That happens to go to Jarren Duran of the Boston Red Sox. Hit a 2-run bomb off of Cincinnati's young Hunter Green, former number 1 pick in the MLB draft. The AL wins 5-3, 10 wins in their last 11 years as we welcome you back to Dempsey and Company. Demps out for the week. Alex Ryanemi alongside Kim Becker in until noon today. We'll hand things off to PhD. But before we keep going on, let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com, where we find Patrick Saunders of the Post. Patrick, what's up, man? Thanks for joining us.
Sure thing, guys. How you doing?
We're doing great. You watch any of the game last night? Did you watch the 5-pitch strikeout from McMahon?
Yeah, I did. You know, that I wanted him to do something because I'm very fond of Rymack. But, you know, the All-Star game is such a tough environment. You get one at bat, one chance, and it's really a crapshoot. But I'm just happy he made it. But, yeah, I mean, I know Ohtani didn't win the MVP. I understand why, but that guy's just – I mean, he's remarkable. He's one of those guys who grasps every moment possible and makes the most of it.
It was unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable watching him. You mentioned you're very fond of Ryan McMahon. And he's having a great season. He's batting .272 and he's hit 14 homers. He is every piece the cornerstone third baseman that the Rockies have wanted him to be. And they've got a few years more of club control on him at 29 years of age. His name is, however, swirling around trade rumors as we come up to the end of the month in the MLB trade deadline. You're fond of him. Is that fondness, unfortunately, going to have to be something that is taken from afar, or do you think he stays here in Denver?
I don't think he is traded. In other words, I do think he stays in Denver. I've talked to multiple people, including people in the Rockies and some scouts and some other people in the industry, and I do think he's their most coveted player. But I would be shocked. I would be shocked if they trade him. The Rockies think they have a really, really terrific left side of the infield, and McMahon and Ezekiel Tovar. He's not that expensive compared to a lot of other players. They really don't have a prospect at the ready to fill that in for him over the next, say, 2 years. So as good as he is and as much interest as there might be, I just don't see a trade happening for him.
All right, let's stay on the same trade topic here, Patrick. What about Charlie Blackmon? I mean, there's been rumors about that for a really long time. Do you see the Rockies being able to retain him?
Well, Charlie has full no trade clause in his contract. Let's face it, he's been okay this year. I think he has 5 homers now, and his average is okay. I suppose if a team, let's say the Atlanta Braves, came calling and they wanted to rent Charlie out at age 38 for half a season or less than half a season, the Rockies might inquire, and they might ask Charlie if he'd want a chance to be on a playoff contender for maybe his last season of his career, certainly toward the end of his career. I don't see it happening. I would be less shocked if Charlie was moved as opposed to Ryan McMahon. But Charlie loves it here. And I don't see that happening. He's making $13 million this year. And, of course, the team that picked him up wouldn't have to pay all of that. But still, that's a lot of money for a 38-year-old designated hitter. It could happen, but I I don't think it's going to happen.
Last one as we're speaking here on the Ramos Law Hotline with the post Patrick Saunders. In terms of trade deadline, either acquisitions or selling, is this year finally the year that you move on from an Elias Diaz, just one season removed from an All-Star Game MVP? With there's multiple contenders that are looking at either depth at catcher or need a true starting catcher to have some offense from that position. Are the Rockies ready to move on from him, and then possibly we see Drew Romo pop up for an August debut or a end of season 15 games?
Yeah, you're correct on both points. Diaz probably doesn't get the credit he deserves. He's been more than just the All-Star MVP last year. He's really been a rock for this team. He's been a warrior. His home run totals aren't terrific this year as they've been in the past, but yeah, you're right. He's the most likely guy the Rockies are going to move there. And you're right again when you say there's a number of teams, including the Cubs. If you consider the Cubs a contender, I don't know if they are right now, but there's a bunch of teams that could use a solid veteran backup catcher, perhaps even a DH type, and Diaz fits the bill. I fully expect him to be traded. Wouldn't shock me at all. I know a lot of teams have talked to the Rockies about Diaz, so he would be 1A on my list of players the Rockies might trade.
Okay, Patrick. So the last time that I talked to you here on Altitude Sports Radio with Dempsey was before the season even started. And one of the first things you said was, yeah, they're not going to be good this year. We don't even need to talk about much. And it was a joke, really. But
right.
Has there been anything this season that's really surprised you? I mean, they had that good run in May. They've been playing, there's been some good moments. Of course, losing a lot in the ninth inning and letting the game slip away, letting their lead slip away hasn't been the best. But anything that's surprised you so far this season?
Well, I knew the bullpen was going to be bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Bud Black, the manager, he knew it was going to be bad too. I didn't think it'd be this bad. I mean, it's historic bad. And really, if you took away some of those late game losses, the Rockies would still be heading toward a pretty bad season, but they wouldn't be heading toward 105 loss season as they are now. So I'm surprised at how poorly the bullpen has performed. I got to admit, a pleasant surprise for me was center fielder Brenton Doyle. He won a Gold Glove last year, but he only hit, I think it was 203 with a lot of strikeouts. He retooled his mechanics during the off season, and he could have been an all-star contender. He's playing that well. A couple weeks ago, he was NL Player of the Week. He got on a hot streak. He's showing his power. He's grown up a lot. I don't know if he's a surprise necessarily, but offensively, he's improved by leaps and bounds. He would be my number one story of this year, I think. And I guess the other thing would be I didn't know what to expect from right-hander Cal Quantrill. Right, the Guardians designated him for assignment, so the Rockies picked him up via cheap trade. He wasn't real good his last two outings, but overall he's pitched really well for him. And I didn't know if Quantrill would be that good, and I didn't know if his shoulder would hold up. But so far he's been really good, and there has been some trade interest in him too. I don't know if anything will come of it, but he's been one of the nice surprises for the Rockies.
In terms of surprises for me, it's been how well they've drafted over the past couple of years, and it just seems like the best prospect in the draft in terms of a hitter. Like he looks like Cody Bellinger from the right side in Charlie Condon, and they get him at 3. Was that them drafting well, or is that 2 picks ahead of him just kind of letting a guy who seems like he's got 35 plus 40 plus homer power just fall into their laps?
Yeah, I was surprised. I thought Charlie Condon, the slugger from Georgia, I thought he would be gone at number 3. But let's face it, you really have to screw up at number 3 to not get an impact player, particularly this year, because there are a lot of college power hitters on the board. I know the Rockies were over the moon when Condon was there. They had their eye on a number of guys, but I don't know exactly why the Guardians went with somebody else at number 1. They went with the second baseman from Oregon State. Some of it might be financial. or maybe he's just a better fit for their system. And the Guardians have been very savvy. I mean, they don't have a huge payroll, but right now they have the best record in the American League. So I was a little bit surprised Condon was there, and the Rockies were thrilled. You know, you mentioned the comparison to Bellinger. The other comparison that a lot of people are making is to a young Chris Bryant. Same body type. Bryant, of course, is having a terrible career with the Rockies, but in his prime, he was off the charts good. Hopefully, Condon has a little more fire in his belly than Chris Bryant does. I mean, I'm telling you what people have told me and what I've seen. Condon, by all accounts, is a very, very fierce competitor and a warrior. I think the Rockies hit the jackpot with him.
Okay, Patrick, my last question is more of a personal question. This is my first season as one of the in-game hosts for the Rockies, and so I've been at the ballpark pretty much every other game. I was there for all 7 games for the last homestand, and honest to God, I have had so much fun. There is still so much excitement and so much positivity within Coors Field. And that's allowed me to just really see what kind of fans the Rockies do have. Because, yes, of course, when the bigger teams are in here, right, the Dodgers or, you know, the Royals had a lot of their own fans at the ballpark too. But there was a lot of Rockies fans, especially in that first week of July. And so that's really helped me go there and watch the games, you know, and still have fun as the host. So as a writer for you, as part of the media for the Rockies and for a team that's been notoriously not very great this year, what really keeps you going with this team?
Great question. You know, it's funny. Fans have a different perspective, or different fans have different perspective. Hardcore baseball fans, those who live and breathe with the Rockies, they're very critical. They're sick of the losing. The fans who come to see a game every once in a while and enjoy a beautiful Colorado summer evening and take their kids and have Dippin' Dots or whatever and a beer or whatever, they love it because Coors Field, the atmosphere, you're right, it's phenomenal. It's a great place. For me, I got to admit, it gets tough covering a losing team because it's tough to keep writing stuff. And I don't want to always be Mr. Negative, but I also have to tell the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess I think about this way. I go to Coors Field, and I have a front row seat in the press box looking out a baseball diamond with 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 people watching a game and getting to write about it. So when things are bad, I remind myself, well, that's where my office is. So I guess that's what I lean on.
It's a little bit of a slog. I understand that, but you came out with a piece 3 days ago that had to be a joy to write. We're going to see Todd Helton inducted into Cooperstown over the weekend, now being the second Rockies player, third Rockies member. Jim Leland's in there, but not really, you know, as a Rockies manager. Without telling us that entire story, because I want people to go to denverpost.com and be able to read it, or hop onto Twitter at PSaundersDP and find the link there. What was your favorite part of that piece when you looked at how Todd Helton got from youth to the Hall of Fame? What was your favorite part of that?
Oh, well, thanks for bringing that up. Well, the story in a nutshell, I picked out 5 people that I thought were instrumental to his career, both during his playing days and through some rocky times at the end of his career and post-career. And I talked to 5 people, and so that was cool. I think of all the stuff. I love talking to all of them. His wife, Christy Helton, is a phenomenal person. I loved talking personal side of her husband with Christy. And then the biggest kick may have been talking to Todd's high school coach from way back, Knoxville Central High School. The guy is now 86 years old, sharp as a tack. He and Todd are still buddy-buddy. And to hear him regale me with tales about Todd Helton as this phenomenal high school athlete, both a quarterback and a hitter, was really, really fun. But I'm very fond of Todd. I've gotten to know him very well through the years. A lot of people don't realize they see that kind of tough exterior and be kind of a grouch sometimes, but underneath it, he's a very funny guy, very smart guy, very proud man, and it was just really cool to investigate and write about some of the people who helped him get to Cooperstown.
That is the voice of the Denver Post's Patrick Saunders. You can read his words at thedenverpost.com. Find him on Twitter at psaundersdp. Patrick, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it, man. And hopefully the Rockies continue to do good things and draft well and trade away veteran talent that they don't want here for the long term. I like the pipeline. It's not going to happen this year, but I like the pipeline. Thanks, Patrick.
Okay, guys. Thank you.
Bye,
Appreciate
Patrick.
Todd Helton will be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame this weekend. Where does he stand among all Colorado Hall of Famers? We'll rank him on the other side. Dempsey and Company, it's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey out on vacation. Raj hanging out with the guys alongside. You do everything. You need a Nuggets host. You need an Avs host. You need a Rockies host. She's the multifaceted, multi-talented Kimberly Jo Becker. Glad to have you in today. Special thanks to our friend Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post, who joined us just a few minutes ago to detail the Rockies' first half, what they can do in the second, whether or not we should be excited for, well, not the second half of this year, but next year and the years beyond with this youth movement. Charlie Condon being the first round draft pick, seemingly the most talented hitter in the draft this year, going to the Rockies. We also mentioned Todd Helton. He's going to be enshrined in Cooperstown, the second Rockies player to get there following Larry Walker back in 2020. And I brought up the question before we went to break. And if you guys want to chime in here, please do so at 303-504-0925 on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. In terms of all of the Hall of Famers that we have among the four major sports in Denver, and I'm leaving out players like Ray Bork, like Rob Blake. I can to make this even tougher, I'll leave out Peyton Manning. Okay. Even though he won a title here and he had amazing years, arguably the greatest offensive season of all time. You think Peyton Manning, I hate to say it, you think Colts, right? So I'm going to leave Peyton out of this because I think it gives Todd a chance to get into the top 5.
We're making room for Todd.
Where does Todd Helton rank on the all-time sports Hall of Famers for Colorado sports? Not the Mount Rushmore, because the Mount Rushmore conversation is like, well, you kind of need a head up there for all of the sports. Take all the Hall of Famers and rank them. Is he top 5?
I really tried to make this argument on break. I sat here and I was like, okay, well, I could move this guy around. I could maybe put him at 5, but I feel like I'd be lying to myself and I would just be throwing the Rockies a bone because I want there to be a Colorado Rockies player in the top 5. But I don't think he is. I would say put him at 6 or 7. So here's my rankings for you, okay?
All right, let's hear it.
Okay. I would give Elway number 1.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Nobody else
Number
doesn't
1.
Sniff it.
Number 2, also without a doubt, Sakic.
Okay.
Without a doubt, Sakic. Then I would go TD, Terrell Davis. Then I would go Shannon Sharpe at 4. And then I would go Forsberg at 5. And then that leaves Patrick Waugh right there. So Patrick Waugh and Todd Helton would be 6 and 7 for me.
See, that's interesting. TD doesn't have a long career. Forsberg doesn't have a long career.
But they were amazing.
But they at the top of their list. Shannon Sharpe was elite, dominant, and arguably before his time. Like would be the number 1 tight end in the game today, and there's a lot more tight ends that look like Shannon Sharpe now than there were in the 90s and the early 2000s when he was dominating. Elway and Sakic for sure are 1 and 2 to me. Forsberg, because his career got cut so short because of injuries, I don't know if I can put him in the top 5.
Okay. Who would you put at 5? Wait, no. Keep going. Sorry. I want to hear the rest.
I would move, all right, Elway and Sakic at 1 and 2.
Okay.
I've got TD at 3.
Yep.
Waugh at 4.
Okay.
And Helton can swoop in at 5, but like
over Shannon Sharpe.
So the thing is for me, Helton can get into the top 5, but he doesn't have the titles. He's got 20 years of unbelievable, consistent ball, and he's the face of the franchise, right? That's the one thing he's got going for him to get into the top 5 for me. But then I look at Steve Atwater and I go,
say, if we're looking at titles,
you're one of the greatest safeties ever to play the game. You've got 2 championships. Sharpe, one of the greatest tight ends ever to play the game. You've got 3 championships. And then you look at the Nuggets. I don't think I can put Chauncey in the top 5 because he won his titles elsewhere. I don't think I can put English or Issel in there because they didn't win titles, obviously with the Nuggets winning their first one last season. I can't put a Nugget into the top 5 right now. There will be a Nugget in the top 5 12 years from now or 10 years from now whenever Jokic is up for debate. So I can throw Helton a bone and put him in at 5, but it's a tenuous 5 for me. And if we're bringing in future Hall of Famers, he gets knocked down really quickly. McKinnon's going to be ahead of him. Joker's going to be ahead of him. There's a chance that Cale Makar goes ahead of him.
For sure.
There's a chance that Mikko Rantanen goes ahead of him if he continues to produce at 100-point paces. And I feel like I'm slapping Todd in the face right now.
No.
And Big C on the text line says, how about Champ Bailey? Like that's really tough.
That is really tough. I'm like sweating. I'm stressed out right now. This is really hard to do.
I haven't even mentioned Von Miller.
Oh my God, Von Miller. But you know what? I think we're all a little I love Von Miller, but I'm a little salty that he just booked it out like that midseason. Okay, but oh my gosh, I'm literally stressed out right now. Okay, obviously, when Jokic gets in, would you put him ahead of Sakic? Would you?
Joe was always a top 3 player and won an MVP. Never won 3. Won 2 titles, was largely looked at as the best leader in his sport. I think Joker is right there with him.
Me too.
What Joe has working for him is that he's still here and still working with a championship level team.
He's on our minds because he's around.
But from an on-field or on-ice perspective, I'd be hard not to put Elway 1, Joker 2, Sakic 3.
I would do the same.
They all stay in the top 3, and then it becomes even harder. I said it's tough to keep Todd Helton in the top 5. When you bring in these current players that have championships under their belts, you're looking at, like, does Todd Helton get in the top 10 of all-time Hall of Famers with respect to Denver sports?
Yeah, okay, well, now I'm pissed off because now I want to put Manning in there. When I think about Denver sports and everything that he's done for the Broncos and he's around, now I want him in there.
Well, there's other players that are around. They're like Blake in 2014.
Stressed.
Blake in 2014 is a player that I look at as like, can you really be an Av? You know, he played more seasons here than Bork did. Bork, I can't look at. I still look at the Bork jersey retirement going like, we really do this? But he was a big reason why they won in 2001. He was an amazing player, even in his age 40 season when he was pushing up near 60 points. We have future possible Hall of Famers in the NFL with Nalen as an offensive lineman. Rod Smith is arguably the greatest undrafted wide receiver of all time. Jason Elam is a kicker, but you can't put a kicker in there above Todd Helton.
No.
Smith's got a chance.
Yeah.
Played a long time, was a Bronco forever.
Raj, we haven't even talked about Randy Gradishar, who when he got elected into the Hall of Fame this year, my dad, who played in the NFL back in the day, was like, Gradishar was one of the best of his time. This is way overdue. Like, maybe because you and I are younger, Raj, we're like only thinking about the people that we are more used to over the last decade or 15 years or so. But now that I think about even Randy Gradishar, I'm like, he deserves to be up at the top 2, and he's still around the Broncos also. So he's continued his career here in Denver with the Broncos. This is really hard.
Eric says he's 4th right now. Again,
who, Helton?
4th, he says Elway, Sakic, Wah, Hilton. He puts him 4th.
I want to know how old he is. Can you ask him?
There's a big difference. There's a really big difference, and I wonder if they had finished off that magical run in 2007 and they didn't run into a buzzsaw in the Sox.
Yeah.
And again, I will always go back to that World Series and say it was way closer of a sweep than you think. And then I sound like a Laker fan when, you know, the Nuggets ran through them 2 postseasons ago. But I still look at that playoff run and I go, had they not had the week off, they could have done something really, really close right there. Eric is 40. All right, you're in the ballpark.
Yeah, you're in the ballpark. But that's good. That's good. Thank you also, Eric, for telling us.
Corey asks, and as far as Hall of Famers, is Walker ahead of Helton? No. I don't believe so. He did win an MVP, but I don't think so. If you look at Helton's career, like the only reason why Todd Helton didn't win an MVP is because he played in the steroid era and wasn't a steroid guy. It's legit the only reason. He finished 5th in the MVP vote in 2000. He finished 9th in 2001, 19th in 2002, 7th in 2003. And the year that he finished 5th in the MVP, he had 147 RBI. He had 59 doubles and batted .372. 372. And the guy who won the NL MVP that year was Jeff freaking Kent. Jeff Kent won the MVP that year with 33 bombs, 125 RBI. And he finished behind guys who were rumored to have done steroids, Barry Bonds, Mike Piazza, and Jim Edmonds that year. Jim Edmonds was an all-time defensive center fielder. I get that. But you put a syringe into his arm that year, and he's probably walking away with 165 RBI and launching 50 some odd bombs.
Yeah.
Like that's the only reason why I didn't have an MVP. So no, I cannot put I cannot put Larry Walker ahead of Todd Helton on this ranking. I can't do it. But it's very, very slippery slope for him,
tough.
especially when guys like Jokic, McKinnon, Makar, and Rantanen come up in the next decade and a half to even keep Todd Helton in the top 10.
Okay, quick before we have to go here, would you put McKinnon above Sakic if he gets in?
He needs to win too.
Okay.
Needs to win too.
Okay.
He's got one. They have the same careers right now, and McKinnon may have an opportunity to equal him in terms of gold medal count when the NHL goes back to the Olympics in a couple of years. They have the same career. He needs to win too. That is the baseline.
All right, you heard it from the hockey guy.
That's Kim Becker. I'm Alex Ryan, KJ's NFL notes on the other side. It wasn't Collinsworth. Who was it? It was
Colin Cowherd.
Colin Cowherd ranked the top 10 NFL coaches. We'll tell you where he ranks his buddy Sean Payton next. Every day here on Dempsey and Company at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories around the gridiron with KJ's NFL notes. KJ, let us know where Sean Payton falls in the top 10 of one of his best friends' rankings.
He's a buddy, but I think Sean Payton's brilliant. 9 seasons was double-digit wins. You know, last year, everybody was banging on Russell Wilson. He got the best out of Russell Wilson. Russell's not going to be that good in Pittsburgh. He's not going to be that good. It was the Broncos' defense. And I think if you look at his history, one of 7 coaches with a Super Bowl. From the Parcells tree, he likes the rebuilds. People, the Saints were the worst franchise in the history of the league when he took them over. There was no franchise that it was ever had less talent and less cultural relevance in the history of the league of the Saints when he took them over, and they had 9 years with double-digit wins.
The reason I wanted you guys to hear the explanation first is because that's going to set up for how much praise he has for Sean Payton. So I'm just going to go ahead and just help you guys out. He is obviously top 5.
All right.
Who's number 1? Who do you guys think Colin had at number 1?
Andy Reid.
Andy Reid.
There you go.
It's got to be the answer.
Easy.
Okay.
Number 2.
I would say Sean McVay.
That's correct.
Whoa. Okay. I would not have said that. Okay.
Ooh, who would you have said?
I don't know.
Huh.
I had
Jim Harbaugh?
I throw John in the top 5.
John is actually number 3.
John's 3, so John Harbaugh beats out Kyle Shanahan for him. And Shanahan is beat out by Sean Payton. Does Shanahan go to 5?
No. So Sean Payton is 4.
Oh.
Kyle Shanahan's 6.
Who's 5?
Mike Tomlin?
That's it.
All right.
Yeah.
He likes the old guard. I get it.
I get it.
I understand he likes the old guard. I think it's a little high of a ranking for me for Payton. I get that he's going to go back to he's rebuilding a franchise. He's rebuilding a team from the ground up, much like he did in New Orleans. I understand that. I think that's a solid take there. But to have him ahead of a guy in Kyle Shanahan who's been knocking on the doors for years and is one of, if not the best offensive mind in the game today. It's either him or it's Sean McVay. And I suppose you can throw Andy Reid in there, but like Andy Reid's got something that the other guys don't have, and that it's arguably the greatest quarterback that we've ever seen play. I think he's borderline top 5. If he makes Bo Nix work, then he skyrockets into the top 3 for me, because then he'll have the history of Drew Brees, he'll have the championship under his belt, and then he will have turned around a franchise that was sinking money into a dying quarterback in Russell Wilson, and has turned that around to what would have been the 6th quarterback taken in 12 picks, and will have, at that point, if he works out, there's probably 3 or 4 other teams that selected before the Broncos in this past draft that will have had egg on their face, and he gets to tout that ahead of everyone else.
Okay, you know what? I'm glad you played the explanation, KJ, because I think that especially Broncos fans get so hung up on just this last year and how there were just a lot more negatives than positives when it came to Sean Payton coming here into Denver with the Broncos. But when you look at his track record, and that's a very good point, the Saints were the worst team in the league and he rebuilt them. Like, that is what a head coach is supposed to do, is get the best out of his players. And that's what he did with the Saints. And hopefully that's what he can do with now Bo Nix and some new said rookies and some new said Denver Broncos players. So I really like that explanation. I still think Broncos fans should be hyped. I mean, again, what better option do you have other than Sean Payton right now? I still think that he's a great option. He's a great head coach. He's the best case scenario for Denver right now. And I mean, I don't know about top 5 just because of last year, but when you look at his entire career, yeah, top 5 with active coaches right now, that seems pretty legitimate.
No, I would definitely agree. Let me ask you guys this real quick. If he turns things around with the Broncos and he not only gets them to the Super Bowl, but he wins it, is Sean Payton a top 10 coach all time?
Yes. Yes, because that is exactly what a head coach is supposed to do, is to make diamonds out of dirt. And if he can do that with who is on the roster right now, when you look at a lot of other rankings that national media have done with the Broncos, they are just bottom of the totem pole here. I mean, the odds for the Broncos to win the Super Bowl were the worst, or I think 3rd worst, I believe, or maybe 3rd best, however you look at it, this year. And I think it was the Patriots and maybe the Panthers underneath them. But I mean, if he can do that, if he can turn the Broncos around, some people are calling this team just like useless, directionless, talentless.
I wouldn't say they're not directionless.
I agree
they
with
have
you.
a
They're
direction.
not. I agree with you. I agree with you, Raj.
Talentless is not far off the mark right now. And they just have to build it throughout the draft and hopefully, again, you can restart that and kickstart it with a quarterback. And that is what you hope Bo Nix can be. Directionless is nonsense.
I agree.
There is a very clear direction that Sean Payton is taking. To answer your question more directly, if he wins a championship, you would throw him in top 5, top 7. He's without a doubt a shoe into the top 10.
Yeah.
No one else has done it. It's never happened before that a head coach has won in one place and then gone somewhere else and won there. It's never happened. For him to do something that's unprecedented, yeah, top 10 without a doubt.
Yeah.
What's next?
Diana Rossini, she was on a podcast here recently, and she wanted to clarify what's been going on with Aaron Rodgers and Robert Saleh. So obviously Aaron Rodgers missed mandatory minicamps, and Saleh stuck his foot out there and said it was unexcused. And Diana Rossini wants to clear up that was not the case.
Aaron Rodgers told the New York Jets he was going to Egypt months ago. They knew this. So the fact that it wasn't worked out just seems really strange to me. It's their decision, obviously. And I was told that Aaron was told from the organization that it was Robert Saleh's decision to do that because he wanted to show everybody that he's not the GM. Because
So what was Rodgers' reaction? I mean, so they literally talked about it, and then Robert Saleh decided on his own doing that he's going to come out and make it an even bigger distraction.
So he went back to Saleh. Rodgers was like, "What the hell? Like, why would you say? Why would you not say it's excused?"
Oh, come on.
So the ball was dropped on the entire situation.
All right, who's most likely to be out of New York first, Robert Saleh or Aaron Rodgers?
I think Aaron Rodgers, and I honestly think that will be more of his own decision. I don't think that necessarily this is grounds for getting rid of one of them, just from the front office. But I do think with all of the turmoil that seems to be building here with Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, that Aaron Rodgers isn't going to want to stay there very long. Now, do I think there's somewhere that he can go easily? No, probably not. But I'm sorry. I love Aaron Rodgers, okay? I actually really do. I know everyone's shocked face on that one. I am an Aaron Rodgers fan. I really am. Everything that he does on the field, off the field, watching Hard Knocks last year in training camp for the New York Jets, the way that he touches the grass and he feels it. I just think it's awesome, right? He's a cool dude. I'm a fan. But don't plan your Egypt trip during OTAs. You are still here to play on the team. You know when they're going to be. And guess what? If you didn't know when they were going to be and you plan this trip, replan it. You're a millionaire. It's not like you're losing money or something. Replan the trip. And if you really did decide to plan this trip when you were trying to heal your Achilles and yada, yada, well, guess what? 3-4 months ago, he knew that he was going to be able to play. So reschedule it then. So it's a weird thing. It's unnecessary. I do think it's drama and a distraction that no one really should care about. But I don't think it's grounds to get rid of one of them if you're the front office of the New York Jets.
They've had 4 different head coaches in the last decade, with the end of the Rex Ryan tenure, which was largely very, very successful. Todd Bowles for 3 years, Adam Gase for that one terrible season, or better parts of 2 seasons, and then Saleh from 2021 until now. I don't think that they want to continue on a head coaching carousel. I think they like his intensity. He feels like a proper Jets head coach. I don't know how to frame it other than that. If Aaron Rodgers was 3 years younger, the answer would be Saleh's out before Rodgers. Aaron's 41 years old. He's going to be 42 next year in the final full year of that deal. It's Rodgers. If they make it work for a year or two, awesome. But Aaron's gone before Saleh, man. He's just too old. What's next, KJ?
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. One thing I am huge on in life is people who do a bad job of living their life as a way of giving advice. to then turn around and be someone who has the audacity to verbally give advice. And Kenny Pickett is all of a sudden been ordained as the guy to talk to high schoolers about facing adversity. Oh, no, we're not going down that
He's
track.
got tiny hands, man. It's a lot of adversity.
He sure
I
does.
do too.
Let's take a listen to Kenny Pickett try to talk to kids about having the right mindset.
The world has enough doubters. There's plenty of people that are doubting. That's probably the majority of people that are out there, in the media, fan bases, whatever it may be. But those special people that I was talking about earlier, coaches, family members, I think, if you kind of turn your mind around and try and prove them right and what they believe in you, you're kind of being a more positive mindset.
Oh, that's cute. I'm glad he brought the family piece in there. The real question is, if you're all about trying to prove the doubters wrong and facing the fire, why did he run on the first train smoking when Russell Wilson, who everyone claims is past his prime, comes to Pittsburgh and he's ordained as the number one? Tomlin never said Kenny Pickett never had a chance to get his job back, but he just said that for now, Russell Wilson's the number one. So how can he dare give advice to people about proving the doubters wrong when you ran away from the challenge?
I don't know if you think he actually ran away from the challenge, or do you think he read the tea leaves and going like, Tomlin has tried multiple guys other than me during the season. I didn't have the job at the end of the year. Now he wants to go get a player. Granted, he's very cheap because the Broncos are paying him all of his money, but he's going to go out and he's going to get a former Super Bowl winner to come in and test me again. How many tests are too many? And I wonder if he looks at Philadelphia and goes, the shine is kind of fallen off of Jalen Hurts.
No.
Just in the past 1 year. The shine has.
Okay.
Don't look at me like that.
No,
we do not talk about Jalen Hurts in the same way that we did 2 years ago.
Okay.
That is bona fide fact. Does it mean that he's like falling off the face of the planet? No. He just wasn't as good last year as he was 2 years ago when the Eagles got to the Super Bowl. That's just what it is. I think he sees an opportunity that if Jalen gets hurt, he can step in and be a true number one and then parlay that into another contract. I don't think it's so bad. I don't think he's running away from adversity in Pittsburgh. I just think he saw a head coach that like didn't want him there. It's like Russ being kind of okay with being cut and then going to Pittsburgh. He had a head coach here that didn't want him here. He's not running from adversity.
I mean, when you look at it black and white, I would say, yeah, maybe he did run away from the quarterback competition. Maybe he did run away from a challenge that when he's speaking to high school students could be great evidence for him to back up his argument, right? Like, hey, I stayed here. I competed for my job. But like Raj said, when you look at the bigger picture and what other opportunities were maybe available for him, and being a young quarterback with the situation that he found himself in last year, being hurt a little bit, not playing the best, he probably knows that his lifespan in the NFL as a starting quarterback, well, and now as a backup, is pretty short, and he probably wants to make the most of it. And I would say that, you could argue, is also facing adversity because he was drafted as this guy who was supposed to be, a starting quarterback who could do really well for the Steelers, and then he didn't. And that's something that he's reading the writing on the walls for. He's facing the facts there, and he's looking at it and saying, what do I need to do to make sure that I can still get the best out of my playing career? And that was going somewhere else. So I think you could argue it either way. But I would still say, they're going to take anyone to go talk to high schoolers like this. Kenny Pickett was probably just the only guy not doing anything during the time, right?
It's such a historically bad draft.
Maybe.
That 2022 quarterback draft is
you know
so
what?
bad. Pickett
he
at 20.
Was still drafted.
Desmond Ridder goes at 74. Malik Willis at 86. Matt Corral right after that. Bailey Zappi goes at 137.
Yeah, and Bill Belichick played him. He played Zappi.
Bill
Belichick plays me in my first year? Heck yeah.
It's a horrible draft until you get to pick number 262. And who rears his pretty little head? Brock freaking Purdy. It's a horrible draft until you see Brock Purdy at the end.
Even in 2020, you would have said that, yeah, horrible draft. And Brock Purdy would not have been on your list of being good. Obviously, we didn't know.
No one's thinking about that guy.
Well, so maybe they thought Kenny Pickett was going to be great, and they did. And
Tiny
he
hands,
wasn't.
man. Little update from the Team USA showcase. The Americans are pounding Serbia 83-58, who are playing on their second leg of a back-to-back with 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining there. KJ, one more here.
Patrick Mahomes is obviously looking to three-peat this year, but he emphasized that it was something he needed to bring to camp with him, and it got me to thinking.
This is my first year I'm bringing a TV, so I haven't brought a TV ever before, but NCAA came out, and I'm gonna have to turn it on, so I brought a TV for NCAA and the Olympics, so that's my first year of doing that.
Obviously, EA has absolutely knocked it out of the park. Over $70 million on day one. You have millions of people streaming at the same time online. All of that is great. But next year, there's another iconic all-time game that is going to be making its return as well. GTA 6.
Ooh.
Which one will be most remembered for its return? NCAA 25 or GTA 6?
You guys are going to have to tell me what GTA 6 is.
Grand Theft Auto?
Grand Theft Auto?
Oh my God.
San Andreas?
Okay. I'm living with a bunch of gamers here. I played
I guarantee your fiance knows what GTA is.
He 1000% knows what GTA is, but we don't talk about that. No, I know what Madden is. I know what James
Just
Bond
shove
is.
him off to some
I know
side
what
of the
COD
house.
is. Thank you. I have two younger brothers that played Call of Duty, but I did not know what GTA 6 was. So I guess I'm gonna have to go with with NCAA.
The answer is NCAA.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It's got a wider range of users. Like an 8-year-old can play NCAA football 25. And I know a bunch of 8-year-olds that played GTA when it happened, but I'm pretty certain that was like an unsanctioned video game from their parent, right? Like you snuck into your older brother's room onto the PlayStation 2 and you played GTA. And if mom caught you in there, you were in loads of trouble.
Why? Is it inappropriate?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's incredibly violent.
Lot of cursing.
Worse than COD?
Oh yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's not a great example for like a child to look at,
Good
you
to
know?
know.
Great game, but no, the answer is NCAA football.
There you go.
All right.
And listen, it's downloading onto my console right now. My wife's not going to see me for the entire weekend. I can't wait. Kim Becker, Alex Ryan.
Let me know if she wants to hang out.
We'll wrap this up on the other side. Text in your shout-outs to 303-504-0925, or you can use the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, which is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They are in your corner. Go to the mobile app, hit the little microphone on the bottom, and shout out whoever you want to. Shout-outs on the other side. Leftovers PhD will be coming up at noon. Saw Jimmy Eat World a couple of years ago. Still got it. Third Eye Blind, still got it as well.
Dude, music is just not the same as it used to be. It's not. I will go out on a limb and say that.
That's a really...
What? Those bands...
That comment is aging you.
Oh, I don't care. I can't stand like the Taylor Swift movement, the Morgan Wallen stuff. Like,
Taylor
this is
Swift
nuts.
movement is your... Like, that's...
No, it's not.
Those are
We're
your
the same
contemporaries.
age. I'm probably older than you. How old are you? Do you want to tell
31.
everyone? I'm 34, Raj.
The Taylor Swift thing, those are your contemporaries.
No, I will
It's not a
claim
bunch of
them.
14... It is a bunch of 14-year-olds,
It
but
is.
like...
I do not claim the Taylor Swifties at all, ever, in my generation.
That is such... It's such a get off my lawn comment,
I'm
Kim.
much more of a Jewel person.
Whoa.
Yeah, Florence and the Machine. Like 100%. Give me Jewel all day before you give me Taylor Swift. Ugh.
This is why we need Kim on Tuesdays. Kim would love 2K Tuesday.
Oh,
90s
yeah,
and 2000s?
Yeah. Boys to Men, give it to me. Put a little Spice Girls in there.
you right up my alley right there.
Yes.
Well,
KJ.
KJ almost killed me yesterday. He bounced back with a TLC song.
Oh, yes. Was it
And-
Waterfalls?
No, it was not. See, if it was Waterfalls, I would have known because I've watched the other guys a billion times. Hilarious movie. Like the end for me, and this is something this is a get off my lawn moment for me. Like the golden.
Creep.
What was it? It was
Creep. I was gonna say No Scrubs. Creep.
I would have known No Scrubs as
Okay,
well.
that's good.
But that song, while I knew it, I didn't exactly know who it was. So I was like, oh, is this Destiny's Child? And I've never. KJ was staring daggers.
Yeah, that's
into
bad.
me.
You can tell the difference between Kelly Rowland. I would hope.
Kelly Rowland.
She was with Destiny's Child. Yeah.
And then
No.
Destiny's Were there three of them?
Raj.
Two Knowles sisters, Kelly Rowland.
Beyonce. Well, the Knowles sister. Yeah. And then there was another one. I don't remember her name.
Was there?
Do you?
There was a fourth. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm right.
Michelle.
I'm right there.
Michelle.
Michelle.
There you go. Boom.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to disappoint you, KJ. I don't mean to disappoint you, Kim.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Forgive you.
Listen, you were on a full week with me, so it was only a matter of time.
I was there. I was in the ballpark. Maybe? Yeah, I was in the ballpark. I had a ticket. I had admission.
Oh, boy.
I wasn't necessarily watching the game. It was like I was in the middle of the sixth inning, and the Rockies are down 13-4, and it's 85 and partly cloudy out, and I'm 6 Coors Lights deep.
Oh, that
I'm
sounds
in the
nice.
building, but I have no idea what's going on in the field.
All right, fine. We'll give you that one.
Right?
We'll give you that one.
Do you see this? So, Steven Stamkos is the jewel of the unrestricted free agency season in hockey this past year. And he's signed away from Tampa Bay, where he was for, I believe, 18 seasons or 16 seasons, and he was the captain for many of those. Scores 555 goals. He's a bona fide walk-in first ballot Hall of Famer. He, like Sean McVay, can recite every goal that he has scored in his career. And someone came out and was asking him, it was like, hey, do you remember this goal that you scored, 12 years ago against the Predators? He goes, yeah, he walks them through what actually happens. Do you have a mind like that?
Okay.
Do you have something that you have that great of a memory with?
Yeah, I do. So I skated with Disney on Ice for 10 years. I went to 45 countries with them. And when we were in Europe, every week we were in a different city and or country, just depending. If we were like in Estonia, Finland, like that area, Scandinavia area, we'd be like in one country per week. And I can close my eyes and tell you the walk from the hotel to the arena in pretty much every single city that I've been in over those 10 years, because I can remember which arena it was, whether it's just a random story that happened or something funny that happened with a costume broke or like one of us fell or whatever it may be. I truly can close my eyes if you give me some random city and I'll be able to tell you the walk from the loading dock, whether it was to the hotel or to the bus to take us to the hotel in every single city. My dad's tested me on this before.
That's insane.
Yeah.
There's nothing I have that I can remember that well. Nothing.
And I will say a lot of it is thanks to pictures that I would put on Facebook or that I have like in my iPhoto because I took so many pictures while I was traveling.
Okay.
And so I'll be like, oh yeah, that was like in Helsinki, there was this Ferris wheel and I remember the water was frozen behind me and we walked over to the Ferris wheel and then we turned around and the arena was right there. And so then I can close my eyes, put myself in the makeup room and then walk myself to the loading dock and walk to the hotel, which it was like the coldest I've ever been. The hotel had this swing in the lobby that had like 4 ropes, in this weird platform. Like I can do it. Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
It is.
I mean, I was young.
I can't remember what I had for lunch 3 days. It's all the concussions, man. Like we're missing a lot of brain cells. There's some gray matter up there. I die, they'll cut into my head, there's some CT going on. And I understand, like, that's probably why I can't recall half of my childhood. That's nuts to me. The Steven Stamkos thing is crazier. Sean McVay is he's an alien.
He's a different breed. Yeah, I would not compare.
Like, I wonder
myself
if
to
like
Sean
Tyler
McVay.
and Scotty have like Scotty
Probably.
Scotty's an encyclopedia, but I wonder if you're like, hey, you dropped 13, 6, and 3 on Portland in 1989. Can you tell me, what you did in the first half? Can you tell me who defended you in the first half? And I wonder if he could do something like that. Because a lot of athletes, they've got that type of like elephant memory. And I get it. And you're like them. You're a freak too.
I am.
It's
Thank
bizarre
you.
to me.
It's a compliment.
She goes, thank you.
Yeah, it's a compliment.
Wednesdays, we do shout outs. Josh Crockett says, shout out to all the teachers who are already getting their rooms and have training starting before school starts. My brother-in-law and my father-in-law are both teachers in New Mexico. They have 10 days remaining of summer break, which feels like the school year just starts earlier and earlier and earlier every season. So, shout out to all of our teachers. For me, I'm shouting out Danny Highnote, who was just named the associate head coach of the Colorado Eagles, former Av 2001 Stanley Cup winner, Air Force Academy. So Danny Highnote will be joining the AHL affiliate of the Avs, 47 years of age. He skated in 76 games in that 2000-2001 Stanley Cup campaign, dressed in all 23 of those playoff games in Mission 16W. So welcome back to the state of Colorado, Danny Highnote.
Awesome. That's a good one. Okay, I have 2 shout outs. My first one is to Mark Rycroft, who posted on Twitter, on X 2 hours ago, said he was finally back after being hacked. So my question is, what do these guys keep clicking on? Because both Vic Lombardi and Mark Rycroft have apparently been hacked on Twitter.
So easy not to click on
Freaks
things.
me out. Well, I don't know what you guys are doing, but he said he's heading to the studio today for a summer recap show of the Avs with Kyle Keefe and Connor McGahey. So that's a cool one to check out on Altitude TV. Always love throwing it back to the Colorado Avalanche. So that's a fun thing that people can get going here on the slowest sports day of the year. And my second shout out is to the Broncos rookies. Bo Nix and company are heading to training camp today. They report to training camp today. And all of you Broncos fans better get hyped. I know the bar might be set low for some of us, but guess what? Football is officially back, and that is something to be excited about today.
Got a quick one here. I am going to shout out Carlos Alcaraz for beating Novak Djokovic. And the reason I am going out on that shout out limb is because Djokovic was talking his crap last week. And Carlos was like, all right, you know what? Watch this. You want to talk crap to the fans. You didn't like the way that they were talking to you or rooting for the other player. Carlos was like, don't worry, I'll just win back-to-back Wimbledon finals. So shout out to Carlos Alcaraz. We are watching, obviously, one of the greatest young tennis players in the history of tennis. And I just wanted to give him a quick shout out, man. I mean, that's big time to win Wimbledon, and he's well on his way. So shout out to Carlos.
I love that. I talked about my love-hate relationship with tennis last week, and I said I was watching Medvedev, and I can't even remember who he was playing now in the morning, last Thursday morning, and it was like all these double faults and no volleys back and forth, and I was just like frustrated because I was trying to watch some good tennis before coming in here to the studio, and Dempsey was like, you got to watch Alcaraz because he just keeps going and going. Like, he's the guy to watch. So, very good. Congrats to him.
Correction on Dan Highnote's history, West Point, not Air Force.
Oh,
I knew it was a
West
service
Point.
academy.
There you go.
There you go.
I guessed. I had Colorado on my mind.
Man, that's
and then final one here. Corey says, shout out to Coach Adam of the Yetis 8U baseball team up in Frederick. An undefeated season, Coach Adam.
Awesome.
Congratulations, man. That's going to do it for us, for Kim Becker, for KJ, for Josh and Dan behind the glass. Steve Nelson also to my right. I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. I will not be back tomorrow. I've got a little bit of a conflict going on. So it'll be Kim Becker and Mark Bertinoli tomorrow from 10 to 12. PhD's next.
Well, we know a couple things.
What do we know?
We know that Team USA is good in basketball compared to Serbia right now. We really know that. That game is just wrapping up, and it is a blowout.
Yeah, because we're America.
We are America. And America's got a lot of good basketball players, and Serbia has Jokic. And they got a couple other guys,
They got another
too.
Nikola.
Yeah, they got a lot of other Nicolas. It's like having other Johns on your team, but the depth of the USA team is no joke. I'm not sure exactly what the final is, but I stopped watching it when they were up 30. Oh, yeah, let me get the box score for you.
I'm just glad that Nikola got those extra minutes in a pointless game on a back-to-back. You know, that was just great.
He did start, and he played well in the first quarter, and it was tied. It was tied after one. But my God, the final score 105-79. It just finished. And I got the box here. Let's see how Serbia's doing. Yoke went for 8 points on 3 of 10 shooting. So not really that great, actually. 7 rebounds, minus 11. Yeah, man. How about that? Yoke
More compelling television. Baseball all-star game or Olympic exhibition game?
I thought both were actually pretty interesting in the beginning. The baseball all-star game was good. What do you?
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Can't do it. I love the home run derby.
Shohei Ohtani, home run, 3-run homer. National or American League crawls back.
So American League's won like 9 out of the last 10 times?
10 out of 11.
10 out of the last 11?
Yeah, the only time in the last 11 years they won is when a Rockies player is the MVP, and that's Elias Diaz from last year.
Right. Well, our guy got 1 at bat and a strikeout, so that was good.
Got 4 pitches. 3 of them were strikes.
I thought it was 5. Yeah,
It was
only
not
got 4.
5. You only got 4. So that was Ryan McMahon's all-star experience, getting struck out. Seriously, you didn't really pay. You didn't think that was a good game, or you weren't
I was watching
interested?
receiver. I was watching. I caught up on receiver. I'm about between last night. Even got a couple in this morning.
Well, I don't blame you on
I'm
that.
5 episodes deep on
It's
receiver.
really good, don't you think?
It is good. Yeah, it is good. I mean, it's I don't know what I thought it was going to be. It's not like. It's just like following their life more than anything else, but it is compelling. All those guys come across very likable.
Very likable. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. You know, I was hoping to see a little bit more Josh McDaniels drama, but
well,
you kind of built that one up for me. Like I was going to get there's barely any Josh stuff in that.
Well, it's like he sucks. We're firing him, and we're better without him.
Oh yeah.
It's tasty like that.
Yeah. So I'm on the first episode that Antonio Pierce takes over.
Oh well, guess what? They like him more than Josh.
Oh, it turns out they smoke cigars.
Yes, it turns out. What I thought, what stood out to me too, and this dovetails nicely in the news of the day with Quinn Miners, is where are those type of playmakers for the Broncos?
Yep.
And the answer is they're not there. In fact, ESPN did the top 10 at every position.
Okay.
Every position. And
we
this
only got one.
What's that?
So I'm guessing we only got one player.
For the receiver, tight end, and running back position, 0.
Right. I meant on the entire football team. I was guessing Pat Surtain was the only player.
Surtain is on the list at cornerback. I forget what number he is. Miners is
I forgot Quinn.
Honorable mention.
Oh, he's not even up there.
He's not even in the top 10.
Well, that's wrong.
He's like the 10, and then here's the 5 or 6 honorable mention dudes. He's one of them.
Yeah, that's you know what that is? That's just a young guy holdback. That's all that is. People still look at him as like a young player. He's not just a young player. He's just a damn good player. That's what he is. But you know what? Got the deal done a little bit earlier than I thought he would. If anybody didn't see the news, Quinn Miners signs a 4-year extension, $80 million, making $20 million per year. They got that deal done quickly, so it shows you what kind of priority they had for Quinn.
Okay. Were you surprised that it got done? It got done way earlier than I thought it was going to get done.
Oh, yeah.
Way earlier.
Yeah, no,
Caught me by surprise.
I didn't even think it would be on the radar right now, quite frankly. I mean, obviously, they're always pre-planning. They're looking in advance, and they knew that this is a guy that they wanted to lock up. But I would have thought maybe mid-season, something like that. Could have easily gone to the end of the season.
Easily.
After the season.
And from Quinn's point of view, You don't want to go out there and test it out a little bit? You don't want to dance around with free agency? And the answer is no, actually, and not even close.
That's the advantage of when you are willing to pay a guy early, they almost always will sign the deal because they look at it like, okay, you're putting $80 million in front of me. I've got a full season of football that I have to play.
Yep.
I have to stay healthy, and I have to play good football. It's a huge gamble. I mean, watching receiver, the only guy that I can think of in recent history that's turned something down like that was Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
He turned down a deal from Minnesota that at the time was going to make him the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. And then lo and behold, it's not going to hurt him, but then lo and behold, he does get hurt and misses a few games last year.
Quinn Miners is going to get $24 million in cash like today.
Hard to say no to that.
Right. And then it's going to play out over the years. Nobody really gets to the end of their contract. So it's all about your signing bonus and your guarantees. Well, it's 24 in signing bonus. I think it's 40 something in guarantees. I mean, no matter what. And it's a massive amount of money for a guy who came from pretty humble beginnings out of a D3 school.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, Miners, because we've talked to him about it, he had options to go to a big D1 program, Tyler, had he wanted to. But he didn't want to leave his guys behind. Kind of that offensive line ethos, right?
Yeah, after he was there, you mean? Right.
Yeah, after he's there for a couple of years, he could have gone anywhere. He really could have. And he said, yep, I could have, and I know, and this, that, but why bother? And it's like, whoa, okay. You know, I like where I'm at. It's all right. And that is true. In pro sports, in all honesty, if you can do the job, they actually don't care where you come from. It It actually really doesn't matter if you can do the job.
It usually matters. I mean, it's really freaking hard. It's really freaking hard to get noticed because most of the times, like I'll go all the way back to high school for me. The first offer I got in high school was my sophomore year of high school, and it was from Northwestern. University of Northwestern was there recruiting our left tackle. I was playing left guard. Well, I got noticed because there happened to be a really good left tackle that was playing next to me, right? And then that goes on to college, that goes on to everywhere. But when you're playing at D3, there just aren't any eyeballs on your games. So you have to be such a special talent to make it.
Yeah. Well, Miners is that. Okay.
Sorry. One last thought real quick.
Sure.
You just got to knock it off, right? You got a priority list. You got guys that you want to get done. Obviously, Pat Surtain is probably at the top of your priority list, but you just start knocking them off. And you say, okay, well, we can't get that one done because no chance Pat's going to agree to something right now. So you just start knocking them off. And now that just puts you one step closer to making a decision with Pat Surtain. In all likelihood, you're about to make him the highest paid corner of all time. Or you can make a move if you wanted to go make a move. But it also goes to show a little bit, man, salary cap really is monopoly money, dude. It is. I mean, all these fears of what the Broncos are going to be able to do after you got rid of Russell Wilson. Dude, it helped the increase in salary cap. That helped a lot.
Right.
But, dude, they're still getting deals done. It's a monster deal.
Yeah, man. All right, so the particulars of it, $24 million in cash bonuses and salary this year. $45 million total in guarantees. Base value $72 million, with $18 million being the average. Chris Lindstrom at Atlanta, Carolina's Robert Hunt, Cowboys Zach Martin are the only three per average year right now ahead of Quinn Miners.
Well, and if you
Way
think
to go.
about this for a second, I'm trying to find a list if I can. The Denver Broncos very well might have the highest paid offensive line in the NFL.
I got
right
the
now.
numbers for you if you want them.
Do you have the groups?
I do. Miners, this is per year. Average.
No, I didn't mean the players. I meant like as a unit,
Oh,
team to team.
I don't
But
know,
yeah,
but-
they've got four guys. Four of their five positions are very highly paid. Go ahead.
Miners $18 million. This is per year average. McGlinchey $17.5. Bowles $17. Ben Powers $13. And the whole there is who's it going to be? Munsterfer, Forsyth, Wattenberg. I don't know. One of those dudes. And I think the most those guys make is 1.25, something like that. So center is on the cheap. But Kush just got paid too. You can't kind of pay everybody. But I'm going to imagine if the Broncos aren't the highest paid offensive line group, they got to be up
Got to be
there.
top 3, top
Gotta
5
be.
for sure.
Got to be. So, and I've heard a lot of complaints about this over the years. The Broncos are building from the inside going out. Clearly, they're making this a priority.
Pretty good decision with their young QB.
I think it's a brilliant decision. And I think it goes to show if we can protect this dude, if we can do the best by this dude, if we can bolster our running game, which clearly there's a big Quinn Miners would be right up that alley, right? We're going to be all right. We're going to run the ball heavy. We look who they drafted with Audric Estime, too. And they got Javonte Williams. I don't know if they keep both, but we'll see. But Tyler, it's pretty damn clear what the strategy is going to be this year. It is going to be pound the ball and be safe with your throws. Because we really don't have a bunch of superstars out there, aside maybe from Cortland Sutton, but he's not on anybody's list. But at the end of the day, man, we are going to hammer you the best we can and run the ball and see what we can do after that.
You know what? It's actually, don't get me wrong, I love the philosophy, but it's a little bit counter to today's NFL. It's not the approach that most teams are taking anymore. The approach today is you're going to pay your playmakers. That's who you're paying. You're paying your wide receivers. You're paying the dudes that touch the ball, that score touchdowns.
And I think they're going to get there eventually, but not right now.
Yeah.
And look at what the receiver position is, Tyler. If quarterbacks are $50 million per, receivers are $30 million per. And that's just the way it is. And running backs are good luck to you. If you can't catch the ball on a pass, if that just ain't your game, you ain't getting paid. So if you're a running back, you better be like a Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey sort of dude too. Or you're just not, I'm not saying there's not value for you. I'm just telling you, you're not going to get paid.
Yeah.
That's what the NFL is telling you.
That's exactly what the NFL is telling you. It's a little bit surprising, actually. I mean, one of my favorite offensive line coaches that I ever had, Chris Furster, he's the offensive line coach out there at the 49ers.
Yeah.
He actually spoke on the current trend in the NFL, which is the wide receivers. And I think wide receivers are about to hit a bubble. I think it'll reset within the next 3 to 4 years. But even Chris Furster, an offensive line coach, said, I agree with the current approach to this. Look,
Yeah.
we got to pay the dudes that score touchdowns.
Yeah.
That's it. He said, I can find a starting offensive lineman in the 3rd round. I can find a starter sometimes even in the 4th round. But we got to get our playmakers.
So how big of an issue is the Broncos have none of those guys? Not one. And it should have been, could have been, you thought it might have been Jerry Jeudy, maybe KJ Hamler. Nope. Swing and a miss. Cortland Sutton? Like you're watching receiver. Cortland Sutton ain't one of these guys. He's a nice player. He's an NFL player, but he's not one of these guys.
He's a good player that is worthy of the current contract that he's on.
I agree. And that's about that. And that's about it. And likely he's going to get traded at the trade deadline, my guess, unless the Broncos start winning games out of their butt that we don't expect them to win. But I'd say in week 9, it's a week later this year, that's when Cortland Sutton will probably be dealt. But we'll see until then, right?
Yep.
They'll keep him around for a time to see if it can work out. All right. More of your feedback on that. We have the Broncos rookies reporting to camp today. They're in there right now getting better at football. Plus, we know much more about Team USA and Serbia. We'll give you the latest and greatest on that. And the Nuggets Summer League is drawing to a quick close with no wins for the Nuggets, but they may have accomplished everything they needed to. Details next. It's T-Mac for Mike Maroney for Longmont, where Maroney means more during their July Freedom Sale. More peace of mind with a money-back guarantee, more convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and more value on these remaining 2023 models. How about this? $8,500 off a Ford Edge, $8,500 off a Ford Mach-E, plus get 0%, 72-month financing. That's awesome. Gets even better. How about this? You can take 18 grand off an F-150 Lightning 4x4. I had the joy of driving that for about a week and a half. What a vehicle. Incredible. 18 grand off. Plus 0% APR, 72-month financing on that bad boy. All right, but these are limited supplies, so you need to act fast. Here we go. All the details, qualifications. Go to Mike Maroney Ford Longmont at 3rd and Alpine. Proud partner of CU Athletics, or simply go online to MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com.
Hey guys, it's time to start taking your health serious. It's summertime and everybody wants to look and feel their best in the summer, right? Well, why don't you call my friends over at Revitalized Health? They're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. We got multiple people in the building right here that are flat out changing their lives with Revitalized Health's medical weight loss options. They've got 3 locations. I'm telling you, they're going to make you feel so much better. No reason not go check them out. You'll get a free vitamin B12 shot on your first visit. 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over, and find them online at revitalized-health.com.
Well, and we know something, man. I've spent some time with basketball. Man, I just love watching basketball, man. I don't know, man. I love watching baseball. I guess I just love watching sports. But in a competitive situation with Team USA against Serbia, which just ended, okay? The depth of Team USA is, it's stupid. And you know what? Here's what's the truth. Here's the truth on this. The second unit, without LeBron and Steph, is better, or the second unit is better than the first unit that has LeBron and Steph.
And Embiid.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. At halftime, I watched the whole first half, and then we had to go tape the mix match thing, whatever it's called. It was 30-9 at halftime bench.
Is that right? I did not know that's how it broke down.
Yeah, it was 30-9.
Let's just be careful here because we'll give you the whole score. It was tied basically after one.
It was tied. In fact, Serbia had a 5-6 point lead going into the first, and then lost and tied it after one.
Okay. And guess who Serbia started?
Yeah.
Our guy.
A little bit surprised by that. Back-to-back in an exhibition game.
Yeah, well, our guy only played 14 minutes today. Which, by the way, though, for Serbia, was the most minutes anybody on the team played. So it's not a lot of time. It's just like a quarter or so.
And he still had, like 13 and 8 or something like that?
Nah, he had 8 and 7, brother. It wasn't a great game for
You were
Nikola.
looking at a different stat line than I looked at. I had him.
Do I got it wrong?
At halftime, they had me at 13.
Well, these stat lines are impossible to find. I mean, there's none that are actually like active as it's going on. But you're talking about the depth, man. You just look across the world at these different squads, man. Like, I happened to catch a few minutes of the Australia game, and it was like, you got Josh Giddey, and then you got 39-year-olds that are playing. The depth for the American team is insane. The thought of them ever losing a basketball game is actually nuts.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the bench scoring for Team USA. I don't know, man. We got 18 from Curry. I guess he was pretty good. Tatum, 0 in 10 minutes. That's kind of interesting. LeBron, 5 points.
It was just yesterday that we were reading some articles. Scott, I read the same thing. I forget where it was from, where they were talking about how America's got to start playing Olympic basketball rather than NBA basketball. Well, you know what? They got a lot of good dudes.
Yeah, man, getting these box scores sucks, man. Like,
it's brutal.
I don't even know if I'm reading the right numbers here. So,
well, I was watching it, and the graphic they had on Fox had Joker at 13 and 7 at half.
All right, I don't know if I'm getting the right information here, man. Yeah, what's that, Dan?
I'm trying to find it too.
Yeah, maybe I'm just getting a box score for like the first half, not the entire game or something. No, but here's the final score. All right. Anyways, whatever. The point being, forget about my little stuff. The point being is, Jokic did played fine. It's funny watching him play for another team.
Yeah.
I did not find myself rooting for Serbia, although I root for Jokic. Oh, were you rooting for Serbia?
I was rooting for Jokic.
I'm rooting for Jokic too.
Yeah.
But as soon as Jokic was off the court.
Yeah. Well, here's the one thing I took. One, Serbia has nothing around. Now, Bogdanović didn't play, but Serbia didn't have anything around Joker. I mean, I saw 4 or 5 assists, including back cut, one of those cool Joker bounce passes in the middle of the lane, catch layup. Guy went right to the guy's hand.
Yeah.
2 kick-out threes, wide open, bricks by some whatever the guy's name is, left-hander. He don't have a lot of people, and they're not playing through Joker like Denver plays through Joker. And they're kind of wasting a little bit of what he does. So I lost a lot of hope for Serbia to even medal by the way this coach is coaching this team.
It is clear they have a system that they all know. It's clear. Like when you just watch Serbia and just watch how they run things, it's like, oh man, they all know the system, and they've probably been using the same system, I mean, literally forever.
Because that's the pinnacle of their career, right? Like that moment, being on that team, that's their pinnacle. That's where they work together.
Historically, historically it was because you had international play. That was the pinnacle. World Cups, Olympics, that was your pinnacle. And then all of a sudden guys start, slipping in the NBA and having success in the NBA. I think it changed a little bit.
Yeah.
France, I think, is going to be really good. I mean, you got a young Wemby who I think can turn the tide, and you got 3 or 4 other NBA guys that I think they could be a threat. The problem is, and it was another thing, I think I think USA at halftime had hit 12 threes, and Serbia had hit 5.
Okay. Well, that's obviously going to be a problem for Serbia.
Serbia was 5 of 15, it might not have been 12. But anyway, USA was 50% from 3, and the other people were like 30%. Well, you're going to get beat. You can't. Whoever beats, or if anybody is to beat the USA team, they got to make threes. You got to make tons of threes.
You know what I'm looking at? I'm looking at this. These box scores are so stupid. I'm looking like at a first half box score. They haven't posted the full game box score. What is going on here with box scores internationally? The hell am I looking at here?
I pulled up one that I thought was active, and you're saying that it's September 12th, 2019, Serbia versus USA.
What are we doing here with box scores? I go for
the
latest.
The best spot to follow it is literally the USA Basketball Twitter account.
Okay, I need a box score.
I was following Serbia, but I couldn't.
Well, at the half, that's what I was looking at. Half numbers. That's why it was odd. You saw the right thing. 47-40 U.S. at the half, and then but here's the final. See how stupid this is?
It was 14 at half.
Okay. You know what? Forget it. Forget the numbers.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take
something?
this and throw it out there.
Chris and I called a game. Remember the exhibition game a bunch of years ago? It was in China. We didn't get to go to China, but we're doing the games from the studio.
Yeah.
And they go, well, what about running score? I'm like, oh, don't worry about the NBA's got that done.
Uh-huh.
We're doing the game the whole time and never had a box score or understand what was going on.
That's tough.
I mean, you're just calling the game and talking.
Well, because we're freaking spoiled with what we have.
Yeah, instant gratification.
Yeah, man. NBA's got that
one
figured
out. You
out.
probably actually call a better game without a box score.
Well,
you got to be dialed in, man.
I can't even imagine. I'd be lost.
You can't be relaxed.
I can get on right now the NBA courtside thing and tell you box scores. I can tell you who's playing today. I can go back to yesterday, give you all the box scores of all the games that played yesterday.
Yeah, of course.
It's today Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
I can give you Charlotte crushed Denver 80-66. I can give you the whole box score of Charlotte, Denver if you want.
All right, well, let's get into that just in a little bit.
But you can't get anything live action.
Okay.
The real story here is Nikola Jokic has got a legit goatee going on. He's growing a full beard.
Dude, I think, it's not a goatee.
He's growing a full beard, but it's just so patchy on the sides. The goatee, though, the goatee's coming in solid. I think if he shaved that in, he could grow a solid one on us. Take it into the next level?
Can I give you what I think that means? Because I do think everything means something.
He hasn't shaved?
Yeah, I think he's just doing this thing because he knows he has to do it. And this is just a little bit of his way of just like showing you, I don't really want to be here, but I am going to try. And here's why I say this. Almost always, after some form of break or when things get a little bit more serious in the NBA season. Now, we'll see what happens during the Olympics because maybe he'll be clean shaven. But correct me if I'm wrong, Scott.
Haircut?
Tight
haircut.
You know what I'm saying?
Clean shaven.
Don't tell me that's not a mental approach to what's going on. This is Yoke on vacation right here.
Yeah. Marlon and I always talk about it. We'll be out there ready to do the open before the game, and Joker will come up with that clean, tight look, freshly shaven, and go, oh, big game.
Exactly.
He always has he always has a big game after he gets his
You know who
haircut.
does not? Jamal. Jamal lets it go in the playoffs, man.
Oh, yeah. Jamal, I don't know. Jamal's his own weird head case. But when Nikola wants to just sort of dial it in, like, okay, I'm good to go, we know.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Jokic, but look at him. He looks shaggier now than he ever has in his life.
He looks like he's going to go surfing down to Malibu if he catch the afternoon wave.
Tell me this doesn't reek of, I'm here, I'm doing it, but my God, whatever.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, Serbia, you can't yell at me. I played.
I think that's exactly what he's doing right now. I think he'd rather... Listen, I'm sure when you get out there and it's a packed house and it's international, I'm sure that it feels like okay.
Yeah, once they get to Paris, I think it'll be interesting to see that first Serbian game and see what he looks like.
I'd be stunned on July 28th if it's Serbia-US, if it's not high and tight everywhere. To me, he's not going for a beard or a look like you two. He's just lazy like me.
How many of these exhibitions do they play?
2.
5 to 8. It doesn't matter.
They play that many?
Different countries.
Well, they got the South Sudan coming up next for USA. There
in London. They're flying after today's game and now flying to London
to play a couple there.
They got Sudan, the next exhibition, then somebody really good the next, maybe France.
No, they already played France.
Don't be knocking South Sudan now. Have you guys not seen Blue Chips?
Oh,
Okay?
it's Germany. They play Sudan and Germany.
So they got Sudan, Germany, and then they're done.
In London, and then they'll go to Paris.
Because they've played France, now Serbia, and Canada.
How about this? They keep talking about, well, White, he's supposed to be on vacation in Cabo, and he turned that down to come play with Team USA, which, hey, duh.
Yeah.
but okay, so I'm passing up Cabo, and I'm going to Dubai, London, and Paris.
Pretty cool.
Pretty good
free, by the way.
substitution, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
And this one's free.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all taking their, well, I don't know. Are they taking their families or not?
Probably, but I don't know.
Dude, we were doing our scramble thing, and Mosher I got the whole story with his passport. Oh, my God.
He's got a passport issue?
You don't know that story?
No.
Are you talking about going back?
No. Mosher should be in France right now.
Oh.
Had a 2-week vacation. France, Spain, whatever.
Right.
Gets to the airport. His passport expires at the end of August. Because it expires something, it's like, or middle of August, I don't know. Because his passport expires less than 30 days from when he's supposed to return, he can't get on the plane to go to Europe.
Oh, wow.
They won't let him go there.
So did Bear go without him?
He said he volunteered for the Bear to go without him, and she said no. They looked into going to a city like El Paso or Buffalo where you could get a passport turned around in 24 hours. And that, because there's not a lot of places you can go get that done.
That's right on a border.
I don't know. Maybe, I guess. That didn't work out. He went to New Mexico for 4 days and just got bored. So he came back for the Billy Joel concert, and he's back here now. He just, a 2-week European vacation went out the window because he
Did he pay for it? Like, I wonder if it's all paid for.
Hope he got insurance.
I'm sure there's certain things that are paid for that you can't get back.
Dang.
I have never heard a story like this ever before in my life.
So unlike White, who had to pass up Cabo for Dubai, London, and Paris.
Yeah, he got to go to New Mexico.
Mosier passed up Paris and Barcelona.
For Santa Fe.
For Santa Fe and El Paso.
I go,
Hey, good art and stuff, though.
He goes, yeah, we were there for 4 days. It sucks. We came back. Like,
yeah, no, Santa Fe, you got to second side of Salamine is
Oh, I thought it was the peyote.
Maybe, but I've been to Santa Fe. You give me about 3 hours there, and I'm good.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. How long is the movie going that I'm watching the movie? Oh, look at this clay. Look at this clay pot. Oh, that's a nice throw rug.
Look at that painted door.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, man, good. Where's a burro when you need one?
Yeah, and then it's like, is there a happy hour down here?
Dude. Anyways, that being said, watching the Nuggets last night or yesterday afternoon. Hey, sign me up for 4:00 games, by the way. I love it. That is fantastic. I think the Nuggets got what they needed to out of summer, even though they've lost these 3 games. I think it's unfortunately the story of the summer will be Deron Holmes and the injury.
There were about 1,000 missed shots in the last game.
You know, watching summer basketball, doesn't it give you a little bit of appreciation how good these guys really are that really play in the NBA, not guys
or
that
even
are
watching the international games.
It's kind of wild, right?
Yeah.
It's like watching the UFL. That's what it looks like.
Like, I had a moment of, like, people saying Caitlin Clark is the best shooter of all time. And I'm like, there's like 8 guys on the Nuggets that could be better than her in that circumstance.
8?
I could give you them.
Give me 8.
That are just as good as shooters from the outside as Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
Okay. Hunter Tyson, left alone.
Oh, so
Jamal Murray.
So now she gets to be left alone, too.
She is left alone for the most part when she's shooting. How many of those threes that, see, you're getting me to dog on Caitlin Clark? I'm not trying to do that.
College,
she takes contested logos. She does.
In college, she was shooting 40%. She hadn't shot as well, although getting better as more games are played.
My point is
Not 8. Would you want to be? You want to be that guy? Would you want to be that 125th guy that John McEnroe says can beat Sabrina? Do you want to play Serena and be that guy that has to play Serena?
I'd stick Vlatko Konchar in a shooting contest with Caitlin Clark anytime you want. You
I don't know
laugh?
about that one.
You ever watch?
He can
Oh,
shoot.
then you should watch
Like
Vlatko.
Caitlin Clark?
You should watch Vlatko in practice shoot threes. You should check that out.
He can shoot.
I mean, these guys are so good that if you want to just say they really don't miss, because statistically, when they're unguarded. Now, you got to understand, too, they're being defended by NBA players, okay? If you're just subpar players guarding these guys, Vlatko's going to go for 70.
Now, you don't have to convince me that dudes are better than women at basketball.
All right, I'm not trying to put down Caitlin Clark.
To go on your side, and this is back when I was high school coaching, so I was shooting a lot, right? Because you're always with the practice, you always got a ball. So on the high school teams, they were doing a charity thing, and they said, "Hey, coach, would you shoot threes? You got to shoot 100 threes, and we'll get donations for every 3 you make, and then we'll." That way raise money for the.
You were shooting uncontested threes?
Yeah, uncontested shoes.
You probably hit 70%.
71.
It's my high school line.
That's right.
From the college or high school, yes.
Yes.
I hit 71. Uncontested.
I totally believe that. Listen, I'm not trying to rag on Caitlin Clark. I'm just saying the level of competition when I'm watching Summer League with some fresh eyes here. And Hunter Tyson did put up some points, but he took a lot of shots, too, to get those points. He ain't the guy, unfortunately. I love Hunter Tyson, but he ain't it.
How about Trey Alexander, though?
Trey Alexander may be it, okay?
He's a good maybe.
Jalen Pickett ain't it.
Ain't it.
Okay? Just keeping it real here.
Strother? Yeah, I know he didn't play
Strother's
yesterday.
it. Strother may be competing for a starting spot.
I wouldn't
That's what
disagree with that.
Malone was kind of hyping that up a little bit.
And if we had, and he's taking the ball to the basket more, so we're trying to not have him be Bones Highland. And I like it. And I think it'll give him more open shots and build his confidence and all that sort of stuff. And if he can take the ball to the rim, there's a lot more flexibility and danger in Strother's game than Christian Brown. If he can figure that out.
I would agree with that.
Okay? So I think we're okay. Losing home sucks.
But now, you're having a major drop defensively.
PJ Hall just is whatever. He's okay.
He's a G League.
He's a G League guy. We ain't going to see much of him. So Zeke Naji, man, is going to get another shot here. They're not going to trade him now. I doubt. I'd be shocked if they traded Zeke right now. And they got to get a backup point guard. They got to get Westbrook or somebody like that. Maybe it's this Mimich. Maybe it's him.
The announcer today, because I was.
Mimich?
Mimich.
Oh, good. That's actually kind of easy. Just Mimich?
Mimich.
Oh,
We can do that.
Mimich is easy.
Itch.
It's Vladimir is the first name.
Nah, stay away from that.
Okay. Mimich.
Nicola.
So I walk away from Nuggets because they got another game tomorrow. Talk about a waste of time that game is. I don't know what. Oh, and I'm watching Parker Brown, Christian's brother.
Yeah.
God, I almost feel bad for him. He's 6'10". Like, he's a big dude, but he is, like, slow and lethargic and, like, can't really move and can't really do anything. I'm just kind of like, oh, man, that sucks. I was kind of rooting for him. You know what I'm saying?
How about LaFonzo's son?
It's okay.
He was 1 for 1. He hit a 3.
He's all right. I don't know. Yeah, it's okay. I don't want to say anything bad. It doesn't take long, man. Like, it's like watching like stand-up comedy, bro. Like,
hey, if you can't stand out in Summer League, you don't have a chance.
Sometimes you can just
don't have a chance.
Tell how these guys just move and touch the ball and do whatever, right?
And that's what you got to look at because, the as you said a while ago, the talent level and that next level is way different.
What did Peyton Watson do in his Summer League?
Horrible his first year, came and played a couple of games like Strother did, and his second looked pretty good.
Okay.
Zeke was terrible in summer.
In his second year, he was bad.
Oh, he's terrible in the NBA.
They don't have much of a choice right now, though, man. And you got to hope Saric is going to be all right.
Really good, yeah.
Kind of. You're kind of light in that department too. But Strother might be special, man. I don't know. Strother might be special. Maybe. Come on.
No. Listen. I've never seen a guy who's considered a good shooter shoot as many bricks as he did this year. That being said, if he can make his shots, he's got to be around a 39, 41% shooter, somewhere in there. If he does that, he's going to be fine.
All right. Tyler's watched a little bit of receiver. You've watched a little bit of it. I've watched the whole thing, plowed through the whole thing. Some takeaways on that compared to what the Broncos have going on coming up next. Premier Heating and Air, my great partner's been with them for a long time. Hosts the Premier Heating and Air show Saturday morning, 7:30, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. Okay, if you are in need of a heating and air expert as these temperatures soar in the Colorado summer, go to premieraircolorado.com or call them at 720-547-8009. We got some great offers. How about this? A free furnace when you buy an AC, $89 AC tune-up, 0% financing for 60 months, and get that summer cooking if you get the right package, a free solo stove, or in my case, as I moved into a new joint, I needed the top shelf of everything, a Traeger grill. Again, 720-547-8009. Schedule service, get a free estimate, and throw my name in there for exclusive offers. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. Come on, Dan. Oh, that's a good word, brother. You guys ready for some football, baby? Come on. Let's go.
Rookies showed up.
Let's go.
They are playing football.
We got football at the Common Spirit Park at Adventureland.
What's
Dove Valley.
day one events? What day are we going?
Well, if we're counting things, today's day one.
What's the first day we're going?
It's open on the first day of camp is a week from Friday, the 26th.
Okay.
So that's the first day that we're going to be broadcasting and out there. And I'm sure you guys are going to be there over the weekend. Bueller?
Of course.
No.
Bueller?
No.
And we're going to see plenty of football.
I'm excited. I'm fired up.
The regular first real practice until Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, next Friday.
The weekend, you're watching the acclimation period. That's what you're watching.
Yeah, we're gonna have
it's like youth football. The NFL follows youth football acclimation periods now.
We'll see what the if they do the barbecue thing. They had done it. I hope they do. I don't know if Sean's gonna want that.
Barbecue's dumb. Who cares about the barbecue?
Wow.
You like the barbecue?
I love the barbecue.
Go there and smoosh with the media members you haven't seen in 6 months.
It's all the muggles. All the muggles get to hang out with each other.
Oh, you changed jobs too, but you're still in the industry?
Right.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's the job
you took
check.
my old job. I took your old job. Oh, wow, this is all incest.
It's kind of like that.
It's the incest barbecue?
Well,
Yeah.
it's kind of like, hey, you're still here. Way to go. Congratulate. Everybody kind of nods at each other like, oof, all right. Made to football. Okay.
Well, you got to look at it because in years past, the barbecue always happens when this show starts.
Well, that's right. We should do our show out there at the barbecue. Just do the show there at the barbecue. All right. I wanted to put us in Vegas for the past 3 days, too. So.
Hey, I tell you what, if Russell Wilson's there for the barbecue, I'll go.
No Russell Wilson, man.
Oh.
No Russell Wilson. But in the past, the barbecue's also been the state of the team.
Yeah.
It's the one time you would hear from, Joe Ellis or even Pat Bowlen back in the day, John Elway. The barbecues actually had some pretty famous moments. Like the barbecue was where John Elway announced Pat Bowlen would no longer be around, and he had tears in his eyes making an announcement. We all knew. It was actually pretty remarkable. The media here locally kept that secret for like 2 years. They really did, which is amazing that happened until the Broncos officially came out with it. Elway doing that. Elvis Dumerville and the gun. Do you remember that? All that incident? He got in trouble with a gun and he had to address it.
In Miami, right?
He had to address it for
It's
the
like
first.
a road rage thing, right?
That's right. And he had to address it at the barbecue. Von Miller coming back, is marijuana part of your life? That was at the barbecue. And the one thing the Broncos do, man, if you get in trouble, there's something that we got to address over the break. Welcome to the barbecue.
Yeah.
We're gonna clear the air, baby.
Dual meaning barbecue. It ain't just for food anymore.
The only thing they didn't do, because they couldn't do it, is when Aqib shot himself, because he wasn't going to be an active player right away. So he addressed it kind of later on. That was one of my favorite questions. Aqib, did you shoot yourself? Still one of my favorite questions of all time.
That's under review.
It's under review. It's the greatest answer. Oh, man, that situation, it's under review. We had a great practice today. Still classic. Aqib. Not mad. Wasn't mad at me at all.
I'm not
No
sure
big
if I
deal.
did or not. I'm waiting to see video evidence.
I'm not sure if I shot myself. I'm just loving it. I'm loving it. I'm excited for it. And Bo Nix and the gang is back there today. What actually happens, Tyler? Here?
Did Aqib not even get suspended for that? I don't think he did.
I don't think he did.
Remember when Plaxico shot himself? He had a big suspension.
Well, because he went to jail.
But he was also carrying the gun in a nightclub in New York.
Correct.
Which all three of those things.
Correct.
Concealed
Well,
illegally.
Aqib was Texas, so
gun
that's
owned
where
and
he
illegal.
got lucky that he was in Texas.
Correct.
At a park.
Correct.
No, his was in a nightclub.
No. His went off in a park. Scott's right. It was after he had been in a strip club, nightclub. And it just went off accidentally when him and his boys were leaving.
Oh.
There wasn't really
they were like
incident.
in a park.
You go hang out at the park after going to the strip club?
Dude, do you want to go break down the whole Aqib night?
I don't know. Well, I guess I don't remember it.
You're right there. It's like 2:00 in the morning and we're in a park.
Yeah.
Keep going.
What's hanging out in the park?
We're going to hang out at the park.
I don't know, guys. What does that mean?
I'm not buying it.
You buy it, don't buy it.
I think it was a great answer from Akeem, by the way. Hey, I didn't admit anything. I'm waiting for somebody to tell me if I did.
That incident's still under review. You just shoot yourself. Nah, we're still looking at it. Okay.
Where's the scar? You should have asked, where's the scar?
It's the whole injury is amazing.
Dude, he was back, but he barely missed like 2 weeks of playing after shooting himself.
The bullet went right through his calf. It didn't touch a thing. He was fine. The only thing he missed because of it was meeting the president. That's it, because you guys were off to meet the president like a couple days afterwards. And he had bought a new suit, we heard. And so he wasn't there. That was the one thing he missed. But he didn't get charged with anything. He didn't get suspended by the NFL. Nothing. The Dallas police, I remember this.
I never got my freaking photo with the president, and it's still ticking me off to this day.
What's that?
You know, when you get to go meet the president,
Yeah.
you wait in line. Everybody does a single file, like shake his hand, get a photo op, right?
Yeah.
I never got my photo. I want my photo with the president.
Why didn't you get it?
I don't know. Well, I wasn't playing anymore. I don't know if that had something to do with it.
Why would that matter?
I don't know, but I just...
Had you announced your retirement by then, though?
Yeah, I had. I'd already lost like 40 pounds.
Who was in charge of the photo?
The photo guys.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, bring it up with
Kinko.
Yeah. I want my photo.
It was the same people with Doomerville. It was Kinko's.
All right.
Is there Kinko's anymore? No dumb question. Are they still around?
Actually,
I don't know.
I think it's just FedEx. No. It is FedEx / Kinko's, right?
It is?
I think so.
I know it's FedEx. I don't know. Is Kinko still part of that?
I know for a while they transitioned to FedEx Kinko's. Did they just get rid of the Kinko's entirely?
I don't know, man. I mean, maybe they haven't, but I know the FedEx near my house, and I think it's just FedEx. I don't know. I don't know for sure, but
I haven't seen a Kinko's. Remember they had that big one right here by the mall, right? They had that giant
I used
Kinko's.
to live at Kinko's.
Really?
Yeah, man. Because like in college, you go there and you get your stuff all binded up, and make it all look good and stuff, and kept Kinko's in business, man.
Hey, I had to go Kinko's or FedEx a couple weeks ago. I had to print out like 200 pages or something. It was like $100 to print off 200 pages.
Dude, do you
$100.
Do you have a printer at home?
Oh yeah.
I don't even have a printer at home. I do not have a printer at my house because that's how little we use paper for basically anything. Don't even have one. We do have to go somewhere to print something out if we need something printed out.
I used to mainly have it just to scan things, but now on the iPhone, you just take a photo and it scans.
Of course. You don't need paper. Michael Scott is rolling over in his grave. No wonder they transitioned to like different machines. Photocopy machines, didn't they? Yeah.
They were catching on
Dunder
fire.
Mifflin, right.
Yeah.
That's right. It's all Phyllis's fault. All right, we have a couple of interesting lists. And I am interested to see what you think about receiver. But the fact that the Broncos there's nobody on the Broncos on a couple of these lists is probably not good news. Details next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Mulrooney. All right, if you're looking for the lowest price, lowest payment, the lowest finance rate, and the biggest discount, it's Mike Mulrooney, Ford, Chevrolet, and GMC, where Mulrooney means more. More peace of mind with a money-back guarantee, more convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and more value. Like a 23 Ford F-150, 1.9% APR, 72-month financing. How about this? A 24 Chevy Silverado 4x4, $399 a month. Or up to $12,500 off a 24 GMC Sierra. You can visit them today at Mike Mulrooney GMC in Boulder, Mike Mulrooney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Mulrooney Ford Longmont. Proud partner of CU Athletics. Mulrooney means more, and they want to prove it to you. So find out for yourself. For all the details, go online to MikeMulrooneyColorado.com. That's MikeMulrooneyColorado.com. T-Mac, for SOTA weight loss, I have a little adventure that I don't want to say on the air right now what it is, but if I can pull it off, it's pretty cool. And the fact that I'm just thinking about this thing is crazy. Losing 40 pounds has opened my life up to doing, fun, crazy sort of things because losing weight has made me more active. It's gotten me back to where I used to be, and I'm enjoying it, enjoying life more than ever. And what I loved about SOTA, they made the weight loss easy and convenient. I'm at home. I'm working with a nutritionist, Amanda. In fact, if you click request a nutritionist callback at sodaweightloss.com, you'll talk to someone who truly wants to help you get in the best shape of your life. There's no injections. I didn't take any pills. I wasn't hungry. I mean, I lost the fat faster, and I'm keeping it off as well. This can be you too. Check out the before and afters and the 9,000 Google reviews at sotaweightloss.com. SOTA weightloss.com. SOTA Weight Loss, say it with me, state of the art. Hi, welcome to it. It's PhD. As we start this part of the show, I want to send out some congratulations. I got 2 kids I used to coach in baseball when they were 10, 11, 12, 13 years old, like that. 2 of them got drafted.
Oh, that's very cool.
Unbelievable. Both went to Cherokee Trail High School. Ethan Sloan got drafted, left-handed pitcher, pitched at Regis College after Cherokee Trail. He got drafted in the 8th round by the Detroit Tigers. And Nolan Sparks, who didn't even pitch at all when I knew him as a kid, or a little bit, he pitched a little bit. He is throwing in the mid to upper 90s. And both these kids are super smart. And he went to Rochester in New York because it's an engineering school. He's a super smart kid, basically kind of a walk-on. Has ended up pitching in the Cape Cod League for the past couple of summers. and just figured out how to throw a fastball like at 5'10", not the biggest of kids, but
sounds like you misidentified the talent.
I'm going to give myself a little props because I had a slogan. Everybody's a pitcher. When you only have 11 kids on your team, you got to get.
Everybody's a pitcher.
And I'm just, he would have found it without me. That's for sure. He's a talented kid. But I'm going to tell you, we got him pitching, and it was kind of like, why isn't he pitching more?
What was it? What was the Giants pitcher's name? Ended up having long hair by the end of his career. He wasn't a real tall guy either.
Tim
Lincecum. He can hum it a little bit too now.
Well, this kid Nolan Sparks is like Marcus Stroman, like kind of just shorter, compact, but strong. Always strong. Could always throw the ball hard. Was a catcher, could throw hard, and he just figured it out. But it's because these kids and their parents and the coaches that they're with after they get done with me are just sort of dogged and determined. But you're talking about kids. Armac kid, Ethan Sloan, Armac, Regis, okay, Cherokee Trail High School. Nolan, Division III, just got drafted. So I wanted to say congratulations to them, their friends, their family, their community. It's the first time I've directly coached kids who have become professional baseball players.
It's an awesome deal, man. There's nothing better than when you've got a community to support. Like if a dude from your area, whether you knew him or not, makes it to the show, there's nothing better than rooting for somebody that was from your neighborhood.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, especially with Ethan, who's a lefty with a odd arm angle. Just to let you know, the Rockies did not get in on a kid from their backyard who does nothing but strike people out, who's the lefty. Because why would the Rockies in the eighth round
get a guy that?
Why would they want a hometown kid who's used to pitching in Colorado?
Well, they got Kevin Freeland.
Kevin Freeland. They got Kevin Freeland, a lefty from TJ. Listen,
Freeland?
Nolan, I understand. He went to school back east. He kind of caught people by surprise, and he's going to be great.
What round did he get drafted in?
13th. Ethan got drafted in
the Rockies have any picks after Bolton or whatever, Colton?
You should look into Ethan Sloan, and when you look into Ethan Sloan and you read up on Ethan and the fact that he pitched at Regis right down the street and is Colorado through and through, you wonder why the Rockies guys, you'd think they would be dialed in on the just. How many kids are we talking about in college? What are we talking about? 2 or 3? 8th round, bro. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Never mind, my guy, Harry Gusson.
Are you supposed to draft anyone from the hood? Is that what we're supposed to do?
You know what you're supposed to look? Kyle Freeland's doing all right for the Rockies, theoretically.
Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, Kevin Freeland. You know what you should look for if you're the Rockies? You know what you should look for? Kids from Colorado.
Kid that's pitched in altitude.
Correct.
And had success.
Especially lefties. And you got to see his arm angle. It's a quirky. He's always had a quirky little arm angle. It's just gotten better and better over the years. So I think Nolan and Ethan both have great shots to be major league players, and lefties always have a gargantuan advantage. And I'll tell any moms and dads this about baseball. If you want your kid to be a professional baseball player, teach him how to pitch. Nobody has enough pitching. It's the easiest path to college, and the pros do not give a crap where you went to college if by the time you're 21, 22, whatever, you have developed. It doesn't matter. Now, you got to keep working your ass off. You got to keep working hard to get there, and you got to be able to throw between 95 and 98. That is like a bare minimum. Did you guys see any of the All-Star game? Help me out here. Did you watch any of it yesterday?
When is it?
Okay. There's a stunning amount of pitchers who can throw 100 miles an hour.
Nowadays, it's unbelievable.
Stunning.
In fact, 95, which used to be pretty good,
baseline
is baseline now.
There are a ton of them. It does surprise me that it doesn't feel like the velocity has increased that much. There's a lot of guys that have caught up to 100, right? But it doesn't feel like in every other sport, things just go bigger, faster, stronger, right? It's not like we got a lot of guys throwing 105, right? But a lot of guys have caught up to 100.
Yes, it's very interesting. Like, I think there was a pitch last night thrown at 103 miles an hour, and that was kind of a record for the All-Star game. But you would have thought that, you would gradually throw way harder. You would think we would have guys throwing 105 miles an hour at this point with everything going on.
I was watching some highlights of Skeen the other day, Monday or Tuesday, and he throws in a 99-mile-an-hour fastball that moves just a little bit, which now if you're throwing that in, it's got just a little movement. And then he follows it up with an 84-mile-per-hour slider, and the batter's like,
well, that's right. Well, that's right, because it's not enough just to throw hard. The ball's got to move. Like Victor Vodnik of the Rockies, he can throw 100 miles an hour. I think Lawrence can too, maybe. And Tyler Kinley, who can't throw hard at all, can throw 95, but that's like maxing out. It's not enough. You've got to be able to locate. The ball's got to move. And yes, we have an issue with that at altitude different than at sea level. So, Rockies, just, it's so frustrating. There are elements of the Rockies that just really.
Well, and I've said
like,
this to people
okay.
that think I'm joking, and it's a good radio bit for me, but whatever. I swear I could take over as a general manager and change that program around in less than 5 years. It wouldn't be that hard. And part of it is what you're saying. I would revamp the entire scouting department and say, where are we looking at?
Well, you would at least look for 21-year-olds in your state that can throw.
They got to pour the most money of any team into their minors. That's what they got to do. They've got to invest in the best coaches in the world to develop pitchers in their own ballparks in this state. That's what they've got to do. And unfortunately, they've got one of the worst minor league systems.
You know what? You know what's great about kids who develop in Colorado? They're not afraid of pitching in Colorado. Kyle Freeland is not freaked out about throwing a ball in Colorado. He gets
Kevin Freeland?
They should have all of their minor league teams in Colorado. They should. They should all train right here in Colorado.
Well, do they still have the one up in Casper? What's Casper's elevation?
They don't have Casper. They got
the spring. I don't even know where the other ones are.
They got Albuquerque.
They're not in the Springs anymore. They're not in the Springs.
They got Hartford, the Yard Goats. That's AA.
Yeah.
And then they got
what happened to the kid? Didn't they?
Grand Junction.
Grand Junction. That's true. They got Grand Junction for
okay.
AA.
So did Casper go to Grand Junction?
I don't know.
All right. Well, Albuquerque elevation's 5,312.
I actually watched the Rockies game in Casper.
I mean, okay, so that's all right.
Yeah.
I guess as long as you've got them all in elevation.
Well, Hartford's not.
Hartford's not an elevation.
and
it's
Double
a fair
A
point.
In Double A, in the old days, that was where pitchers were really developed. Was in Double A.
Happens to this day too. A lot of guys jump from Double A to majors. Happens all the time.
Francis did. We talked about Jeff Francis the other day. Jeff Francis was he in Tulsa? Where was? Yeah, it was Double A. I thought it was in the Midwest somewhere. He went from there to
Tulsa. Used to be where.
Yeah.
That used to be Double A for the Rockies. Now it's in Hartford. I don't know.
Can I say something? Places, and I've got family. Places like Tulsa and stuff like that. Little Rock had a single or Double A. Oklahoma City, I think, has Houston's Double A. Dude, the Midwest team, they love that.
Yeah.
The baseball fans that still play a lot of baseball in the Midwest, they love when they have a Double A team or something like that. Tulsa Drillers have been, they were like, you'd cover them if you watched the ABC affiliates or whatever. They'd have Tulsa Driller games highlights all summer long.
I'm just telling you, in 4 years from now, if my guy Ethan Sloan is out on the mound pitching for the Tigers in their 3-game set against the Rockies, mowing down suckers, Daniel Schlereth wasn't looked at by the Rockies.
At all.
Another lefty. A lefty out of Highlands Ranch.
With Detroit. And pitched with Detroit.
Well, drafted by Arizona, ended up with Detroit, struck out Seth Smith and Todd Helton.
Played 100 years of minor league.
Played a lot of minor stuff. Listen, man.
I always wonder why these guys play so long in the minors. Like you're 36 years old, and I'm not judging them, but
you get a shot at the majors, and that's a good life.
It's hard to let it go. And there's pro leagues in Japan and in
Mexico. But
Mexico.
minors is a tough life.
Oh,
like
really
just surviving that life for 10, 15 years.
But it used to be.
It's really tough.
It used to be. I remember one night I went out, had a few beers with B.J. Suroff. Remember B.J.
Sure,
Suroff?
of course.
Played in North Carolina, so he's friends with Joe Wolf. So we went and hung out with him in Milwaukee one time. We were playing the Bucks. And he told me at the time to get vested in the Major League Baseball's post whatever retirement plan. You had to play like 1 inning of Major League Baseball, and you were vested in their retirement plan.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he was telling me that. Well, and at the time for NBA, it was like 3.5 seasons.
Yeah, that's
4 seasons.
NFL is 3 years, 3 games.
Yeah. And he was telling me, he goes, no, you're fully vested if you get one inning in a Major League Baseball game.
All right. Well, the Rockies get back to action on Friday. Ryan McMahon faced 4 pitches. 3 of them were strikes.
Good for you, bud. And the team's not going to move him either, which is dumb.
Why do you say that?
Why do I say that it's dumb or that they're not going to move him?
Why do you say not moving him is dumb?
Because right now you could start accumulating more talent.
Yeah,
He's not that good. He's a good player.
He's pretty good.
He's a good player. He's not that good. He's I hate to say it, a participation all-star. That's what it was. He's a good player that you need to start accumulating more talent. He's not a special dude. He's not.
He's pretty damn good, man.
He's good. He's good. But is he good enough that you need to hold on to him?
I'm fine
okay,
with
so
Ryan
his
McMahon,
contract is fair, right? So
Yeah.
that's why you hold on to it, because the contract is fair. But what do they need? Do they need that, or do they need more young talent?
Well, in all honesty,
He's not like super old.
He's not
He's only
that
like
old.
29, right?
Yeah, no, he's got plenty of years left. I'm okay with. I know what you're saying, but here's what. And I had this conversation with our boy Troy Rank the other day. He's frustrated, even though I love Jake Cave. What he's bringing up is, what are we doing here? Although we like Jake and he's a journeyman and all that, like, just get some of the younger guys out there, whether they suck or not. And
Well, look,
just
the
play 'em.
draft pick that you call probably their first round pick, the third pick in the draft, that you
Yeah.
think maybe the best player in baseball last year, had a phenomenal year.
Yeah. Charlie Condon. But yes.
And I'm saying why not? And he's a third base outfielder type guy. If he's this guy raking, you put him down to minors, let him rake for a month or so, and then I'd bring him up.
We'll see him in spring training. He'll have the opportunity, ain't no doubt about it. But I
want to see him this year.
Okay. They
'Cause
don't,
we're-
they don't usually do that. I'm fine with it, but that just is not what baseball generally
But that's
does.
what I'm saying. So, but
I see
but
what
why
you're saying.
not?
Oh my God, this is the
Other
whole.
other than you lose the extra year to negotiate and
It's-
all
that's a
how
big
about-
part of it.
How about win?
Okay.
How about?
I'm not against
How
him.
about this? Who started pitching for the National League last night?
The National League was Skeens, Paul Skeens.
Yeah. And what year is he?
Well, he's a rookie this year.
And what year? When did he come out?
Solid stash though.
Last year.
Okay, so
do I get a? Am I getting quizzed here?
The point being, in pretty good, pretty good.
I get it.
Pretty good at having
I gotcha.
and you didn't have to, as you said, become a forever.
I do find it funny. It is true. You're making a good point. Only in baseball do they have this kind of lengthy incubation period, whereas in football, we're saying that Bo Nix can't come out of college and win right away. It's like, maybe a failure or whatever.
Right.
Baseball takes forever to develop guys.
Now I can understand if you're getting a guy in high school. You got to let the guy mature. You got to get the guy understand and be the pro. You got to get the guy understand the weight room and all the different stuff. I get a high school kid, but a kid that has now spent some time in college baseball, how long do you need to keep him in the majors or in the minors?
Well, I don't really understand why they've got 3 different levels. I don't think that's a necessity. But you don't need that many guys. In all honesty, it just takes focus away from like you got to prioritize.
Well, actually,
things.
it's 4 because there's A and then there's high A. So the A ball is in 2, and there's the Arizona Developmental League, which is kind of a 5th level.
Oh, that's associated with the.
Oh yeah,
MLB?
like a lot of these guys who the Rockies just drafted,
They'll
they're
go
not
to the developmental league first.
They'll go down to. That's what my son's best friend Harry. That's what happened to him when he was drafted by the Padres. He didn't even go to the. He went to Arizona, where the Padres have their developmental league for the rest of that year, and then
See, in my mind, if you wiped out 1 or 2 of those and just poured all your resources into AAA and AA, I think you'd have more. It would be more valuable to your team.
So can you guys appreciate though when you see a 21, 22-year-old player in Major League Baseball how damn good he is?
He has to be.
Dude,
Yeah.
look at the levels you have to go through. Look at how many guys you got to be better than.
But I'm with him. Now pitching may be different, a developmental thing, and we got to get it. We're going to work with him and see what he's about. But if a guy can rake, and Condon raked at Tennessee, right? I mean, he was
not Tennessee, Georgia.
Georgia, SEC baseball,
Player
which
of the
was
year.
pretty good.
Don't give up.
Which was pretty good.
Never
right?
give up.
SEC baseball, pretty good.
Very good.
I mean, can you talk with ACC baseball kind of like maybe their football? I mean, it's right there.
Anybody can win in baseball, but yes,
Right?
yes.
So
yes.
very good.
Yes, very good.
So he probably has gone against other major leaguers.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Right.
Zero doubt about it.
So why waste him in the developmental league for a month? Why don't you put him up in Grand Junction right away and say, look, here you go.
Well, we'll see.
Here's some dudes throwing 95.
Okay.
How you doing?
Well, let's keep our eyes on him. He's on the team. There's plenty of baseball left.
Yeah, but the Rockies will waste his time. They'll put him in developmental league for the rest of the summer. They'll sign him to single A next year. They'll move him up in the middle of the year to double A. He'll be there for 2.5 years, and then he'll be triple A.
They should put a cap on how long you can be in the minors. They should. You can only be in single A for 3 years. You can only be in triple A for 5 years, whatever.
Well, guess what? Now you already got the guy. He finally gets the big leagues. He's 29.
The Rockies' number 1 draft pick last year, which was a high number 1, Dolander, who pitched, I believe, for Tennessee, still in high A ball. High A ball. Troy Rank. Troy is so much smarter than me. It's ridiculous. But Troy was like outraged. What are they doing?
Why?
That's what Troy was saying.
Because the Rockies have a history of trying to hold the guys
what's
down,
he doing down there?
As long as they can so they can have the extra year of negotiation. That's all they do, and that's their philosophy. And it's the dumbest, losingest, stupid philosophy that they've had for 25 years. It's dumb. Find out the one thing Sandy taught me, and I always screw this up too. What you're going to have to do eventually, you might as well do immediately. So if the guy can play, find out if he can play in the first year or so. Not 5.
Okay.
Not 6.
I like it. I'm with you.
Start change. Has what the Rockies done in their history worked overall? No. Then change it.
Well, we've literally said that we can't try somebody from the outside because they don't understand Colorado. They don't understand how to play baseball in Colorado.
I love baseball. This is pathetic.
We've said that publicly. We can't try other GMs. We can't try other managers.
I could fix them in less than 5 years. Hire me. And if
Now Hastings wants a piece.
Well, congratulations to Ethan and Nolan. Thanks for getting this
I'm going to need you to give
going.
me a 5-step plan if you're going to keep saying that. I need your 5-step plan.
I just gave you one of them. I'm revamping the entire minor league
give me
system.
two. What's
and,
two?
I'm changing the philosophy. We're moving guys up and getting them ready.
Okay,
If they're
I can dig that.
We're getting them out right
I like
away.
it. I like it.
Seriously, why are you holding on to dudes for 10 years in the minor leagues? Get rid of them.
And by the way, again, I'll give Troy all the credit. He has said to me over and over again, you need to expand the analytics department to cover all these sort of angles. You got to go from the smallest analytic department, which I think they have now, to the largest.
For the last 4, 5, 6 years.
And you need everybody in line with that. Like what we're doing here all makes sense so that when it gets to the major league level, the manager has been part of this whole developmental process the whole way. And this is why I struggle with Bud Black. Like Bud's an old time sort of manager at this point. Okay. Is he really the right guy to know developmentally, analytically, the right way to bring guys along?
You know what he
answer
might be?
is
You know,
nobody's the right guy.
You know what he might be the right guy for?
The New York Yankees.
No, a big
the
veteran
Dodgers.
team, the Dodgers. I mean,
Yes.
that, or you know what you do? You make him your roving pitching instructor, and you have him go around and let's see what the pitching's about. He's a pretty good, solid Major League Baseball. He
But
played
I don't know
19
if
years.
I don't know if he's like really in tune with what you got to do now. I see what these.
Yeah, because he's older than I am.
I see the training and development. There's a reason. I'll just give my guy Nolan some credit, man. He's not the biggest guy in the world. 5'10". How is he throwing 98 miles an hour? It's because he got with people that knew what they were doing, that knew how to develop the body, analytically broke it down. I don't know if I can trust Bud Black to be the guy overseeing
that's fine.
that.
Okay, good. Then you know what? Then not only analytic department, then you need an analytic department that not only works with your managers and stuff like that, but also works with your conditioning people and everything.
Absolutely.
It's all connected.
What turned Jokic around?
Probably getting in better shape all year round.
Why did that happen?
Because he's willing to work, and you know what? And they'll draft kids that guess what aren't willing to work. And how long do you want to stay with them? Not long. And the Rockies stick with. We just showed you the list of first round picks or draft picks going back to 10, 11 years that we never heard of. Are they still in your system? If so, why?
Exactly.
Well said. So there's something about Quinn Miners who came from the dirt.
5 years.
And you turn it around.
Guarantee you.
You know, you only need about 88, 89 wins to get
tomorrow.
But you only need to finish a few games above 500 to make the playoffs, like the Diamondbacks did last year. You don't have to win 110 games in the regular. The Nuggets don't have to win 57 games to win an NBA championship. We all know that, right?
Now.
Let's be smarter around here. It's no dumb question. Well, that is a challenge, isn't it? And let's be smarter around here.
You really screwed the clock up this hour. by the
Okay,
way.
that's next.
Summertime, blue skies, new ride for my friends over at Phil Longford. Could it get any better than that? No, it cannot. Guys, go check out my friends at Phil Longford. Tyler Columbus here. I've been buying all of my vehicles there since my rookie year. Matter of fact, I probably bought 5 or 6 vehicles there over the course of my lifetime, and I'm telling you guys, it's an incredible experience. Every single time I go there, they respect my time. They get me in, they get me out. You don't have to be there all day. You don't have to haggle over the price. No, this is one-stop shopping. You're going to get the best price. They're going to take care of you. They've got great incentive deals. The interest rates are solid right now. And they've got an award-winning service department that is always going to keep your vehicle in tip-top shape. The inventory of Phil Longford is incredible. Matter of fact, maybe the strongest it has ever been. So you don't have to shop all across the state of Colorado. Go to Phil Longford. Guys, cars, trucks, pickups, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles. The electric fleet is honestly incredible. If you haven't tried one of these vehicles, go take a test drive. You're going to be blown away. So check out Phil Longford today. Shop from the comfort of your own home. Just go to phillongford.com. And guys, when you go over there, let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over.
All right, what you got, Scotty?
I got a little coffee. Oh,
I saw that. Oh, that's like a full cup.
Well, you have to do it twice.
No dumb question for you, Scott, before you go.
You have to do it twice.
No dumb question. So Brandon, our sales guy, right? Nice guy, brought you that coffee.
Right.
Is that his makeup for not getting you any deals?
No, it's just one thing he's good at.
Wow. One thing he's good at. By the way, these mugs, these are radio station mugs. You know how I can tell?
They got all the logos.
It's already been decided.
I got all the logos.
Community mugs.
Well, now we know where the community mugs are. Oh, we got a little scolding email. Somebody had been leaving their coffee mugs just like out in the sink at work. Can't do that.
Oh, we got one. I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah.
Wonder who did that.
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
Hey, I almost always put mine back. Almost.
Yeah,
and he puts his in his thing, and I always just bring mine. Usually.
I know I wasn't being yelled at because I never leave mine out there.
Mosier.
Well, somebody was leaving their coffee mug in the sink. Just the glass fairy was just going to stick it in the dishwasher for him, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's Mosier.
If
you had to bet, look up question, who do you think the culprit is?
I mean, if we're being honest, though, the fairy does always come eventually.
You know, they do, but it is grade A arrogance in the office to leave your mug in the sink rather than put it in the dishwasher. You are the top of the freaking mountain of arrogant coworker.
Well, worse than not filling up the water?
Way worse than that.
Really?
Way worse. Not filling up the water is not great. You should definitely do that, okay? But that's kind of that's almost an understandable mistake. If you're just a lazy ass and you just stick your mug in the sink rather than the dishwasher, that's just who you are. You're just a lazy ass.
Well, one of the funniest videos, and I'm assuming it was staged, but it was still funny because the husband, played it perfect dumb, and the wife, did perfect frustration. She finally jumping on him about, why don't you ever do your own laundry? Why don't you pay? He goes, I got a secret.
You leave it there long enough?
He goes, watch. And he goes up to bed. I threw my clothes right here last night. They're gone. They're in the washing machine. The wife's like, looking at him. Come here. He goes, I had pizza late last night. I left the box here on the table. Look, it's gone. And meanwhile, then it goes back to video of the wife picking all this stuff up. And watch, it goes to dishes. Look, just put your dishes right here. Watch what I put dishes here last night.
I've got a killer no dumb question.
All right.
So I don't want to. If you got,
go.
Okay. I got 2 cats. This is the first time this has ever happened. And it's Rachel and Ross. And we did not name them. My younger son did. Friends Netflix. What can I tell you? Rachel is kind of a slug. Ross is a really athletic cat, but he lets Rachel push him around.
Yeah.
Typical male. They more or less get along okay, but every now and then, Rachel just wants to, attack, really threaten him and scare him and all that sort of
Because
stuff.
Ross thought they were on break.
Ross is by far the dumbest cat I've ever had. I've had about a dozen or so cats. He's the dumbest one, but he's by far the most athletic one. I've got a dumb jock cat.
He can play tight end for the Broncos.
For the past,
you are so judgmental.
For the past 3 days, Rachel's been over his shizzle like you can't believe. Like he is scared to do anything. This morning, Ross just pooped on the top cover of our bed, just full on out. Just
out of fear?
That's the only explanation because Rachel was down where the litter is and all that. And he just let it go right on the top of my bed. I mean, it was like a full load. And it was like, whoa. What do I do?
Clean it.
That one's easy.
God, that's easy.
Okay.
Clean it up.
No,
All right,
so I had that issue with the shaggy
but hold on,
rug.
I
right?
did not leave it for my wife. I did clean it up. I did because I thought, should I just leave this here?
Poop fairy.
Yeah.
Poop fairy.
But it smelled so bad that
You know
I
what
just
the key is? Have a shop vac. Have a shop vac that you can just go in there with the shop vac. You suck up the most of it that you can, and then you can clean it after, right? Get a little spot treatment on it, and then you throw it in the washing machine. That's easy. But I had the shaggy rug issue where we had diarrhea on the shaggy rug, and there is no saving that thing. None.
Well, I'm not concerned about just the duvet cover. I mean, it'll wash
When a
out.
cat does that, it means one of two things. One,
Oh.
the litter box is completely messed up and dirty, and so it's a message to you. I need to clean up my normal place. It needs to be cleaned.
Yeah, I don't think that's it.
Or two, they're under stress.
Yes.
Which you say with Rachel, that might be the issue, that he's under some stress. Or three, he's sick.
No, D-Mac does break. So you're saying it got into the duvet itself.
Well, he just unloaded on the top of
Because
the...
that's a different story. That if it gets inside
Whoa.
of that, how do you properly clean
He's
that?
talking sanitary issues down the road.
Yeah, I'm not really...
You're just talking about why is he doing it, what should he do?
Kind of. I'm worried about more the emotional thing than just cleaning up the duvet with poop on it.
Well, I think you got to sit Rachel down and have a talking to.
I'm talking to Rachel. What would I say to Rachel?
Meow, 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 meow.
I don't have an Arkansas to cat translator.
You know that you get an app that does that. My daughter keeps, Dad, look, we can have this app.
I'm sorry. Say it again. And so,
Meow, 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 meow.
And what did that mean?
What the hell are you doing to Ross?
You sounded too nice with the meows, though.
Well, that's a cat.
It's got to be like more like meow 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 meow
what would Ross say back? Keep in mind, he's stupid.
meow meow.
All right. How much guilt should I lay on my? How do I use this to my advantage?
What have you done to
Blame
enable
the
this
woman
situation?
in the house. That's all you have to do.
Blame my wife.
No, Rachel.
Oh, Rachel.
Yeah.
I think you got to go back and
think
think
you
about how you've
separate.
enabled Rachel.
How
Yeah, no,
I've enabled Rachel?
Yeah,
the
like
cat?
at some point you have allowed Rachel to think that this is okay to bully Ross.
Actually, you may be right about that one. You may be kind of right about.
But now it's probably too late. Can't teach an old cat new tricks.
Maybe not. They are brothers and sisters, and Ross, see, we didn't get them
Do
fixed.
they view each other as brother and sister?
Well, they had kittens together, and that is a 1,000% our fault because we didn't. And when I say our fault, you know what I'm really saying, right? You know what I'm really saying when I say it's our fault.
Go ahead, just say it out loud.
That's my wife's fault.
Okay.
Okay.
By the way, they're doing a thing on ESPN. They're doing their top 100 of the 21st century NBA players. They gave Joker 28th, but look at the names he's ahead of.
Wade Durant.
You know what you should do?
Nowitzki and a Cooper. What's that?
Insert a new female cat into the situation.
Really?
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's the answer?
Yep.
Triangle.
Yep.
I'm sorry, what?
That's the answer.
Triangle.
Rachel's going to realize that she had it good. That's what she's going to realize. And then she's going to try to get him back.
Uh-huh.
Cat fight.
A cat fight. Yeah.
Or you separate them for a couple days.
We've done all that before. It's like
How do you separate cats?
you just.
I mean, you close the door?
You close the door, and you have to have a different litter box in a different room. You have to like set up another, area for them.
Put Rachel down in the basement, down in the garage.
Oh my God! What?
Yeah, put her down in the garage.
Put her in the garage?
Yeah.
Hey,
Put her down in your
along
man
those
cave.
lines really quick. And I know Scott, like, okay, farming's different. Okay, farming's different. Outside of farming, if you've got a dog that isn't allowed in the house, why do you have a dog? What if you've got a dog that's only an outdoor dog?
Well,
Okay,
it could be
working
a
dog is different.
Junkyard dog. It could be a sheepdog.
That's different. No, I have a sheepdog, and he's a beautiful dog, and he's a great dog.
Guard
Okay,
the house.
I don't know. I'm just saying the dogs would be outside the house.
you're actually a bad person if you don't let your dog in the house.
Who do you know that doesn't let their dog in the
Oh,
house?
there's lots of people that've got outdoor only dogs. Lots of people. They get them their little the dog sheds, and they got to sleep outside. They're
They
covered.
never
in the
let
rain.
their dogs inside.
Oh yeah, there's people out there, plenty.
That doesn't seem.
Scott had a dog like that growing up, right?
I've had tons of dogs.
Were you on
like
a
that.
farm?
Well, we lived out in the country.
Well, he lives out in the country.
Okay, but
On
did
a
the dog
farm.
did the dog have a job? Like, did he have a purpose?
No, he was a
Yeah,
dog.
he was an
Oh,
electrician.
so you guys were just mean to the dog.
No, they were dogs.
Oh, so wow. So I'm actually talking to Scott.
Yeah, that's
A
fine
little
with me.
bit.
Yeah.
So
was
you
crazy.
actually you just hate dogs. Like if you
No,
have a dog and
I-
you don't let him inside, you
I
just
thought-
hate dogs.
I thought it was crazy to have indoor dogs. We didn't have
What's
indoor.
the point of having
we
a
didn't
dog?
have indoor dog.
Tyler,
dog.
Tyler. Indoor dogs, indoor plumbing. It was all crazy. You understand?
We didn't have indoor cats growing up.
Okay.
They chased
By the way,
mice.
neither did my wife. Was the same way. She grew up in kind of a farm. They never had the cats inside ever. So her whole life she loved cats, but they always stayed outside.
Yeah.
They were getting run over by cars and drinking antifreeze left and right. Her cats were running away, getting eaten, getting frozen, getting stomped, getting killed. They had more kitty funerals than, it was ridiculous. But now I got to care about cats inside the house. The cats just went away.
Well, we got an indoor dog and 2 indoor cats.
Okay. When we come back, the Quinn Minor signs, receivers there. USA played Serbia in basketball. Plenty to go here on PhD. Hey, it's C-Mac, and if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, you need to get the right treatment for your specific medical situation. You got to know every situation is different. So dealing with ED, it's terrible. It causes stress in relationships, anxiety, and undue hardships on a man and their partner as well. So don't keep suffering. Contact my great friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work when pills and herbals fail. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Hey, some of these treatments can have you going an hour or more. Make ED a thing of the past with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The initial visit is $99, and if medically advised, you could get a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Let's go. Come on. 720-440-7900. 5 locations. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Jeff Legwald's our NFL Broncos insider for ESPN. Joins us now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. It's at ramoslaw.com. Jeff, talk to us about this Quinn Miners deal. Why now? How did it go? What's the benefit to the Broncos on this one?
Well, I guess I'm always in the camp of I'm kind of like waiting for the Surtain deal to come around. But no, I mean Miners is a player they really like, and he obviously wants to stay to do something now. So I think that's an important piece of this. They've tried to do, players like in this sort of level of interest to them. They did Tim Patrick early. They did Cortland Sutton early. They've done these types of things before a guy's ready to hit the market. And they, other than Surtain, he's in that sort of next tier of players league-wide that other personnel guys say, that's a player I really like on the Broncos roster. So, he's one of their better players. It makes sense. They are and have been cap tight, but this doesn't, sort of impact that too much right now. So, but obviously something both sides wanted to do to get it done, and it's pretty good money for a guard, and and away they go. But Jeremy Fowler at our place does an annual story where he ranks the best players at every position.
We were talking about that earlier. Yes.
After polling, tons of personnel people and coaches throughout the league.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if anybody's noticed, but there have not been a lot of Broncos on those lists.
That was our conversation earlier. We have noticed and talked about it. Yes.
Yeah, and even an honorable mention, but Miners is one of those players that has made an appearance.
Well, he was an honorable mention. He wasn't even in the top 10. And so was Lloyd Cushenberry, but he's not on the Broncos anymore. Other than that, it was Surtain. And Jeff, we noticed for sure nobody in receiver, tight end, or running back, nor quarterback, of course. So, and we're all watching receiver, and it seems clear as crystal. Dude, if you don't have a playmaker in the NFL, what are we doing here, Jeff?
Well, it's leaning so hard now to the passing game in so many ways, even getting your big people out into the pattern. It's everything is the passing game these days. So I call them finishers. You got to have a finisher. And right now, beyond Cortland Sutton, I mean, I want to know where the finishers are in this offense. So I've said all along, I have friends who are frustrated with me because I won't declare improvement has been made on the Broncos this offseason. But I watched an 8-9 team last year, and I ask everyone, have they reached the talent level overall of an 8-9 team?
Well, the advantage of going to these guys early, and I think Quinn's deal isn't just early; it feels unusually early, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler, you're right. I mean, this is obviously something both sides were like. Usually, a guy's agent will say, in thinking, I just want to get the ball rolling, and this has the feel of like sort of, hey, you want to get the ball rolling, and suddenly there's a deal.
Right, but the advantage of it is that you go to these guys and you say, hey, I'll give you $40 million guaranteed right now, or you could wait a year and a half and see what happens. See, most of the time you sign a guy, they become the highest paid player in the NFL. It's just kind of the way it goes. Quinn is a top 5 highest paid, but not the highest paid. So that's where the Broncos look at it like they're saving something. So my question is, though, if you came to Pat Surtain right now, do you think he would entertain the conversation like Quinn Miners did?
I think if you're – and they have had discussions with Pat's representatives, but Surtain is a guy you're going to have to make the highest paid player at his position when you sign him. And I don't care where that comes on the calendar, frankly. I mean, you can wait and do it, and you're still going to make him the highest paid corner. So to me, I don't understand the delay other than I have heard that, that Surtain's camp wants to at least step back and say, all right, is this team going to compete at some point?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but I think you can negate that by making the guy the highest paid player at the position. So if, the Broncos keep saying it's a no-brainer. My contention is if they really wanted it to be done, it would be done. You'd simply make him the highest paid player at his position and one of the highest paid defensive players in the league. And for people who say, why would you do that? They did it with Von Miller, and they were very happy to do it.
I'm going to ask you a question. It may sound dumb, but and you could interpret it a different way. But you said, who are the finishers on this team? And I don't mean starter as in start game, but who starts this offense? Who's the guy that gets it going in the first place?
No, Scotty. I mean, that's what they keep saying it's competitive at a lot of spots, and it is. Frankly, we had to do a roster projection to turn in, and there were some positions I had a difficult time deciding who I thought they would keep, but that doesn't mean you're talking about players at an elite level or even a upper echelon level for a lot of those decisions. And yeah, I mean, if Bo Nix is the rookie quarterback, and I think we all think, unless there's a shocking development, he will be.
Yep.
Where are the easy completions for him? That's kind of what I'm looking for. And at tight end, if Dulcich isn't ready to play or doesn't rebound from missing most of a year out, I just don't see a lot of easy completions. And we don't know yet, but if Cortland Sutton doesn't report on time, as he threatened not to, that's a whole nother decision. But, I think this is a very big year for Marvin Mims to become something in the offense that they need greatly.
Brandon Ayuk wants out of the 49ers.
Right.
Couple parts here. Is there a world that the Broncos entertain trying to trade him? Is there capital for it? It just straight picks wise. And then the other part is it's been tossed out on our station by Mike Sanford. Pat Surtain for Brandon Ayuk, and maybe even get a little bit of change coming back our way, the other way. Is that something you would entertain?
I wouldn't. I don't think it's a close trade. I don't think it's even anywhere close of a trade for the Broncos to
right.
do
Well,
that.
that's why they're saying you would get Brandon Ayuk and a fourth rounder back or something like that.
I would need again, just personal opinion, and I know you guys know I think highly of him as a player, but I'd need a hell of a lot more than dishing Pat Surtain for Brandon Ayuk and a draft pick, especially if you're going to have an offense with a rookie quarterback. That immediate return isn't going to be there maybe. But again, and this will be an answer a lot this year, I think. Had they not released Russell Wilson, I'd say, yeah, they should entertain it, but they can't entertain a lot of things because of their own doing. And to me, that's one of the things you can't entertain. I mean, he doesn't want to be traded because he's happy with his contractual situation and the rest of it. He wants to be traded because he wants a big raise and a big role and big impact. And, can the Broncos offer all that right now, even if they could pull it off?
A week away from training camp, Jeff. The summer's almost over, my man. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you, brother.
Thanks, fellas.
All right, that's Jeff Legwald from ESPN. Hey, join Altitude Sports Radio and Circus Sports Colorado this Saturday for Wingapalooza at number 38 from 4 to 7. Watching the Colorado football O-line and D-line compete to see who can dominate the line of scrimmage of chicken wings. Number 38 in Circus Sports Colorado will be giving away 4 trips to Circa, airfare included. So let's break that down, what it means, as camp is right around the corner. And the rookies report today. Plus, it was Team USA against Jokic and Serbia. How'd that fare? Not great for our guy. Details next. Hey, it's C-Mac from Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, where Maroney means more during their Freedom Sale. More peace of mind with a money-back guarantee. More convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado. And more value with incredible deals on their most popular models, including Chevy Silverado, Trailblazer, Equinox, as well as GMC Acadia, Canyon, Terrain, and Yukon. Take up to $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 elevation. $12,500 off. That is fantastic. It gets even better. You can save thousands in finance charges with their lowest finance rates. Get to Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics, located at 1415 Vista View Drive in Longmont. For all the details, go to Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC.com. That's Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC.com. Chevrolet, let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade. Just a reminder, man, the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app is there for you at any time, powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. So just leave us a message at any time about anything. In fact, if you have a no dumb question, that'd be fine. We'll get to the Broncos and Quinn Miners here in a second. But Tyler, what happened?
Well, I just had a no dumb question pop up after you were talking about your scolding email that we received.
Oh, about the coffee mugs in the sink, not the dishwasher.
Right.
Yes.
So you defined it as you are the ultimate arrogant bad guy if you put your coffee mug in the sink, not the dishwasher.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. No dumb question.
Okay.
Now, since that email has been sent out,
Yeah.
if you go to put your coffee mug away, your dirty coffee mug away,
Yeah.
but there is a full dishwasher of clean mugs in
Oh,
there,
that's a great question.
what are you supposed to do?
That is actually a damn good. Technically, you should probably put them away.
Now that's my responsibility to unload the entire dishwasher just to put away my dirty cup.
Well, you certainly wouldn't put your dirty cup with the clean cups.
That's what I'm supposed to do now?
Or if you don't want to dump the clean dishwater out, then you go to the sink, get the soap because they got it. You clean your single cup out, dry it off.
You could
So
always
that
do
was
that.
my
and
choice.
set it back up.
You could
That's
always do that.
exactly what I just did.
You either be a team player and empty the dishwasher or clean your cup out.
I suppose I could be a really good guy and unload the entire dishwasher.
player.
That's team player, yeah.
Right.
That's Quinn Miners.
I don't know,
he'd do
though.
that.
I mean, I felt tempted. I did. I felt tempted to put that mug right there in the sink.
So you cleaned the dishwasher out instead?
No. I just cleaned out my singular mug.
Yeah, so like Quinn Miners would clear everything.
Yeah, he would
He'd
clean
put
it
everything
out,
away.
yeah,
He's Division III, blue collar.
And if we were doing the locker room, I had the great answer, but obviously we're not doing the locker room, so I couldn't say anything.
Okay.
Just take your head, Big. What should you do? And then, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the guy who does what you do, he's not a diva, but he's not, he's kind of middle of the road guy.
Well, I felt like I did a solid by I could have just left my mug there
No,
after we got the email.
You're kind of you're like Cortland Sutton. Like,
I'm not gonna lie.
you're-
Had that email not just come out, just come out,
Yeah.
I probably would have just set my mug in the sink.
Until somebody else. I don't think
Well, it's
there's
magic. It ends up getting cleaned
it is
eventually.
magic. I don't think there's a designated job at the station of I clean the dishwasher out.
Well, right. Well, it always falls on somebody, though, unfortunately.
Somebody.
I know.
It's Tick.
I know. It does, usually.
Well, he's the station manager.
That's generally where it goes, unfortunately. It shouldn't.
So why don't we take turns after this and go?
I think that'd be a nice thing to do. See, like Cortland Sutton would do just what you did. He wouldn't,
What would Russell Wilson do?
Russell Wilson would pay somebody to take care of it.
Tyler, here's 20. Go clean it out.
And then he would take credit for it.
Yeah.
That's right. And you make a video of it and put it on social media.
Now, just leaving your mug in there is like that's Jamal Murray. That's just like whatever, dude. You got a program. You got somebody else take care of this. I'm just, really. Do I need to bother with this? There it is. You're lucky I even used your mug. But you get away with
D-Mac do?
D-Mac has his own mug and doesn't mess around with it. And just, although I am using one today.
Don't touch D-Mac's mug.
So now what are you going to do?
I might just take this mug back into my own room. Because I'm the ignore the situation guy.
Yeah.
Because as long as you just ignore it, you can't be blamed for it.
Oh, so you're just gonna hide your dirty mug. You
Correct.
You use the
Until it's
community
empty.
mug, not your mug. I'm talking about the community mug.
What I'm doing is the Nathaniel Hackett move. That is just I don't know there's a problem here. I don't know. Maybe somebody
Well,
else
here we
can
go.
fix it.
We got somebody walking in the kitchen behind us right now. If they go up and grab the mug,
Oh, here we go. That's his. He's not gonna leave that. That's his. That's a bring from home mug. He's reloading that.
Well, we'll see what happens. I'm just gonna.
This is gonna be fun though. That's actually what I'm gonna do now. Out of the corner of my eye, I'm gonna watch people
how many
that are putting
people
their mugs.
passed
Little
the
mug play-by-play.
clean? And you're sure it was clean though?
Oh yeah, the dishwasher.
Yeah, you
Oh,
sure they're clean and they're not?
They're crystal clean.
You know what's happened as a goof? I've kind of got my own office now. And I did not intend to have my own office, nor did I want it.
Oh,
But
at the old station, D-Mac demanded his own office.
Well, I never got it. So
yes,
so much,
you did.
Never got it.
Yes, you did.
Trust
and
me.
not only did you get your own office, you demanded that we all met in that office. We put up a bulletin board that we had to go.
Oh,
we had
yeah,
to update
that's
every single day.
right.
Oh, I forgot
No,
about
you're
that.
right about that. I
Literally
forgot
made
about
people
that.
Put up an entire calendar in his office. Oh,
yeah, but that's
had to have weekly meetings in his office.
You're actually right. Well, in fairness,
No, daily meetings in his
Hold
office.
on. We did not have a bullpen meeting area like we do right here. We did not have that. We did not have it. And you tell me how many times you want to talk about stuff 2 inches from your program director. And you want to just sort of, talk about whatever you're doing.
Yeah,
We
'cause
actually
you'd have that little
All I'm saying is
producer's pit.
D-Mac was
right
the only
by
one.
the program.
D-Mac was the only one
lousy.
with his own office.
Well, I'm the only one that wanted to work, so I guess there was that. Are these things on?
How'd that get you?
Oh, well, it got me fired. So much.
Did you make the
worked out great.
Did you update the bulletin board?
Oh yeah, well we had a whole system. I think he's just going to like how the sausage is made. That was a good idea. What we had there.
But we got to get a bulletin board in your new office,
that'd be.
or a dry erase board,
I'm just happy I have some place to put my coffee mugs.
and your bike.
The funny part is
And
I
your
didn't
dirty
I didn't
clothes.
want to be in there, right? But Mosier stink shamed me. They stink shamed me just to go away. So
remember when we gave Russ all that crap for having his own office?
Thank you. Are you starting to see the hypocrisy that you've lived if you don't call somebody out?
Just saying.
I'm just saying I like my place, man.
And have you seen all the videos and stuff?
So
he,
now have
you seen all the videos and stuff he puts out on himself?
I've now worked in two different buildings with Darren McKee.
Yeah.
In 2 different buildings, he has commandeered his own office.
Do you know what I do on Saturdays when everybody has the day off? I have meetings in there with all the producers, like Dan and all those guys. We all just meet in there, and I, say, here's what we're going.
You know what he does?
We're doing.
I wouldn't doubt that. You sit there jokingly. I guarantee you've had meetings with Dan in there.
He just finds a room in the building that is not being used, and then he demands that is now his office.
Well, you know what he did? Because it is just a whole
it's
room.
the same thing that happened over there.
That's set up someday to maybe be a new studio, right? Or some sort of production
Anytime
room,
they want to do it.
which doesn't have any windows or
Anytime.
anything. I'm not sure why they would make it like that. That being said, he did take a walk around. He said, there's a lot of
There are here.
empty offices that are like really nice set up to be offices.
There are.
And I guarantee he was scouting.
I want an office like I want a hole in the head. Because if you got your office, guess what I found out? They expect you to sit in there.
You
every
want
now
an
and then.
office like a hole in your head? You've literally created an office in both buildings that I've worked with you.
Not now. Just need a place to change and put my bike. And keep nothing.
Which that office works good because you can change in there. Can't
By the way, I did figure it out because when I was fired, it was just like, I didn't even go in, by the way. I got fired on Zoom.
Really?
Yeah. They wanted me to come in, but I knew what was up. And I was like, I'd rather not. Just, let's get this over with. It was like that. Hey, 15 and a half years. Hey, Zoom. What's going on? Hey, not so much.
Here's a watch.
Here's a watch.
I thought I was getting a new deal when I walked in.
Yeah.
Me too.
I literally walked in thinking, hey, we finally got the contract signed that was being worked on out in Utah for weeks. Walked in and said, see you later.
We'd already agreed to my contract, and I went in to
And
sign
I'm not
it.
going to go behind closed doors, but somebody knew about it for about 6 months.
Oh, you know what? Low moment.
Couldn't give me a heads up.
I know. And how many times have I apologized? How many times?
Well, it took you a year and a half to do it.
I'm never going to live it down.
No.
Rightfully
Well,
so.
yeah.
I really don't have a defense. It was the worst thing I was ever asked to do in my career. I regret it like you can't believe. I'm apologetic. You'll win every argument. If Tyler ever just wants to win an argument and shut me up, that's it. You got it. You're right. You're absolutely right. It's one of the
fact that I was able to forgive you after that is actually
It's very biblical.
I wouldn't blame.
Very biblical of you.
I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't blame you at all. It was one of the scuzziest business things I've ever been involved with in my life. It was awful.
I'll give you one that matches.
Awful.
We had
And
a
by
guy-
the way, karma came around because the same exact thing happened to me, bro. And we know who was involved on that side too. And I know what he was going through, so I give him a break on it. But the same thing happened to our bro over there too. Same exact thing. It's just
Which shows that's bad management.
oh,
by the way.
it's awful.
Well, I'll
awful.
tell you a scuzzy thing that happened. I played in the NBA. We had a guy that, and it turned out I think he's in jail right now even, but he had kind of a schizophrenia diagnosis, but he was on drugs, doing a lot of cocaine and doing some bad stuff.
Oh,
we had a team meeting on the road without him, and it was, if you do, don't tell. Don't tell. We're meeting up in coach's room at 30 minutes after we get here. Don't tell. And so we got 11 other dudes, the coaching staff, meeting up in the head coach's room.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
Saying, we're moving him. We're getting him out of here. Don't say anything to him.
Oh, my God.
Don't say anything bad about him in the press. If someone asks about him in the press, talk about how good he is. But we're trading him as soon as we can. So we played like probably 2 or 3 more games, another couple weeks before they traded him, got him out of there.
Wow. Scuzzy.
Why did they even bring you in on that?
Scuzzy.
Like I actually
because they didn't want us to say, well, the guy he never shows up. I don't know what he's doing, but they didn't want a negative coming out.
Super scuzzy.
Yeah.
That's one like you. No wonder organizations that don't do things the right way fail. So there's something about, I'm bringing it back to sports here, but there's something about doing things the right way. I'm going to give the Broncos some credit here, man, on today about Quinn Miners. They did the right thing by the right guy who is one of their dudes, and that's good. Surtain is going to get paid. Like Jeff said, I can't believe I haven't heard about that. If you're Surtain, man, quick question before we get into Let's Football Go, though, but quick question. You want to wait it out a little bit to see where this sucker is going to go?
See, that's the thing. I do think internally you want to do it. At some point, they put a dollar figure in front of your face that is impossible to say no to.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
In the
it's
NFL,
so unusual.
everybody is 100% guaranteed to get hurt at some time.
Ain't no doubt
Almost
about it.
95% of the time, if you come to a guy early enough, he just signs the deal.
Right.
He just does. Watching receiver, though, it is fascinating to watch that because
Yep.
Jamar Chase is like one of the few that they came to him. They literally offered him a deal to make him the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Not second, not third, the highest paid wide receiver. And he said, nope, I'm actually going to bet on myself. I'm going to wait an entire year and try to hit free agency.
That's
Lo and
crazy.
behold, he actually did get hurt right after declining the highest paid deal. It's not going to hurt him, but he did bet on himself.
Well, in receiver, and I'm not spoiling anything because we know what happened, but Justin Jefferson didn't sign a deal till after the season was over, and now is the highest paid receiver in the NFL.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Justin Jefferson.
Oh, you meant Justin. Okay. Yeah. So Justin Jefferson, okay, so we're talking about the same guy. So he's getting $30 million. So if you're Surtain, what are you doing? Miners, by the way, it's a lot of money, no doubt about it. This saved the Broncos money. It did. If he went to free agency, now it's risky because obviously you get hurt. And Miners is saying, I'm good with the Broncos. I want to be here, which is pretty cool.
Well, let me just say 2 names to you. Wolf Jackson.
And I know that story, and Jackson made more money, but he had to bounce
Jackson one
around.
was a little bit more understandable because he did kind of blow up later into it, right? Wolf signed a deal that inevitably, I guess
he signed the deal that was offered to him right when camp was wrapping up and ended. I think early in the season that year he signed. Jackson said no.
Yep.
You win the Super Bowl. He blew up in the playoffs in the regular season, had a great year.
And then Jacksonville
came in and they paid him $20 million more than Wolf made.
By the way, played good football for him also, even after he got paid. The Quinn Miners deal, though, if you were within the realm of being a top 10 player, not even top 5, if you're in the realm of a top 10 player and you're about to hit free agency, you're going to become the highest paid player in the history of the league. Not when you go to him early. Quinn Miners just signed a deal that made him top 5, not the highest top 5. So how much money does that save you? Well, I don't know, but it's going to save you at least probably 15 or 20.
Meanwhile, Miners gets to put $24 million in his pocket today. He's going to have more money, 40-something guaranteed, and with the possibility of making 70 to 80, whatever, with blah, 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 blah.
Hope he doesn't get satisfied and get fat.
That is such a fine line between him being fat. Like,
Chubby loves that.
You
He
just
looks
can't,
like a Buddha.
dude, that belly is something else. It really is freakish.
Sexiness.
No, he's fat.
Yeah, man, you can't lose that, right? Like, you're stuck with that sucker for the rest of your life, right?
Yeah, that's a natural fat.
Yeah. It's just something like, it's
A
extraordinary.
lot of O-linemen are not naturally fat. That's a natural fat.
Okay, latest and greatest with the Broncos as they report to camp with the rookies with Dan, Bud, Squids, Tanner. Let's Football Go next. Okay, that's funny. Hey, it's T-Mac for Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. The Unreal Pizza deal. Come on, man. To go for only $29.99. Get a delicious large 2-topping pizza on scratch-made flaky crust. Are you kidding me? So good. Plus, it comes with cheesy, dippable mozzarella sticks and a giant gooey chocolate chip cookie. It's a big cookie that's like a pizza. It's a cookie. You get it. Did I mention it's only $29.99? It'll feed the whole family. No dishes. Don't get in trouble at the office. I say it's Old Chicago, the Unreal Pizza deal to go. Feeds up to 4 for $29.99. Plus at Old Chicago, 110 local and legendary beers. If you take the tour on Old Chicago's World Beer Tour, you can earn rewards along the way like branded merch, $5 and OC bucks to use on your next visit. It's perfect. So discover your next pint, get your next pizza, get the incredible pizza deal for $29.99 only at Old Chicago. Find them at oldchicago.com. Oh my God. What you guys just did is so freaking funny. I almost think we should just wait on it for a little bit because it's so good what you guys just did.
Maybe we just got to wait for somebody to complain about it.
Let's just wait on the story of it. Just keep listening, and we'll get to it after Let's Football Go. But what you guys just did is absolutely hysterical. MountainHighAppliance.com is the best. Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Stick around for the story. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner, get it to us.
All right, fellas, we were just talking about Quinn Miners got extended by the Broncos yesterday. We talked to Jeff Legwald. He said Patrick Surtain is up next, okay? So here's your top 5 highest paid corners in the NFL currently. Jair Alexander with the Packers, $21 million. He's the highest paid corner in the NFL on a per-year basis. Denzel Ward, $20.1 million. Marshawn Lattimore, $19.5.
Yeah.
Marlon Humphrey, $19.5. Trayvon Diggs with the Cowboys, $19.4. So my question is, what is the maximum per year amount you guys would be comfortable with paying Patrick Surtain to where it works out for he and the team?
What's the highest?
What's the highest per year you would?
No,
you
what's
would
the highest right now?
21. Jair Alexander.
I feel like
with
we're
the
doing
Packers.
like the pricing game on The Price is Right. $23 million and $1, Bob. I mean, you just got to be over the top and not be stupid about it. So 25, I'd say. Tyler?
Probably sounds about right. I mean, it would be interesting to go back and look at when all those contracts were signed. Like, what was the last contract that was signed 3 years ago, and what was the inflation versus the
Right.
contracts that are all signed this year?
Correct. You got to
And
do
I
that
bet
too.
you're within the ballpark. A $5 million increase is a lot, but I bet you got to go up by at least 2 or 3 on the annual average.
Knowing that somebody else is going to pass him by at some point, but you got to be in that range. Scott?
What about 4 years, $85 million, but give him a $40 million signing bonus?
But it's fine by me too if you want to go in that direction. Nobody really plays on the last year of their deal anyways. It really is. It's not really about the average, with all due respect. It's about money in your pocket and guarantees.
Right away.
Then that's what Quinn Miners' deal is too. So the real question isn't the per average. The real money is how much money you're going to. By the way, that's great for the Broncos, because one thing the Broncos organization has is cash. So no problemo. That used to be a problem with Pat Bowlen.
Big time.
So, but that is not an issue with the Broncos. It's a huge advantage, Tyler.
Caleb Williams just signed I think it was a $39 million deal or something, fully guaranteed, and he got 28-ish of it up front.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah.
Like the day he signed.
That's awesome.
So for the next 4 years, his annual average is like nothing.
Well, and that's why that can help your team and yet take care of the guy. I agree. It's always nice. Hey, he signed a 4-year, $200 million deal, was only 87 guaranteed and a $10 million sign bonus. Well, chances are you're going to play out the 87 and that's it.
Hey, a bit of a squirrel moment. Do you have any concerns that Caleb Williams, not that he'll get fat like Jamarcus Russell, but may have a trajectory where the motivation may not be as strong now that he's gotten that kind of money? Have any sort of little I wonder?
The one question of him was, does he really love football, right? When that one of the questions I'm coming in.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's been plenty of questions about the character, and I think he has a bit of a character, not just a personality, right? He's got a lot of that going on. He was going to get the money no matter what. So he's not unique in that. All these guys are getting fully guaranteed deals, the rookie contracts. So I guess he got it up front, but none of them are going to have to earn it down the road. So there's nothing unique about that for his contract.
You know what I saw? Kyler Murray, we all know about the video games. I didn't realize how much he's really into video games till I recently saw that 30 for 30 about that video game crew, and Murray and Bronny were big players in that. And it's not just it's a fun hobby. It's kind of like an obsessive sort of thing.
Well, they've got leagues and stuff now, right, for these professional games.
You got millionaires.
And he finds more of an identity, by the way, with those guys, it appears, than the athletes on his team. I'm a little nervous about Caleb Williams. It doesn't matter, who cares, right? It's the Bears. But I do wonder if we're going to go in that direction.
Let me go, since you were a little squirrel, let me go to a little squirrel thing that I found out today on our buddy Mike Sanford.
Okay.
So, he coached Jordan Love, right? He was one of his coaches when he was coming out.
Utah State.
You know who one of the guys was he was heavy recruiting in?
Utah State? Is that what you said?
Well, he went to Utah State, yeah.
Who?
C.J. Stroud.
No kidding.
He said, I found this skinny kid who reminded me of Jordan Love. We started recruiting him. He had no offers. All of a sudden, we kind of put an offer out there, and all of a sudden, he blows up. But so he had like a 5th degree or 6 degrees of separation with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, he blew,
I found
blew
out.
that.
Yeah, well.
He's living on Easy Street now, though. Mike Sanford? Is that part of your ASS?
Yeah, I just thought that was part of our ASS.
Oh, okay.
It just came up in a conversation.
We'll see who has the better ASS.
Well, what killed you guys? I saw who
I don't think
you
so.
worked with.
I bet mine gets featured.
I saw who
I
you
got
worked
Vic on
with.
mine.
Oh, he does have.
Oh
Vic.
yeah,
He
if
does
you got
have
Vic, yours would be the one that gets teased. Yeah, yeah.
Good point.
It
All
wasn't
right.
any good, but it'll get teased. Yeah.
Dan, next up.
All right, so
Who is
Adam
Damo?
Schefter spoke earlier today about the NFL and their 18-game season potentially coming up. He talked about how the fact that Joe Burrow is floating the idea that we talked about a couple weeks ago about how it could play out is a sign that it's coming. But also, Schefter talks about what the league could do, fellas, to more incentivize the players to be on board for an 18-game season.
You're going to have to dangle enough to the players to make it worth their while, as distasteful as it is to play 18 games. I even heard somebody float to me, how do you get the players involved in terms of the valuation of the franchise over time? Because the value of these franchises is skyrocketed so much that how do you give the players that? And I don't know how you do it. I'm not smart enough financially, but look at the prices that these teams are going for.
Oh, yeah.
And with all due respect, it is the players who help make it happen, right? So the players get paid while they play, and then they leave, and that's it, right? So how about somehow getting them in on this? Now, I don't know how you do that. I'm not an economist. I'm not smart enough financially to figure it out. But you want to get to 18 games? You want to maximize your revenues? You want to grow the sport around the world? How about giving us a small percentage of the franchise value over time?
Do you think that'll incentivize the players to be more open and willing to accept an 18-game schedule?
I don't understand anything he's talking about because that's the way that it's always operated. Unless he's trying to refer to an ownership stake somehow, the CBA is always negotiated based off of revenue. So it's always negotiated based off of how many dollars you're bringing in off TV and everything else. And then the players get the percentage of that revenue. So that's the way it's always been.
No, he specifically mentioned giving them a small ownership stake.
Yeah, he's trying to see.
How the hell would you do that?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well, that's why he said, I'm no economist. I don't know how you do it. And unless the team's going to sell, how do you?
You're not going to do it. It's
Yeah.
never going to happen. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know what. Listen, man, there's so much money now with the NFL. The salary cap's going up. Everybody's going to make more money. The owners don't care about the players making more money as long as they're making way more money. What do they care?
No.
They don't. And they're all about to make way more money. This 18-game thing is going to sail through past the players. The players may get, I don't know, man, you're going to get an extra bye week. It's going to happen. So there'll be 2 bye weeks, and they're going to move the Super Bowl back to President's Day weekend, which is great for everybody. We get a whole nother couple weeks of football, and we'll have Monday off after the Super Bowl. This is going to sail through when it does happen. I actually don't know why the players would be against it at this point. Like, what's wrong with making more money? You all are. It's going to happen.
Well, the easy answer to that is it's a 100% guaranteed injury sport.
Well-
Literally every single person. So every single game that you play is just one more risk of never playing another game again the rest of your life.
Well, I get it.
What how much is the benefit of an extra 15 grand or 20 grand versus losing out on 3 more years or whatever?
Let me ask you a question to that point. If I told you you would live for another 10 years, but you would play in the NFL for 3 less years, would you take that deal? You'll get an extra 10.
I get an extra 10 on the back year.
But you played 8, so you
How
only
old do I live to, though?
You live till 80.
Oh, so I was going to die at 70? Hell yeah, I'd take that deal.
Right? No. Almost every single NFL guy I've ever talked to, when they're confronted with some sort of like...
Well, I'm saying I would take the 10 years.
You would play only 5?
Yeah, if I'm going to die at 70 years old,
you're going to die. You're going to die at 75.
No, I'm still.
Fun
I'm taking
conversation, right?
You just saw Billy Joel. You said he was awesome. He was 75.
Oh, you can die tomorrow and still be great last Saturday.
Well, the sad reality, the average lifespan of an NFL offensive lineman is like 62.
I know. That is terrible. That is awful. my point is not to get too morose, is most of the guys, NFL guys I talk to, would never give away any of the years they've ever had, no matter what their health conditions are.
Well, yeah, but that's because we're dumb and we think we're. But I'm being serious. That's an
still got a
athlete's
bulletproof mentality.
Exactly, it's
Right.
an athlete's mindset. Not me. It's not going to be me. I'm not going
Right.
to get hurt. I'm not going to lose my career. Okay, they're telling me to play with a torn ACL. Not me. I'm not going to hurt it even further.
When you watch receiver and these guys are getting hurt, all of them got hurt. By the way, in this show, they feature 5 guys. They all get hurt.
St. Brown first.
They all get hurt. Not every single one of them is pushing to get back as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah.
Not one of them is saying, you know what, I really would be better off if I just, waited or whatever.
Shows you they played in the NFL, not the NBA.
There ain't no doubt about it. However, that being said, in the NBA, man, with better guaranteed contracts, with better health insurance, just smarter guys and a better mentality. Like, it's okay in the NBA, as we saw with Jamal. Like, their peers tell them, dude, take your time. Don't worry about it.
But if you were to take the NBA and say, which some people said, instead of 82 games, they're going to play 60. You think they're going to be as patient to let guys sit out for a month or so?
Well, we're seeing with it appears we're seeing with the Nuggets that they're not all that patient with Jamal's sort of work ethic, I guess, with the conditioning or whatever he's going through.
Scott just brought up the key point, though. It's not about being smart. It's about the priority of the game in front of you and what it means. You've got the luxury of being smart, quote unquote smart, in other sports because a lot of the games don't mean jack squat. You go on a 5-game losing streak, okay, we'll make up for it.
Right.
You don't have that luxury.
Every week's the Super Bowl. No, you're right. And by the way, I hate to say this too, because there's a human element, and you're human, I know it, but the disposable nature of the NFL makes it such an amazing sport to watch. It really does. Because the fans know how desperate and important every single moment is, and it makes it, frankly, must-watch week after week.
For the fans, but it also makes the owners go, Tyler don't want to play more? Okay.
No doubt about it.
No.
I don't know if there's a more disposable professional sport than the NFL, and they are raking in the dough. It's as popular as it's ever been. And all the people that said over the years, I'm done with the NFL for this, that, and the other reason.
It lasts like a month.
Can't help themselves. Cannot help themselves.
Well, it also doesn't hurt. With all the, how many is it, 32 now states have legalized gambling?
Oh, my God.
I think it's more than, I don't know.
I thought it was 30-something.
And it'll be 50 sooner than later.
Well, if it gets to 50, it's never going to lose its popularity because there's not a better sport to bet on than football.
I think it's bulletproof. I don't, you know what? And hey, it's not football. They changed the rules. They this, that, the other thing. It's gotten more popular. Receiver, that's why the whole argument like cornerback or receiver, it's going to wide receiver more than cornerback now. Maybe it wasn't always that way, but if you don't have, I like how Jeff said, a finisher. Like you need finishers. You need guys like that. You need left tackles. You got to protect the quarterback. Quinn Miners is making $18 million a year?
I mean, guard is not a high priority position, which is also just goes to show you what they really think about Quinn. Because you don't prioritize right guard.
Guard?
No.
It's crazy. I mean, good for him. Do you have any more, or do we want to get to the funnies? Oh, we have one more.
Well, just real quick, I wanted to read this to you guys from, this is an anonymous NFL executive. This is what this executive said about Bills quarterback Josh Allen. Quote, he's one of the more overrated players in the NFL. Immense talent, but he makes a lot of mistakes. He's underdeveloped at winning at the line of scrimmage, tends to lock onto targets, more of a thrower than a passer, and forces throws into traffic, close quote. What do you guys think about that?
Is it also the same anonymous general manager that said, Patrick Mahomes still hasn't done anything to perfect his footwork?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Josh Allen's already had a legendary career in Buffalo. His legacy isn't solidified as one of the best ever, but in terms of NFL quarterbacks, he's a top 5 guy, period, the end. You do have a chance to win a championship with Josh Allen, which is all you can ask for, and what he's already done makes him legendary, at least in Western New York. That being said, man, I don't know, man. I think the window may be closed on the Bills and Josh Allen. I think they may have had their opportunity. I just look at Joe Burrow or even Lamar Jackson and just really wonder, is really the threat from Buffalo right now? And there's other younger quarterbacks going to come up too. CJ Stroud is in the AFC.
Yeah, you don't think Houston's not going to
now
be
you have Herbert with Jim Harbaugh. I mean, the Bills may have blown it. The Bills may have had their shot and just blew it.
I'd take Josh Allen in a heartbeat. Two most overrated QBs in my mind, and I know I harp on it all the time, but Lamar Jackson, to me, he is.
What is it with you and Lamar Jackson?
You can't win Super Bowls with it. You can't.
Okay, wow.
It's nearly impossible. And the longevity of it, the concern of that, dude, there's a reason why that organization took so long to pay an MVP. There's a reason, because they understand exactly what I'm talking about. It is scary to build an organization like that.
Who's your other guy?
Herbert. And I hate that, like, that's a knock on wood, because I'm a little bit terrified now that he's got Harbaugh.
Yeah, you better hope you're right.
But they don't have any wide receivers, do they?
Well, they got rid of them.
They're kind of building back up. I couldn't tell you. Well, who do they got? I don't know. I have to look at their roster. I don't know. Eckler's not there anymore. Keenan Allen there or not? Is he not there?
They just got.
Is Keenan Allen not on the Chargers anymore?
No, they got rid of.
He's on the Bears.
They got rid of Keenan. All right. They don't have Mike Williams. They don't have anyone. Their wide receivers: Joshua Palmer, Quentin Johnson, and Ladd McConkey.
Wow.
Yeah, Joshua Palmer, Quentin Johnson, DJ Chark.
Oh, he's pretty good.
Brendan Rice.
DJ's not even a starter, though.
Darius Davis.
Wow. Damn. Who's the running back?
Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, they got good running backs. For whatever that's worth.
No, I've been saying this. I think we had this argument last week. I don't think the Chargers are going to be a threat this year.
Yeah, that's interesting. They're kind of in the... Well, but they know they have a quarterback. The Broncos, we're not... Wow, they're going to lean a lot on Herbert, man. A lot's going to be riding on his shoulders. So he's going to be asked to pull the rabbit out of the hat left and right this year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll see about him, won't we? We certainly will see. They still got Bosa, though. How's their defense?
Herbert has literally done nothing in his career. Josh Allen has done tenfold of what Herbert has
no
done.
doubt about it. But Herbert gets away with it because everybody's just blaming the organization and the coaches. That's for sure.
True.
All right. We'll come back with what you guys just did, which is hysterical. Get that story coming up next.
Hey guys, it's time to start taking your health serious. It's summertime and everybody wants to look and feel their best in the summer, right? Well, why don't you call my friends over at Revitalized Health? They're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. We got multiple people in the building right here that are flat out changing their lives with Revitalized Health's medical weight loss options. They've got 3 locations. I'm telling you, they're going to make you feel so much better. No reason not go check them out. You'll get a free vitamin B12 shot on your first visit. 3 locations. They're close to the matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
All right, we'll give you what happened with USA, Serbia, and Yoke, and what to expect. Nuggets Summer League, and Ryan McMahon struck out. I like the All-Star game, but I get it. So the dishwasher stuff here. We were scolded to say, hey,
everybody in the station was.
Yeah. It's just, you put you dish in the sink, just put it in the dishwasher. It's not somebody's job to put the your dirty dish. It's the dishwasher, right? Of course. But then Tyler noticed, well, what am I supposed to do if the dishwasher's filled?
Correct. Because it was clean, and there was some dishes in there that were clean.
So then Scotty went out there during a break just to be a kiss ass and just,
He wanted to one-up me because he knew that I went out there, I cleaned my individual mug rather than emptying the entire dishwasher.
So we're sitting here watching Scott just suck up to everybody, pretending like he cares and putting everything away. And we go, Tyler just walks out the door because he's not going to let you one-up him on what he should have done. He's not going to let you have that. But then you had the genius idea because you're 6'10", you're 6'8", too.
Put all the coffee mugs on the top shelf.
Now,
so are all the coffee mugs now? Are they all on the top shelf?
There was a part of me that
all the dirty ones.
Yeah, all the ones that were.
He
in the
wanted to
dishwasher.
do every single one in there.
Well, I think that's pretty funny.
See, there's a part of me that didn't even want to say this out loud because I kind of just wanted to wait for people to just complain about it and see who's going to come on air complaining about it, trying to figure it out.
Me and Dan are watching this, laughing our ass off because it's so easy for you guys to actually put. You know what? I'm going to see. Got to do play-by-play.
All right, here we go. D-Mac's going to go out and going to check at 5'7", 5'6" 3/4.
Well, that's a little generous.
5'6" 3/4.
Now, if we're going to go behind the scenes here, it was actually the little leprechaun's idea for us to do this.
Yeah,
I just execued his idea.
I think if you look on our Twitch, you can see D-Mac go in there.
I got to get up to see.
Yeah, he's like, he can't. D-Mac can't read.
He can't get it.
Oh, he got one. He got one.
Did he jump?
He's on tippy toes. He had to get on tippy toes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So now the whole office, because they scolded us in an email, now everybody else
and
is
it wasn't
suffer.
even us. We just thought whoever the culprit was, which we think is Mosier. Probably.
Yeah. I mean, Moj leaves his spitter in here. Moj uses the community cups as his spitter.
Now we have a lady going into the kitchen.
That is next. You want to talk about next level arrogance. When you use community mugs as your spitter, that's next level.
Oh, you're talking about Moj? That's going to be Moj's thing.
We got two
Yeah, but she's so it's actually kind of perfect because it's just high enough that I can, if I stand on my tiptoes, get it.
Yeah.
So I can get it.
But you got to work.
You got to work for it. So you really should have put you should have put everything up there.
Scott had a guilty conscience.
I did feel kind of bad. Well, we got two ladies in there right now. What if they want a cup of coffee?
They could get it, but it's going to take a little bit of effort.
I would have paid money to see you climb up on the kitchen.
You and I will have clean coffee mugs available at all times.
Yeah, we should have clean coffee mugs all the time.
Because no one's getting those.
If you had to get it, how's Vic's not going to be able to get it either?
So here's the thing. Like guys like me and Vic, and even Moshe is just lazy. We're going to see that and we're like, oh my God, forget it. Like we're not even going to try. It's kind of ridiculous. It's pretty funny when you think about it. And it's so funny watching you and Tyler just put them away, just like, ding.
I would say at least every
I
other.
even arranged him. Did you notice how I arranged him? All face down, handles out. I went OCD on it and arranged them so you could grab it.
It's got to be so fun being
You got to
tall.
keep in mind, though, whenever Scott does a good deed, he's not really doing it for the good deed. He's doing it to hold something over you.
Well,
I really wasn't on that
That's
one.
what he's doing.
No,
it for.
I don't know. No.
Nikola Jokic and Serbia played the Team USA. They were relatively close at the end of one and halftime. Team USA's depth just poured too much. Jokic put in like 16 or something like that.
16 and 11.
16 and 11. But they lost by 1 million. There was, a 30-point gap at one point. They got killed. Team USA is going to win a gold medal. And it's really wild because the second team coming off the bench
is better than the starters.
Here's the truth on this one. And Steph Curry actually played pretty well today. Team USA is better. Now, they're going to win no matter what, but they literally are better without LeBron on the court.
Yeah.
What's the starting five?
And maybe Joel Embiid.
Today's starting five was, yes, I agree with you. I think Davis and Adebayo are better options than Embiid in this particular format.
Yeah.
The starting lineup, if I can do it off the top of my head, Curry, LeBron, Embiid, Tatum.
And Booker.
No, it wasn't Booker. It was our guy.
White?
Nope. Not Justin. Oh my God, the
Laettner.
the brothers. Our guy.
Drew?
Yes.
Oh,
Drew Holiday.
Who's-
Sorry.
So Drew and Curry are your guards.
LeBron James
Sure.
has the
LeBron's your 3, kind of.
LeBron James has the Tiger Woods lifetime invite of being on the starting 5.
He does. He gets.
But your second unit, it goes Bam, Davis.
As soon as they
Booker.
put.
Oh, you know what?
LeBron's still he should still be in the starting.
What about a
5.
guy from Minnesota? Did he not start? Is he coming off the bench?
He's coming off the bench. And when he comes off the bench, Anthony Edwards, it's a different team. He ain't lying, man, on that one.
Yeah.
He was telling the truth about himself.
He anointed himself.
But you know what? If you're going to talk the talk, walk the walk, and he is walking the walk. That dude is the truth, man. That dude he's something else. And he's 22. Phew. He's a problem, man. He's going to be a problem.
And probably going to get better when he gets over the overly enthusiastic part of his career,
Oof.
where every dunk is a world beater, and when he gets past that and just decides I'm going to dominate games, he's going to be dangerous.
When you say who's next, like who's next,
he's got next.
Real quick.
Yeah.
I think that goes to show you a little bit Nuggets' hesitation of passing out $209 million and the conflict of interest there, seeing the difference of what the caliber is.
Well, Edwards is going to get a super max.
Well, I know,
because he's made
because he's an
all-stars
all-star
and
team.
all-pro.
without ragging on Jamal Murray, any comparison between Jamal Murray and Anthony Edwards is kind of stupid. You're just a homer if you're going to take Jamal over Anthony Edwards. The end. And that does mean there's other stronger players making their way in the world today. Takes everything you got. Cheers. Got Nate and Andy coming up next on 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
The Belly got paid. And he should have, by the way. Quinn Miners, 4 years, $80 million contract.
Get in my belly! Come on! Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Okay, we are here. That's Andy. I'm Nate. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are with you until 6 p.m. today on the show. We have much to do with you here on this program. Quinn Miners has generational wealth. Congratulations to the Belly. The Nuggets have one more Summer League game to go. Is that enough time to fix Jalen Pickett?
No.
Team Serbia. My guys fall to Team USA today. Jokic going to need a little bit of help before the start of the Olympic Games. And the American League outduels the National League in last night's Midsummer Classic 5-3. Jarren Duran of the Boston Red Sox, your All-Star Game MVP, which I don't really know why. Like, Shohei's home run was way cooler, and that was a 3-run shot. Duran's was only a 2-run shot, yet somehow he gets to be the All-Star Game MVP. Andy, how are you?
Oh, brilliant.
Good.
Brilliant.
Good. How much Serbia-USA
None.
hoops did you take in
None.
today? None?
None.
Yeah, I was here.
Zero.
I was watching it with Scotty.
Yeah, but you guys are doing a thing.
We were doing a thing.
You were shaking the backside.
Very much so, yes. Nikola Jokic looks great. Didn't have a great shooting game, but he was also forcing some shots because he is surrounded by just he needs a little bit of help right now. Now, some key injuries for that game today for Team Serbia. Bogdan Bogdanovic was not able to play in that game today, so that's a factor right there. Nikola Milutinov was not able to play today for Team Serbia. And here's the other thing the Team USA has going for them. All the shooting.
Is this going to be just another classic run to the gold for USA?
I can't imagine a world in which, what if there's a game where Steph's not hitting, right? Well, you still have Devin Booker on your team. You still have Anthony Edwards on your team. You still have Kevin Durant on your team. You still have LeBron. You still have Joel Embiid, even though he looks like a shell of himself right now. Anthony Davis has looked actually pretty impressive as a big man right now for Team USA. They're just too loaded. They're just too loaded. There's no scrubs on Team USA, as TLC once sang. They're always is 5 Hall of Famers on the floor. And that's the thing is yes, Serbia has Jokic. They have Bogdanovic when he's out there and he's playing, but then they have other dudes. There's an Ibrahimovic dude that Jokic kept whipping passes to him today. He couldn't do anything with him. I'm just sitting there watching and just going, who is this guy? What is going on right now? This guy's not exactly Jamal Murray, okay?
Will Jokic be like, oh, I miss the NBA? What am I doing out here with all you guys?
I think he likes his Serbian brethren. I think he's having himself a good time, but his teams.
Does he want to be there?
Yes.
Do you get a vibe that he does want to do this?
I do think he has his national pride, and he wants to represent his country, but a win for them is going to be a medal. Right now, everyone's playing for silver. Unless Team USA just has a game where they go out there and shoot 18% from 3, which I don't see happening, they're going to roll to a gold medal. They're just they're a little too good.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Just a little too
I don't have
good.
any hot takes for you right now. I haven't warmed up the old Olympic machine. When's this thing get going? When's opening ceremony? Is this weekend?
Next, I believe.
So we get training camp before we get opening
I believe
ceremonies?
we're still, I think we're 11 days away from Serbia and Team USA and their opener in pool play.
Do you get more worked up for summer than you do winter?
Olympic style?
Yeah.
I don't know if I get particularly worked up for either of
No,
them.
I'm with you, but I'm asking if you're picking one.
Olympic fever.
Yeah. Remember when McDonald do the cups? Did you ever any of the Dream Team
I had the
cups?
Dream Team cups.
Oh,
Sure.
we all did.
Yeah. Yeah. I still actually.
After a year, Jordan only had half a head.
I know,
and
right?
a quarter of a basketball because it
started
had
to
been washed too
fade
much.
off, and
That's
yeah.
the only one I wanted.
The-
Did you ever?
You get the Chris Mullen, and you're just
Yeah.
like, all right.
What's with this dorky haircut?
I mean, Chris Mullen's cool, but
No, but he wasn't who you went after.
Right.
You know, they would do that with the Bronco Cups too. All I wanted was Atwater, so I ate an exorbitant amount of McDonald's trying to figure out who had the Atwater Cup.
Let's be honest, you were going to eat an exorbitant amount of McDonald's
that
anyway.
you know, if I'm telling you my allegiances, it was more Taco Bell back then, and they didn't ever offer the cups. So
thanks for nothing, man. Bam Adebayo is out there making threes. What are you gonna do when Bam is out there making threes? Ridiculous.
What other team? I'm trying to remember all the team because when Team USA, the first Dream Team got together.
Yeah.
Man, was it was like Kiss merchandising. You could get Dream Team everything. What else did you collect? Did you have a shirt?
A buddy of mine has, and he scored this at a garage sale. Still in the box, the starting lineup full team set of the Dream Team.
What does that go for these days? In the box.
You got to look this thing up, man. But it is awesome. Like the first time I was ever over at his house, like it was on top of his shelf, but in like another room.
Had a laser around it,
and I was just like. You guys can continue your conversation. I need to go look at this thing, okay? Like,
I'm gonna wander a part of the house I'm not welcome in.
Exactly. I just need to look. It's like the sun is parting through the clouds, and like you hear a chorus of angels looking down upon this thing. Starting lineups were so cool, man. Bill's Sports Collectibles. I have dug through the starting lineup collection at Bill's Sports Collectibles many a times. Those things were so awesome. And one of the things I love the most about starting lineups was just like the standard absurd poses that they would put the guys in, but there was only like so many stock poses that they could actually use for dudes. I remember like one of the early Jordans was him doing like the reverse dunk. It was like this move right here, which Michael never did that dunk.
Yeah, that was the Shaq, more or less.
Exactly. Yeah, like Aaron Gordon throws down that dunk all the time.
The two-hand.
It was, and I'm sure MJ did it, just it wasn't something that you often saw out of him, but that was like a very early on starting lineup pose that MJ had. They would always take like the good infielders, and they would always be diving for the ball, like Ozzie Smith was always diving for the ball. Starting lineups were so cool, man. One of the best ones ever, the Joe Sakic holding up the Stanley Cup.
Really?
Yeah, that's a nice
So
item.
it came with a cup.
It did. It was silver and shiny and everything.
I got a pretty sick, you've seen it in my basement, in the old man cave.
Mm-hmm.
The Wah glove save still.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
right.
That's a nice item right
Jacob's
there.
claiming you could have asked him for the cups. Jacob, listen, I did. Didn't work. They wouldn't give it to me. They didn't like my face, I guess, Jacob.
I think, but honestly, though, like, shouldn't the policy be you just get whatever one is on
Yeah,
top?
because one of the McDonald's told me it's by the week. Come back next week. Maybe we'll have them. That I remember specifically.
That's the other thing is, like, you could have been at the McDonald's where it's like John Stockton, Patrick Ewing,
Right.
Clyde Drexler
Oh, I did
week.
not want John Stockton. I didn't want Stockton or Malone because they were Jazz. I don't care what. We ain't all in this together. As far as I was concerned, it was a 9-man roster. You ain't on it.
This is why, like, when people are like, how can you root for Serbia over USA? Because they don't have Anthony Davis and Joel Embiid and Devin Booker on their team, okay? I'd rather root for these Serbian dudes that can't catch passes from Nikola Jokic than ever have a world where I want Devin Booker to win anything, okay? That's why I can't get on board with these things. People have to understand that, okay? That's why I'm a Team Canada, Team Serbia guy, even though, let's be honest, they're all playing for a silver medal right now.
I was going to ask you about the uniforms from the do you ever do the Olympic uniform? Because I never have.
Like a Team USA jersey?
Well, yeah. You know what's hard for me? I wouldn't mind a hockey jersey,
Mm-hmm.
but my favorite hockey players are usually on Team Canada. Or, Forsberg's Team Sweden.
We could get a John Michael
We
Lyles
could get
Team
a Lyles.
USA.
Maybe we need to get old Johnny Lyles.
They gotta have one of those, right?
He better have
like
one.
a nice throwback.
Yeah, it's a slick jersey.
That's what I'm saying. It's a good looking item right there. What is your basketball jersey confidence? Like wearing a tank top style
Only
basketball
the tank
jersey?
top?
Yeah.
None.
Only you don't go that direction?
I'm telling you, so here's my life. My life has been I'm the oddly shaped white guy. Have been my whole life.
You?
Yeah. Now I'm a little too thick, so I ain't wearing it now.
Uh-huh.
And when I was younger, I was really rail thin. I
See,
could show you.
I think you could pull it off now, like a little bit of an Oliver Miller, Vashon Leonard type of physique.
The Shaq.
Feels generous, but sure. Okay.
Well, if you're gonna be a big guy, you better wear a big man jersey.
The big cactus
Listen,
Shaq.
Yeah, I can't go out at this size and go with the Marbury. Let's just say
You do have the Patrick Surtain Broncos jersey, though.
that's plenty big. Yeah, and it's so big the 2 looks small. So I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. No, I just was. I'm not doing the tank top. I'll spare everyone.
You don't need people to see what's going on with your armpits.
Not see that because I'd like the same courtesy, frankly. I'm big and I'm going to treat you how I'd like to be treated. So no, I'm not going to show you mine. So please don't show me yours.
That is like, man, when you go to a Nuggets game and like
we got to sit together in closed quarters.
Exactly.
And
like,
look,
hey man,
we're all going to sweat.
I'm glad that you're a 23-year-old bro and the White Claws are flowing, man.
Sure, have a great time. Time of your life.
You look good in your Aaron Gordon number 50. Okay,
You
we're
do.
all thrilled for
The
you.
girls are impressed.
But I gotta sit next to you, like your matted, sweaty arm hair is touching my shoulder.
Yeah,
I don't need that.
No.
Mm-mm.
And for those of you that wear sweaters to the pool, I don't want to get near that either. Sweaty or not. Our guy Lou from Littleton one time was joking. He was going to the Who when they were in Power a decade ago
Hell
or
yeah.
whatever,
Mhm.
15 years ago. He got so excited. We played Who for bumper music coming back. He took off his shirt and was swinging it around. I had never
Oh.
seen so much hair on these shoulders and biceps of a man.
So I saw the Who at the then Pepsi Center probably 10 years ago. Roger Daltrey was still doing that. Like he would start the show like in like a sport coat and like a button up, and then like eventually the sport coat would go, and then the button up would go, and he'd be just and like granted, dude was jacked, all right, like good for Roger Daltrey keeping it right and tight. He'd start swinging his microphone around again. Good for the billionaire who's got like professional trainers and a dietitian traveling
chef.
with him. That's not most of us.
Yeah. So it's funny because you brought up the basketball thing. I forgot to tell you, we've reached our 5-year anniversary as a show.
Way to go us.
Thus,
Way to go us.
I reached, hey, in radio, that might as well be 20.
No kidding.
That means I've reached my 5-year anniversary here, so someone's got my gift card.
Yeah.
Which I think is a nice gesture because at the other place they barely acknowledged that. I was at the other place 20 years. I never got a hey. That's been a long time.
I think I was at year 6.5 when my 5-year anniversary was acknowledged. So
Was it?
you got a while to wait.
No, it was acknowledged.
Oh,
the
it was
guy
acknowledged?
sent me the email.
Hey, congratulations. Okay.
I guess I could go get a Nuggets jersey with that.
You beat me by
Or
a whole year and a half.
Of it. Well, maybe they didn't count the first. Maybe you were on probation and didn't know it.
Let's be honest. No one even knew we
But
were
I was
here.
going to tell you, if we were to let the KNL audience vote, should Andy ever wear a basketball jersey, it's going to be a resounding no.
Here's the thing, though, okay? In some ways, doesn't Nikola Jokic make it okay?
See, I was going to say, is Nikola Jokic the safest jersey purchase in the sports scene right now?
Oh, without a doubt. But like,
but I'm well known for really putting the whammy on you once I own the jersey.
Jokic now is like pretty cut, but like
if I go to rookie year Jokic jersey,
first couple of years, like November Jokic,
Case Cerrito Jokic jersey.
Right. November Jokic. He's been in Serbia eating the meat pies and drinking 2 liters of Coca-Cola from the moment he wakes up until he goes to bed.
And lots of ouzo.
Yeah, that version of Jokic. I mean,
Nobody would notice.
He was still a great NBA player. He was still whipping dimes to the corner, man.
I don't know, man. I just don't like. I do need more Nuggets stuff, I've decided.
Yeah.
But I just don't know that I can do the jersey. But aren't you cool? Aren't you to the point where you're not doing a lot of jerseys after a certain age, aren't you?
It all depends.
I have some for the events that we go to.
I think it all depends if you're Jersey guy or not.
I guess
I
I'm
think
not.
it's straight up with the individual. Some people are Jersey
And
guys.
I'm not knocking them for it. Please don't
Totally.
take it that way. I'm with you. I don't. Like, I've got the McCarr jersey and I love it, but I only wear it when we go to an event.
I
really.
mean, go up to Blackhawk or Central City sometime at like 1:00 in the afternoon on a weekday, and it is Bronco jersey. Like that is the standard mandated apparel, like a Broncos jersey and a pair of Crocs, and you will be fitting in beautifully.
What is okay?
A nice Rod Smith and an orange pair of Crocs.
303-7. No, wait. What are we doing? 303. What's the number here?
It's 303.
5040925.
I have no idea what's going on.
Do you want me to try this?
I literally nearly had you call the zone.
It's on the piece of paper in front of you.
I'm confused. 713 something.
So
7600, I think it was.
Our phone
Nobody
number.
should answer.
Yes, our phone line.
Yeah, don't call that.
Is 303-504-0925. That's also the same number you text. That's the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Let's get Mazda. Text me your take. A lot of people, if you're excited about Bo Nix, and I think there's plenty that are.
There are?
How long? I'd say at least half.
Okay. Half of what?
Half the fan. It's like everything in Broncos country, all right? Half loves it, half hates it. And they're just going to fight with each other.
Half feels generous to me.
Half like Nix, half like Peyton, half hate both, half love both. That's just what that's what this is. When you suck, that's what this is. So my question, though, is how long before you spring for the Knicks jersey? Are you doing it right away, or do you make him prove it to you? Do you make him earn your love?
Just to earn it, right?
Yeah, you're talking to the guy that was the idiot that sprung for the Wilson jersey to have fun on the show, and now I don't know what I'm going to do with it.
I
So,
saw
yeah.
a Bo Nix jersey at the UFC fight night on Saturday.
I don't doubt it. I know there's a bunch.
It's my first sighting. One Bo Nix jersey.
I've never seen one.
Yeah.
All right. Will we see more Knicks jerseys than... How many Knicks jerseys will dominate training camp when we get there next week?
I don't think that many. I believe the most, because I do this study every year, I think Von Miller will still be the most commonly worn Broncos jersey at training camp. Von Miller will be number 1, Peyton Manning will be number 2, and Surtain will be 3. That's what I will say.
I bet you there will be more Knicks than Surtain jerseys.
I will take that bet.
I don't think there should be.
I will take that bet.
What do we want to give it? Before up to the first preseason game? What do you think?
It's on whatever day I do the count.
No,
that's
I
it.
don't like
It's on whatever.
No, I feel like you could taint the pool.
It's I taint every pool I jump into. Okay.
I'm just saying.
No. I'm an objective data collector on this.
I know you're the perfect guy for it.
Yes.
How about just give a
But these are my prediction going into it is that's my prediction. Von 1, Peyton Manning 2, Patrick Surtain 3.
Okay.
In fact, I will go so far as to tell you I don't believe Bo Nix jerseys will be in the top 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they probably will. What do you want? A Starbucks? What do you want to do?
Sure.
Okay.
A muffin. We'll put a muffin on it.
That's the drink. You don't want a drink from Starbucks.
Nah, I'm good. Just give me a muffin.
We got this producer, Reed Fisher, that we used to travel with the Buffs. He's still doing it. I don't travel anymore. That's what I mean by that. Not trying to kill off Reed Fisher. Reed we'd go to, like, we went to, I called it the Chum Bucket because we went to some spot in Seattle that it literally was something the bucket I can't remember. And, you smash things with the hammer. You're smashing shellfish with the hammer and all that. Okay,
It's shellfish.
Yeah, sorry, no, it
The
wasn't.
story
It wasn't
makes more
Gallagher's
sense.
restaurant. No, but you had to crack the
Some
shellfish.
watermelons up
Yeah,
there.
you literally, you had, whatever you smash, you got to eat the watermelon. That's how the thing
Okay,
worked.
okay.
No, we literally had a big lobster on the stupid plastic bib, like you were 3 and
That's
we're all
great.
wearing them.
That's
Reed
great.
got ribs. I'm like, dude. There's nary a cow near the load. We are literally on the dock of the Pacific Ocean, and you want ribs?
I mean, there's quite a bit of there's a large inland area.
Sure, but we were literally sitting on the water. For all I know, whatever you ordered, they could have taken out of the ocean. And you want ribs.
You know, there's farmland like a half hour inland, right?
You don't go to the seafood restaurant with the damn logo as literally a lobster and go, hey, you known for your ribs?
Does he have a shellfish allergy?
No, he's just Reed. We love him to death, but he's just Reed.
Likes his ribs.
He likes the ribs. He likes a burger. Let's go to the sushi joint. Do you have any burgers? Well done, please. At the sushi joint. That's all I'm saying. And Reed, by the way, Reed's well aware that he has been made fun of this on countless trips.
That he
since.
orders weird
so this
food?
is not something I'm just talking behind his
Can
back.
I ask you something about food really quickly?
Why not? Let's see how far we could go before someone calls.
Just blasting by on this. Something odd has happened with me and
Ribs?
food recently.
Okay.
So Andy, as you know, we've talked about this off the air. I'm eating less red meat. I'm honestly eating just like less meat in general, health reasons. I've made a change, like a pivot in my diet in recent years. As a child, I thought mushrooms were the most disgusting food in the world. Like, I started to tolerate them as I got a little bit older, to the point where, like, okay, like, chop a few up, saute them, like, with a steak or whatever on the grill, maybe throw them on a burger. Like, I started to enjoy mushrooms. Now, I will buy just, like, a pound of Baby Bellas, just, like, slap some olive oil and some salt and pepper on those things, throw them on the grill. I'll eat a pound of mushrooms, like, in a single meal. Is that weird?
Yeah.
I love mushrooms.
I
They
don't even
become
need to
like
think about
my
that, yeah.
favorite food.
You're big on the fungus.
It's really strange. I don't know.
I like you don't mind them as a nice sautéed side item to a good piece of well-cooked meat or
That's what I
whatever.
used to be.
Properly
Now I'm
cooked
just
meat,
like,
I mean.
I'd rather have the mushrooms than
the
the
steak?
meat. Yeah. I don't know when this happened. I know it's strange, though.
If you went to the broker back in the day, they'd give you a nice bowl of mushrooms
Nice.
to enjoy with that.
Nice.
You don't remember the broker?
I never ate at the broker.
The broker shrimp bowl? Every news guy in the city was doing ads for him. There was one in DTC that we used to go to.
Was Apollo eating over there?
Yeah.
Les Shapiro?
I'm pretty
Hell
sure, yeah.
Gary Miller?
But they gave
These
you,
are my
Here was
dudes.
the problem with the shrimp bowl. You had to deter them yourself. That was always off-putting. Can we get that part handled before you bring me the chilled shrimp? Because ever since Tommy Boy,
Gotta
I
debate
can't
these
not
things.
think about what that is.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's what it is.
303-504-0925. If anybody has any quality suggestions on preparations of mushrooms, and I'm not...
You want to call Jake Plummer?
I was going to say, not the Jake
You
Plummer
know where
version.
this is going. You've asked for whatever comes over this text line.
Not looking to trip my face off and go walk into a
Yeah.
tree. That's not what I'm looking
Fear
to
and
do
Loathing
here.
in Las Vegas. What?
Nah, I don't need to do any of that. It is Nate Kreckman. It is Andy Lindahl. We covered it all. I don't know what else we could do for the rest of these
Show's
2.5
over.
hours, but we'll come up with something next. Quinn Miners. He's rich now. 4-year, $80 million deal. $45 million guaranteed.
Guarantee.
Congratulations, Quinn Miners. Congratulations to the Miners family. Generational wealth has befallen them. This is awesome. Andy, by the way, did you realize Broncos giving out their first big extension since the Russell Wilson contract?
Wow.
Yeah. This is the first dude they've really paid since the Russ deal.
You have to do it at some point. I can remember Jeff Legwold talking about this years ago. Matt, well, probably was in the middle of this crap run we're mired in.
Yeah.
Where you need guys to know in your own draft picks in particular, if you perform, we will pay you. Period.
Yes. You invest in the locker room, but you also kind of invest in hope.
Well, yeah. Well,
like, hey, I'm invested here.
You don't want guys getting the mindset that I've got to go get my next big deal somewhere else.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Now, the problem with their drafting has been no one's been worth the extension. Let's be honest. Who have they lost from any of their draft classes that you're like, wow, wish you wouldn't let that guy go? Haven't been a lot of them.
I don't know if there's been any of
Thank
them.
you.
Maybe Jerry Jeudy will go prove us all wrong.
Jerry Jeudy, Noah Fant. Give me the other first rounders.
Yeah.
Really racking my brain here.
They paid Garrett Bowles.
You know what? I think that's actually worked. I think
fine.
both sides ended up.
Yeah,
that worked out for both sides.
Yeah.
He's been good.
Yeah.
He's
fine.
been worth the contract, and they didn't break the bank on him.
By the way, well compensated O-line. Like Bowles is still due to make $20 million this year in the last year of his deal. Powers and McGlinchey were free agents that got big money deals from the Broncos. You pay Quinn Miners. You're going to go with an unknown at center. But that's a well compensated offensive line right there, full of dudes that Sean Payton likes. Like, he wanted Powers, he wanted McGlinchey, and now he's a part of extending Quinn Miners. Whatever Garrett Bowles' future with the organization is going to be, I don't presume that he will be a Bronco beyond this season, but who knows? We could be surprised on that. But Broncos are, at least with the money that they're sort of saving on quarterback right now. Sort of.
Not really, but
not
whatever.
really, but sort of. They're paying their O-line. By the way, Quinn Miners, did you realize one of only 5 guards in the NFL making $20 million or more on average annual value?
Good for him.
Yes.
Not a position. Remember when we did the whole, should have drafted Josh Allen.
Josh Allen?
At the time, I did like Bradley Chubb a lot.
Yeah.
Thought he was going to be a lot better than what he ended up being.
So did the Broncos.
Yeah. So did the Dolphins, judging by the way they paid him. But anyway, remember that was who was the Quinn there? Who's their guard that the Colts got from that
Quentin
draft?
Nelson.
Quentin Nelson. Thank you.
It's another guy with a Q.
Yeah. Quentin Nelson, the big debate was, why would you ever draft a guard that high?
And he's awesome.
And he is awesome.
He gets banged up every now and then, but hey, whom amongst us doesn't?
Remember, I believe, I might be wrong, the Broncos traded a great offensive lineman for John Elway and Chris Hinton.
That's right.
He might have been a guard, but he might have been a tackle. I can't remember. Either way, listen, here's what I think is great. Probably set up to have the best offensive line you've had in years. I am glad you've kept the belly. I do think it's curious that of that draft class, it's the belly that's paid, and because I wonder what the conversations with Surtain are like. Because again, they could sign Surtain and the extension would start next year. It wouldn't have to start this year.
I think that one's a little bit harder. I really do. I think that's just, it's a part of why it hasn't been done it's a tougher conversation. Because I'm assuming that Patrick Surtain wants to be the highest paid cornerback in the game by average annual value. Jair Alexander, right now, at the moment at $21 million, is the highest paid player in the game. Okay, if I'm Patrick Surtain, I begin the conversation at 25.
Yeah, I'd give it to him.
I aim for that. Now, if I'm the Broncos, I come back and I say, look, Alexander's the highest paid at your position at 21. We'll up you to 22. We'll kick you a little bit more on the guarantee, and this is a perfectly fair deal. And who knows? Maybe that ultimately gets it done. But if I'm Surtain, especially on this team here at the moment, and knowing how bad they are, knowing that you play a premium position, you don't really need to waver on any of that. Now, eventually, if it goes too far, you're gonna get franchised. And they already picked up the 5th-year option, but you're gonna get franchised eventually, and they'll play that whole game. But if you're Patrick Surtain, you don't really need to come down on the asking price at all.
I don't disagree with you. I hope they get something done. I am curious how bad Patrick wants to be here. And I'm not trying to suggest, I think every guy loves the team that drafts him. There seems to be a bit of loyalty to the team that drafts you just because I think they gave you the shot. Everybody talks about the business end kicks in.
Yeah.
These guys have told me when you get released from the team you thought you were going to try to spend your career with.
And to your point, George Payton is still in the building.
He is in the building.
Like nobody else is, but George Payton still is.
That being said, if you get the vibe this guy may not want to be here or may not, because again, he's going to want to play for winter. At what point do you start to have the conversations that are tough?
Right.
Do we move on from him?
Yes.
Because you're not going to do better. You will weaken the defense. If you were to redraft that draft, I'm telling you, Surtain would go much higher.
But can you get the Jalen Ramsey deal and get somebody to give you 2 first-round picks?
Well, and if you can, because he doesn't want to be here, then if he wants to be here, then you keep him because you don't get better by getting rid of your best players, period. But they've got to really, I think, gauge over this next season what's up with him.
Yeah, the tricky part is that,
and he probably doesn't know because if Bo Nix is working out, then I'm sure he's fine to be here.
Broncos have a lot of the leverage. Because because you have the 5th-year option, because you have the franchise tag beyond that. That's what sucks about these kind of situations. Now, if you're a dude like Brandon Ayuk and you're just on a team that has too many damn good players, then you run into an issue. The Broncos do not have the problem of having too many good players. So they can sit there and stare at him and hang on to him and be like, look, the mechanisms that the CBA has put in place, they're all on our side, dude. So you got to show up and play football here. My guess is I think there's a 96% chance he's a Bronco long term.
I would agree.
At the very least on the next contract.
I would agree.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this. What is you got the franchise values in front of you?
I don't, but I could.
Pull up the highest paid receiver compared to the highest paid corner. And I think you know where I'm going with this.
$21 million for Jair Alexander. Justin Jefferson is at 32 now, I believe. Highest paid in the game, if I'm remembering that correctly.
Let's just say
35. Excuse me, 35. Justin Jefferson. I just shorted you $3 million. $35 million on Jefferson. AJ Brown's at 32.
As I try to just continue to stir conversation to get something that looks like an actual number one option offensively. I was going to say, do you get to a point where if you're getting the bad vibe out of Surtain's camp, do you shop him for one of those receivers that's available, whether it's Higgins or Ayuk, and then try to get a draft pick in return? The receiver and the draft pick. But see, then you're paying a much bigger bill for the receiver than you are for the corner.
Yep. Yeah, because
that's a whole other player
again.
Difference.
Okay, so here's my guess. Okay, if Jair Alexander's at 21, Surtain will get a deal at 23.
Sure,
right? That's probably what he will get, and I think he's good enough to merit that. And obviously, he and Sauce came in the same draft class.
Believe so.
They'll both be up at the same time.
It'll be like Dez Bryant and Demaryius Thomas.
Yeah, they'll be staring at each other to be like, which one of us is going to sign first, and then the second guy gets $1 more or whatever on the contract, like it's the damn Price is Right. But yeah, that corners are a little bit of a better value right now as it stands. Also, they don't have any good players. Actually, let me tell you another huge reason Surtain is going to stay here. Okay. I want to tell you about something that I saw last night. I caught up on Hard Knocks off season with the New York Giants, and there was a scene in particular that I'll tell you about it. I'll tell you what it has to do with Patrick Surtain. Andy, it's the thing that happens, but to see it happen directly in front of you is still a little jarring. I'll tell you what I'm talking about next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about erectile dysfunction. If it's something that you're dealing with, do you have the right outlet to get the answers you need about how to best treat your situation? If not, check in with the folks at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills or herbals fail. If you're dealing with depression, if you find yourself pulling away from your partner or not seeking to even get into a romantic situation, we'll say, in the first place, then do yourself a favor for your own mental health and go have a chat with these folks, see if there's something that can't be done about it. Again, they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Every situation is different, so they have different treatments for your exact situation. But the biggest part about this is how you feel about yourself again, and hopefully how you feel about having romantic nights with your partner. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is only $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll get a T and a PSA test. And if you're advised, you'll get a test dose. And if that dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. Give them a call now, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
So, Andy, I watched the All-Star game last night. Bit of a slow sports time. However, the football content is aplenty. Receiver is out there on Netflix right now. If you want to find out just how much Devontae Adams really didn't like Jimmy Garoppolo, it is available to you right there. Also, Hard Knocks off season with the New York Giants is here. I got a tip from a friend whose taste I trust who said it's pretty good. I was like, really? All right, so I looked into it.
Okay. Yes.
It's pretty interesting.
Okay.
Okay. I have to say it was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. Episode 1 started out. Episode 1 was a little bit slow. It was just kind of expository. It was introducing you to the various characters. Here's Joe Shane, the Giants GM. Here's Brian Dable. Here's their staff. This is sort of what they do. All of that. It was sort of like to haul in like the non-hardcore football fan part of the audience. Episode 2, it got good. And I was like midway through episode 3, it was already way too late. I was like, I got to turn this off and go to bed. But it was good. All right. And one of the things that I saw last night is episode 2 is all about the combine, which the stuff in the room with Dable talking to the draftees. Whew, it's stressful to watch. He's peppering these guys with questions, and then he'll he's got Jaden Daniels and Drake May and Caleb Williams and JJ McCarthy and like all the young quarterbacks. There was no footage of Bo Nix.
Real quickly though, didn't he get Daniels on a couple things?
He did. Yes.
Yeah, I think I saw a clip of that where I was like, ew,
yeah,
ew,
he kind of caught him a couple of times, and there was like parts of the conversation where he'd suddenly just like change the subject. Just be like, tell me a little bit about your parents or whatever. And then they would start going, and he would just interrupt him mid-sentence and be like, what was that play again? And then they'd have to like regurgitate the play call to him again, and they're flustered and everything like that. It's really good, and it's stressful, and it's like, they're coming at you in snippets, but like you get a sense of how much those combine interviews really suck. There's a lot of pressure on these dudes, and they feel it. The next episode, though, and this is what I was referencing last segment, was they're dealing with the Saquon Barkley issue. And honestly, if I was Saquon Barkley, I'd have left too.
Sure.
Because, the Giants in their organizational mandate is basically like, we want you to go test the market. All right. And once you get your offer, give us a call back and we'll talk about matching it, which is like you're really making the guy seem not wanted. Okay. And like there's a conversation between Shane and Barkley on the phone, and like Barkley's kind of just like, yeah, all right, dude.
So I have seen that bit.
Yeah.
And I did think it was interesting because I think it's a common practice among NFL teams where they like you. They do want you here, but they don't want to overpay.
They don't want you that much.
Right.
Like
if any team that lets you go see what another team values you at,
right,
and says, come on back and we'll see if we can match it.
They're just hoping that somebody else is going to be as cheap as they are.
Right.
That's what they're hoping for. Okay.
And I think what he did there, that was Shane. I think what Shane did there, Joe Shane, the GM.
Very common.
I think he did that because last year they clearly could not agree on what Saquon's value really was.
Right. Yeah, it was a mess, and so he got a better offer from Philly, and he went and signed it. And Shane was sort of annoyed with Barkley in his camp, and it's like, dude,
you had the chance,
right?
You've had exclusive chances at this thing for a year and a half.
But there was a scene in particular that just sort of struck me. Okay, and look, I know that NFL owners are businessmen at heart. That they are worried about the bottom line. They are worried about spectacle. They are worried about their product being appealing to people. But John Mara is in there talking to his GM, Joe Shane, who's trying to make cold, hard, calculated to the point of even being rude football decisions. And John Mara is standing there going, I don't know, that really is our only marketable player. And it's like, NFL, like we know NFL owners think this way. But to hear it get said right in front of you, it's kind of like, you're paying Joe Schoen to not worry about this stuff. You pay a front office to not worry about this stuff. You pay these guys to make decisions based upon the cap, based upon the bottom line, based upon maximizing the allotment that you have to spend for the talent that you're going to have in the building. And John Mara's just like, it's the only guy moving merchandise right now. Like the GM gives a bleep, and the GM's got to sit there and be like, I know. And then the moment that Mara walks out the door, he's just like, "This, get him out of here," But like that stuff really does it. It's one of those things of like, I know it happens, but to see it happen right there, and going back to the conversation, man, Greg Penner is thinking the exact same thing about Patrick Surtain.
Well, you know what that struck me at, and I know you wanted to tie it into Surtain, and you did there beautifully.
Thank you.
Is that not Mara and Dick Montfort must go golfing?
Mm-hmm.
The only reason why you signed Chris Bryant.
Right.
It's the only reason why Charlie Blackmon remains. Again, Charlie's a nice player, but what's he doing on this team technically?
But I think it's telling of like every owner has those thoughts.
Yeah, they need to make money. Like you said, it's a business.
They also run the marketing department, which the football people don't give a crap about. Okay, their attitude is just like, well, I'm going to find a bunch of star players, and then you don't have to worry about all that. You'll have plenty of guys to print up and put on the banners and the tickets and sell some jerseys and everything else. That's what's so funny about all of that, And then there's just also I love that John Mara is wearing just the classic rich guy suit of like the button down and a pair of khakis and a vest zipped up. Why does every rich guy got the vest over the button down?
Are you on your way to the steakhouse when we're done with this? Listen, man, it's interesting too though, because how much do you think Shane did the Daniel Jones deal, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at that thing. That thing looks awful.
Yeah.
They paid the wrong guy last year.
Sure did.
And they fell into the classic trap of Jones ain't great, but you could do a lot worse.
You do a lot worse.
And we don't know who we can do that's better
and
right now.
Now he's coming
right?
off an ACL, and it's why they were talking to every quarterback at the combine. Also, Brian Dable is a good TV character.
Well, I also saw a bit on X where they tweeted out the scene where they're all sitting in the stands at the combine and they're joking to Dable about how he couldn't run across the street 5 seconds or whatever.
They were talking about it was the dude the Chiefs drafted from Texas.
Okay.
I'm spacing his name at the moment.
The receiver?
Yes, that ran
Xavier Worthy.
Xavier Worthy. Thank you. That ran the 4.2 140. That set the record for the combine. And the joke was, what yard line would Dable have to start on to beat him? Unfortunately, somebody said the 35, which I was like, okay, that's good. That's good. But yeah, I was pleasantly surprised at how interesting I found this show to be. It's really cool insight into stuff that you just don't get to see very often, which is, I always like that stuff.
The dang NFL.
I know.
Here you go. Here's us just doing daily business. You'll find it interesting.
Having meetings.
Yeah.
But the meetings, like, they hire a new defensive coordinator and they bring him in, to sit in front of the room. Also, it is just mind-boggling the amount of people that work in a scouting department in the NFL. Between like there's all the coaches and then the scouts and then the area scouts, and they're all like around the room and everything like that. It's like the deck of the Starship Enterprise, and there's rows of people that are working in there. It's like, how can there be this much investment in this product and you guys still suck?
Here's what I think, because there may be too many from what you're describing.
Yeah.
Here's what I think is funny. Think about if they ever showed us what we really want to see. Because you brought up all those dudes. You know what happens when the cameras aren't there? Because Leggy's told us about it. Guys start fighting over.
Right.
All those scouts are there because they're an area scout. Okay, you're on my guy. You draft the guy that I gave you. That's a big deal for me. That helps me keep my contract.
Yeah.
The stories I've heard from other scouts, Leggy, that about the yelling and the fighting and the things that will go on, hurt feelings, guys not talking to each other for a couple of weeks, a D-line coach that's mad he didn't get his guy.
I'm very much looking forward to the draft episode.
What if they ever showed us what we wanted to really see is my point. They're not even showing us the best stuff they got. They're showing us the safest stuff for TV.
And it's still good.
I'm telling you.
They got me, man.
I'm telling you. The most interesting locker room I'd ever been in, waiting for us to do a post-game interview, was the Thursday night San Diego Color Rush game where they rushed Trevor back to play, and the Broncos basically lost because Russell Okung had a holding call on the game-winning run by C.J. Anderson. And I'm in there, and I'll just put it this way. T.J. Ward had enough. And he walked from the one side of the defensive locker room to the other side, and he not like screaming crazy, like, oh God, tone of voice. Like I that tone where don't mess with this guy. Give him a wide berth. And I mean, the things said about we heard about some of this with Talib and Okung at the end of the year. Let me just tell you,
that was after the Patriots
much
game,
more
yeah.
spicier speech happened in San Diego. Kubiak was out, and he let the offense know we're about had enough of this, and I'll just leave it at that. And it was the most tense thing I'd ever seen. And he shot me a look like, you ain't going to say a word. I'm like, nope, no, I'm not. I'm not saying anything to anybody.
He'll throw a glass right at you like you're a strip club bartender.
Yes.
It is the Craigman and Lindahl Show. We're rolling with you here on a lovely Wednesday afternoon. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the All-Star Game was last night in Major League Baseball. Something caught my ear last night during this game. I have to ask you an important baseball question. That's next. All right, what are the rights of summer? The Midsummer Classic, the Major League Baseball All-Star Game, was played last night in Texas. American League, a 5-3 winner over the NL. First request.
Please.
Go back to everybody just wearing their team's uniform. Those uniforms were so stupid.
It's so funny you say that.
I hated them.
So my daughter, I've told you over the last year, my daughter's become quite the sports fan.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever reason, she's getting into baseball now. And so we watched the
Rockies have really reeled her in.
Well, I guess so, Nate. She needed something. But she wanted to watch the All-Star game, and she was like, of course, ew, what are those uniforms? And so
Terrible.
I said the first thing to her last night. I go, this is my old man take that I always get hate for on the text line when I say it on the radio, but they used to wear their uniforms, and it was really cool.
They just go back to that next year. Rob Manfred, by the way, somebody asked him about it, and he was already like, yeah, I know. Yeah, we shouldn't have messed with that. Yeah, they wanted to move some merch, but yeah, just go back to the
Leagues weren't
uniforms.
too bad, but you always get some outrageous color
Also,
that, again, most of the jersey buying public are probably not going to buy.
Put a damn patch on the thing. Yeah, who's dying to have a Jurickson Profar
didn't you think
All-Star Game jersey?
Didn't you like it when? And look, I'd say the same thing to the NBA.
Yes.
I loved it when you had everybody in the different uniforms for All-Star games. It's one of the things that made it unique.
I agree. Just get them back for the sake of television.
By the way, what are you going to do with
better.
the interview? The interviews were fun for a couple years. Remember when Charlie Blackmon was talking to him?
That was a good one. Talking to Joe Buck.
Like last night, I didn't think the two Yankees, like Soto and Judge, just didn't do much for me.
The only thing that was good about that was that Ohtani homered during it.
Yeah,
but like the three Phillies, it was a confusing conversation. Just talk to one guy at a time. I don't think it's a bad idea. It just was not executed well last night. Shohei had a 3-run home run last night. Ryan
God,
McMahon
he crushed that thing.
Oh, he just murdered that
the
ball.
ultimate no-doubter.
It was awesome. Paul Skeens was fun. Also, one of the stories of that game last night, did you see Mason Miller of the A's pitching in the 5th inning? Good God, man. That dude, I think he touched 103 on the gun. Even, like, we're all talking about Paul Skeens. Mason Miller is actually, he has had the highest average velocity in baseball this year. Let's get a little from last night on Fox, little Mason Miller of the Oakland A's, who is going to be a trade deadline darling.
2-1 on the way from Miller, 102.3 swing and a miss from Trey Turner.
But he's also throwing it on the corners. That's what's really amazing about it.
Here it comes. It is a slider to the corner to get him looking. Mason Miller with a 1-2-3 inning against the top of the National League lineup in his All-Star debut.
Mowed those dudes down last night. A's closer Mason Miller for you right there. But hold on. Spring, bring back that audio right there. Was that ump mic'd up? That was clear as day.
Slider to the corner to get.
That was good.
Did you not hear the one they caught him where he goes, that's a ball?
How come umpires don't have to enunciate their words?
It is.
You get the guy who's going, what the hell does that mean? Are you relieving yourself, sir?
Is it that hard to say strike 3?
Some guys don't say anything. It used to drive Jack Corrigan nuts. I worked games where they would not react. And Corrigan would be like, what is it? Or else they'd say it really, like the guy would whisper it. He'd mouse. Oh, what? At least give me the hand gesture, right? Can I at least get for the strike?
No, just
point
you get
to the dugout.
You get 2 guttural syllables. That's all you get.
Do you like the punch out? Has anyone got a good punch out anymore?
Does any other official in sports, could they do that? Could a football ref get away with that?
We've got Marble Mouth Henderson on the. We got 72.
Mush
Well,
mouth
I think it's a
from
hold,
Fat Albert.
judging by the number that I got there, but we're not quite sure. What about the coin flip? Hey, we can't get on the umps. The NFL refs haven't been able to execute a coin flip multiple times in their history. He called what? I don't know. Remember Jerome Bettis? Like, I didn't call that. Yeah, you did. No, I didn't. Overtime game, no big deal. What?
Could we do an entire segment in that umpire's cadence right there?
It is
Somebody said do the hawk to a strike call.
Yeah, well. Is that what it is?
It is
Just clear the old throat.
It's kind of along those lines.
Sure.
I do. That's I like when they don't even bother to do the syllables. Just yeah.
If you're a batter, what would bother you the most? Because I struck out a lot in baseball.
Yeah.
I don't need you. I don't need it to be your showtime because I suck. Ha! All right, I got it. I know. I was there. I watched it. That was the problem. I watched it.
We had a guy. We had this guy Larry Hare who was like a
what? Hold on. What was the name?
Larry Hare.
Spell it.
LarryHare. Larry Hare.
Very disappointing.
Larry Hare was he was like the retired elementary school principal who I think I played Little League, like in the late 80s and in the early 90s. I think Larry Hare had retired from Wakanda Elementary School in 1972. And yet he was still hanging on and still officiating all of our sports as kids. He was the basketball ref, he was the football ref, and he was always the ump in baseball. And he would do those, but the problem is he was doing them to 8-year-old kids, just
Yeah, come on. You can't ring up the kid that barely is tall enough. He's not even at your belt, and you're giving the old double fist pump like you're doing a finishing MMA move. Knock it off, Larry. What was his nickname, you think?
We would just call him Old Man Hare. We got Old Man Hare in here today. Don't get rung up today. He also he loved to ring you up, and then in basketball he had a very theatrical travel call. And because, again, he's officiating fourth grade basketball, every other possession features a travel. He would do he'd blow the whistle and he'd lean back and he'd traveling. He'd lift a foot up.
It was like a boogie move.
It was like he was
discoing.
Yeah, it was like he was doing the Karate Kid move.
Yeah, doing the hustle. Like he's on skates.
The coaches are over there just we're trying to keep all these kids from crying right now. Okay, Can you stop, please?
We're all aware the kid sucks. Rub it, quit rubbing it in.
You don't need to ring up the kid that can barely pick up the bat, all right?
Grab some pine, son.
We're just happy this kid's here, okay? Trying to keep him off the dope.
We had a guy, I'm telling you, one time, and he did it to me twice, because again, I don't know what I was doing up there. Wasn't hitting. He would dance. He literally, I'm not even going to be able to stay in the camera.
Like he was Enrico Palazzo?
He'd be behind the catcher, and then he'd do 3 pirouettes out to, so it'd be. And he'd end up down by the dugout. By the time he spun around, he was near the backstop, giving it the loud one.
I
wanted to trip him one time so bad.
That dude, he's doing the Frank Drebin, but don't you get the sense he's got a buddy who's sitting in the bleachers, drinking Busch Lights that they just they're messing with each other right there?
Maybe. He was old. He was old guy. I give him this. He was quite spry for what appeared to be the age.
Spry is a good word.
But again, he did
it.
3 360s, 3 little spins, and then gave you the ring up.
It is
what I always like, there was an ump a while back that gave you the really over exuberant hike, and then you go ball, and that's all it was, just a ball.
They show that they can say words. They know how to do it, and yet they choose not to. It's Craigman and Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Hey! Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Godzilla. We are with you until 6 p.m. today on the show. One more Summer League game to go, Andy.
Why?
Because it's contractually obligated. Because ESPN2 needs programming for tomorrow at 2:30 in the afternoon.
They should have done it today.
Yes.
This is literally the
Let's move it
day
up
with
a
no
day.
sports.
Would have
Why
been
not
fine.
do it today?
Why
did the ESPYs move off this day too? Not that I would have watched the ESPYs, but why did they move off of the day after All-Star?
It's a good question. I don't know. They didn't consult me.
Because then they do it a week ago?
Sure. I didn't watch it.
Right.
I find an award show about sports unnecessary because it's a medium where they already award winners and losers.
Right. You got your win.
Like, I understand why, like, in like TV and movies and music, like, you don't really win anything by doing the show. So by all means, engage in the exercise. Sports, they already won.
Right.
I don't need to know who is voting on who is the best winner of all the winners.
The votes were tabulated
They were.
via points,
Via
and we figured out who won.
final score.
Yeah.
Hornets defeat your Denver Nuggets 80-66 yesterday. Trey Alexander.
Sure.
He looks like he could be a guy that could make a bucket if you need him to.
Yes. Okay. I don't know. Last year's Summer League did something to me.
What happened?
I know. We just, we got all psyched about the guys, and
Then they got to training camp and nothing.
none of them played.
Bupkis.
And now this year, frankly, other than Strother, nobody really is popping again.
Deron Holmes' Achilles popped.
Well, yeah, that was
Yeah,
unfortunate.
That was a bummer. No! That was a bummer.
No, I just don't.
I tell you what's a problem. Jalen Pickett
Can't play.
doesn't look like an NBA player.
Well, yeah, I hate to say can't play. Not an NBA guy.
Doesn't look like
Doesn't
an
look
NBA
like
player.
an
No, another bad game for him. He is 5 of 22 from the field. He can't beat anybody. He can't break down a defense. He can't get into the paint, which are the things you have to do as an NBA point guard, and you really should be able to do in summer league. And like some of it's like, look, I know summer league basketball's a mess, and you know, guys are going to thrive in a system versus the sort of chaos of summer league basketball. I understand all of that, but like still, like at some point, basketball could also just be, can you beat the guy in front of you?
Right.
And it doesn't look like he can.
You need to be better. Well, these aren't even NBA guys.
Yeah.
Let's call it what it is.
Right.
These are guys hoping to catch the eye of somebody just to G League it up in a lot of cases, and you couldn't beat them.
Some of them are playing overseas. Yeah.
Right.
And if they are NBA guys, a lot of them are end of the roster dudes. Yeah, no, he doesn't look very good right now. I don't think let's be honest, okay? Jalen Pickett was a Calvin Booth dude. And this coaching staff, I don't think was ever sold on him, but also, like, you know, there's only so many players available to you on your roster, so you need to see something out of them. And my guess is Michael Malone and his staff have sat there watching this thing going, nah, it's not happening right now. Okay? Now, Julian Strother, next big step. That's a nice win for the development staff, for the coaching staff. That's a nice win, and I think Strother's. I think he's going to be in a rotation to edge of rotation player for the Denver Nuggets this year. They shut him down. They saw everything they had to see. They're confident in what he is. He made 41% of his threes in summer league. Looked great. All right, Jalen. And the funny thing about Jalen Pickett too is like he's regressed. Looks worse than he did last year.
Yeah.
Last year was kind of like, okay, he needs development. Right now, it's like he needs to be repaired.
This isn't it.
Yeah.
This isn't it. So
it's a shame.
Is this what's going to force their hand with Westbrook?
They got to get it done.
Right?
Now, Michael Malone said yesterday, you know, Calvin Booth's working on it. They have to get it done. You can't mess this thing up right now. And I know the Clippers are trying to get something out of it. I understand all that.
Offer him Pickett.
You know,
point guard for point guard. He's younger. If you think you see something there,
it would save him $2 million.
Sure.
It's not nothing.
Why not?
Yeah, save you a couple of bucks. You don't want Westbrook anyway. You know, you can put Jalen Pickett on your D League team.
Is there? This is a stretch. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Why not? Is there anything that you think that they feel a little burned by picking up the Bones Highland situation? And At what point I've asked you? At what point does Nikola start to have the Manning effect with everybody, where this guy's good, but he's playing with Nikola Jokic? So how much do we have to account for that?
So I saw actually an interview with Lawrence Frank, who is the Clippers president of basketball ops. And first off, did you see this, I guess, mild controversy, we'll call it, about Kawhi Leonard? According to Lawrence Frank, the decision to take Kawhi Leonard off of Team USA was USA Basketball's decision.
Really?
Yeah. That they weren't happy with what they saw out of him. That Lawrence Frank had observed practice and he wanted Kawhi on Team USA. He said he was very disappointed. Here's the quote from Lawrence Frank. Asked if it was the Clippers' decision. He said, no, it was USAB's call, and I was quite frankly very disappointed with the decision. Kawhi wanted to play. We wanted him to play. I was there the first 2 practices. He looked very good, was a full participant in everything that they did. I wasn't there for the 3rd practice, where ultimately that was the point where they decided to go in a different direction. I expressed to them that I really wish that they would have given Kawhi more time. So the Clippers are claiming that wasn't our call, which all the initial reporting on the story was it was the Clippers' call. I mean, Ty Lue's on the coaching staff there. But Lawrence Frank is saying that is not the case. Now, I don't know. Maybe it's CYA. Maybe Kawhi was pissed about it, and maybe he was frustrated.
Like, you got to help me out.
Exactly, and frustrated with his own organization. So maybe this is a little bit of what's going on, but it's a weird thing. But the reason why I bring this up, there was some other interesting comments here from Lawrence Frank in this interview. He talked about Russell Westbrook. He said, quote, first, Russ is a tremendous bleeping player. I love when a GM just cusses in an interview for no good reason. Hall of Fame player. He's 1 for 1 for what he's accomplished. Last year was a different role than he's ever played before, backing up once we made the trade for James Harden. Since the time he's opted in, and with PG leaving as well, we've kind of worked with his agent to see where's the best fit for Russ. But we have great respect for Russ. He did a terrific job while he was here, and we'll continue to work through his agent to see what the next best steps are. All right, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. The Clippers don't want to help the Nuggets.
No.
We know that. And I don't think it's anything personal.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
They're another team that's trying to contend to win the Western Conference, so they don't want to help out Denver. But also, the agent and Russ, I think, are making it clear, this is where we want to go. Do right by us. Also, Russ works for, or Russ is represented by one of the more powerful agencies in the NBA. So he'll push his, there will be repercussions if they don't do right by Westbrook.
Yeah, I got other guys you're going to want.
Right.
I'm going to steer them away from you.
Exactly. So that is something that's going on a little bit right there. You also mentioned Bones Hyland right there. Lawrence Frank said he has had discussions with the agents for Bones, who does want to play more. He said if there is no pathway to play, the Clippers will work with Bones to find a different situation. Bones Hyland might just have to go be on a lousy NBA team for a while and get minutes and get an opportunity to just go and play and I think just sort of reshape his game a little bit. He has NBA skill. There's no doubt about that when it comes to Bones Hyland. It is just merely okay, are you able to find the role that you work in?
Yeah, but he's fallen into a group of athletes that have rolled through here where I wish you would have just bit your tongue and accepted your role, or bit your tongue and just not been such a pain to deal with. Now, to him, it was more accepting the role. I go to wide receiver Brandon Marshall once upon a time. Man, it was a real shame you couldn't have just done your thing here because you were a hell of a player.
Yeah.
With Bones, he's not to the level by any stretch of what Brandon Marshall was, but let's not kid ourselves. It would have been real cool if Hyland wouldn't have worked his way off the team for last year. They could have used what he was giving them last year.
It's interesting you bring that up, and we recorded the latest step of the scramble earlier today, and Hastings was talking about this, about something that benefited him early on in his career, and it is it's hard with young players because First off, they all want to own 9 houses and
Sure.
7 boats, and
They want to have arrived.
I mean, Jason Tatum literally, is making $350 million now on his new contract. Everybody would love to be able to do that. And NBA players that have a massive amount of belief in themselves. You think about a guy like Bones Highland and everything that he's overcome in his life to get to the place of where he is, like, wants to roll the dice on himself and thinks, like, if I just get in the right situation and I get the rock and I get the looks and I get the minutes, then that could all be there for me. I get that, but also, like, can between your agent and your organization, can somebody cut through to an athlete like that to be like, look, man, you can make a really, really good NBA living, all right? Maybe not private jet NBA living, but you could still travel quite comfortably, Like, there's a very good living for you to make right here in this game, but yes, find that lane and be the best version of what you can be in that lane. Like, that's where, you look at a guy like KCP and it's like, how do you end up like that? Look at a guy like what Bruce Brown was in the niche that he's found in the league, and how do you end up just like that? Those guys are pro basketball players that have made a really damn good living.
Yeah, and it's a shame Bones couldn't have been a part of that.
Yeah.
Because they could have used his shooting last year.
Sure could. Yeah. Yeah, I wish he had worked here. But it's also telling that he goes to the Clippers and it didn't really work there either.
No, they didn't. They kept finding other options. Matter of fact, they took Russell Westbrook older than him, over him.
So it's like, dude, you got to go play for the Pistons or something.
Yeah, I guess.
There's not even really room in their backcourt. You got to go play for the Hornets or something. I don't know.
But here becomes the problem, I think, anyway. You've been on 2 really successful franchises. The Clippers haven't had the success that they want. They're still a playoff team.
And you're surrounded by Hall of Famers.
And now these guys are all dumping you. That
Right.
just is not, it's not, to your point about the agent needs to get to him. This doesn't look good for you. This doesn't look like you blend in well.
The Nuggets, I think couple of takeaways from Summer League, okay? One more game to go, I know that. Sucks about Durant Holmes. Julian Strawther is an NBA player, and they have to get Westbrook.
Yeah, I think you may not want to trade anything. You may have to figure out what you can give them.
Yeah.
And like you said, I don't know if it's the second-round pick that's 7 years out.
And if you get panicked about it, then you got to pay Tyus Jones.
Got to do something.
Yeah, you need a backup point guard. Right now, this team doesn't have one. Right now, they do not have a backup point guard.
Yeah, for those that, because we get a text every now and again, for those that do remember Colin Gillespie, I believe he signed with the Suns right about the start of the period on a 2-way contract.
Yeah, and again, I
think Malone trusted him, but
I think that Colin Gillespie was a savvy basketball player that unfortunately doesn't have an NBA body.
No. He's smart, he's tough, he does all the right things.
Yeah.
But there are
not big enough, not strong enough.
He's another version of Facu. There's a lot of those guys out
there.
But
at least
you're fun for a couple years.
Facu was a big, strong guy.
Sure.
He was short, but he was tough, man. And he was developed from all that time over in Europe. He had played a really physical brand of basketball. And I realize I'm saying nice things about Facu right now. I hated watching Facu Campazzo play basketball just about as much as any player that I ever remember putting on a Nuggets uniform, okay? But I feel bad saying that because he was a nice, jovial individual. I just couldn't stand watching him play. And Colin Gillespie is not Facu.
For those of you new to the show, Nate's not necessarily here for the underdog story. Nate's not here for the who was our sandwich guy on the Broncos a few years ago at receiver? He's not worried about that.
David Kirkus.
Kirkus, yes.
The sandwich artist.
Who regretted ever telling any of us he worked at Subway because it's all he got to talk about for 6 months after.
David Kirkus. I hadn't thought about that name.
Right, because again, like we're talking about with the Gillespie, with the Facu, they have a nice year or two run, and then they're gone. We could do a whole name some guys when it comes to this.
Yeah.
It is really the ultimate guy. You find a way, you catch lightning in a bottle for a couple of years, and then you're done.
I mean, right, and a guy like Colin Gillespie, I mean, it was like lightning in a bottle for 5 games?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, his 50 games or whatever that he was allowed to play.
Yeah. I I don't even know if he played that much. Like, yeah, I'm not. I ain't that dude. No, I'm a cold-hearted scout at heart, Andy.
Nate does not want to see guys he feels like he could be playing at the Y.
I need to see your measurables.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Not that measurable, but your measurables.
Yes.
All right? I'm the weirdo who likes the big, strong, athletic guys. I think they make the best pro
well,
athletes.
I just wanted people to know. Because a lot of people get a kick out of the guy that frankly looks like they don't belong in the league. I don't know how else to say it.
They do. I didn't root for David Eckstein.
You didn't?
No. I didn't think it was a nice story when 49-year-old Jamie Moyer was pitching for the Rockies.
No, that to me was a sad statement on the options of the pitching staff, quite
Right.
honestly. Who else have we had roll through there? They've had a few.
It's pretty based on we did the other day, the Mount Rushmore of Rockies pitchers, me and Birdo did. Like, it's pretty much like all but like 8 guys. That's kind of it in the history of the franchise.
Remember Mike Moustakas took a quick stop over here last year?
He was here. I remember Mike Moustakas being here.
By the way, real quickly, I got to get your opinion about this because I forgot about this.
Okay.
Because we hype big trades, this, that, the other. How about the Juan Soto deal?
Mm-hmm.
Is there... Now, we're sitting in a town where the Russell Wilson thing couldn't have gone any worse.
Yeah.
But if you're the Padres, how much you not psyched about Juan Soto being all-star for the Yankees?
Being awesome.
And you gave up a whole... Like, they made mention... Did you hear last night on the broadcast? They made mention that the Nationals, by the way, are doing just fine with all those prospects you gave them.
Mm-hmm.
And you got nothing. You got New York Yankee Juan Soto.
He's so good, too.
What happened with the Padres?
Do you see him work? In all seriousness, one of the most exciting moments of the All-Star game last night was him working a 7-pitch walk against Skeens.
Yeah.
It was like, it really was like there was a mental battle that was going on right there. It sounds stupid to say, but it's kind of like, oh, this guy is one of the best in the game at pitch recognition. And he's going up against Skeen. Like, it was cool to watch, man. Yeah, the baseball dork in me very much.
Well,
did
the most
enjoy
serious
that.
part of an All-Star game in years.
Yeah,
because those guys wanted to crack at the Rook.
Very.
By
good.
the way, someone texted in Dragon Slayer. Josh Fogg.
Josh Fogg.
There's the king of the guys.
Dragon Slayer. Such a good nickname too.
Was Josh Fogg not really the poster boy of 07? Just lightning in a bottle. Josh Fogg, for those that don't remember
Josh
the 07.
Fogg and Kaz Matsui.
Josh Fogg, though, was the guy taking down number ones.
Right.
Remember, we all thought the Rockies would lose the start of a series because somehow, I guess because the wild card and the play-in, they got stuck having Fogg go out to face the number one from every staff, and they got the name the Dragon Slayer because he kept beating them all.
Remember somebody made the painting of him?
Yeah.
That was cool. He had sweet sideburns. Yeah. It's a lot more fun than talking about Ryan McMahon's 0 for 1 last night in the All-Star game.
Quickie,
it is
too.
the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road, Jerry and Wendy Jones. Appreciate these folks so much, and I appreciate them because they do good business, and I know they're going to help you out. I've sent a lot of friends. As a matter of fact, I sent a neighbor over to Colorado Off-Road. He was appreciative of the way he was treated and how quickly they were turn around a bed cover for him. I recommend them to you just as highly because I know if you need something for your truck or 4x4, they'll take care of you. Go by the showroom. They're 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on South Prince Street there. They're right behind Arapahoe Community College. Very easy to find. They're catty-corner to a graveyard. Just so you know, there's your landmark. Anyway, stop by the showroom, see all they have to offer. If they don't have what you need in stock, they can get it for you. And Jerry will have a conversation with you if you know what you kind of want, but not exactly what you want. I've heard him help a lot of people dial it down, including my neighbor, just as to exactly what would work best
for them. Good people to work with. If you got a truck or 4x4 you want accessories for, they'll take care of you. They are Colorado Off-Road. You can find them on the web at cooffroad.com or give them a call at 303-761-1234.
Andy, I was perusing my NFL offseason lists today.
Yes. What did we come up with?
Okay, so I
top 5 kickers.
I found a fun one today, but maybe just like fun for a different reason. And I'll explain in a moment. NFL.com today gives us the top 30 NFL players over 30 entering the 2024 season. Okay, here's the part where, at least the part that I enjoyed about scanning through this list was some of these guys I did not realize were 30 or older.
Yeah, I just love all the qualifiers here.
Right.
Though.
For example, number 1 on the list, top 30 NFL players over 30. I didn't realize Tyreek Hill is 30.
Well,
he's 30 now.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Meaning, like, okay, there's some serious urgency on the Dolphins. Like, he's 30. Like, receivers fall off cliffs. Like, basically 30, 31, that's kind of it. You know? You can still be productive, but your window for dominating pretty much historically ends after your age 31 season.
Fair enough. I agree with you for the most part, but I do wonder, is he going to have that Darrell Green speed? Just that unique, he'll always be faster than he should for his age, for conditioning or whatever.
I think he's always going to be fast as hell, but like also like it's also just going to catch up to him. That's a part of it is like you lose some of the wiggle, you lose some of the cutting ability. Like straight line, I think he'll always be able to fly, but you're going to see his production start to wane.
I wonder, does he ever slow enough that finally someone gets one good big square shot on him?
Right.
I don't think he's ever really been blown up in his career because guys are afraid to miss because then he's to the house.
Back-to-back years over 1,700 yards. Dolphins got to win now.
They're going
to have to win now.
With division technically should be there.
Here's the flaw. Okay, is that I think Mike McDaniel covers up a lot of Tua's flaws. Like, and by mid-season, too many defensive coordinators kind of catch on to what they're doing.
Mike McDaniel, funny enough, in my opinion, is falling victim of what his teacher, Mike Shanahan, fell victim to. Mike was tremendous in making the playoffs year after year after year with, honestly, you and I covered a lot of those teams. They weren't really great playoff type teams.
Right.
He just game planned so well for the first 8 weeks of the season.
Get out to a good start.
Yeah, but then, again, everybody kind of figured out what his best moves were with those players. Like, again.
Weather starts to turn.
You know, there's certain teams that the O-line never handled well. The 3-4s with the big nose tackles always seem to be a problem for them.
I think also, like, I don't think Tua stinks. I think he's a very accurate quarterback, but, like, I think you would kind of have to, like, scheme him into greatness, and then the part where you need him to be individually brilliant and to be able to stay on his feet and stay healthy, that's where he starts to fall short a little bit.
Nate, it's the same. It's my concern for Bo Nix. You can scheme away the throws that they can make. You can take the throws away.
By the way, on the top 30 players over 30, Johnny Jazz Cabbage asks, is Bo Nix on the list?
He's on the way.
It's not bad.
That's a good one. Who else on that list? Give me some more surprise names.
I didn't know Chris Jones is 30.
Interesting. Okay.
Chris Jones is 30.
Why does every defensive lineman there's a lot of offensive linemen too. They all look like they're 30 when they get drafted.
I know, right?
Right? It's just because they're pure size of the guys.
I guess
the belly. Didn't the belly look like he was already 37 and driving a Camaro when you got him at 21 up in Canada? Guy's been smoking Marlboros.
You got me on the Camaro. Let's see. Devontae Adams, 31. I guess he's getting up there. George Kittle's 30 now, too.
I got to tell you, the only reason they did a big discussion on ESPN today about, again, this Netflix, hats off to you.
Mm-hmm.
They've done quarterback. Who'd they do last year? Was it?
It was quarterback last year. It's receiver this year.
Right. I thought quarterback was 2 years ago. Either way.
It was last year.
Receiver.
I was all in on Kirk Cousins last year.
Yeah, they got some
not
buzz
as a quarterback,
off of that.
as a weirdo.
The Devontae Adams not psyched about getting hit and not being able to be thrown to while open. That thing's blowing up because
it's good.
It brought on a big discussion. on Get Up today about what first off, is Davante Adams really trying to get to the Jets or not? There's a lot of people that think he's not, but he said, if you're going to trade me, that's where I'll let you trade me. Because again, he likes Vegas, all that other kind of stuff. But yeah, they had mentioned today that he was 31. That's like, again, they said, to your point about Tyreek Hill, he knows it could go at any moment, and he would like to get a ring before it does.
Laramie Tunsil is 30 now.
That's another guy that looked about 90 when they drafted him. Yeah,
well, when he was drafted, he was wearing a gas mask.
We weren't sure.
That's what he was wearing on his face.
I have no idea what's going on.
Derrick Henry is 30. I thought he was like 38.
Gosh, Derrick, it does feel like Derrick Henry. Was he not Christian McCaffrey's draft class?
Was
he
really?
The year before?
Okay.
I just remember McCaffrey lost the Heisman to Henry.
Stephon Diggs is 30. I knew Stephon Diggs was getting up there right now. That's another thing where, like, if you're Houston, you acquire Stephon Diggs, you want to maximize that pretty quick because Diggs, I don't think he has that many more years.
He got a couple years too before he seems to get a little unsettled.
Being that part of it too. Amari Cooper is 30 now.
Yeah, he's the one that I don't think is thrilled about Jerry Jeudy's contract.
No,
because he's old now.
No, I can't imagine that that's the case. I don't know if you've heard, Aaron Rodgers is 40.
Really?
He is. He's on the list, by the way. He did make the list.
He's significantly older than the rest of this list.
He's very, very old.
What's Justin Simmons? Is he on the list?
Not technically an NFL player at the moment, is he?
All right. Well, I guess you're right. Gosh, I guess, yeah.
Do you have to be on a team to be an NFL player?
Yes.
Like
correct.
I'm reasonably confident
he will be eventually.
that he will be on an
But
NFL
you're right.
team.
Technically, you're not employed.
Isn't right now, like, technically, Andy, right now, you and I are both NFL free agents.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm available.
We are.
No calls.
Our phones aren't ringing, but we are
Should we
available.
update representation in our Twitter bios?
Somebody call Peter Schaefer.
Yeah.
Tell him to make some calls on our behalf right now.
Who? You want who? No, you don't.
I'll be an undrafted free agent. That's no problem. I'll take my chance. Yeah, dudes are. Matt Milano is 30 now. Love those cookies. Joel Bitonio is 32. I used to interview that dude regularly when he was in college. That dude made a lot of money in the NFL. Good for Joel Bitonio. And Matt Stafford is 36. That part we already know.
See, now Stafford feels older to me. Stafford feels like he's chasing Aaron at the 40 club. 36 seems young.
I know, right? Stafford's 36. Kirk Cousins is 36. But Rodgers still the oldest at 40. Isn't Rodgers the oldest player in the NFL period right now? I think he is.
Are you sure there's not some 45-year-old O-lineman or kicker we're forgetting?
I don't think you can really do that anymore.
How old is Justin Tucker?
I don't think even close.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Then probably.
Yeah, I think how many dudes have played in the NFL at age 40 that weren't quarterbacks or kickers?
There's a lot of offensive linemen. Like I want to say Bruce Matthews did.
Okay.
How old was Zim? Gary Zimmerman.
Did he make it to 40?
I can't remember.
That is so hard to do. Like play that position.
But they do. Some of these linemen go forever.
Body's just broken. Yeah, I think Nalen made it to like 35, 36, something like that.
But Nalen had money where he was comfortable going, all right, I'm good.
Nalen spent the last season of his career. He was injured and knew he wasn't going to continue his NFL career. He would show up to the training room every day and do cannonballs into the therapy pool until they asked him to go home.
Wow.
It's pretty sweet gig if you can get it.
Yeah. Here you go. Here's my rehab for you. Who was that center that they signed to replace him?
Casey Wigman.
Wigman.
Did he make it to 40?
I think he might have, man. And you know what was crazy? He was undersized.
Mm-hmm.
You remember. Now I got to know.
His wife was on Survivor.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, she went.
How'd she do?
She went far.
Did she survive?
She lived technically. No, she went very far. She was on there the same season as legendary Cowboys backup quarterback Gary Hogeboom.
Good old Gary Hogeboom, huh?
And it wasn't like a celebrity season of Survivor. They just were both on the same season of Survivor.
So let's see here. our guy Wigman.
Mm-hmm. How long did he make it? Like 38 or something like that? It was a long time.
Yeah, let's see here.
You're right. He was also undersized. He was a Chief forever, right?
He was a Chief forever, went
Yeah.
back to the Chiefs to wrap out his career, 2010, 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Casey Wiegman made it to his age 38 season.
All right.
Yeah.
2 away.
Yeah. He actually went back to Kansas City for 2 more years after he was done in Denver.
Yep.
I didn't remember that part of the career.
Okay, now I'm going to go check Ken Lanier. You probably don't remember Ken Lanier.
Sure.
Long-time tackle for the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
Played 179 games. That is a lot of games, man. Woo! I don't have his age when he retired, though.
Made it to 35.
35?
Made it to 35.
Dude, Ken Lanier was another one that looked old.
Yeah. Isn't that
You know,
wild?
the guy that would have played forever was our guy Ryan Clady. Ryan Clady should have been the 15 to 20 year guy.
Ryan Clady was also 47 years old when he was drafted.
He was.
He was
That dude
one
was
of those
so
dudes.
good, though. Like, so good. So good.
ACL playing basketball. Remember that? Bad luck.
And then he blew it in 2013.
Yeah.
Man, dude, if you think about the guys that were missing from the Super Bowl in 48.
Oh, they were so banged up.
Yeah.
Defensively, they had nobody left.
Chris Harris couldn't play. Derek Wolfe couldn't play.
Von Miller didn't play.
Von Miller couldn't play.
Right.
Ryan Clady was missing.
Yeah.
Dude, what if Ryan Clady just hangs around that whole year? They set the record without him.
I was going to say, it could have been the best offense of all time.
Oh, my gosh.
Mm-hmm. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL that aren't just guys that are old now. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Best 5 o'clock hour in the biz is right here on the Crackman and Lindahl Show. Today, we begin it with the high five. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from the National Football League. Mark Springer, hi.
Hey, the Broncos extended one of their players. That would be guard Quinn Miners, who has started 39 games since being selected out of Wisconsin Whitewater in the third round of the 2021 NFL Draft. He will sign a 4-year, $80 million contract extension, $45 million guaranteed.
First big extension the Broncos have handed out since Russell Wilson back in 2022.
And really, no one else has been deserving, right?
Nope. It's a well-compensated offensive line. Bowles making $20 million at left tackle. Powers and McGlinchey were both big money free agents, and now you pay Quinn Miners at right guard. Center position is going to be a competition this upcoming season, as we know, something to keep an eye on, and obviously that's important for Bo Nix. But look, skill position in front of him or around him, Bo Nix, not good. Offensive line
should be good.
Should be good.
By the paycheck, they should be good.
Should be a strength of the team if the Broncos are to get what they paid for. Now, one thing that I worry about, and I'm just saying this merely on the law of averages, is they were insanely healthy last year on the offensive line. The likelihood of them continuing to be that healthy doesn't feel all that terribly high. And the depth isn't great yet. But at least the starting talent, you should have a quality offensive line.
Yes, you would think. And you know what? If Bo Nix can show he's truly the guy, maybe you're getting you a new left tackle next year. I'm curious what will happen with Garrett Bowles. You know, there's another guy where if things are going south, you dangle him to some teams. So
yeah,
because no guaranteed money after this year.
Also, the Broncos didn't draft any kind of future left tackle yet.
Yeah, now they like your guy. Is it Palczewski, your guy from Illinois?
That's
they liked
right.
him last year.
Alex Palczewski.
But we'll see. You know, another year, we'll see. But look, on its face value, they've got a really good offensive line. Well, I'm curious to see if McGlinchey improves with the offense being run, hopefully, to the way Sean Payton wants it.
Right.
Because right now,
I think he was one of the guys that had some particular frustration with the goings-on back there with Russ.
Yeah, he also got paid.
Yeah.
He got paid to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you paid him doesn't make it great. So we'll see. But by all accounts, one of the leaders in the locker room. But yeah, you appear to have some good things going on with the offensive line. I'm glad that you're going to go and hold on to the belly.
Yeah, good player. Good player, and Sean Payton has always talked about the importance of interior offensive linemen in his system in some ways. He has talked about even valuing them maybe even more than the guys on the edge. So, good. Quinn Miners has been a good player for the Broncos so far. 4 years, $80 million. He is one of 5 guards in the NFL, making at least $20 million next year. Hey, that's cool. Denver Bronco that's a good player was rewarded for being a good player. We don't get nearly enough of that.
High five. Hey, we have another update on this possible, maybe unlikely trade of Davante Adams from the Raiders to the Jets to play with his guy, Aaron Rodgers. Davante Adams talking himself. He was on the Club Shay Shay podcast. That is the Shannon Sharp podcast. Here's Davante Adams.
It got in the locker room and people was thinking that it was, I was the driving force. And I'm like, y'all just don't understand, man. Like when I hate to say it like this because it makes me sound like I'm trying to put myself on a pedestal, but when you're a certain level of player, you don't have to come from you. And oftentimes it's not coming from you. And I'm not the type of person that I enjoy going and putting that type of stuff out there when I'm actively on the Raiders.
Right.
What do I look like sitting here talking to other people about being on another team? Right. And that's how I still feel about it right now. Like I'm locked in with the Raiders and I really feel good about this team. As far as I know, they feel good about me. And if that ever changed, if that got to a point where they weren't feeling the same way, I ain't done playing. So obviously we would figure out whatever we needed to figure out. But in the thought of playing with Aaron is obviously amazing. Like I already know what that's like, which was similar to why I came here and and reunited with Derek was because I had familiarity with it, you know. And anytime you have that, it gives you a little bit more confidence than starting fresh with somebody that you never played with before. Right. And it helps that when they're the best to ever play the game.
Are you buying all of this, Andy? Do you get it that Davante Adams is locked in as a member of the Raiders?
I think because he grew up there, whatever he's from there. I said this. I think it's his hometown. It's where he plans to reside when he's done playing football.
Yeah.
So I don't think he wants to look like the bad guy. So I don't think he'll force his way out of there. I do think allegedly he's got a good relationship with Pierce, Antonio Pierce, the head coach there.
Endorsed his hire.
Yes. So, yeah, I don't think he's actively asking, but I think he's making it very clear if you guys want to get rid of me, then that's the team I want to go to. The Jets got to have the money to do it too, though, right? So,
isn't there also that thing, and I don't really know how much it exists with Mark versus Al, but like dudes really like being ex-Raiders. Like that ex-Raider fraternity is always like you're very well taken care of in that world. That was always sort of like a Davis family thing. I wonder how much pull there is for him. Like, well, as long as I'm going to live in Las Vegas and be a part and be close to this organization, it may behoove me for my later years or you know, my life beyond football, business opportunities, etc., to not force my way out.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think, like you said, they'll be able to have him come back and sign some stuff. Or here's, Davante Adams Day, this, that, the other.
Here's your suite for every game at Allegiant and every event at Allegiant, etc.
All this is fine now. We've all seen it's been made so famous by the Netflix series Receiver, how frustrated he was.
Yeah.
If Gardner Minshew starts missing him the way that Jimmy Garoppolo was missing him, and that ain't out of the question because I think it's going to be Minshew, not Aiden O'Connell, then we'll see how he feels a month in if Rodgers isn't going to let this go. We know that. It feels like Rodgers is on the other side of this thing because I think he made comments, right, Mark, that, he can't wait to play with Davante again. I think Rodgers is putting pressure on the Jets to try to get something done and get one of his final friends there. But I wouldn't be surprised if they have left tackle problems if Rodgers tries to get them to get David Bakhtiari.
Also kind of feels like, based on our story from yesterday, I think the Jets are done doing Aaron Rodgers favors.
Robert Saleh, I think, is for sure.
Yeah.
But, yeah, look, we'll see.
I think the Jets are standing around going, are we going to get anything out of you this year, dude?
Yeah, how about you play first, and then we'll take it from there. This, to me, is an in-season story.
Yeah,
I think Davante's committed till he sees how this goes.
Get hot at the deadline. Yep, spring.
High five.
The guy who took over for Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, Jordan Love, is a free agent at the end of this season, and he made an appearance at a football camp, and he was asked about a possible contract extension with the Green Bay Packers, and one of his PR guys cut off the question, did not allow Jordan Love to answer this question. Jordan Love did have a smile on his face while all this was going down, but here's the audio.
Brian Gutekunst says he hopes to have a contract extension done with you before the start of camp. Do you wish to say?
Sorry. Nope. All right. News to come. Nope.
Was he, what was this event that he was at?
It was a football camp.
A football camp. Okay. So I had the exact same thing happen to me. All right. Do you remember when Brandon Marshall was having his one of his many disagreements with the Broncos organization, was threatening to hold out of camp?
The receiver.
Brandon Marshall, the receiver. I went to his football camp and I asked about his contract, and they shut down his media availability immediately. They were like, I'm sorry, he's only answering questions about the camp and the kids.
Did anybody get a follow-up? Nobody cared, though, right? Not to sound like a jerk, but
like the local TV knobs were all there to like get their B-roll or whatever, those guys were all out there. But yeah, I was the one guy going, hey, about that thing, are you going to go to training camp this year? And it was instantly shut down.
Did everybody give you the look?
I was
Shut your mouth.
I mean, I think they knew somebody was going to ask the question.
Oh, they were ready.
Right.
Oh, they used to tell us all the time he won't be answering because how many
He's only here to talk about the camp and the kids.
We always seem to have the Broncos that have something going on with the organization and then a camp pops up.
Right.
And they're like, "Hey, come on." As if the PR team, some of these PR teams, I'm like, "Are you not aware what the guy's in the middle of?" We'll all show up. You're going to get your media turnout. You're not going to get the questions that you want.
Sure.
Period.
The local TV sports dudes, like they'll get the footage for their little feel-good story, and then they'll run the clip of him refusing to answer the question about his contract. I was just the guy that asked the question. So good on that reporter. Well done. Also, if Jordan Love is good again this year, the Packers will have to make him one of the highest paid quarterbacks in football.
They said news to come, so maybe they got it figured out. Maybe they
could
Packers
be that as
are gonna
well.
announce it. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. Really,
He
PR
won't be a
guy,
free
you
agent,
know
though.
the questions. See, that's the other thing too. Is like these dudes that you get out there, like the player's individual representative. These are not football PR people.
They're not Patrick Smythe,
Right.
who's well versed
Right.
in how to handle this delicately.
Exactly. The teams know how to handle these situations. Off-season PR guy, not so much.
Or Boys and Girls Club PR guy. who
Exactly.
just honestly thought, because I think a lot of times.
Whoa!
Did you ask early in the questioning too? Because a lot of times we'll give the question and they'll get a couple of the sentences out about why they're there.
I
and
actually, there was a conversation amongst the local gathered media of like, let me get a few. I think it might have been Rod or whoever it was, just like, let me get a few.
I
just so
need
can-
2 answers
Right.
before you upset them.
Right, exactly, which is fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
We'll all work together.
Sure.
Yes. But yeah, that I got that shut down real quick. It was pretty fun. It was a good time. Spring.
High five.
No surprise, but Caleb Williams has officially signed his 4-year rookie contract with the 5th-year option with the Chicago Bears. But according to Pro Football Talk, the process, they're told, included some creativity by Caleb's camp regarding tax issues. For example, multiple sources are telling PFT that there was an attempt to get Caleb Williams paid as an LLC. The collective bargaining agreement doesn't seem on the surface to foreclose that approach. However, the league decided that it does. The Bears were told by the NFL that the player's money cannot go to a business entity other than the player.
Isn't this a little much? Just sign your contract, okay? Like, do you really need like it's got to go into a corporate investment rather than me as an individual? Like, I don't know what kind of tax dodging scheme you're up to. Just take your paycheck like every other NFL player.
But I promise you we're going to see more of this.
Oh, sure.
Because you know what he is?
By all means, try, but like,
But
come
he's
on.
also, Nate, he's the first really kind of NIL baby alternate where he's now dealt with this. He actually had a good bit of money coming out of college.
Right.
Because of all the money he made. He now knows how much of that money he's not going to get because he's already dealt, I would assume, with the tax implications of the millions or whatever that he got in college. So they're going to be more savvy about how they want these things paid to them. I think this is going to be, we're going to see more of these guys do this because they'll now have experience coming out of college instead of just happy to get some money.
I mean, by all means, try. And
No, you're right. But again, it's, they're not going to let you be a corporation that gets tax breaks.
No.
California's still trying to figure out how to go get Shohei on what he worked out.
Yeah, that's true. They'll get it eventually, somehow.
Oh,
But-
you going to take on the IRS? I don't think that's a good idea.
Just take your damn NFL paycheck already.
High five.
And finally, we had yesterday that the Chiefs are having their rookies and Patrick Mahomes. That's the thing they do. They're starting training camp, but no team has officially fully started training camp until today. The Houston Texans today are the first team to open their full training camp. Everybody reporting and practicing for the Houston Texans today. CJ Stroud, new additions, Stephon Diggs, Danielle Hunter, Joe Mixon, everybody reporting for the Texans today.
Andy, I put out my list today. We did a bit on the Altitude Sports Scramble. Don't do the acronym, kids. But I figured out, and this is just on my personal list. I have Houston as my team that I'm judging fourth most likely to win the Super Bowl this year.
Really?
That's where I got the Houston Texans right now, drinking the Kool-Aid.
I think they're the most intriguing AFC team.
Yeah.
Because the Jets, it feels like even if Rodgers is Rodgers, there is some bad blood pumping in that building. I think it's going to be fascinating to see if they can take this jump, to the next level. Everyone's now ready for what they're going to do. There is tape, there's tendencies, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but you're giving C.J. Stroud, like he already had good skill position talent in Collins and Tank Dell, and Dalton Schultz. Joe Mixon's one of the best pass-catching backs in the game. You add Stephon Diggs to that offense. It's another year of experience. I think if Derek Stingley's fully healthy, he is an absolute stud. It's another year of experience for D'Amico Ryans, Will Anderson up front.
Oh, I'm excited about it. I wish they were the
good.
Hard Knocks team. Do we know the Hard Knocks team finally?
It's the Bears.
Oh, you're right.
It is.
Bears.
Yeah, it is the Bears.
Oh, man, how bad did they want to get that contract done before all that started?
So I got Houston as my fourth most likely to win it all this year.
Who are your first three? I'm sure the Chiefs are sitting atop.
Believe it or not, yes, I decided to go with Kansas City at number 1. I went with Baltimore at number 2. And this one, I'm betting on upside and health. I put the Philadelphia Eagles at number 3.
I don't mind that. I think we all forgot about the Eagles because of Jalen Hurts being hurt.
Right. Fully healthy.
I would sub
He's
out
an MVP candidate.
I would sub out your Baltimore for Cincinnati. Because
Okay.
I think Cincinnati's starting to feel it, and I think by feel it I mean the pressure. You know, they know they're not having T. Higgins next year. So
I got the Bungles at number 8 on my list.
I think you undervalue Joey. Joey B. I love the I don't love the Texans. I would watch if I were to get an NFL Sunday ticket, I'd probably take in a healthy dose of Texans football.
Tell you what, I'll give you my top 10 in order when we come back, and you can rip it apart. But my likelihood to win it all this year, that's next. Hey, join Altitude Sports Radio and Circa Sports Colorado this Saturday for Wing-A-Palooza at number 38 from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Come watch the Colorado football O-line and D-line compete to see who dominates the line of scrimmage of chicken wings. The line of scrimmage of chicken wings, Andy. Number 38. And Circa Sports Colorado will be giving away 4 trips to Circa, airfare included.
What's your wing sauce that you could do a contest in? Too spicy? Like, how spicy could you go if you're doing the contest? And I'm assuming it's to see who eats the most.
Yeah, regulars. If I was doing the contest, I'd go mild.
Sure.
Like if you're going for straight quantity of wings, I would go mild. Yeah, but I'm just thinking about the next morning. That's my big consideration right there.
Next morning, I did one. I did these contests.
I don't miss as many segments as you, Andy.
No, I know, but I'm just look. I didn't miss any. I couldn't talk after one. I did the Buffalo Wild Wings. I hosted 5 wing eating contests for one football season.
Okay,
and at halftime they did the contest.
Sure,
and I couldn't win anything, but I said, all right, at one of them I will try. The atomic wings, I believe they called them.
Oh, yeah.
Nate, I ate 2, and I'm like, I can't win, and I'm losing right now, and I threw them away.
And I
could not believe the burn in my mouth for the next 2 hours.
I won't taste food for a week.
Right,
yeah.
I always laugh. This time of year especially, I watch like the Man vs. Food and whatever. They're always doing some challenge where you have to wear like gloves. And they tell you don't get any of the sauce on your face.
Well,
and
then I shouldn't eat it.
Why am I ingesting this into my insides?
Don't eat it. That's a terrible idea. Yeah, honestly, if you're going for like straight quantity, just like eat them dry.
Just mild.
Yeah.
A little barbecue maybe.
A little salt and pepper, and I'll just eat the damn things. I like that. That's one of those things of just like time has passed me by. I have accepted I will never be a competitive eater.
Should I out Sanford for this?
Unless it's mushrooms.
You know where Sanford and I had a pre-show meeting one time, and I just laughed.
You guys are big Hooters guys.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
But they had their Daytona wings are actually really good, and I kind of want to go back over there and get some more. I mean, they were really good.
What's in a Daytona wing?
It was some combo, because like you, I will say this, when I was traveling with the Crush, we would always get done with the games late enough that Hooters was like, it was Hooters or Taco Bell. That was your option. Nothing else is really open, right? You're getting out of the arena, and we're not traveling fancy like the NFL. You had enough time to find something before you had to hit bed and get up for the red-eye flight. So we were going to the Hooters, and I'd had enough. I'd had enough of the food, you know? So I hadn't been there in quite some time. It was like, it wasn't too hot. It was a little sweet with just a little bit of heat. And it was very good. And you could get them grilled, not breaded, which I would prefer a grilled wing. I don't like a breaded wing.
I feel like this is the 7th or 8th time you've mentioned these wings to me.
I'm telling you, they were really good.
Somebody get this guy an endorsement deal,
they
all right?
They were really good. Now, they were really good.
We'll do remotes over there.
Well, we could just walk across the street. Not even across the street. Well, no, there is one street to cross. I take it back.
It's that quick. All right, Andy, I told you. Got my here's my the teams that I rank most likely to win the Super Bowl.
Give me the
year.
10.
This is my big.
You gave
board.
us the 4 already. So just to recap, you got the Chiefs.
Chiefs 1.
You got
Baltimore 2.
Baltimore 2. Philly 3.
Houston 4. I got the Niners at 5.
Wow, that's kind of a fall for them.
Yeah, I put the Niners at 5. They got 1,000 good players. Kyle Shanahan likes his quarterback. I'm curious to see what happens to the Ayuk thing. I do think that would have a negative impact on their offense if he's not there. He's just the guy that always gets open, and there's a lot of value in that. But they made a good move on their defense. They signed Leonard Floyd. Check this out. Leonard Floyd, Andy, did you realize he is 10th in the NFL in sacks over the last 4 years? No. Leonard Floyd, 39 and a half sacks. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Leonard Floyd, just consistent, just a good pass rusher. You put him on the other side. Like last year, they tried to go Randy Gregory and Chase Young. That didn't really work out for them. Maybe Leonard Floyd on the opposite side and Bosa stays healthy. They could be really good.
Hold on real quick. Did Chase Young sign to stay there? He's still there, right?
He is.
I feel like I haven't heard anything about him leaving.
He may still be there. Hold on. Let me.
I don't think Gregory's there, though, is he?
Chase Young is on the Saints.
Oh, he went to the Saints.
He did leave.
How did I miss that?
Yeah.
Wow. How about that? Remember that guy was going to be the next great pass rusher?
He's okay.
Yeah. That fell off
Another guy
quickly.
that injuries happen quick. Let's see. So I got the Niners at 5. And again, like all of these teams, I'm telling you, man, it's these are teams that can win the Super Bowl.
It's good to be living their life.
I got Detroit at 6 because, I mean, again, if Josh Reynolds can catch the ball, they're a Super Bowl team last year. They invest in Jared Goff. They drafted, remember Terrion Arnold out of Alabama, the cornerback? We talked about him to Denver an awful lot at number 12. They got him at 24. And the Lions are just loaded, and they've drafted well, and they built it up, and they're another year, more experienced and better. I got Buffalo at 7 on this list. The Bills are a curious team because they're getting younger right now, but I also think they needed to do this. I don't know if that's going to have a massive negative impact on them, but they've cut loose a lot of guys that were over 30. Stephon Diggs, who, as we learned earlier, is 30. Jordan Poyer's not there anymore. He's with Miami. Mitch Morse isn't there anymore. He's on Jacksonville now. Like that team is getting younger, partly because they had to because of the cap, and partly just because they kind of needed to remake their team a little bit. And what I'm really interested to see there is Josh Allen. Without a
Josh Allen,
thank you. Without a true number one, can he elevate those receivers in that room, sort of the way that Mahomes does? So I got Buffalo at 7. I have Cincinnati at 8. Added some good pieces to their secondary. Burrow's health. That's it. If Burrow's healthy, they can go to an AFC Championship game, and if you can go to an AFC Championship game, you can go all the way.
It's funny because I value Cincy more than you value you. To me, your fave is always Buffalo. I always like Cincy. Cincy's finally got to get off to a good start. They've been screwing around too much the last couple of years. It cost them home playoff games. If they can actually just come out serious, win at the beginning of the year, and not look weird for the first 4 games of the season, and they get to host a few of these playoff games, I think it can be a complete. They could go to the Super Bowl. But both Buffalo and Cincy. Cincy's already beat the Chiefs in Arrowhead. You need to get the Chiefs on your field. Now, it didn't work for Buffalo last year.
Right.
But you got to get the AFC has to be hell-bent on making sure the Chiefs have to come to your field, period.
You have to up the degree of difficulty. I took Green Bay at 9. That's right. I got Green Bay. Okay. You give Josh Jacobs to Jordan Love. That's a nice piece to have.
Well, not to mention Matt LaFleur.
They've got a good pass rush.
LaFleur, he coaches a good run game now.
Xavier McKinney from the Giants is in their secondary now. They needed to upgrade that secondary, and they did. There's just good players all over the place on that team. And I think Jordan Love takes a big step forward this year. So I got the Packers at 9. And at 10, this is the one where I kind of was just like, okay, as long as I'm doing a top 10, I'll throw kind of a wild card in there. Obviously, this organization has the finest ownership in the NFL, but I put the Rams at 10. Like, you don't have Aaron Donald anymore, but they got Tre'Davious White on that team this year, Darius Williams at cornerback. Puka Nacua is a star. Kyron Williams is a really good back. Again, Stafford is healthy. Kupp stays healthy. The really well-coached team. Obviously, ownership, top of the list. I put the Rams at number 10 on that list. That team, I tell you what, this is what I learned about the Rams last year. Was you and I walked into those
joint practices
with the Broncos, and you and I looked at it and we were like, "They have 36 rookies in camp. The hell is going on here?" And Sean McVay had that thing cooking. Sean McVay can flat out coach, man. Again, if 36-year-old Matt Stafford stays healthy this year, I'll give the Rams a shot. It will. I think it will require probably something going wrong for the Niners, but I'll put the Rams at number 10 as sort of my wild card on that list. Who's a team that you view as as sort of a wild card of like this team could come out of nowhere and maybe get it done this
Yeah,
year.
I guess I can't say Houston because they're kind of the darling pick.
No,
that's not a come out of nowhere.
I think the Texans are legit. I mean, they won their division a year ago.
Okay, the team that I'm really intrigued about, and I know not everybody is, I'm intrigued about the Chargers because they're a team, even inside this division, I don't know what they are, but I know Jim Harbaugh can coach some football.
Yeah.
And I know he's got a quarterback, but I think he's going to balance out what that offense is. I think their defense will not do stupid things that make you wonder, what were you thinking there? Because they've gotten a lot of clutch plays out of Justin Herbert in the past, but then they did. Remember that back and forth overtime game with the Raiders where we were rooting for the tie or whatever a couple years ago? Their defense couldn't stop anything. They couldn't stop anything. I just think that the Chargers I think they've had a good roster that needed somebody with some sanity in charge of it. And even though he's a whack job of a human, I think that Jim Harbaugh is a very sane, good football coach. And so I think he brings some football sanity. I would not be surprised if they balance out the offense and Herbert has one of his best years of his career. And this is finally when the Chargers start to sneak back into the national consciousness.
The only reason I can't go there with you, and I love the Harbaugh hire, and you know I'm a big Justin Herbert guy, is I think they're a year away.
They might be, but you said coming out of nowhere.
I mean, Allen, Mike Williams, Austin Eckler, like you're completely rebuilt when it comes to your skill position talent. Maybe who knows? Maybe that'll be a good thing. Okay, and I think ultimately in the long run it's going to be, because I think it's something that they had to do. But yeah, I can't invest in them just because of a complete and total lack of weapons on their offense.
I think they could, if Herbert's that dude that he's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
They could be a little akin to the Green Bay Packers of a year ago, where at the end of the year you're figuring out,
right?
Everybody knows their role, and now you're a bit of a problem.
Second half team.
You know, another team we probably all ought to pay attention to, and I think a lot of us dismiss them because of the moronicness that went on over. Well, maybe they'll be the brilliant one for it, but didn't understand what you were doing with your draft picks if you were the Atlanta Falcons, because of the Penix thing creating a weird situation. But listen, if Kirk Cousins can just be the usual Kirk Cousins, they've got some skill talent, and that division isn't great.
No, they have no excuse not to win that division. They should be able to win that division at 9-8.
Okay.
I don't think the Bucs are very good. I don't think the Saints are very good, and Carolina is still in the infancy of whatever they're building right now while their owner throws drinks at people.
So the Falcons could find their way into a pretty good record.
Yep.
And maybe even get a better team. Maybe they're that, they could be like, remember when Seattle got to host the Saints? When we had the Beastquake run with Marshawn Lynch, and the Saints were actually the better team, but because Seattle won the bad NFC West, all of a sudden you had New Orleans going up to the House
7-9 as a home team.
Yeah,
right.
The Falcons could pull one of those. They could get a Detroit out of their comfort zone, and all of a sudden Detroit's got to come down to Atlanta. I don't know.
I didn't put the Cowboys on my list.
Yeah, it's interesting because I went and looked at the power rankings here just to refresh, because I really didn't have anything that made me go, well, that's a terrible pick in your top 10. They've got, so this is the NFL, this is from late April.
Okay.
NFL.com has Pittsburgh at 13, so I guess you left off at 10. So they've got the Dolphins at 11. They did sneak the Cowboys in at 10. They don't have the Rams as high as you do. They do have, it's interesting, they got the Bengals at 9. They got Green Bay at 8, so they're thinking a lot of the lines that you did.
Okay.
They got the Browns at 12. Where are we at with the Browns?
Not buying them.
Yeah, they don't have, again, the best version of the Browns was led by Joe Flacco.
No.
You didn't want to upset your weirdo quarterbacks, so you let Flacco walk.
They gave Jerry Jeudy a new contract.
Exactly.
I'm not buying the Cleveland Browns.
And now Amari Cooper's
the shame of it is I do think they have an elite defense. They are really good. Jim Schwartz leading that group. Myles Garrett's a future Hall of Famer in his prime. They're loaded on the defensive side of the ball. I think Deshaun Watson stinks.
What about Jacksonville? I cannot figure out Jacksonville. I am a guy that I like Trevor Lawrence a lot. I like the way he plays football. But also, there's a lot of games where you don't like the way he plays football. And really, I thought the first year, when his rookie year was a dud, I blamed it on his weirdo head coach. But now he's been up and down with Peterson.
Maybe that team gets to slide under the radar a little bit with Houston getting all the love. Maybe that's true. Maybe that is going to be the case this upcoming season. But I think C.J. Stroud's going to change the guard a little bit in the AFC this year. I think he's that good. So there you go. Teams likely to be able to win a Super Bowl. Watch we end up with a year where the Colts win it all or something stupid like that. Who knows? It's Craigman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We have a very special 2-hour edition of The Blitz coming up next, and then it's Rapids Galaxy tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll get that rolling at 8 o'clock. Berto's going to have your pregame coverage here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Team USA, a 26-point victory over Serbia earlier today. Bad shooting night for the Joker, 6 of 19 from the field. He was still by far the best player on the floor for Team Serbia, and quite frankly, the best player on the floor, period. Pretty good Steph Curry outing for Team USA today. Anthony Edwards continues to be pretty dangerous when it comes to scoring. Steve Kerr's been going with the hockey-style line change substitution. His second line today, Anthony Edwards, Anthony Davis, Bam, Tyrese Halliburton, and Devin Booker was his second unit, and they hit the floor, and they were pretty awesome. Ant's been really good on Team USA. He just kind of has the ability to just find his own shot and score pretty much whenever he needs to, and the various itches from Team Serbia were not able to slow that down. Again, a good Jokic game, but not necessarily special today. Joel Embiid, however, was certainly not special, as he was 2 of 8 from the field. Jokic, 6 of 19, 16 points, 11 rebounds.
All this hullabaloo about Kawhi not getting on Team USA or being removed from Team USA.
And they have
did
Embiid
the
out
Clippers
there.
do it. And yeah, I would think the Sixers would be the one that going, hey, we're not a fan of what we're seeing.
Right.
You need to come get right for our season.
You can't move right now.
They look like we're going to go ahead and get that gold with the 3-point shooting, as you mentioned earlier. We need you to come on back.
They go and get Paul George. Like they have the best collection of talent they have had, like basically like since the process began. I agree with you. I'd be calling him up and going, dude, get the hell out of there.
Yeah, we didn't go get Paul George, so you could be
right.
You both can be hurt.
Yeah.
We'd like it if you both were healthy.
I understand this is your Olympic dream, even though you weren't born in this country, but still, dude, like, no, you should not be doing this right now. Kevin Durant still has not taken the floor for Team USA, as he has been a little bit banged up. Steph Curry continues to be awesome. Serbia basically hung for a while, and then a sizable run before the half, and then an 11-0 run to start the second half, and that game was over.
So you're not rooting for a quick Serbian exit just so we can
get our
big honey resting a little bit more?
I want my dude to go and win a medal while he's there in Paris. I'd like him to have his shot at the gold. I'm, as a Team Serbia diehard, Andy, I'm starting to recognize that might be a bit of a lofty goal for my dudes. I don't know if we can pull it off.
They got a lot of itches.
Not enough
fingers to scratch.
Many itches. Seriously, like, Nicole is just doing his thing. First off, again, like, at one point, Jokic goes for a dribble handoff, and a dude ran under him. No, that's not right. He whips a perfect pass underneath the bucket, dude just fumbles it away. Finds a guy in the corner wide open, he clanks a 3. It really is incredible to watch like that level of brilliance surround. And don't get me wrong, these guys are pro basketball players, not NBA players, but pro basketball players. It is funny to watch that level of absolute brilliance surrounded by just like a bunch of gym teachers. It's so weird.
Wait till they play some of the smaller countries that don't care about this.
Yeah,
much.
Go beat up.
Who's the big challenge then to the U.S.?
Okay, so I think it's France.
Okay,
I think it's Wemby. Okay, like I think that France can give Team USA trouble. I think Germany is a really tough team, led by Dennis Schroeder and Franz Wagner. I think Germany is very good. Serbia is good. Canada's good. I mean, Canada's got SGA, an MVP candidate, and they have Jamal Murray. Like, Canada's loaded up with NBA talent. It's a really good team. The problem is like these teams that I'm talking about. I think Australia is good and is in medal contention. The problem is that like these teams have weaknesses. The USA doesn't have a weakness, at least talent-wise. They won't get as many whistles, which I think is going to frustrate guys. I think that's been bothering Embiid so far playing with this team. But every one of these players is just complete. They're all they're the best of the best. The competition that would be fun to watch would be like the next 12 from the USA taking on the world. That's a little bit more of
We
a
didn't
fair
like
fight.
that though.
No.
We didn't like that once upon a time.
We used to send the college kids out there.
We weren't down with that.
Bob Knight coaching MJ and company, they weren't such big fans of that. Team USA is going to win a gold medal. They're about as sure a thing as you can possibly see in sports. It also just like the vibes are better around it. Like I think especially the guys like LeBron and KD that have played a ton of international basketball, is that these guys sort of understand what the game is about. Back like right after the Dream Team, and we would slap these teams together. Remember that team that George Karl had in like 2000 or 02?
Yeah.
No, it was the team in 02. And they lost in the World Championships that I think they were played in like Indianapolis. That team was terrible. Like Stephon Marbury on it and everything else like that. Like there was no cohesiveness at all to that group. You got to play team basketball in FIBA, and I think these guys kind of get it right now. Like if you sign up for the Olympics and for the national team now, you generally know, okay, there is a job that I'm going to have to do on there. And USA Basketball and Grant Hill and Steve Kerr and everybody, I think they're pretty upfront with these dudes of like, this is what we need you to do.
Well, but it also helps that they've kind of cut. They've let these guys. We don't need you in the off years.
Right.
We just want you in the Olympic years.
Yeah, I mean the other part
as
of it too,
as far as the really good players,
it's just like again like a playmaker like Tyrese Halliburton. That dude is so good, and he's just like running your second unit.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards is on your second unit. Devin Booker is on your second unit. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. We have got the Rapids coming up here tonight. Plus, it is the annual kind of day without major American sports. We have MLS, obviously, but this is sort of the day. There's no baseball, there's no football, there's no men's basketball, there's no hockey. None of it's happening today.
Used to be SB's night, not anymore.
Not anymore.
I guess I'll have to check out receiver.
Caitlin Clark and the Fever taking on the Dallas Wings right now, plus Rapids and Galaxy this evening.
Rapids got a big one Saturday too.
You've got the sports; they're available, but it is that time of year. Off-season Hard Knocks is good too.
Again, you like that too.
Episode 2, I highly recommend Episode 2 of Off-season Hard Knocks.
What about Rose? Did you see the Rose documentary that's coming out?
I didn't.
That one's going to be spicy too. I don't think it's out yet.
There's a Chiefsaholic documentary.
Yeah, we just saw that. Where is Chiefsaholic? The search for weird wolf guy.
I do want to see that. To see what kind of nonsense that guy got into. We are back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We look forward to talking to you then. For Mark Springer on the other side, for Andy Lindahl on the other side of the table, I am Nate Kreckman. Everybody have a lovely evening. Stick around for a special extended